A support type. A logistics guy. In a world where humanity survives only through power, he could only enhance weapons. No battlefield glory. No frontline heroism. Just a lonely silver rank enhancer named Lin Mo, destined to polish gear while others fought and died. 300 years ago, the dimensional gates opened. Monsters flooded the world, and only those who awakened combat professions could resist extinction. But life is cruel, and fate? Even crueler. While his classmates awakened legendary classes, Lin Mo awakened the weakest job in existence. His dream of becoming a warrior? Shattered. Until, ding, a mysterious system bound to his soul. Invincible enhancement system activated. Success rates visible. Enhance anything, without failure. And the world changed. A rusty sword? Plus 999 enhancement cuts mountains like tofu. A basic pistol? Plus 999 1 bullet, 1 mushroom cloud. A simple grenade? Plus 999 10,000 meter kill radius. He wasn't a warrior. He wasn't a mage. He wasn't a hero. He was something far more terrifying. A man who turns weapons into world enders. Other nations whisper in fear. Why can't we break their defenses? How do they destroy calamity gates like bugs? And as humanity watches in awe and terror, Lin Mo just shrugs. I'm not strong. I just upgrade things. But when a single pistol shot can erase a city, what happens when his enemies finally realize he's not a support unit at all? He's humanity's final catastrophe, and its ultimate hope. From weakest class to the strongest existence. This is the invincible enhancer. At 3:45 a.m. today, the United States captured a catastrophic domain gate and successfully closed it. In the Neon capital, a catastrophic dimensional gate suddenly appeared, unleashing a massive invasion of demonic creatures and leveling 1/10 of the city. The various departments have been filled with a large number of professionals, which has strengthened the defenses against various monsters. It is hoped that in the future, more 8th and 9th tier powerhouses, and even king-level experts, will emerge. Lin Mo flipped through the TV, and all the information was related to the domain gate. He glanced at the calendar. It was already June 6, 299 AD, and he was 18 years old. Today marks the start of a collective professional awakening for all young people who have turned 18, a day of great significance for the entire world. The awakening will last for 3 days, conducted in batches. Lin Mo went to the second bedroom and took out a box of incense from the drawer of the cabinet. Mom and Dad, please bless your son to find a good job so that I can avenge you. Looking at the black and white photos on the wall, Lin Mo's eyes filled with tears. 3 years ago, a catastrophic portal suddenly appeared on the streets of Fengjing City, where the local garrison troops were stationed. His parents, without hesitation, went to the front lines to face the monsters that appeared. It should be noted that the monsters that appear in the disaster are at least B-rank monsters, while the main combat force consists of A-rank and special A-rank monsters. The area within a kilometer radius of the gate was reduced to ruins, and his parents died in that battle. Lin Mo didn't complain about anything. Since the emergence of the domain gate 300 years ago, death has been seen as a kind of relief by everyone. Only ordinary people would complain. He had only one thought in his mind: to kill more monsters to avenge his parents. Now that I'm 18, it's time to awaken my professional potential. He secretly hoped to awaken a powerful combat class, but he dared not even dream of an SSS level class. After all, his parents both had B-level professions, and he only hoped to be no less successful than them. Lin Mo inserted the lit incense into the incense burner and bowed again. Bless me. He turned and left the room. After arriving downstairs, I boarded a bus and headed towards the job change hall in the city center. According to written records, before the dimensional gate descended, divine stones fell from the sky. A voice appeared in the ears of all humanity, stating that anyone who had reached the age of 18 could awaken their profession through the divine stones. The professions are divided into combat, support, secondary professions, and miscellaneous professions. Among them, combat and support roles can go to the front lines, while secondary roles are similar to the logistics roles of the 2 roles above them. As for miscellaneous jobs, you should go out into the workforce. Painters, fishermen, gardeners, and so on are all miscellaneous professions, and it is almost impossible for these professions to contribute to the defense of the domain gate. In Lin Mo's mind, the first goal is to awaken a combat class, and the second goal is to become a support class. These 2 professions are the ones with the best chance of going to the front lines. Even if you awaken an F-rank profession, you still have a chance, but you just can't go to the highest battlefield. I hope I can awaken an SSS level lightning type profession. TCH, you're overthinking it. An A-rank lightning type profession is still possible, but an SSS rank 1 might not appear for several years. I'm different. I want to awaken the support ability. I've heard that all support characters are girls. Damn it, you loser, women only slow down your sword drawing speed. Upon hearing the last person's words, Lin Mo looked up and saw a fat man weighing over 200 pounds. However, he still agreed with the statement that if you want to hunt monsters, you shouldn't be influenced by the outside world. The bus soon arrived in the city center. We've arrived at the Hall of Professional Awakening. Lin Mo followed the people in front of him and got off the bus. Looking at the incongruous buildings on the other side of the street, he felt uneasy. Following the flow of people, Lin Mo arrived at the Awakening Hall. There are 10 minutes left until 9 o'clock. The awakening will begin at 9 o'clock. Lin Mo glanced around and saw that the entire hall was almost full of people, numbering around 2,000, and this was in the morning. The awakening lasted for 3 days and involved approximately 7,000 people. Keep in mind that this is the population of an entire province. Compared to the national population of less than 500 million, this number is already quite high. In 300 years, the population of China has plummeted from 1.5 billion to 500 million, and has remained stable at 500 million for many years. Other countries have much smaller populations. 9 o'clock. A middle-aged man walked up to the platform above. Silence. Everyone who wants to change jobs, please line up. The noise subsided. Everyone stood still, while Lin Mo stood at the back. Anyway, it's all based on the number, so it doesn't matter where you stand. As numbers were read out, people stepped forward one by one to change jobs. However, most people are aware that the jobs they are offered are of poor quality, and they are mostly miscellaneous jobs. The only combat professions that have appeared are all E-rank and F-rank professions, and it will obviously take a lot of time for them to get to the front line. Suddenly, a commotion arose ahead. Normally, no one would bother with this kind of situation. Holy crap! This thing looks awesome. What kind of profession is this? An uproar arose from ahead. A burly boy stood in front of the divine stone, which shone brightly. Then, a shield with mysterious patterns appeared above the divine stone. This is a magic shield warrior. Several elderly people sitting nearby watched the scene before them with excitement. The magic shield warrior represents powerful combat strength, capable of withstanding both physical and magical attacks. At higher levels, they can even unleash shields powerful enough to protect a town or even a city, making them one of the most powerful protective classes. Come join our covered mobile force, and I'll give you the best resources. What good things do you have there? You should come to our border post. We'll give you the best treatment. No, you should join our garrison. Protecting the city and its people is the best place for you. The people at the top were arguing heatedly. After all, this was the first A-level profession of the day. Lin Mo looked at the muscular boy above with some envy. Could it be that body size is related to occupation? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Priests seem to be very thin and weak, while shield warriors are mostly very strong. Lin Mo looked at himself, who was 175 centimeters tall and weighed less than 110 kgs, and was a little too thin. I wonder what profession will awaken. Support class, priest. Combat type, wind mage. Support combat class, combat priest. Some were happy, some were sad. Soon it was Lin Mo's turn, and he placed his hand on the divine stone. A silver mechanical object bearing mysterious symbols appeared behind him. Secondary profession, B-rank silver enhancer, very good. I hope you can become a great enhancer in the future. The person in charge of the job transfer offered words of encouragement. Lin Mo was astonished. One of his parents is a combatant and the other is a support, while he himself is a secondary profession. Although it is also a B-rank, its combat ability is practically non-existent except for its weapons. It has only ever had one skill, enhancement. How could this possibly lead to a battlefield? Lin Mo felt a pang of disappointment. His wish could not be fulfilled. However, a voice rang out, and Lin Mo looked around in surprise. Ding! Suitable host found. Invincible enhancer system successfully bound. Alright, you can go now. Others still need to awaken. Seeing Lin Mo looking around, the person in charge of awakening couldn't help but frown. Excuse me, teacher, I'll go down now. Lin Mo hurriedly walked off the stage. P.S. Domain levels are disaster level, calamity level, catastrophe level, calamity level, natural disaster level, god level. Lin Mo found a dark corner and stood inside. If you don't look closely, you won't even notice that there's someone here. Lin Mo felt that he had indeed heard a sound just now. Was it just his imagination? Ding! New player gift pack has been sent. Do you want to open it? Lin Mo looked around. Where was the sound coming from? Host, simply speak to me in your mind. System? How did you come into my mind? Lin Mo was somewhat bewildered by the voice appearing in his mind. It couldn't be that he had a mental problem, could it? The time will come and you will be informed. And don't worry, you don't have any mental problems. Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't him who was in trouble. Ding! New player gift pack has been sent. Do you want to open it? Open. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained an enhanced monitor, soulbound. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have earned 100 points. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the unique skill, absorb. The entire newbie gift pack contains only 3 items. Enhanced display. Each time an item is enhanced, the success rate of the enhancement will be automatically displayed in your mind. Absorption. When others use weapons enhanced by the host to kill monsters, the host can also gain a certain percentage of experience points, up to a maximum of 10%. Lin Mo looked at the descriptions of the 2 items, his face lighting up with excitement. What enhancers fear most is the success rate. Although it is a silver level enhancer, there is still a possibility that it may fail to enhance to level 6 or higher. People prefer to find enhancers who possess purple, gold, or even red enhancers, because their foundational strength is much higher. The enhancement tools used by enhancement masters come in 5 colors: black, silver, purple, gold, and red. The basic enhancement has a 100% success rate, corresponding to a success rate of 5 to 9, and the success rate decreases with each subsequent enhancement. The highest enhanced weapon known to date is a spear that has been enhanced 16 times and is in the hands of a 9th tier expert. As for what the limit is, nobody knows. Lin Mo took a deep breath, but that was still far from enough. System, what do I need to do if I want to increase the success rate of enhancement to 100%? He didn't believe the system only had this one function. The first method is to remove and put the item back in to check the success rate again. The second method involves inserting other equipment in between to adjust the probability for the next attempt. The third method, which is also the simplest and most convenient, is to use points. The host can explore this on their own. I see. So that's what integration is for. How do I earn points? The host will receive 100% points for defeating monsters, and will receive 5%-50% points for defeating monsters using the host's weapons. Therefore, the more weapons the host upgrades, the more points the host will receive. The higher the upgrade level, the more points the host will receive. Lin Mo was excited. This system was amazing. Wouldn't that mean that others could gain both experience and points by using his enhanced weapons? Perhaps in the future, he will become the first enhancement master in history with a 100% success rate at the 9th rank. It should be noted that the highest level enhancement master is only at the 4th rank, and their level up is simply for the purpose of having a healthy body. Most enhancement masters are only at the 2nd or 3rd tier. This system seems tailor-made for him. Everyone has successfully awakened this morning. All awakened individuals are requested to leave the main hall. I wish you all success in your respective fields, and let us work together for the rise of China. The closed doors opened, and everyone left in an orderly fashion. Sigh, what's the point of trying? I awakened a chef. Do you even need to awaken something like that? The chef is so amazing. The food he makes can stop bleeding, restore strength, and even restore energy. But that would take so many years of study, and my family doesn't have that much money for that. Alright, I'm still a gardener. I only have one ability to accelerate ripening, and using it once will take a whole day. Throughout the assessment area, many people were dissatisfied with their profession, since not everyone can awaken combat and support professions. Lin Mo followed the flow of people into a car and returned home. He sat down on the sofa and turned on the system. A transparent panel appeared in front of him. Lin Mo opened his personal information. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 100. Skill, absorb. That's it? Lin Mo looked at the simple panel in front of him, feeling somewhat at a loss. Was it really that simple? System, did you forget to display something? Why are there only 4 items? Host, I am the invincible enhancer system, not the invincible system. Displaying the score is enough. Okay. Having it is enough, why ask for so much? After closing the system panel, Lin Mo focused his mind, and a blue panel different from the system panel appeared. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, 0, 0/10. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Average is 10. Number of points available, 0. Exclusive Skill, Enhancement. General Skills, none. After awakening, everyone will have such a data panel, which only they can see. In addition, various equipment also have data. The prerequisite is that these equipment incorporate materials from the domain gate. Without materials from the domain gate, no data will be generated. People speculate that this situation is most likely due to the influence of the domain gate. Lin Mo looked at his data and fell into deep thought. Although he does not like exercise, prefers to lie in bed and rest, likes to eat all kinds of junk food, and likes to drink sugary drinks. But, what's with the fact that my attributes aren't up to the average person's level? I'm supposed to be a spirited 18-year-old, okay? Having been single for 18 years, wouldn't it be better to have higher agility and stamina? There must be a mistake, he's not that weak. Lin Mo glanced at the dumbbells that were covered in dust on the ground, walked over, and gently picked them up to take a look. 10 kilograms, give it a try. They started doing it with their hands, one up and one down. However, after 10 thrusts, Lin Mo blushed. After 20 thrusts, Lin Mo was panting. 22 times, Lin Mo gave up. I'm just an enhancement master, what use do I have for such good physical fitness? Shaw. Lin Mo sat back on the sofa with a clear conscience and gently pushed the dumbbells back with his foot. He opened his mobile banking app and glanced at his bank card. The card had a balance of 2 million yuan, which was the remaining pension money for his parents. Mom and Dad, your son has become a silver enhancer. Don't worry, your son values his life. When I'm confident, I'll go to fight in the domain gate. Looking at the money in his hand, Lin Mo put on his clothes and prepared to leave. How can a reinforcement specialist not have their own shop? The neighborhood where Lin Mo lives is very new, only 7 or 8 years old, and it was purchased by Lin Mo's parents. The residential complex is located near the East 2nd Ring Road, which is a very good location. When I got downstairs, there were many pedestrians on the street. Lin Mo leisurely arrived at a real estate agency. There's no other way, if I let him find the shop himself, it will take a long time. Although real estate agencies charge a commission, finding a suitable property can be much simpler. Ding-a-ling. Welcome, sir. Are you looking to rent or buy a property? An agent quickly came forward. Whether it works out or not, it's always good to leave a good impression. Hello, I'd like to buy a small storefront to open a power-up shop. The agent was taken aback. He hadn't expected this ordinary-looking young man to be a professional. Moreover, it's a very lucrative profession. Keep in mind that even a black iron level enhancer costs 500 yuan for each enhancement. Even the consumable enhancement stones are brought by the consumers themselves, making it a surefire way to make money. The agent sized up Lin Mo, who was over 1.7 meters tall, which was somewhat short in this era. It's quite surprising that someone with an ordinary appearance and ordinary clothes could afford a house. But thinking about it, it makes sense. With the population decreasing, housing prices have dropped many times over. He recalled reading in a book that housing prices were at their peak in 20XX. It's unimaginable that housing prices in ordinary first-tier cities can reach around 18,000 yuan per square meter. There's a commercial street nearby, a place where professionals often go to buy goods. However, there are already 2 enhancement shops there. I don't know if you'd be interested in that, but it's only about 200 meters away. If you don't want to be near other enhancement shops, then you'll have to go to those ordinary places. But very few professionals go to those places. You should understand that if you're in business, professionals who open shops like to gather in clusters, because that's how they attract customers. Unless your store is very well known, customers won't come to you on their own no matter where you go. But Lin Mo is clearly not in this category. How much do the shops on the commercial street cost? The prices here are still very cheap, only 8,000 yuan per square meter. There's a shop located at the end of the street. To be precise, the building isn't on the commercial street. But you should know that the buildings on the commercial street have been sold since they appeared, and you can't buy them now. Lin Mo frowned. Business must be bad if it's not located on the street. But there's nothing we can do about it. Is it at the end of the street, outside? It's not that it's unacceptable. Let's go take a look first. Alright, sir, you can call me Xiao Wang. May I ask your surname? My surname is Linear. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a commercial street 200 meters away. Apart from a few restaurants and beverage shops, the rest of the street was filled with shops selling goods to professionals. Blacksmith shops, tailor shops, medicine shops, enhancement shops, etc. Lin Mo even saw a shop that offered fortune telling. Mr. Lin, we are currently at the end of the commercial street. As you can see, this is actually just a side road. There are very few pedestrians and vehicles, and the flow of people around the shops is not very large. Although Wang Qing really wanted to sell the house, he didn't want others to cause him trouble, so he decided to clarify everything. Lin Mo looked at the 4th shop at the end of the commercial street. Actually, the location wasn't too bad. In the 10 minutes he spent there, Lin Mo also saw 3 or 4 professionals. However, most of the customers have already been taken away by the 2 specialty stores in the commercial street. And also, let's do it here and sign the contract. Lin Mo waved his hand. Ha, you signed it already? The apartment is 60 square meters, priced at 8,000 yuan per square meter, so the total price is 480,000 yuan. With all the miscellaneous items added up, the total cost is at most 550,000 yuan. Including the renovation, the total cost is a little over 600,000 yuan, within Lin Mo's acceptable range. Wang Qing was surprised that it worked on the first try. He had originally wanted to take Lin Mo to a few more commercial streets that were further away. The prices there are cheaper than here, but there are fewer people, since it's farther away. The two crossed the commercial street again, and Lin Mo saw the enhancement shop. A golden sign for enhancement devices hung on the side of the storefront, indicating that this was a shop run by a gold-level enhancement master. The other one also had a golden enhancement device hanging on it. If Lin Mo were to open a shop, he could only hang a silver sign. That afternoon, Lin Mo purchased the 60 square meter shop in full at the real estate agency. I found a renovation company and spent a week renovating the house. A brand new shop was thus handed over to Lin Mo. Lin Mo stood in the shop. The counter was still empty, and the shelves behind it were also empty. The items sold in the enhancement shop are actually quite similar to those sold in the blacksmith shop. However, the blacksmith shop sells equipment that it forges itself. The enhancement shop sells enhanced equipment. Generally speaking, the equipment enhanced by enhancement shops is usually not enhanced to a very high level, as they don't want to incur any losses themselves. Therefore, the equipment displayed in the two shops on the commercial street is generally +7, and their prized possessions are only +9 equipment. Lin Mo strongly suspected that they had directly purchased the equipment from a specialist who possessed a red-level enhancer. None of this mattered to Lin Mo, because he could actually see the success rate. In the work area, Lin Mo released his ability, and a silver enhancer appeared on the ground. Lin Mo put a long sword into the enhancer. Lin Mo suspected that the enhancer contained a dimensional space, since the long sword, which was clearly larger than the enhancer, could be easily placed inside. Enhancement item, broken standard longsword. Success rate, 100%. Should I enhance it? In Lin Mo's eyes, a transparent panel appeared. He clicked enhance, and a +1 longsword appeared. As enhancement stones were added, the longsword and the enhancer reached +6. Enhancement item, broken standard longsword +6. Success rate, 100%. Should I enhance it? Whether it's true or not, this will be the moment to tell. Lin Mo clicked to enhance. With a ding, the longsword inside became +7. This proves that the success rate of the enhancement is real. Lin Mo did not take out the longsword, but prepared to continue strengthening it. Upgrade item, broken standard longsword +7. Success rate, 70%. Should I enhance it? Although the success rate is already quite high, Lin Mo still wants to try to see if the success rate can really be adjusted as the system says. So Lin Mo took out a +7 longsword and put it back in. The success rate dropped from 70% to 30%. It really works. I tried 4 or 5 times and the success rate was 100%. Lin Mo clicked enhance, and a +8 longsword appeared in the enhancer. Lin Mo didn't rush to activate the next enhancement. Instead, he took out his longsword and prepared to check its attributes. Weapon, broken standard longsword +8. Broken standard longsword +8, normal. Equipment level, LV1. Durability, 10/10. Damage, 4 to 7, +8. Additional information, none. Lin Mo stroked his chin. This enhancement doesn't seem to be very useful. One level of enhancement only increases it by 1? He thought for a moment, then put the longsword back into the enhancer. After several adjustments and half an hour of work, the weapon was finally upgraded to +13. It's not that he doesn't want to move up, it's just that it takes more and more time and isn't worth it. Broken standard longsword +13, normal. Equipment level, LV1. Durability, 10/10. Damage, 4 to 7, +17. Additional stat, attack power +10%. The damage has been increased by 17 points, and there is also an additional attribute. It seems that the more times you enhance it, the better the attributes become. It's just that the equipment used is so bad that it looks bad. It's not a big problem. There will be plenty of opportunities to test it when someone comes to our door later. It's not that Lin Mo doesn't want to use good equipment for testing. One reason is that good equipment is too expensive, and another is that the success rate is already very low, unless he spends points. It's really not worth the loss. Seeing the weapon's attributes, Lin Mo was filled with hope. As long as you level up and wear a set of equipment with a level of +20 or higher, it's not impossible to enter the domain gate for combat. The next day, a store called 100% Success Enhancement Store opened at the back of the commercial street. Everyone who passed by laughed at the shop. Even a master with a red-level enhancer wouldn't dare to guarantee 100% success. He's so arrogant. This shop probably doesn't want to stay open. I guess he's another one who's obsessed with money. Only a fool would go there. It's probably a shop that makes a quick buck and then closes down. There are just too many of these kinds of shops now, and the market regulators don't even bother to do anything about it. Keep in mind that once you upgrade to +10, the difficulty increases exponentially. There is a limit to the number of times a weapon can be upgraded. The more times an upgrade fails, the higher the probability of the weapon breaking. They usually break after only 2 uses, and may not be able to be strengthened afterward. Repairing such a weapon would cost a lot of money, so no one would gamble on it lightly. Lin Mo was unaware of the situation outside, He was writing something on a blackboard inside the shop. I need to upgrade my weapons myself. For the first 3 days, I can just charge for the enhancement stones. If I bring my own, then it's free. I hope that way I can enhance more equipment. The more weapons I enhance, the more opportunities one have to upgrade, and the more points I get. I'm really a genius. After finishing the last stroke, Lin Mo placed the blackboard at the doorway. Passers-by were somewhat interested in the words above, but unfortunately, no one actually came to visit. The blackboard read, "New store opening, bring your own enhancement stones for free enhancement, or we'll compensate you with 10 times the enhancement stones if the enhancement fails." Lin Mo didn't encounter a single customer all morning. Looking at the pedestrians passing by outside the window from time to time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't what I've written enough? Forget it, let's just wait. After lunch, Lin Mo continued to wait. Finally, at 2 p.m., someone came in. Ding-a-ling. "Hello, is what you wrote on the outside true?" A woman wearing leather armor and with fiery red hair walked in. Lin Mo glanced at her and thought, she really has a great figure. Of course it's true. May I ask what equipment you would like to upgrade? The woman hesitated for a moment, then took out a longbow and placed it on the counter. Could you upgrade this weapon to +11 for me? Lin Mo picked up the longbow and glanced at it. Flying Feather Longbow, Advanced. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 28-30 seconds. Damage, 21-30. Additional, Agility +8. Strength +12. Not bad at all. It's actually a high-level piece of equipment. This is great stuff. This woman used her enhanced weapon. She'll gain a lot of experience points just by hunting monsters. Do you have any enhancement stones? If not, blue enhancement stones are 100 each. Different levels of equipment require different colored enhancement stones to enhance, which is one of the reasons why high-quality enhanced equipment is rare. Yes, I brought it. The woman took out 30 blue-quality enhancement stones. Enhancement stones are not only the basic material for enhancing equipment, but also an important material for increasing the success rate of enhancement. The only downside is that you can only put 2 pieces in at most. If we could put in more pieces, we could have plenty of highly enhanced equipment. The woman was actually quite anxious. If she weren't so short of money, she would definitely have chosen the red enhancer. Lin Mo placed the weapon into the enhancer and clicked Enhance. After the enhancement reached +6, the woman kept her eyes glued to the machine. She only saw Lin Mo take the weapon out and put it back in, and the enhancement was successful. A moment later, she took out another weapon, enhanced it, and then put it back into her original weapon, successfully enhancing it as well. A moment later, Lin Mo was seen taking out weapons again and again, occasionally putting other equipment in to enhance them, but not hers. Although she couldn't understand why, she had already succeeded with her longbow 9 times. Her eyes lit up. This person seemed interesting. He was actually using this method to increase the success rate of enhancements. What a genius! A 100% enhancement? Is it really true? An hour later, Lin Mo took the longbow out of the machine. Feathered Longbow +11, Advanced. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 28-30 seconds. Damage, 21-30, +21. Additional, Agility +8. Strength +12. Attack power +20%. Seeing this attribute, Lin Mo roughly calculated the enhancement benefits. Enhancements up to level 10 would increase attack power by 6%-8%, while enhancements after level 10 would increase it by about 10%. However, the specifics will depend on the other equipment available later. He now hopes to have a high-level weapon to test it out. As for the additional bonuses, they should appear after the enhancement level exceeds 10. I don't know if you get one for every 10 upgrades, or if there are other conditions. I don't understand. Here you go, beautiful lady. Seeing that Lin Mo had actually upgraded the weapon to +11, her eyes lit up. Maybe it really could work. Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Zhang Lingyu. Lin Mo. The two shook hands, and Lin Mo waited for her to continue. There must be a reason why the other person suddenly introduces themselves. I'd like to ask, what's the highest level you can enhance? Zhang Lingyu asked earnestly. To be honest, he hesitated. Although we are all human beings, there are also bad apples among humans. If he said he could be infinitely enhanced, would he be arrested? Even if he isn't taken away by this woman, what if others find out about this? Will they be taken away, or even placed under house arrest? This kind of thing has happened before. Perhaps sensing Lin Mo's hesitation, Zhang Lingyu took out an ID card from her pocket and handed it to Lin Mo. Name, Zhang Lingyu. Position, Senior Colonel. Affiliation, Garrison Headquarters. It turned out to be someone from the Garrison Headquarters, and a Senior Colonel at that. Should I believe her? Although she's from Kyoto, you can't judge a book by its cover. My documents are all here, what else do you need to worry about? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with a helpless expression. She had already visited 4 shops today, and this was the 5th. The first 4 people answered all my questions, so why is this person being so cautious here? I'm an official, is it really necessary? Can I ask what you need to do? Lin Mo asked after a moment's hesitation. What's wrong with the government? Those officials at the grassroots level aren't exactly kind to ordinary people like us. We just want to find some excellent enhancement engineers to cooperate with. As long as they meet the requirements, weapons and equipment from the local area or even other cities will be sent over for enhancement. This is also a way to fight against monsters, but this measure has only been implemented for less than 10 years. No wonder he didn't remember it. It turned out to be a policy that had just been introduced 10 years ago. There is a book in the library that records all kinds of policies, from the time the domain gate appeared until now. But less than 1% of the policies are truly effective. After all, it's a monster, so many things aren't suitable for it. Therefore, people only glance at subsequent policies. They pay more attention to those that concern them, but mostly forget about those that don't. A policy only becomes truly well known after significant achievements have been made. Clearly, the so-called official cooperation with the enhancement masters has not been very effective. In Lin Mo's view, only those that are gold and red have a chance. As for others, their chances are almost zero. But I'm just a silver level enhancer, I probably don't meet your requirements. Lin Mo was willing to cooperate, since he could only gain experience for leveling up and points for enhancement by hunting monsters while enhancing weapons. That's what I thought when I first came in, just trying it out. I didn't expect you to actually be able to upgrade to level 11, that's why I wanted to ask you. Zhang Yuling felt that she had received more explanations today than all week combined. But regarding Lin Mo's actions just now, she genuinely believed that he was capable. Then let me ask, how high can the highest level enhancement currently go? A red level enhancer in Fengjing has a 60% chance of enhancing a weapon to level 14, but only a 20% chance of enhancing it to level 15. And 16, that's the only one left. Zhang Lingyu's eyes were fixed on Lin Mo. She saw no surprise, but rather a hint of disdain. Sure enough, Lin Mo definitely has a way to increase the success rate of enhancements, it's just a matter of how many levels he can enhance to. Actually, my success rate in enhancing is not high. I only have a 70% success rate when enhancing to level 13, and only 40% when enhancing to level 14. Lin Mo looked embarrassed. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. If I hadn't seen your expression just now, I almost would have believed it. Alright, you're already quite good as a silver level player. Register your information and I'll arrange for someone to contact you later. Zhang Lingyu took a notebook out of her backpack and handed it to Lin Mo. When Lin Mo opened it, there was no information recorded inside. However, seeing the marks left after it was torn in the middle, I understood. I guess they didn't want to leak these people's information. After filling in the information, Lin Mo handed it to the other party. He's certainly willing to cooperate, but he still needs to retain some self-protection capabilities. It's not too late to confront the other party once you have a set of highly enhanced equipment. When Zhang Lingya saw the message, a smile involuntarily appeared on her lips. You little brat, you can't escape this time. Then I'll be going now. Someone will be coming in a few days. Lin Mo nodded and watched Zhang Lingya leave. After she left, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief, almost blurting it out. After walking away, Zhang Lingya turned her head and glanced at Lin Mo's shop, then took out her phone from her clothes. Hey, send someone over here. Use high-quality equipment and have them tested. As for the enhancement level, let's go with level 15. The price is up to them. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingya stood at a distance, looking at Lin Mo's shop. We'll soon find out how many levels you can enhance. This is the first time I've met someone who doubts me. What has this person been through? It seems Feng Jing should investigate this thoroughly. Some people really think too highly of themselves. She's been suspected more than once or twice in the past few days, but she just didn't pay attention at first. In the past 2 days, especially today, she contacted 4 people this morning, and 2 of them looked suspicious and refused to cooperate no matter what she said. As for Lin Mo, he had a similar experience, so it would be unreasonable not to take action now. Zhang Lingyu made a phone call to her superior and then disappeared down the road. Lin Mo sat in the shop, searching for information on his phone. After going through countless hardships, Lin Mo finally found the policy guiding document on cooperation with enhancement divisions to create the strongest enhanced weapon force. Wow, I didn't expect there really is one. Lin Mo glanced at it briefly, and it was pretty much what Zhang Lingyu had said. However, his own situation is somewhat special. According to the system, as long as he operates properly, he can easily enhance his weapon to level 16, let alone level 30 or 40. As long as you have enough points, the success rate of enhancement will always be 100%. It's a pity I only have 100 points right now, which isn't enough to do anything. As for upgrading his weapons, Lin Mo had considered it. Combat classes have some offensive capabilities, while support classes can team up with combat classes. And since he's a secondary profession, who would team up with him? You can only rely on yourself. So he's not in a hurry for now. He planned to wait until he reached level 10 before making a decision. Just as Lin Mo was pondering, the door was pushed open again. A man in his 20s walked in. How much do you charge for enhancements here? For the first 3 days of opening, we'll only charge for enhancement stones. If you bring your own enhancement stones, it'll be free. I do have enhancement stones, but I want to enhance to level 15. I don't know if that's possible. Lin Mo frowned and looked the man up and down. Why would you choose to upgrade to level 15 here? The man had already guessed that Lin Mo would ask this question. Isn't your shop name 100% success? Besides, there's a sign at your door saying that if the enhancement fails, you'll get 10 times the enhancement stones back. No matter how you look at it, I'm not losing out. Then the man suddenly realized, oh, I see. You're not good enough at all, are you? It's all just a gimmick. You can't reach that level at all. So that's how it is. After the man finished speaking, he shook his head from time to time, saying that he was a fool for actually believing it. Give me the weapon, but the free upgrade only goes up to level 10. You'll have to pay for anything after that. Lin Mo originally didn't intend to charge money, since he needed to gain experience and points from this item, but he didn't like listening to what this man was saying. Here you go. Make sure you succeed, or you won't be able to afford the consequences. Lin Mo glanced at the weapons and enhancement stones on the table, and his lips twitched. We can afford to pay the compensation, but it will be a significant blow. Lin Mo reached out and placed his hand on the weapon. Snap! His hand was held down. You haven't said how much money you want afterward. I need to see if I have enough money on me. The man stared intently at Lin Mo, as if trying to see right through him. Lin Mo withdrew his hand, feeling uncomfortable under his gaze. This man's eyes were somewhat frightening. Regarding the price, Lin Mo thought for a moment and decided that his price couldn't be too high or too low. Starting from 11, it's all 10,000 yuan. The man looked at Lin Mo with disdain. Your price is higher than that of a refiner with a purple level enhancer, and it's the same price as a gold level enhancer. You're a real swindler. Lin Mo was speechless. If it weren't for your nagging, I would have upgraded it for you without charging you a single penny. Once he gains fame, he plans to set his price even higher than that of a red enhancer. After all, charging you 100,000 for a 100% success rate enhancement is reasonable, right? And charging 10 million for a custom-made product is reasonable, right? For personalized customization to work, his abilities must also be improved. The man took out a bank card, swiped the card. If it doesn't reach 15, you'll have to pay me 550,000. Wait, how come it's 550,000? At most, we'll give you 10 times the amount of enhancement stones and return the money you paid. Tisk tisk, didn't get fooled. We'll try a different place next time, the man muttered under his breath. Lin Mo's lips twitched. What kind of people are these? He took out a card reader and took 50,000 yuan from the man. If you want me to lose money, you can dream on. Lin Mo reached out and took the weapon in his hand. It was indeed a good item. Excellent knight's longsword, purple. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 34/40. Damage, 356 to 411. Additional, light attribute attack. Strength plus 40. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Damage dealt to humanoid monsters plus 50%. With 4 additional attributes, it truly lives up to its purple quality reputation. It's definitely different. Without saying a word, Lin Mo put the weapon directly into the enhancer and started enhancing it. The young man didn't care at all about the first 6 enhancements. The young man's name was Zhang Shuo, and he was a teammate that Zhang Lingyu had brought over. His purpose in coming was to see if Lin Mo could upgrade the weapon to level 15 in one go. If Lin Mo could really do it, then their mission would be complete. So far this year, in Fengjing, they've only found 1 or 2 that can reliably upgrade to plus 13. While they claim a 60% chance of reaching plus 14, that's mostly boasting. Reaching level 13 is already quite remarkable, especially considering that person was a red level enhancement master. Lin Mo quickly completed the first 6 enhancements. Seeing this, Zhang Shuo focused his attention and watched Lin Mo's actions. Lin Mo took out some equipment and put it in, and the weapon was upgraded to level 8. Then he took out some more equipment and put it in, and the weapon was upgraded to level 11. What exactly is the principle behind this? Zhang Shuo and Zhang Lingyu shared the same thought. They couldn't understand how the other party had managed to do it. When Zhang Shuo first received Zhang Lingyu's call, he didn't want to come, but the other party is of a higher level than him, so he has no choice but to come. But after seeing this, he felt that the trip was worthwhile. Lin Mo frowned as he looked at the prompt in his eyes. It seems it will take some time. Enhancement item, excellent knight's longsword, purple, plus 11. Success rate, 45%. Should I enhance it? In fact, Lin Mo had already slowed down after upgrading to level 10. I took out the weapon again and again, and the success rate displayed on it kept hovering between 40% and 80%. Keep in mind that a single enhancement stone increases the success rate by 5%, and even that cannot reach 100%. Lin Mo didn't want to fail, because failure would mean losing 10 times the amount, and a purple enhancement stone was worth 500 yuan. I've already taken over 1,000,000 classes, and it's not enough to keep up with all the work. The purple level 40 equipment I have would cost at least 400,000 to buy. However, once the enhancement is successful, selling it for 2 million is not a problem. Lin Mo said without turning his head, "It might take a while. Why don't you leave first and come back at 7 p.m.? It's already past 3 o'clock, and Lin Mo estimates it will take at least 4 hours. Of course, if he uses points, the speed is actually quite fast. Lin Mo doesn't plan to use it until he has a stable way to obtain points. He has plenty of time, he can just wait it out. If you're lucky, it might not even take until 7 o'clock. No need, I'll just wait here." How could Zhang Shuo leave? His mission here was to see just how capable he was. Lin Mo was a little puzzled. This person seemed strange. Normally, he would go out to take care of his own business first. Is the other party worried that he will swallow his weapon? Thinking of this, Lin Mo pursed his lips. Half an hour later, the weapon was upgraded to plus 12. At 4:30, the weapon was upgraded to plus 13. At 6 o'clock, the weapon was upgraded to plus 14. Lin Mo glanced at the clock on the wall, it was almost 6:30. It was really tough. At this moment, he even considered using his points to upgrade his weapon to level 15 and get the man to leave quickly. The main reason is that he's hungry and wants to eat. Enhancement item Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, plus 14. Success rate 80%. Should I enhance it? This is the highest enhancement value we've encountered in the past half hour. Should we end this now? Lin Mo put in 2 enhancement stones, bringing the success rate to 90%. Seeing this, Zhang Shuo was shocked. Could it really be possible to succeed? Having observed Lin Mo for so long, Zhang Shuo had also discerned some of his patterns. He knew that as long as Lin Mo put in the strengthening stone, the next attempt would definitely be successful. I put other equipment in there, I don't know why, but I suppose it has its purpose. However, it seems that success is on the horizon. Although it takes a lot of time, the success rate is 100%. You should know that a single failure causes irreversible damage to the equipment. Looking at the numbers in front of him, Lin Mo gritted his teeth and directly invested 10 points, making the success rate 100%. Strengthen. Finish early so you can go home and have dinner. With a ding, it was a success. Lin Mo took the weapon out of the enhancer. Excellent Knight's Longsword, purple, plus 15. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 34/40ths. Damage, 356 to 411, plus 601. Additional, light attribute attack. Strength plus 40. Agility plus 50. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Damage dealt to humanoid monsters plus 50%. Wow, so the damage was increased by that much. Lin Mo recorded the stat increases from enhancement level 1 to enhancement level 15, and roughly calculated the increased damage. It really did follow a pattern. I just don't know if the value will change again after it reaches 16. Looking at this data, Lin Mo couldn't help but think that with a set of plus 20 equipment, leveling up should be very fast. For you. Zhang Shuo swallowed hard, took the weapon, and his eyes widened instantly. Holy crap. PS, enhancer level colors, black, silver, purple, gold, red. Weapon quality, common, white, high grade, blue, rare, purple, epic, gold, mythical, red. Enhancement stones, white stone 50, blue stone 100, purple stone 500, gold stone 1000, red stone 5000. Zhang Shuo was shocked when he saw the weapon data. Although he watched Lin Mo strengthen it, he knew it was successful. But when I actually got my hands on it, I was truly shocked. It's important to know that the highest known enhancement level is 16, and there may be some unknown weapons and equipment as well. This was the first time Zhang Shuo had ever held it in his hands. He also has an enhanced weapon, but its level is only 10. He had to hire a gold level enhancer who broke 2 weapons to create it. Zhang Shuo dared not go any higher. His gaze toward Lin Mo was now burning with passion. Upon seeing this, Lin Mo quickly retreated. What? I'm an enhancement specialist, I sell my skills, not my body. Zhang Shuo's lips twitched. What the hell? Performing but not selling one's body. He glanced at the weapon in his hand, and if it weren't for the mission he was on, he would have handed it to Lin Mo right now. Let him upgrade himself to level 16. I've given you the weapon, now I'm closing the door. Lin Mo rubbed his stomach, he was really hungry. Oh, okay, thank you. Zhang Shuo put the weapons away, pushed open the door, and left. Lin Mo shook his head. What a strange person. He couldn't help but think of Zhang Lingyu from before. These two shouldn't have any connection, right? Lin Mo wasn't entirely sure either, since this person was already at plus 15 upon entering, which was somewhat suspicious. After all, a normal person who comes to a silver level enhancer can only enhance their weapon to level 6 at most, while someone who wants to take a gamble might enhance it to level 8. There's nothing we can do about it. Black tier enhancers make up about 70% of all enhancers. White tier enhancers account for 18%, purple tier for 8%, gold tier for 3%, and red tier for 1%. This is official data. The fees charged for each level are different. Lin Mo's price of 10,000 after upgrading to level 10 is quite expensive among white level enhancers, as it's the price for a gold level enhancer. Whether he succeeds or not, he'll earn 10,000, because he deserves it. The red level enhancement skill costs 20,000 per attempt. Some people might think this price is cheap, but it's actually not cheap at all. It's important to know that red enhancement masters don't lack for enhancing weapons. They can easily earn millions a day. Sigh, we still need to keep trying. Hopefully, more people will come tomorrow. Lin Mo was not satisfied with the fact that there were only 2 people today. Only when there are many people can one's own advantages be brought into play. Logically speaking, white-level enhancement specialists should not lack customers. But there's nothing he can do, it's his own fault for choosing such a bad location. There are 2 enhancers nearby who possess golden enhancers. It would be strange if they could outgun them. It is said that these 2 shops opened here after the commercial street was built, and have been here for more than 10 years. Unless he moves to another place, to a place with fewer enhancement shops. It's a pity I don't have the money. Zhang Shuo quickly returned to the team with his weapons. Captain, look. The first thing he did upon returning was to hand the weapon over to Zhang Lingyu. As soon as Zhang Lingyu returned to the team, she immediately reported the situation in Fengjing City. An investigation team would be sent down to inspect the city the next day. It's estimated that a batch of people will be dismissed in 2 or 3 days, making it easier for them to do their jobs. Zhang Lingyu took the weapon and was shocked. It really was a weapon enhanced to plus 15. As expected, Lin Mo had lied to her. How many weapons are upgraded to plus 15? Actually, quite a few. With enough money, you can always get a weapon upgraded to plus 15. However, the price of a weapon enhanced to plus 15 is enough to buy 10 weapons enhanced to plus 14, or even 20. Of course, if you're unlucky, buying 100 of them won't be a problem. Captain, what do we do now? Should we sign the contract directly, or report the situation? Lin Mo, this enhancement master, is really too strange. It really was a success in an instant. No, let others try tomorrow, but don't rush them to upgrade to level 15. Levels 8 to 15 are fine. Remember to let them be relaxed and casual, Zhang Lingyu instructed. By the way, ask the local garrison for some men, and send 10 men over every day. Just make sure they are upgraded to level 8, and have them record the success rate, noting any failures. Zhang Lingyu added another sentence. She was worried that since they all had high enhancement values, Lin Mo might become suspicious. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Lin Mo was very happy for the next week. Who says this location is bad? It's absolutely fantastic. People come as soon as I wake up in the morning, even though they come because it's free. But Lin Mo didn't care at all. He could already see experience points and points beckoning to him. Lin Mo even continued to provide free enhancements, offering enhancements as long as one had enhancement stones. Only, that number is way too low. Ding! Experience points plus 0.1, points plus 0.5. Ding! Experience points plus 0.5, points plus 0.25. Ding! Experience points plus 2, points plus 10. It's fine if it's a little less, but a lot is also acceptable. Lin Mo's system backend is receiving more than a dozen messages every minute. As the enhancements increase, more information pops up. After a week, Lin Mo's panel data changed. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, Tier 0, Level 5, 6/100. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Number of points available, 25. Exclusive skill, Enhancement. General skills, none. With his points rising to over 500, Lin Mo instantly became more assertive and no longer hesitated to spend his points. As for the allocation points, Lin Mo did not make any changes. After all, he hadn't figured out how to allocate the resources yet, since he was just an enhancement master, not a combat profession. Therefore, there is no attribute preference. He only had a general idea in mind, but the specific implementation would depend on the situation of weapons and equipment. After the last customer left, Lin Mo took out a longbow from under the counter. Hunter's longbow, advanced, plus 16. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 22/31. Damage 51 to 57, plus 101. Additional agility plus 12. Penetration plus 5. 150 damage, which is very close to the damage of a level 20 ordinary sword weapon and the damage of a level 10 rare sword weapon. This only applies to the bow itself, not even including the damage from the arrows. Good stuff, it will be usable in a while. It wasn't that Lin Mo didn't want to use good things, the main problem was that he was poor and couldn't afford them. After all, the upgrades have been free lately, so we haven't made any money at all. Otherwise, he would definitely buy a purple grade equipment. As for the level, it doesn't matter. As long as the attributes are good, he can use it even if it's only level 5. He can just keep upgrading it. Lin Mo put the longbow back under the counter, took out his phone, and prepared to close the shop. Ding! A message popped up, and Lin Mo clicked on it casually. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised when he saw the title. 87 key government officials in Fengjing City have been investigated and punished. The investigation team. Lin Mo glanced at them briefly and noticed that several of them were high-ranking officials. The scale of this operation was truly impressive. The environment seems to be much better now. At least for the next 2 years, no one should cause any trouble. Lin Mo closed the shop door and glanced at the time. It's really late today, it's already 7 o'clock. Even running your own shop doesn't allow you to rest earlier. Being a working person is really tough. Lin Mo decided to treat himself to something nice after working so hard. So he went to a barbecue restaurant near his home and ordered a sumptuous meal. Hey, did you see the news today? They dealt with so many people. If you ask me, the investigation team should have come sooner to see what kind of environment this place has become. Now that we've gone down, it's perfect timing. Now that the environment is better, I dare to go all out. You have no idea, back then I created a plus 13 armor, and it was taken away from me. Lin Mo ate while listening to the conversation behind him. Sure enough, we're all from the bottom of society. Being a reinforcement specialist is a very popular profession, provided you have a big enough reputation to be popular. Otherwise, who would know you? Lin Mo shook his head, deciding not to think about it anymore, since it had nothing to do with him anyway. I've received all the documents, are you sure? Confirmed. I arranged for 87 people to come to my home for enhancement this week, with a 100% success rate. Zhang Lingyu looked at the TV on the wall with excitement. The middle-aged man in the picture was also moved. That's 100% successful, and no one has been able to achieve it to this day. Even the most skilled practitioners only achieve a 70% success rate. The higher the enhancement level, the greater the chance of failure. Even among the recruited enhancement masters, the highest success rate is only 78%. I will report this matter. You should contact him first. It would be best if he could join the national team, but if he is unwilling, we will not force him. Thinking of Lin Mo's attitude that day, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but hesitate. What's wrong? Is it difficult? The middle-aged man's heart skipped a beat. He expressed doubt about my identity, and I sensed he might harbor resentment towards the authorities, making this mission somewhat difficult. If the higher UPS are truly concerned, could we have someone of a higher rank speak with him? Lin Mo, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. In fact, Lin Mo desperately wanted a stable customer base, but he was worried about his own safety. I'll go there myself tomorrow, the middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Zhang Lingyu's eyes widened. She had thought it was someone at the level of her superior, but she never expected it to be the highest-ranking officer in the department. Isn't this going a bit too far? What, you think this is beyond the scope of regulations? You still don't understand the strategic significance of this person. If your battalion commander were here, he would definitely understand. Zhang Lingyu smiled wryly. How could she possibly compare to the other person? He was the brigade leader, after all. Sir, I'll pick you up tomorrow. No need, just wait for me in your office. Get up early in the morning, pull up your pants and go to the outhouse, Tui. Wake up early, embrace the sun, full of positive energy. A new day has begun, I hope there will be more people today. Having tasted success, Lin Mo now hopes that more and more people will join in strengthening him. He glanced at his own panel. Hey, guess what? I leveled up again after taking a nap, that's awesome. Inside the shop. The morning passed just like that. Lin Mo lay on the recliner, looking at the door with a helpless expression. I didn't see a single person all morning, although I know today is Monday, a work day. But, what kind of working days do professionals even have? Forget it, let's just put the blackboard outside. Lin Mo looked at the blackboard on the ground. Should he continue offering it for free for a while longer, even at a loss, to build a reputation? After lunch, Lin Mo placed a screen behind the counter, behind which was where he kept the enhancers. After a week, Lin Mo realized that his method of enhancement was too likely to surprise people. So we put up a wooden board to cover it up. Lin Mo originally wanted to use a piece of frosted glass, but then he thought a screen would be more convenient, he could just stand it up. He then took a leather armor jacket from the cabinet and put it into the enhancer. Since there's no one around right now, I'll just get myself a set of armor first. Half an hour later, plus 10 was completed. Just as Lin Mo was about to continue, the shop door opened. Ding-a-ling. Lin Mo stuck his head out from behind the screen. "Ha, it's you. What are you planning to enhance today?" Lin Mo said as he took out the leather armor and casually stuffed it into the cabinet next to him. "Remember what I mentioned last time? The country wants to cooperate with outstanding enhancement masters. Each enhancement master can receive corresponding orders, both locally and from other places." Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a toothache. "Want to collaborate? Of course I thought about it. It's a surefire way to make money. He can continuously gain experience points and credits as long as he uses these equipment." But he was also worried. Although Zhang Lingyu was from the Kyoto headquarters, he wondered if she might have other motives. Most importantly, Lin Mo has not heard of anyone reaching a cooperation agreement with the country. He doubted the veracity of this story. "Although I saw the policy from many years ago, who knows if it's still in effect today? May I ask, will you release this kind of information publicly?" Zhang Lingyu shook her head. "We won't disclose this kind of thing unless it's at the request of the enhancement master." Lin Mo looked conflicted, wondering whether he should agree or not. This is so difficult. If he were truly a genius, he wouldn't be so conflicted. Everything he has now is given to him by the system. What if some mad scientist sets his sights on him? Most importantly, it can be upgraded to 20, 30, or even 100. You don't need to answer in a hurry. A very important person will be coming over in person later. I think you'll know him. If you watch the news, you've probably seen it to some extent. Ding-a-ling. The director had already told her that he would only go in if she didn't come out within half an hour. "Zhang Lingyu, how did the chat go?" A robust middle-aged man walked in. "Director, Lin Mo may require your personal communication." "Okay, you can go now." Lin Mo was dumbfounded. Was this guy a heavyweight? He was practically a national treasure. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Junzhen, and I am the director of the Town and Territory Division. The predecessor of the Jinaya Division was the Military Department of China, but it was renamed after the arrival of the Domain Gate, because their main enemy has changed from humans to monsters within the Domain Gate. The Demon Suppression Division has 4 departments: the Covered Mobile Division, the Border Defense Force, the Garrison Force, and a little-known Demon Suppression Army. Director Chen, welcome, welcome. Please don't mind the simple place. Why don't you sit here and talk? Please don't mind." It's no wonder Lin Mo was so respectful. Chen Junzhen has made so many contributions to China. Despite his young age, he is very strong. In his youth, he led his troops to clear out countless domain gates within the country. No need to be polite, let's talk standing up. If you have any concerns about the cooperation with the enhancement masters, you can speak up and we can discuss it. Chen Junzhen looked at Lin Mo kindly. He carefully reviewed the information Zhang Lingyu gave him about this young man's situation yesterday. It was also reported. The above means that you must meet any of his demands. Equipment enhanced to plus 15 is really rare, especially when the cost is low. Even if it's just 200,000 yuan for a single upgrade, that would be reasonable. Cooperation? Of course. Especially with a country, there's even less of a problem. Chen Junzhen had originally planned to do some persuasion with Lin Mo, but Lin Mo agreed directly. It's not that difficult. Zhang Lingyu, since you've agreed, see if you have any requirements on your side, and we can write them into the cooperation agreement. Cooperation is very important at the national level. As for using force to compel them, the higher UPS haven't even considered it. They're not the US, they wouldn't do something like that. Moreover, that's not advisable. It's far too easy for a reinforcement specialist to shirk their duties and reinforce damaged equipment. Can I accept money? After all, he still needs money to live on, so he should accept money. Of course we'll charge you. How could we let you work for free? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. How about this? I won't ask for too many for the first 10 levels, 500 per level. Levels 11 to 13 will cost 10,000 per level, levels 14 to 15 will cost 50,000 per level, and level 16 will cost 500,000. But you guys will have to provide all the enhancement stones. I can't get that many enhancement stones by myself. Enhancement stones are items dropped by killing monsters, and there are countless low-level enhancement stones. However, the number of enhancement stones of purple rank or higher is much smaller than that of ordinary enhancement stones. Not to mention the gold and red enhancement stones. Chen Junzhen's breathing became rapid. Even at his age of over 40, he could not remain calm. What did he hear? Enhancement to level 16,500,000? The amount of money doesn't matter, but if the other party has mentioned it, it means they are confident. To date, Lin Mo is the first person to dare to ask for such a price. Even the one who had already upgraded their equipment to level 16 only dared to ask for level 15. You mean, you can enhance it to level 16? Chen Junzhen looked at Lin Mo with excitement. Oh yes, actually I wanted to ask you, how are you feeling? I'm in great shape. Every professional is in good physical condition. No, I mean, do you have any heart disease or high blood pressure? Lin Mo asked cautiously. Chen Jun looked at Lin Mo with some confusion. Could the secret of enhancement be related to physical fitness? Or is it that this collaboration requires a medical checkup? No, I'm perfectly healthy. Oh, I'm relieved then. Director Chen, I trust you to come. So just listen to what I'm about to say, and please keep it a secret. Lin Mo nodded, as long as he wasn't sick. Don't worry, your file will be upgraded to S level, which will only be visible to a select group of high-ranking officials nationwide. Actually, I can enhance weapons up to level 21, with a 100% success rate, but of course, it takes some time. The main reason is that points are too important to Lin Mo, and he doesn't want to use too many of them easily. He usually only uses it when he sees a success rate of 80% or higher. What did you say? Enhancement. Chen Junzhen's face was abnormally red, and his fingers were trembling. Lin Mo's expression changed drastically. Didn't you say you weren't sick? You can't just die, or I won't be able to explain myself. He rushed out the door, shouting, Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu. As Lin Mo shouted, 3 people rushed out of the car in front of the door, one of whom was Zhang Lingyu. What's wrong? Director Chen is dying inside. The 3 men's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed into the room. They saw Chen Jun trembling all over, his face flushed, and his lips quivering slightly. The 3 were a little confused. This didn't seem like a sign of illness, but rather more like excitement. What happened to make things turn out like this? But this was not the time to talk about that. 2 of the men stepped forward and quickly helped Chen Junzhen up, catching his breath. Zhang Lingyu came to Lin Mo's side and looked at him with suspicion. If Chen Junzhen's condition hadn't been stable, she would have suspected that Lin Mo had drugged him. What did you just do? What's wrong with Director Chen? Lin Mo looked aggrieved. What did this have to do with him? He had already asked the other person if they were sick. I didn't do anything, I just said. I'm fine now, you can go down first. Lin Mo also shut his mouth. The 3 exchanged glances, and after confirming that Chen Junzhen was alright, they all left the shop. Lin Mo, was what you just said true? Chen Junzhen's heart was still unsettled when he thought about Lin Mo's statement about strengthening to level 21. His voice trembled as he spoke. Of course it's true. I happen to have a plus 16 enhanced piece of equipment here, so I can demonstrate it for you, but it will take a while, so you'll have to wait. It's alright, I have time. Even if there's no time, this matter should be set aside for now. If it can really be upgraded to level 21, it won't just be an S rank file anymore, it could be directly upgraded to SSS rank. Even. Lin Mo took out his longbow and casually tossed it into the enhancer. Chen Junzhen couldn't see anything through the screen, but he wasn't in a hurry, he would be able to see it soon. This time it was very fast. Lin Mo finished in just 1 hour. However, I used up quite a few points. Lin Mo didn't look at the specific data, he only saw that it was successful before handing it over to Chen Junzhen. Director Chen, please take a look. When Chen Junzhen saw the Enhanced 21 label after the name, he was excited. Fortunately, this time I wasn't so excited that I couldn't speak, but when he looked closely, he noticed that the names of the weapons and equipment were in blue. Blue. What a waste. Seeing the ranking made me feel my blood pressure rise even more. What did he see? A level 10 blue high-grade equipment was enhanced to level 21? Is this something a human could do? Chen Jun felt a pang of heartache, but still looked at the attributes. Hunter's Longbow, Advanced, plus 21. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 22/31. Damage, 51/57, plus 197. Additional, Agility plus 12. Penetration plus 5. Critical hit chance plus 20%. Chen Junzhen's eyes widened instantly upon seeing the text displayed above. Over the years, he has long since mastered the ability to remain calm even when Mount Tai collapses before him. However, he has broken his composure countless times today. Even when he was the captain and fighting within the domain gate, his expression never changed. Great, that's wonderful. Chen Jun was stroking the longbow in his hand, as if it were not a blue-quality longbow at all. Lin Mo shuddered as he looked at the other person's eyes when he saw the weapon. Could this person have a fetish? Lin Mo, let's sign the contract then. To avoid any unforeseen complications, Chen Junzhen prepared to sign the contract directly. He had even planned to arrange for a covered mobile unit to protect Lin Mo in the vicinity as soon as he got back. Okay. Lin Mo was also very happy, as this meant that he wouldn't have to pay for either the weapon or the enhancement stones. Furthermore, your own level can be increased. He couldn't help but look at his information panel. He was already level 7. These people were really quick. Once I reach level 3 more, I'll be able to equip this weapon. It's unclear what button Chen Junzhen pressed, but the 3 people outside walked in and placed a contract on the counter. Here is the contract, please take a look. The contract was quite short, only 2 pages long. Whether it conforms to the standard contract or not is not a concern for anyone. As long as the content of the contract is correct, both parties will abide by it. After all, it's beneficial for both sides. Lin Mo examined it carefully and couldn't help but frown. Is there anything that's not right? We can make changes, Zhang Lingyu quickly said. There are indeed a few issues that need to be changed. The first is the weapons and equipment I'm upgrading. My idea is that 80% of them should be weapons, and the rest should be equipment and accessories. After all, Lin Mo needs to rely on enhanced weapons to kill people. Equipment is probably not enough. Of course, he hasn't tested this yet, so he's not entirely sure about it. No problem. They couldn't wait for Lin Mo to upgrade all the weapons. Secondly, I only enhance my skills 5 days a week, and I use the remaining 2 days to enhance the skills of the local people. Lin Mo didn't want to lose this market. Who knew where these equipment would end up? If it were handed over to an 8th or 9th tier expert, they might not even be able to kill a single demon in a month. Wouldn't that be a huge loss for me? Lower class groups are his most important target at this stage. That's no problem, but we'd like to make a request. We need at least 4 plus 15 and 1 plus 16 enhanced equipment per month. I wonder if you can agree to that. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo expectantly. This agreement was not written in the contract. After all, at the beginning, all I knew was that he could be enhanced to level 15. The contract only states that it's 4 plus 14 and 1 plus 15 enhanced equipment per month. Lin Mo shook his head. That's no problem. Although it would cost him some points, he no longer cared about them. I earn 300 or 400 every day, and it will only increase in the future. Zhang Lingyu was delighted and quickly took out the printer to reprint the contract. However, before printing, Zhang Lingyu still asked a question. Do you have any other requests? There is indeed another request, which is whether you can find me a set of level 10 weapons and equipment of good quality. For armor, I want leather armor, and for weapons, I want a longbow-type ranged weapon. That's no problem. We can even give you whatever weapons and equipment you want, but only if you use them. Chen Junzhen readily agreed. He roughly guessed that Lin Mo wanted to use weapons to make up for his lack of skills. Then there's no problem. Zhang Lingyu printed out the new contract and handed it to Lin Mo. May I ask where you got this printer from? Oh, you mean this? Backpack equipment? You get it by killing monsters. The smallest backpack has only 5 slots, and the largest has 20 slots. As she spoke, Zhang Lingyu took a small backpack off her person and handed it to Lin Mo. Everything inside had been emptied long ago. Once Lin Mo got his hands on it, he naturally knew how to use it. No wonder. He was puzzled. It was clearly a game, so why wasn't there a backpack? It turns out that you need to defeat monsters to get it. Let's talk about how those people took their weapons out of their backpacks and how they put on their armor. By the way, this thing can also be enhanced, and each enhancement adds the same number of slots. That means, the one you have will add 5 slots with each enhancement. Lin Mo nodded. That was good. He picked up the pen and signed his name on the contract. From now on, we won't have to worry about not having anything to strengthen ourselves. Hopefully, they can hunt more monsters. Now that the cooperation has been reached, I'll be leaving now, Chen Junzhen said with a smile. After returning this time, he will first go to the higher UPS to raise the security level of Lin Mo's file. They then sent someone over. Since Lin Mo wants to level up, he can have these people accompany him. I'll see you out. Lin Mo accompanied him out the door. Zhang Lingyu, you don't need to go back to Kyoto. Just stay with Lin Mo. If he needs any help, please lend a hand. I'll give you the full authority. This is Lin Mo's phone number. If there's any problem he can't solve, he can call me too. Chen Junzhen gave his private phone number to Lin Mo. As for Zhang Lingyu and Chen Junzhen, they were simply ignored. In any case, Zhang Lingyu and Lin Mo had met a few times and could at least talk to each other. After all, the members of the covered squad are all very arrogant. However, they never resist orders and nothing ever goes wrong. Chen Junzhen was very confident about this. After all, he was the one who created the first covered mobile unit. In terms of strength, only the demon-slaying army can rival it. However, one team employs multiple combat methods, while the other specializes in attacking domain gates. After Chen Junzhen's car left, Lin Mo turned around and went back into the shop. Zhang Lingyu sighed and returned to the shop. Why don't you go back to your team? Lin Mo didn't need someone like that here. No, Director Chen must have his reasons for making the arrangements. Besides, with me here, you can avoid some trouble. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. All right. Lin Mo didn't care about whether it was troublesome or not. He picked up the backpack he had just received and went to the back to start strengthening it. After upgrading to level 10, Lin Mo stopped taking action, because a 110 slot backpack is enough. Backpack, normal, plus 10. Equipment level, none. Durability, 100/100. Additional, 110 grids. Moreover, its appearance has changed, from a tattered cloth bag worn across the shoulder to an arm bag. This is also one of the effects of being enhanced to plus 10. When Zhang Lingyi saw it, she couldn't help but be surprised. After all, no one would upgrade a white quality backpack to level 10. Even for backpacks of other qualities, upgrading them to level 5 or 6 is sufficient. This was the first time she had ever heard of something that could change shape. The next day, Lin Mo opened the shop at 8:50, and Zhang Lingyu appeared on time at 9 o'clock, followed by 5 men. Lin Mo glanced at it curiously. Let me introduce you. These 5 people are from the covered mobile unit, but I won't say which unit they are. The 5 people stepped forward together. The man in front of them was serious and unsmiling. Hello, my name is Ling Qi, a level 1, 8th tier gunner. Lin Mo's lips twitched. The name Ling Qi was really, hello. Lin Mo extended his right hand to shake hands with him. These are my teammates: Iron Patrol, Tier 8, Level 0 Shield Warrior, Cheng Ziyu, Tier 8, Level 1 Priest, Zhang Ziyu, Tier 7, Level 8 Fire Mage, and Gunyo, Tier 7, Level 9 Assassin. We are here to protect you. If you have any requests, please let us know. When Lingqi spoke, his entire demeanor was serious and earnest. The other 4 teammates, on the other hand, were quite good. At least they seemed like real people. That's just how our captain is, don't take it personally. Yes, you'll get used to it once you get along with them. Several people stepped forward to shake hands with each other, trying to make a good impression on their captain. It's okay, I think it's fine. Aside from his somewhat cold and aloof appearance, he has no other flaws. Ding a ling. A man pushed open the door, and when he saw so many people standing inside, he looked timid. Has this boss gotten into trouble? Is his skill level really that bad? I went to the wrong place. I'm sorry. The man turned around, opened the door, and ran out. Lin Mo looked helplessly at the people in front of him. Gentlemen, do you think it would be more appropriate to find a place to rest? Standing here is not quite right. At the time, I thought the 60 square meter room was enough for me, but I never expected there would be so many people. You 4 go next door, Zhang Lingyu and I will stay here. Lin Mo opened his mouth, but actually he would prefer that the team leader go to the next room, and that the other 4 stay. Let's forget about it. After all, it's someone arranged by higher UPS. Captain, if you ask me, why don't we just apply for permission to come down from upstairs? We can come down faster from upstairs. No need, we can just build a door in this wall later, Ling Qi said, pointing to the wall on the left. Lin Mo watched them talk, but couldn't get a word in edgewise. When you open the door, shouldn't you ask me, the homeowner, first? Lin Mo, do you think this is feasible? It's feasible, of course it's feasible. There's no use opposing it. What if they dig a basement downstairs for themselves? It would be better to let them stay next door. The group moved swiftly, with the 4 men heading straight to the next room. Ling Qi, on the other hand, came to Lin Mo's place and stood by the wall. Lin Mo looked at Ling Qi, who was over 1.9 meters tall, and then at his own height of over 1.7 meters. Looking at the other person's muscular physique, and then at my own thin frame. Sigh. The gap is huge. Zhang Lingyu watched this scene with amusement and stood behind a counter. There are chairs over there, please sit down. I'll feel bad if you don't sit down. The 2 hesitated for a moment, then took the stools and sat down. Zhang Lingyu was alright, but Lingqi sat there with her hands on her knees and her back straight. He looks like a regular soldier, not someone from a secret service unit. Brother Zhang, you come from the covered combat team, but your physique is way too obvious, isn't it? Mr. Lin Mo, I am not like this when I am carrying out other missions. Then just treat it as another mission. You're working too hard. And just call me Lin Mo, no need to add Mert. Lin Mo said with a hint of helplessness. This is not the SWAT team I imagined. Upon seeing this, Lingqi relaxed his body and became less serious. Lin Mo sighed softly, this will work out. He thought of the person who had just left and couldn't help but sigh again. The duck that was almost in his grasp had flown away. Bored, Lin Mo opened his data panel. That was awesome. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, Tier 1, Level 0, 45/1000. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Number of points available, 50. Exclusive Skill, Enhancement. General Skills, none. The points reached 3,400. What's there to be afraid of when it comes to enhancement? With a full set of plus 20 equipment, you can easily dominate. According to his calculations, plus 12 can be achieved almost without any points, and then 400 points can be used sporadically to reach plus 20. Hiss. If you calculate it that way, these points are only enough for 8 pieces of equipment. It doesn't seem like there are many. My good mood was dampened by this calculation. What a waste of your time. Lin Mo thought about it carefully. The armor consists of 5 parts: shoulder armor, upper garment, pants, shoes, and belt, mainly to increase defense and attributes. The jewelry consists of 2 rings, 2 bracelets, and a necklace. The weapons are listed in 2 sections, but people usually only carry 1 weapon in combat, and they generally don't carry a secondary weapon. And everyone carries a special piece of equipment, the mind's eye, a special piece of equipment that can prevent the mind from being corrupted by monsters. The eye of the mind has no level restrictions and no quality requirements. The way to obtain it is very simple. It is forged by blacksmiths using the bodies of monsters, and can be used as a mind's eye by injecting it into any object. Based on this calculation, Lin Mo needs to upgrade at least 12 pieces of equipment, which means he needs at least 5,000 points. Ugh, I'm so poor. Brother Lingqi, could you let me see your mind's eye? He originally wanted to ask Zhang Lingyu for it, but then he thought that she was a girl, and who knew what kind of shape she would make the eye of the soul. In the end, having no other choice, they still had to ask for the punishment of slow slicing. Lingqi took a faded brooch from his collar and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow as he looked at the design. This method wasn't bad, he could make one himself sometime. Mind's eye plus 12. Equipment level, none. Durability, 44/100. Additional, demonic energy blocking range plus 12 meters. Demonic energy purification speed plus 120%. Is this how the purification effect of the eye of the mind is calculated? If I had a plus 100 enhancement, wouldn't that increase the purification speed by 1000% and the range reach 100 meters? Thinking about it that way, it's not bad at all. Lin Mo handed the eye of the mind back to Lingqi, then turned to look at Zhang Lingyu. Miss Zhang. Just call me Sister Zhang, no need for Miss, Zhang Lingyu said speechlessly. Excuse me, Sister Zhang, I wanted to ask when my equipment will arrive. However, before Zhang Lingyu could speak, Lingqi spoke up from the side. The equipment you need is of a lower level, we're looking for something suitable. Zhang Lingyu looked at the two of them helplessly, thinking, good heavens, this guy can't even say a word. Director Chen, you should transfer me away. I can't stay here any longer. Lin Mo smacked his lips, somewhat understanding, since what he wanted was a level 10 high-quality equipment. Only, by the time they find it, I'll probably be level 20 by then. Thinking about it this way, it seems like I've been at a disadvantage. Lin Mo turned his attention back to his own panel. As for the system panel, he only looked at the points. His attributes on the panel hadn't changed, which wasn't what he expected. What happened to the promise of a fixed increase with each upgrade? Why are there only free points? I'd like to ask about personal attributes. Does each level increase grant attribute points? Also, how many free points are awarded per level? Lingqi looked at Lin Mo with a surprised expression. Logistics, this secondary profession hardly increases attribute points, and even leveling up only gives a symbolic 5 free points. As for why, it's probably because it doesn't require combat. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Although I am indeed in a logistics profession, you didn't have to say it out loud. Even though Lingqi changed his story, Lin Mo could still tell that he meant it. Attribute growth is related to talent. The total growth of the 4 main attributes ranges from 5 to 20, followed by 5 free attribute points. There will be an awakening at level 0 of tier 2, which will increase free attribute points by 50. There will be a second awakening at level 0 of tier 6, which will increase free attribute points by 100. However, this only applies to combat and support classes. Other classes do not receive this. Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a pang of pain in his heart. Keep in mind that even if he reaches the maximum level of 10, he will only have 500 points. Look at them, they have 650 free points right away, plus the fixed points they get with each level up. Even with the worst talent, they still get 1,300 points. Sigh. Having a side job is just too difficult. Fortunately, he had the system, otherwise he might not have been able to realize his wish or fulfill his promise to his parents. Of course, besides that, gaining experience and points is even more important. You can get much more of this by doing it yourself than by relying on others. Actually, you don't need to worry too much about levels. They just have more skills. You can enhance your equipment, and the boost from equipment enhancement is no less than that from attributes. As he said this, Ling Kai's eyes showed a hint of envy. Before he came, Chen Junzhen told him that Lin Mo in front of him could enhance his character to level 21, but the price was a bit expensive. But compared to the resulting increase, this amount of money is nothing. Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Agree my foot. That's a skill. What else do I have besides strengthening myself? General skills. There aren't many useful general skills. You can't expect a reinforcement master to use a slide tackle, can you? Sister John, could you help me find a pistol or sniper rifle, and also some grenades? Even though bows and arrows are still cold weapons, they are far too difficult for someone like him who has no skills to use. It would be better to use some firearms, that way, we might still have a chance. Yes, we have equipment for the gunner class. We have it at the Fengjing base. I'll get some for you right now. 1 hour later. Zhang Lingyu placed a pistol, a sniper rifle, 5 grenades, and a bunch of bullets on the counter. Wait, do firearms need bullets? Of course it's necessary. After all, it's an artificially manufactured thing, just with added monster ingredients. With current technology, it can't escape bullets yet, Zhang Lingyu said, puzzled. No, it's just that those weapons that don't need bullets aren't sold to civilians, but are used in special departments, though the effect is generally mediocre. Ling Qi added a sentence. Well, what else can he say? Lin Mo picked up the pistol. Lightning pistol, rare. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45/45. Damage, 71 to 93. Additional, lightning attribute attack. Critical hit chance plus 5%. This is a great item. It's even a weapon with elemental attack properties. This is a rare find, and it'll be good enough even at level 20. Then he picked up bullets and grenades, which were much more ordinary. They're all white-grade equipment, so their attack power bonus is very low. Bullets, standard. Durability 1/1. Damage 100. G10 hand grenade, standard. Durability 1/1. Damage 500. Additional, kill radius 5 m. Well, it's just so-so. I guess they thought the effect wasn't good enough, so they didn't make any more powerful ammunition. Then Lin Mo picked up the sniper rifle. G110 sniper rifle, rare. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45/45. Damage, 98 to 120. Additional, penetration plus 50. Bleeding plus 5. It's fair to say that Lin Mo really liked these two weapons, one for melee and one for ranged combat. The only pity is that my marksmanship is not good. If someone like me, who is untrained and not a gunner, were to use this weapon, what would my hit rate be? Lin Mo was a little curious, since weapons don't have any occupational restrictions. Even the various equipment items have no class restrictions. The only occupational restriction is in terms of skills. However, most skills are abilities that you learn on your own after leveling up, and you need to hunt powerful monsters to learn them. That kind of skill is obviously not easy to acquire. In any case, Lin Mo had never heard of many people possessing such a skill. To be honest, it's quite easy for an ordinary person to hit a monster within 10 meters with a pistol. At 20 meters, the chance is about 50%. As for 30 meters, I suggest we let them come over. As for sniper rifles, the hit rate is 80% at 200 meters, 50% at 500 meters, and 20% at 800 meters. After all, with various factors influencing the hit rate, skill is still required. Actually, what Zhang Lingyu said was already quite conservative. It still has something to do with the individual. Some people can miss the target at 10 meters with a pistol, and it's common for them to miss with a sniper rifle at 100 meters. However, she didn't want to discourage Lin Mo. Moreover, with this slow slicing technique at hand, wouldn't it be more than enough to teach Lin Mo a lesson? Lin Mo stroked his chin. Is that so? Should we upgrade it first? Maybe we can get a better additional attribute. Without further ado, Lin Mo stood up, picked up his sniper rifle, and went behind the screen to begin upgrading it. Ling Qi approached Zhang Lingyu and asked, is he going to upgrade his sniper rifle? It should be. Judging from his intentions yesterday, he wanted to go out and hunt monsters. He probably wants to make up for his shortcomings by enhancing his weapon. I just don't know how much he will enhance the weapon. To be honest, Zhang Lingyu was really envious. Even if you don't mention a weapon that's enhanced to plus 20, having a weapon that's enhanced to plus 15 is something you can brag about. I don't know if I can ask him to upgrade my weapon, but I'm a little worried that it will take up a spot. I don't think he'll take it. You can ask him. After spending more than 2 hours, Lin Mo finally upgraded the pistol to level 20. Lightning pistol, rare, plus 20. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45/45. Damage, 71 to 93, plus 236.2. Additional, lightning attribute attack. Penetration plus 10. Critical hit chance plus 5%, plus 10. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. As expected of a purple quality equipment, the damage increase from upgrading it to level 20 was indeed significant. The additional attributes are just so-so. As for the others, Lin Mo doesn't plan to enhance them for the time being, he'll prepare them in advance when needed. It's mainly a waste of time. Hey Lin Mo, could you upgrade my weapon? The price is negotiable. Ling Qi rubbed his hands together, no longer as cold and serious as before. Lin Mo wanted to laugh inwardly. See, this is the allure of enhanced weapons. No matter who you are, you have to smile obsequiously in front of a master enhancer with a high enhancement rate. Even if you don't know how to laugh, you have to laugh. Lin Mo originally didn't want to enhance Ling Chi, since he was currently guarding him, so enhancing him wouldn't be very useful. But no matter what, the other party was protecting him, so consider this payment. Anyway, I only have to spend some points. No problem, give me the weapon. Thanks. Ling Chi hurriedly took out a long spear from his spatial backpack. This was just made by someone, and I haven't had time to enhance it yet. It's of such a good quality that I dare not make a move on it. More importantly, this thing might break, and high-level equipment isn't easy to obtain. When Lin Mo took it in his hand, he was surprised to find that it was actually an 80-level piece of equipment with incredibly high base damage. You need to agree on the price before you decide how much you want to upgrade it. I'm not going to give you a discount. Of course, you have to pay. You can't refuse. Can I upgrade it to level 20? If you find that difficult, level 15 is fine too. In fact, he really wanted to enhance it to level 21, which is the highest level Lin Mo has ever successfully enhanced, but he was too embarrassed. Actually, I felt embarrassed when I said 20, but the words had already been spoken, so that was the only way to put it. Lin Mo smiled. He wasn't going to turn down money. Lin Mo probably wouldn't have done it if it had been free before. But now that he's cooperating with the country, he's no longer afraid. Even if something goes wrong, the country will bail him out. 20 is fine, let me calculate it. Lin Mo took out a calculator and started doing some quick calculations. I'll round it down to 3.135 million and take it from you. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. You're really rounding down to zero. But more than anything, I felt envious that Lingqi was about to have a weapon enhanced to plus 20. If we don't count the weapon in Lin Mo's hand, this would be the world's first weapon to be enhanced to level 20. Without saying a word, Ling Chi took out his bank card and swiped it to pay, afraid that Lin Mo would change his mind. Looking at the money that came in, it's finally a return on investment. It's been so hard won. However, there may be more money in the future. Sigh, making money is such a boring life. This intensive effort was completed by 12:30 p.m., which is quite fast. Unfortunately, apart from the man who was scared away, there wasn't a single customer all morning. Lin Mo was even thinking that it might be better for him to go somewhere else. But things are all right now. People come to visit from time to time, and the country is also strengthening its weapons. There will definitely be a lot of them, and he doesn't plan to enhance anyone on Saturdays and Sundays. Instead, he'll go outside to upgrade them. He's got the opportunity, how can he not make good use of it? He's a man destined to become the king of the domain gate. Here you go, take a look and see if you're satisfied. Lingqi took the spear and looked at the data. Dark Knight Spear, Rare, plus 20. Equipment level, LV 80. Durability, 51/55. Damage, 701 to 823, plus 2,318. Additional, Strength plus 55, plus 50. Bleeding plus 100. Critical hit chance plus 10%. The hands trembled as the death by 1,000 cuts increased the damage by a full 2,300, and the additional attributes also increased. With this weapon, he would be able to fight even against a 9th-tier monster. That's incredibly powerful. He took a deep breath and saluted Lin Mo. With you by our side, many soldiers will be able to return alive from the battlefield in the future. Thank you. The seriousness of the death by 1,000 cuts left Lin Mo completely bewildered. Don't do this. You're paying money, you don't need to do this. Besides, the government is also paying for it. It's a win-win situation. Lin Mo didn't really think that much about it. He simply hoped that more people would take his weapons and kill monsters. Human living space has been greatly compressed, and outside the isolation wall is where monsters gather. Those places were once inhabited by humans. This is different. You can accept this salute. It's really important for those soldiers on the front lines. Whether it's from the public or from the official perspective, they all have to fight against monsters, and weapons and equipment are their protection. The better the weapons and equipment, the greater the chance of survival. This is beyond doubt. There's a reason why all enhancement masters who can enhance weapons and equipment to plus 10 are respected. Although they want money, it's reasonable. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, thinking that the hat was worn a bit too high, but the money still needs to be paid. Lin Mo glanced at his phone. It was Friday. Now that we have the equipment, shouldn't we go out and explore the wilderness? Although it only contained weapons, it was enough. Anyway, with them around, I won't get hurt. As for armor and the like, we'll deal with that when the items arrive. Tomorrow is Saturday, and I'm planning to go hunting monsters in the wild. What do you think? Since they sent Lingqi and the others, they must be useful. I'll have someone arrange it right now. Our targets should be F-rank and E-rank monsters. These monsters are all under level 20. With your level and equipment, you should be able to handle them. Besides, we're needed. If all else fails, we can even give you a half-dead monster. They had anticipated these situations before coming, so in addition to their covered mobile unit, there was another garrison force. Ling Chi was responsible for protection, while they were responsible for opening up a monster battlefield specifically for Lin Mo's use. The above investigation also covered Lin Mo's family situation. His thoughts were also speculated upon. He would most likely go to the front lines to hunt monsters, and might even close the domain gate. All of this was within their consideration. From the above perspective, it would be best for Lin Mo to stay in the safe rear, and not to go to the front line at all. Even fighting the lowest ranking F-class monster is best avoided. It's important to know that when demons harm people, it's not just through attacks, but also by the presence of demonic energy. A small amount of contamination may only affect one's personality, and the mind's eye can remove it over time. However, if it is infected by a high-level monster, it cannot be resolved in a short time. Failure to clean it in time can lead to unpredictable dangers. Ding ailing. Excuse me, is it really possible to upgrade equipment 100% here? A girl, about 1.6 meters tall, wearing a black combat uniform, walked in, her voice soft and sweet. Of course. If the enhancement fails, all enhancement stones will be returned tenfold. This is our first customer today, we must keep them here. Then see if this can help me strengthen it. Suddenly, a scepter appeared in the girl's hand, inlaid with a white gemstone. Priest or paladin? Judging by his physique, he should be a priest. No problem. How much do you want to upgrade it to? Do you need to bring your own upgrade stones? Lin Mo didn't have many enhancement stones prepared, since he didn't have much money before and had to buy them one at a time. Is it okay to upgrade it to 10? The upgrade stones are ready. As she spoke, the woman placed 20 enhancement stones on the table. They were purple stones. Sincere discount of 5,000. Lin Mo immediately took out the card reader and handed it to the other party. The woman's expression stiffened. This was the first time she had ever seen a system where money was collected before services were provided. Wasn't it supposed to be do the service first, pay later? But she didn't hesitate and paid directly. Lin Mo took the scepter in his hand and saw the data panel on it. It's a level 40 purple item, which is quite high. Upgrading to plus 10 was too easy for him. In less than 20 minutes, a plus 10 weapon was produced. For you. So fast? The woman was somewhat surprised. In her opinion, it should take at least an hour. When I went to that gold level enhancement master's shop before, the person there was checking the time and carefully examining the weapon. I didn't expect that they would end it so easily here. However, since the enhancement was indeed successful, she couldn't help but wonder if she should enhance it a few more times. But she held back. If the enhancement went wrong, she wouldn't have another purple quality scepter. Ancient Starry Scepter, Rare, plus 10. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 32/41. Damage, 335 to 412, plus 266. Additional, each attack has a 5% chance to be attacked by star power, dealing 20% intelligence damage. Intelligence plus 75. Healing effect plus 10%. The woman nodded in satisfaction. It had indeed been upgraded to level 10, and the stats were quite good. Even the additional attributes perfectly match her profession. Thank you, store manager. I'll recommend my teammates to come over when I have time. Then I must thank you. Here is my business card. By the way, this place is generally only open from Monday to Friday, Saturday depends on the situation, and Sunday is definitely closed. It's good that the referrer came here. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? One person tells 10, 10 tell 100, and his shop will never have to worry about customers. He goes to the countryside on Saturdays and Sundays, and that won't change much. However, if someone comes, setting aside Saturday is still an option. As for official equipment, its speed is acceptable up to plus 10, but it takes a lot of time to upgrade to plus 13 or higher. After the woman left, Lin Mo sat in his chair and couldn't help but think, is this really all the system can do? I don't think so. It only adds damage and additional attributes, nothing else? He simply doesn't believe it. However, I don't have enough points. Otherwise, I could upgrade it to level 50 in one go and see if I could find out anything. The next day is Saturday. The location has been chosen, and the area is already surrounded. We can begin as soon as we arrive. Ling Chi was driving, with Cheng Ziyu and Tai Sun sitting on either side of Lin Mo. These two could protect him immediately. Zhang Lingyu was sitting in the passenger seat. A car followed behind them, carrying two other team members. The two cars headed north and came to the foot of a hill. On that hill, a black gate stood, its frame covered with patterns. In the middle of the gate was a black mist rippling with waves. Is that the domain gate? Lin Mo asked, pointing to the gate in the distance. Yes, that's a disaster-level gate. It contains a large number of F-rank and E-rank monsters, a small number of D-rank monsters, and a very small number of C-rank monsters. It's considered the safest gate, and it releases monsters once a week. There are many such gates all over the world, and people generally don't pay much attention to them, since besides monsters, what's inside is also very important. Most of the components added to the weapons and equipment used by professionals come from here. It is because of these added components that the weapons are given their attributes. At first, people didn't notice this, they only discovered it after the demonic energy from the gate contaminated the weapons. However, those weapons from back then have now been suppressed, because weapons infiltrated by demonic energy are not something ordinary people can use. On the grass in the distance, some low-level monsters were already moving around, but they didn't seem to be aggressive. Here, take this. You'll need it to hunt monsters. Lingqi handed over a black piece of iron, which was the eye of the mind. Unfortunately, it wasn't enhanced, but Lin Mo wasn't too bothered, since he was carrying a pistol and a sniper rifle this time. He casually put the mind's eye into his pocket and took out a sniper rifle from his backpack. Lin Mo lay directly on the ground. With the current power of the sniper rifle, one shot could easily take down a monster. Ling Qi and the others scattered, no more than 10 meters away from Lin Mo. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a red -411 appeared. The monster that was hit fell to the ground, and the other monsters immediately scattered, but were driven back into the arena by the people around them. Ding! Killed a level 1 F-rank monster, experience +10, points +10. Lin Mo shook his head. This increase was far too small. Looking into the distance, Lin Mo saw a group of monsters clustered together. After a quick count, he estimated there were about 20 or 30 monsters in the vicinity. It should be possible, but I don't know just how powerful these things are. Cruel Half-Demon LV-17, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones, Skull and Crossbones. The largest of the demons appeared in Lin Mo's eyes. 3 skulls, that looks pretty dangerous. After all, his attributes are very low, he hasn't even added any attribute points yet. Of course, even if you add it, it won't make much of a difference. At the same level, he is still far behind others. But none of that mattered, a grenade suddenly appeared in his hand. That's right, it's the one Zhongling you gave him that day. He just gave him a slight boost yesterday. G10 hand grenade, standard, +12. Durability 1/1. Damage 500, +577. Additional, kill radius 5m, +10. Lin Mo was very satisfied with the data, as he used only enhancement stones and didn't even use any points. Then, it broke, leaned back, and was thrown out. Boom! A black object was thrown in a perfect parabola and landed 2 or 3 meters in front of the monster. Oops, I threw it too close, just a little short. The group of people who were being slowly tortured exchanged glances. While grenades were highly lethal, their effective range was too small. Although the monsters were clustered together, the area they covered was still quite large, so it was already good if you could kill 2 or 3 of them. Iron Patrol, next time you go and break the legs of those monsters, and let Lin Mo kill them. However, with a deafening roar, a visible shockwave emanated from the field, and a huge mushroom cloud of smoke rose into the air. Everyone had only one thought in their minds: this is simply impossible. They've used these grenades before, how could they possibly have such power? Regardless of what others thought, Lin Mo was grinning from ear to ear. Ding! Killed a level 1 F-rank monster, experience +10, points +10. Ding! Killed a level 6 F-rank monster, experience +63, points +63. Ding! Killed a level 17 E-rank monster, experience +174, points +174. About 20 messages popped up at once, and the few on the very edge had not been killed. After all, the area is only so big, and there are so many monsters acting as meat shields, it's normal that they don't die. Lin Mo took out his sniper rifle and took down the kids one shot at a time. They're all lying on the ground, it would be strange if they couldn't be killed now. Lin Mo glanced at his stats and saw that he had leveled up again. It's a pity that there's an aiming function. I wonder if there's a similar ability in the general skills. Otherwise, it would be a waste to use a sniper rifle only to shoot monsters nearby. Lin Mo, was that grenade you just used upgraded? Although he already knew the answer, Ling Qi still wanted to hear it from Lin Mo. Yes, but I only upgraded one, which was a huge waste of time. I don't want that thing. I wanted to ask you how much you upgraded this grenade to achieve this effect. Level 12, I guess. Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo, who was deep in thought, and his lips twitched. You actually upgraded a one-time use piece of equipment to level 12. What are those upgraders supposed to think? What about those professionals who don't have equipment upgraded to +10 or higher? 50% of professionals have equipment that has been enhanced to +5, after all, there are plenty of black iron enhancers. The number of upgrades decreases significantly above silver rank, and you'll have to wait in line to upgrade them. Moreover, many equipment enhancement specialists won't take your already enhanced equipment. Who knows if your weapon has ever failed to be upgraded? After all, if the enhancement fails, the enhancement level will drop, but it won't be reset to 0. Damage may even occur in the eyes. If it ends up in my hands and the enhancement fails, breaking the entire weapon, whose fault is that? Well, whatever makes you happy. Ling Chi patted Lin Mo on the shoulder and turned back to his seat. Although he really wanted to say that he could spend money to upgrade other equipment, but it was Lin Mo's own idea after all, and he had no right to interfere. He was just a little heartbroken. Lin Mo looked at the departing Ling Chi with confusion. What was wrong with this person? He looked at the monsters roaming around in the distance, picked up his gun, and continued shooting. Far away, Zhang Lingyu arrived beside Ling Chi. Were you just trying to tell him to upgrade his weapon, and not to use the upgrade on disposable equipment? Ling Chi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That's what I was thinking just now, but I didn't say it. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that he didn't say anything. You need to know how important he is, otherwise he wouldn't have asked your team to come. My rank is no lower than yours, but in the end, I'm still stuck here taking orders from Lin Mo, aren't I? This shows his importance, so there are some things we shouldn't concern ourselves with. We're partners, not superiors and subordinates. Even if he enhances a stone to level 20, that's just his hobby. Besides, Director Chen is going to set his file as an S-level file, so you understand? Zhang Lingyu was unaware of the SSS level file. If she had known it was SSS level, she would have been more than willing to follow orders, let alone stay in bed with the kids. Since the arrival of the domain gate, so many years have passed. How many SSS level files are there? No more than 5. This information is only made public many years after the person's death. These people are all individuals who have made tremendous contributions to the country. Warming the bed for such people is something that could be recorded in one's family genealogy. I understand. I didn't say that either, Ling Chi said with a serious expression. By the way, his equipment will arrive tomorrow, a total of 12 pieces. But I think he might prefer this sniper rifle, and probably won't like the bow and arrow. It doesn't matter, as long as we protect him, that's fine. It seems his level has increased again. Why didn't I get this treatment back then? Otherwise, I wouldn't still only be at the 5th rank now. Zhang Lingyu was genuinely envious of Lin Mo. Back then, she only went to hunt monsters in teams. She never had such an opportunity. How can you compare them? Just like you said, Lin Mo is a treasure right now. Even in the future, Lin Mo's status will definitely not be bad. The highest enhancement level in history was only 16, and it never even reached 17. It's tough. Lin Mo took a break at noon and had a simple meal with everyone. The garrison troops were tasked with driving the monsters into the encirclement so that Lin Mo could kill them later. These monsters are relatively low level and lack the ability to sense danger. They remained quietly within the encirclement, at the mercy of others. After finishing his meal, Lin Mo continued hunting. Lin Mo's points and experience kept increasing. As expected, the experience gained from doing it myself is much higher. But there's no rush. Once I've upgraded more weapons, I won't need to do it myself anymore. Suddenly, a large amount of data burst out of Lin Mo's system backend. Ding! Experience points plus 3, points plus 15. Ding! Experience points plus 4.4, points plus 22. Ding! Experience points plus 3.6, points plus 18. Boom! Boom! A roaring sound followed. Ling Chi, quickly lead your men away. A disaster-level domain gate 20 kilometers ahead has rioted and started releasing monsters at an inopportune time. Quite a few D-rank and C-rank monsters have escaped. Although it's not a problem for you, Lin Mo is not a combat profession after all. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingyu quickly called out. It should be noted that the garrison troops that came this time were only at the 3rd rank. After all, it was only a disaster-level domain gate, so there was no need for high-level professionals. However, there are B-rank monsters and the disaster-level monsters, and there may even be A-rank monsters. The sheer number of them would be overwhelming for them, mainly due to concerns about unforeseen circumstances. Okay, let's leave now. Lin Mo was still wondering why there was a roaring sound when he was suddenly carried on someone's shoulder and quickly left the scene. From the moment their feet left the ground to the moment they got into the car, it took less than a minute. He was completely stunned because the speed was too fast. The scenery on both sides rushed past and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Lin Mo only calmed down after the car started moving. The thought of being carried on the shoulders of the Iron Patrolman, it was quite awkward. Well, actually, I'm pretty fast. I can run by myself next time. Lin Mo looked at Tai Sun with a serious expression. I'll definitely do it next time. I'll definitely do it next time. The patrolman nodded earnestly. As for which next time, that's hard to say. After all, in terms of attributes alone, Lin Mo is far inferior. The car drove towards the city. Not far from the city, Lin Mo saw monsters occasionally escaping from the woods in the distance. When he saw the display above, he couldn't help but gasp. Rampaging Predator LV-52, Biohazard 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 Skull and Crossbones. Perhaps it's because his attributes are too low, so the level of danger is simply outrageous. Lin Mo looked at his score and the sniper rifle in his hand. If he upgraded it to level 50, he should be able to kill it, but it would be too time consuming. But seeing the various level 30 to 40 monsters that appeared from time to time, Lin Mo felt a little itchy. Could we wait here for a while and find a safe place so I can upgrade my equipment? At first, Lin Mo was worried that his exposure would cause unnecessary trouble, but after cooperating with the country, his worries disappeared. He dared to take action now. The group of people who were subjected to slow slicing exchanged glances and nodded. No problem. The 5 people formed a circle around Lin Mo, while Zhang Lingyu was not with them. She was also responsible for the work of the garrison troops. Without saying a word, Lin Mo landed on the ground from the device that released him, and then took out a bunch of purple enhancement stones from his backpack. Although it's a bit of a waste to use it on level 10 equipment, the level 52 monster in the distance is just too attractive. Lin Mo no longer felt bad about spending the enhancement points. He would only use them twice at most, and then replenish them with points. Points minus 80. Points minus 90. Points minus 76. Lin Mo's teeth ached from looking at it. But seeing the enhancement numbers on the screen keep increasing, Lin Mo felt relieved. You can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. You can't catch a rogue without risking your wife. Let's do it. In half an hour, Lin Mo completed the upgrade of his sniper rifle at top speed, instantly using up the 2,400 points he had just earned. However, Lin Mo only felt sorry for a short while, because in just half an hour, Lin Mo's points increased by more than 20,000. 2,000 is nothing. If it weren't for someone constantly providing him with points, Lin Mo wouldn't dare to cause such trouble. The silver enhancer disappeared, and Lin Mo looked at the weapon data, unable to help but swallow hard. Fine beads of sweat even appeared on his forehead. Wasn't this level of injury a bit too high? But considering that it was a plus 50 enhanced piece of equipment, I felt relieved. If the weapon used for the Lingqi technique were upgraded to level 50, wouldn't the damage be over 50,000 or even 100,000? It's terrifying to even think about. G110 Sniper Rifle, Purple, plus 50. Equipment level, LV10. Durability, 45/45. Damage, 98 to 120, plus 7,218. Additional, penetration plus 50, plus 100. Damage plus 10%. Accuracy plus 50. Strength plus 100. Special, let the bullet fly a while. The longer the bullet flies, the higher the damage, with a damage increase range of 5%-20%. Lin Mo looked at the last column with a puzzled expression. He had never seen this in the equipment section before. Perhaps it was because he hadn't encountered many pieces of equipment, but none of the weapons he had seen before were there. Or is this item only obtainable through enhancement? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired your first piece of equipment enhanced to level 50. System level has increased. Unfortunately, there's no time to look now. Half an hour has passed, and quite a few monsters have already run off. If I don't take action soon, I'll really have nothing left. I'm all enhanced. Let me try firing. Upon hearing this, the 5 men switched positions, exposing the location of Lin Mo's gun muzzle. The level 52 one from before has disappeared, but it doesn't matter, because Lin Mo has found new prey. Two-headed predator LV41, biohazard. Lin Mo adjusted his breathing. At a distance of 500 meters, even if he couldn't hit the head, he could at least hit the body. Bang! The bullet was fired, and a red number -8,433 flew up. Oh, what a pity. I clearly aimed for the head, how come I missed? Lingqi didn't care where he hit, but rather the number 8,433. Was this for real? To achieve a score of 8,433 with a level 10 weapon is something even he couldn't do with that weapon. Lingqi looked at Lin Mo, who was lying on the roof of the car, wondering just how much this weapon had been enhanced. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The number -16,888 lit up, and it was obvious that this was a critical hit that struck a weak point. The 5 people exchanged glances. Outrageous. That feels good. It would be even better if it had an auto-aiming feature. Ding! Killed a level 41 B-rank monster, experience plus 550, points plus 550. It's a bit of a shame that the experience points are so few, it suddenly doesn't feel so appealing anymore. Upon seeing this data, Lin Mo put away his sniper rifle. Let's go back. The group got into the car and continued driving towards the city center, with no one mentioning the issue of Lin Mo's gunshot wound. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask, just report it directly. On the road. Brother Lingqi, how many demons did you kill after you leveled up to the 8th rank? Lin Mo was genuinely curious. Although he could level up by killing 4 or 5 monsters, these were B-rank monsters. Normally, there are very few tier 1 people who dare to kill B-rank monsters, there are practically none. Going to kill a B-rank is like asking if you're not dead fast enough. I haven't actually calculated it, but I hunt monsters almost 350 days out of 365, and it's only in the last 2 years that I've started to reduce the number. The number, is it around 20,000? Or 30,000? Lingqi fell into deep thought. What respectable person would keep a record of how many monsters they had killed? Do all monsters provide experience? Lin Mo asked. No, that's not true. If you're 10 levels below yourself, you get absolutely no experience. As for those above you, there's a small bonus, almost negligible. I know what you mean, but this is reality, not a game. There's no such thing as getting several times the experience for levels you're above. The so-called lack of experience is just that compared to the experience required for upgrading, what it provides is almost negligible. Lingqi tried his best to explain Lin Mo's question in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Lin Mo thought about it and realized it made sense. If the experience given by monsters was high enough, wouldn't leveling up be much faster? Many people start to stagnate after reaching level 8. Isn't it because the experience points are being given less and less, so people don't have as much energy to level up? After all, this isn't an online game where you level up just for the sake of leveling up. Rather, it was to protect the land behind them from the demons within the domain gate, and their ultimate goal was still to close the domain gate. The closure of the domain gate will take longer than expected, and will require an even greater number of people. Upon reaching the vicinity of the isolation gate, the monsters that had run out behind them were no longer visible. Even if any monsters manage to slip through, they will be eliminated by the professionals at the isolation gate. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. The city and the outside world were truly two different worlds. Lin Mo, are you going home or to the shop? Go home. It's getting late, and there's no point in going to the shop anymore. What about tomorrow? I'll go to the shop tomorrow, you don't need to come pick me up. It's not far, only a few hundred meters, just a few steps away. That won't do. Our mission is to protect you. Our room is right next to yours. Call us anytime if you need anything. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Since you've already said that, why are you still asking me? However, it feels really good to be protected. Upon returning home, Lin Mo immediately opened the system and looked at his panel. The system says my level has increased, but I don't know what the increase is. Lin Mo opened the crudely made system panel. It didn't display his level, but there were definitely changes. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 26,131. Skill, Absorb. Enhancement success rate, plus 10%. Wow, this thing is amazing. It can actually increase the success rate. I just don't know how the addition works. If it's adding to the original content, that would be great. But if the success rate changes from 70% to 77%, it's a tiny bit off. Try it and you'll see. Lin Mo took out the enhancer and casually tossed a weapon inside. After being upgraded to level 6, the number is displayed above. Enhancement item, broken standard shield, normal, plus 6. Success rate, 99%. Should I enhance it? It's not as good as it seems, but it's okay. Every little bit helps, and it saves us a lot of points. He then put his sniper rifle in, moved it back and forth several times, and finally got a fairly satisfactory score. Enhancement item, G110 sniper rifle, rare, plus 50. Success rate, 55%. Should I enhance it? This way, I only need 45. What? It's 450 points. Lin Mo rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. It really was 450 points. Okay. After all, it's been upgraded to level 50, so it's only right that it gets a raise. Lin Mo ultimately couldn't bring himself to strengthen it. One problem is that the points cost are too high, and the other is that the weapon is only level 10, which is a huge waste. Let's talk about it after I level up. He opened his personal panel. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, Tier 1, Level 5, 1211/1800. Attribute, Strength, 9. Physical Strength, 8. Agility, 7. Intelligence, 9. Number of points available, 75. Exclusive Skill, Enhancement. General Skills, none. He leveled up 5 levels in a single day, something that would be incredibly difficult for others, but for him it was a piece of cake. More importantly, 2/3 of these experience points were provided by those people before him. If it weren't for them, Lin Mo would never have been able to level up so quickly, even if he worked himself to death. It's a pity that there are still too few enhanced equipment. If more people came, my level would be even higher than it is now. As for the points, Lin Mo plans to add them. Strength plus 15, Stamina plus 25, Agility plus 35. He doesn't have any special skills, so he doesn't need intelligence, all he needs is good physical fitness. As long as you run fast, you'll be safe. Zhou Tian. Lin Mo arrived at the store on time, and of course, it was Ling Qi and the others who delivered it. Zhang Lingyu was also waiting at the door. You're here too. Don't they need you over there? Given the grand scale of yesterday's event, he assumed Zhang Lingyu would continue to oversee the work there. No need, I'm from the Kyoto headquarters, someone else is in charge here. Her original task was to find a suitable enhancer and then take over a local garrison to guard a domain gate. However, after meeting Lin Mo, her appointment was changed. After all, she had spent a relatively long time with Lin Mo, and together with Ling Qi, they formed a male-female pair, making it easier for her to communicate with Lin Mo. That's good. Lin Mo pushed open the door, walked to his seat, and lay down directly. Zhang Lingyu opened her mouth, but still couldn't say those words. She didn't know what to say. Ling Qi glanced at her, shook his head, and gestured for her not to rush. Lin Mo lay there with his eyes slightly closed, and he also saw the two people's little actions. I thought of this problem yesterday when I was reinforcing it. However, it seems that the higher UPS are in a hurry, but they are also considerate of his feelings and did not ask him immediately. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and then asked, Sister Lingyu, when will the equipment that needs to be upgraded arrive? The first batch will be delivered tomorrow. It's a bit much, 40 weapons. If you think it's too much, have them send less next time. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. How could he possibly complain about having too much? As long as the enhancement level wasn't higher than 15, he'd be happy to give more. These will all provide experience and points in the future. What level of weapons are they, and who are they for? The level is mostly around 40. This batch of weapons are for the garrison. You can upgrade them to level 12, but if you think that's too high, you can upgrade them to level 10 as well. No, 12 is fine. Lin Mo suddenly realized that his maximum experience gain was 10%, but he was currently only gaining 1%. He wondered if this thing was related to the enhancement of his weapon. After all, the average value was generally below 10, and very few exceeded 10. Lin Mo hadn't looked at all the numbers every day. That's great. The equipment will be delivered tomorrow morning. Zhang Lingyu said happily. Although it's just a weapon, it's enough. Other equipment can be upgraded to level 10 by other enhancers. As for the source of the equipment, it was forged by the official blacksmiths. After a while, Lin Mo glanced at the two of them. Are you trying to ask me about the equipment from yesterday? If it's convenient for you, just say so. If not, that's fine, Zhang Lingyu quickly replied. After Ling Qi finished his report yesterday, she was pulled into a video conference. You've remembered everything I just told you, right? The purpose of having you stay there is to communicate with Lin Mo. As for Ling Qi, just pretend he doesn't exist. With his personality, he can't even speak clearly, Chen Junzhen said with a smile. Boss, you can't blame me for this. After all, I've been fighting ever since I awakened. These kinds of convoluted things aren't really my forte. Ling Qi expressed his dissatisfaction with Chen Junzhen's words. Ling Qi, death by 1,000 cuts, can be used to express dissatisfaction. An 8th rank individual has that right, especially someone from the covered force. And she has to listen carefully. I understand, Director Chen. I will communicate with them properly. However, I'm a little worried that it might cause dissatisfaction, since capable people are somewhat different. Chen Junzhen waved his hand. No, let him speak for himself. I believe he will. Since he chose to cooperate with the country, he must trust the country. A large part of the reason I sent Lingqi was because of his trust in the country. Otherwise, what could you do if he only said he could strengthen himself to level 15 and kept the rest for himself? Okay, I understand. Zhang Lingyu nodded. Yes, I believe you can handle this. The equipment Lin Mo needs will be delivered tomorrow. If he needs anything, just give it to him. That shop is a bit small. If not, find him a bigger one with better foot traffic. Chen Junzhen could tell that Lin Mo really wanted to enhance other people's equipment. Even though they have already cooperated with the country, they still don't want to give up on people outside. Chen Junzhen didn't understand the reason either, because other enhancement specialists who cooperated with the state had almost no demand from external clients. After all, a stable way to make money is much better than an unstable one, and most people are too lazy to bother. Then I'll arrange for someone to take care of it tomorrow. Zhang Lingyu took out her notebook and wrote it down. It's not inconvenient at all, it's not a big deal. Besides, I'm backed by the country now, and the country has even sent people to protect me. I'm very content. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Qi. In fact, Lin Mo was quite satisfied with this, because if the country hadn't sent people, he really wouldn't have dared to strengthen it so extensively. At least until their own strength has been developed, they dare not do this. There are no secrets in the world, this matter will be found out sooner or later. Do you think that because the whole world is currently in the midst of the disaster caused by the portal, humanity is of one mind? Wrong. Utterly wrong. Some people, like the capitalists of the past, will still try to control all resources. Lin Mo didn't want to become a power-enhancing machine. You too should be prepared. If you both fall down, I won't be able to handle it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard, realizing that things were not so simple. I'm ready, Go ahead and say it. Me too, Lingqi chimed in. Ahem, I upgraded that level 10 sniper rifle from yesterday to level 50. Looking at their expressions, Lin Mo realized that they were just as he had expected. Zhang Lingyu's face flushed instantly, and she was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. The death by 1,000 cuts was even more exaggerated, with the hands trembling and the corners of the mouth slightly moving. He wanted to speak but couldn't, he just stood there panting heavily. Anyone who didn't know better would think those two were doing something out there. Zhang Lingyu, in particular, was trembling so badly that she could barely stand. You said you've upgraded to 50? Weren't you only supposed to upgrade to 21? Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo in disbelief. What does 50 mean? If that were applied to a level 90 weapon, wouldn't the damage be off the charts? When did I say that I could only upgrade to level 21? I just took a weapon that was upgraded to level 21. In fact, Lin Mo had forgotten what he said back then, but he didn't care, he would just take what he said now as the standard. Lingqi didn't hesitate, it was just that the answer was hard to accept. Lin Mo, can I take a look at your weapon? Zhang Lingyu asked after calming herself down. No problem. Lin Mo took out a sniper rifle from his backpack and handed it to Zhang Lingyu. After taking the weapon, Zhang Lingyu examined it carefully. She brought the gun. I don't remember its design very well, but I do have some recollection of it. I remember when I first received it, it was a glossy black with some purple patterns, and there was nothing particularly special about it. However, this gun now has more purple patterns, and the patterns are edged with gold. In addition, there are many engravings on the gun body, especially some special patterns and symbols on the barrel. Zhang Lingyu was quite certain that these items were not present when they were brought to her. In other words, as the weapon is upgraded, its appearance will change to some extent, but the changes will not be very noticeable. When Zhang Lingyu saw the attributes, she was stunned. Damage increased by 7,200. This is a level 10 piece of equipment. Wouldn't it cost 70,000 more for a level 90 piece? Zhang Lingyu was breathing rapidly, her mouth opening and closing, wanting to say something but not knowing how. She glanced at Lin Mo furtively and breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he hadn't noticed her. Let me see it. Ling Qi was curious about the bonuses a weapon upgraded to level 50 would provide. Hiss. Upon receiving it, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. This boost is unbeatable. Finally, it also has a special attribute that I've never seen before. Moreover, it increases damage. If this attribute were added to his weapon, wouldn't he be invincible? Lin Mo, is it difficult to enhance this to level 50? Zhang Lingyu asked curiously. I remember when he was enhancing it the day before yesterday, it didn't take much time, so the attributes at that time shouldn't be like this. Did he enhance it again when he got home that night? Of course it's difficult. This is a plus 50 enhancement, not a plus 15. Ling Qi, who was standing to the side, twitched at the corner of his eye upon hearing this. If he remembered correctly, it only took half an hour in total. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision, not something that had been prepared from the beginning. You call this difficult? However, he didn't say anything. If Lin Mo said it was difficult, then it was difficult. After all, he wasn't some kind of enhancement master. Then, could you provide this weapon? Zhang Lingyu asked somewhat embarrassedly, since Lin Mo had already said it was difficult, and she still needed one herself. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. How should he give a weapon that's been enhanced to level 50? Previously, the highest weapon you could get was level 16. If you get level 50, will you get one per month or one every 3 months? Or perhaps once a year? Lin Mo had a headache. To be honest, all he needs to do is spend 4,000 points in 3 hours, but that would make me very busy. After all, his main goal is to upgrade his equipment to gain more experience points. But thinking about it, it's not a bad idea. Consider it a gift to the country. It's not that it's impossible, it's just the price. You decide, any amount is fine, Zhang Lingyu quickly replied. In her opinion, this weapon would be worth 100 million. Lin Mo took out a calculator and started pressing the keys rapidly. Seeing the numbers I typed out, I wondered if I had overcharged. So he cautiously asked, if I upgrade it to level 50, the price will be 100 million. Is that acceptable? To be honest, he didn't even know if the price was right. After all, there's no such thing as a plus 50 enhancement in this world, not even a plus 20 enhancement. Make a deal. Zhang Lingyu readily agreed. Chen Junzhen had mentioned it yesterday, saying that as long as it didn't exceed 500 million, she could agree. What a loss. This was Lin Mo's first thought, but then he remembered what the other party had said before, that the country could satisfy whatever he wanted, so it didn't matter. In Lin Mo's view, this price was nothing more than a formality. How many of these weapons can you supply per month? How many more do you want? One a month is enough, I can't produce more than that. Lin Mo also needs to prepare a set of equipment for himself, but apart from the weapon, the rest will only need to be upgraded to level 30 at most. Okay, one is enough. In Zhang Lingyu's opinion, getting one a year would be good enough, but she didn't expect it to be one a month. It seems that Lin Mo is quite patriotic. After agreeing on the terms, Zhang Lingyu went outside the store to report to Chen Junzhen. What? Only 100 million. So cheap. Chen Junzhen was also surprised. He had originally aimed for 500 million, but he didn't expect to save on costs. What? One a month? That's great. It seems we need to improve Lin Mo's treatment. Choose a better location for him, a larger area, and send more people over. Apart from that, as long as it's not too big of a deal, I'll agree to it. Chen Jun was overjoyed. With these weapons, he was confident that he could send the demon-slaying army to conquer not only calamity-level domain gates, but even natural disaster-level domain gates. What if someone provokes him and he wants to kill them? Zhang Lingyu prepared for the worst. After all, it was not uncommon for some powerful families to bully others by abusing their power. If there really is such a person, I'll kill him. Let's see who dares to rebel. Even if he doesn't kill anyone, I'll wipe out his entire family and treat him as a traitor. Chen Junzhen's words were laced with coldness. It's important to know that Lin Mo's file is currently located in an SSS-level archive room, so its importance cannot be overstated. The next day is Monday. Lin Mo and the members of the Lingqi squad arrived at the shop together. Zhang Lingyu didn't come today? Lin Mo looked at the empty doorway with some surprise. At this time normally, Zhang Lingyu should have arrived long ago. She went to get the equipment, she'll be there soon. Oh, and it includes that piece of equipment that needs to be enhanced to level 50. I wonder who's so lucky. Even someone as strong as Ling Qi couldn't help but sound a little sour. The thought that I wasn't the first to use a plus 50 enhanced piece of equipment made me feel terrible. Lin Mo smiled but didn't say anything. Only a fool wouldn't make money when he could. It's impossible to get his enhancements for free. Open the shop door and wait for customers to come in. The customer didn't arrive. Zhang Lingyu returned instead. Where should I put your things? I'll put them away for you. Just leave it on the table, I'll put it in my backpack later. Zhang Lingyu nodded. These 12 weapons and equipment are yours, all of them are level 10 purple equipment. Actually, the higher UPS wanted to get you some gold and red equipment, but gold equipment requires at least level 40 and red equipment requires at least level 80. So there's no other way, just make do with these. Actually, it took me a long time to find this level 10 purple equipment because the level was too low. If it were level 20, it would have been sent over long ago. These 40 weapons need to be upgraded to level 10, these 4 need to be upgraded to level 14, and this one needs to be upgraded to level 15. These weapons are not high level, they are all level 40 to 45 equipment and belong to the garrison troops. Then Zhang Lingyu took out a light blue longsword from her backpack and gently placed it on the table. This is a level 90 weapon, and it needs to be upgraded to level 50. Sorry, there are quite a few, so it can take a little longer. It doesn't necessarily have to be finished in a week, 2 weeks is fine too, Zhang Lingyu said somewhat apologetically. After all, other weapon enhancers can only enhance a maximum of 20 weapons a week, and even then, they can only enhance them to plus 11 or plus 12, and some of them might even be damaged. Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he looked at the table full of weapons. These were all items that could bring him experience and points. How could I possibly complain about having too much? If a few more batches come, I'll be able to own a weapon that's been upgraded to level 100. The thought of needing 100 points for every 1% increase after upgrading to level 50 made Lin Mo's heart ache. Wouldn't upgrading to level 1 require at least 5,000 points? Ouch. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together, full of enthusiasm. We have enough time, but let's calculate the money first. Lin Mo took out paper and pen to start taking notes, and then pulled out a calculator. 40 weapons enhanced to plus 10 cost a total of 200,000, 1 weapon enhanced to plus 50 costs 100 million, 4 weapons enhanced to plus 14 cost 340,000, and 1 weapon enhanced to plus 15 costs 135,000. The total is... Lin Mo added all the numbers together, it's 106.75 million in total. Let's round it down to 106.7 million. Lin Mo placed the card reader in front of Zhang Lingyu with a smile. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched, she knew it would be this rounded down version. Ding! Payment received 106.7 million yuan. Okay, I can enhance it now. I'll enhance this hardest one for you guys first. You have to give me the stones, otherwise I'll have to charge extra. Zhang Lingyu silently handed the backpack containing enhancement stones to Lin Mo. The backpack was small, with only 10 slots, and each slot contained 999 enhancement stones. That's fine. You guys keep an eye on the shop for me, and have someone help me look after things. After saying that, Lin Mo went behind the screen to examine the weapon in his hand. Tisk tisk, it's actually a gold quality longsword. Radiant sword, epic. Equipment level, LV 90. Durability, 88/90ths. Damage, 1233 to 1437. Additional, critical hit rate plus 20%, agility plus 88, damage plus 10%. 3 basic additions. Lin Mo nodded, meaning that blue has 1 additional attribute, purple has 2, gold has 3, and red has 4. This damage looks pretty good. With an additional 10% damage, plus the player's inherent strength attribute, the damage is not bad at all. In particular, some accessories can also increase damage. Lin Mo couldn't help but smack his lips. It seemed that the person who used this weapon was very strong. Lin Mo shook his head and began to immerse himself in his work. One by one, enhancement stones disappeared, and white equipment was occasionally inserted into the enhancer, causing the longsword's enhancement level to rise continuously. Outside the screen. He's so fast. Didn't he say it was difficult? Zhang Lingyu looked at the other person's figure in surprise. Just listen to it and don't take it seriously. Ling Qi had been following Lin Mo for the past few days and had pretty much figured him out. Don't believe everything Lin Mo says. By the way, have you looked at the place that Director Chen asked us to find? I sent Zhang Shuo, and he should be able to find a place in the next couple of days. However, it's a bit far, since it's in the city center. Zhang Lingyu has to be here every day, she simply doesn't have time. So she left the task to her teammates. That's good. As long as we take good care of Lin Mo, I think we'll get plenty of high-level enhanced weapons. That's why Ling Qi has figured Lin Mo out so well. If he were to directly enhance Lin Mo, even spending money might not be enough to achieve that. After all, points are very important to Lin Mo, so he wouldn't easily acquire weapons that are too heavily enhanced. However, what they didn't know was that Lin Mo had already begun planning to upgrade the weapon to level 20. He wanted to conduct an experiment. How exactly is this ratio calculated? 3 hours have passed. No one came into the shop all morning. Lin Mo looked at the enhancer in front of him. Enhancement item, Radiant Sword, Epic, plus 49. Success rate, 37.4%. Should I enhance it? Whew. Finally, we got a pretty good number. Strengthen. A flash of light, and the enhancement was successful. Lin Mo took the weapon out of the enhancer and was startled by the numbers on it. Radiant Sword, Epic, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 90. Durability, 88/90ths. Damage, 1233 to 1437, plus 83,964. Additional, critical hit chance plus 20%, plus 10. Critical hit damage plus 20%. Agility plus 88. Strength plus 125. Damage plus 10%, plus 10. Special, one sword opens the heavenly gate, 1% chance to summon a 40-meter giant sword that falls from the sky, dealing 1000, plus 50% damage plus 20 strength, and stunning the target for 2 seconds upon impact. 84,000 damage, who else can do that? This weapon would make any level 90 class invincible. It can deal tons of damage without requiring any skills, it's practically a divine artifact. It has to be said that Lin Mo was also envious. Unfortunately, this weapon has level restrictions. Lin Mo also thought the effects in the special section were good. The damage didn't matter, but the stun effect was 100%. As long as you swung the sword fast enough, the chance of triggering it would be higher. Therefore, this weapon is more suitable for a class with high agility. Here, take this. I'll rest for a bit. Lin Mo felt quite tired. After all, he had been standing for 3 hours. How could he not be tired? He's not a saleswoman. Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard and took the weapon. My eyes widened instantly when I saw the data above. This, is it real? Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu's state and felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. They wanted to take a look, but the weapon was still in Zhang Lingyu's hands. He guessed that the damage increase from this enhancement must be at least 70,000. Then Zhang Lingyu carefully handed the weapon to Ling Qi, afraid of breaking it. Lin Mo was speechless. This level of weapon could withstand not only bumps and knocks, but also being hit with something. If it's a regular weapon without an attribute panel, it will indeed break with a single hit. However, weapons that incorporate monster materials or use mineral materials from the domain gate are generally fine, unless forcibly destroyed using a hydraulic press. Of course, besides these, there are also staffs that utilize trees within the domain, which is the same principle. While science cannot explain it, it also cannot explain domain gates. Lin Mo looked up at the two of them and was almost startled by the thought of being slowly sliced to death. Good heavens, why is this guy having malaria? Sister John, is Ling Qi alright? Please don't let him die. Last time, Director Chen gave him a fright, and now there's another one. It's nothing, I was just startled by your equipment. Zhang Lingyu had recovered, though her face was still flushed. A plus 50 weapon? That's practically legendary. If Lin Mo knew what the other person was thinking, he would definitely tell her. This is nothing. When you accumulate more points in the future, you'll get more than plus 50, even plus 100 or plus 200. Of course, that's his secret. You guys go ahead and do your thing, I'm going to get busy. Ding-a-ling. Hello boss, I'm here again. The woman from before came again, but this time she brought her teammates. Hello, ma'am, what equipment would you like to upgrade this time? Don't be so polite, my name is Zhang Hongying. All of my teammates' equipment needs to be upgraded to level 10. Zhang Hongying smiled, this boss is really interesting, he actually called her madam. Miss Zhang, just give me the weapon. The price is still the same, 500 per level for enhancement up to plus 10. That's no problem. I'd like to ask if you can upgrade weapons to level 12? No problem. It's just 12, a piece of cake for him. Zhang Hongying hesitated for a moment before taking out her staff. Hongying, a plus 12 weapon is easy to break. This is the only weapon you have that you can use right now. Another woman behind her, wearing leather armor, couldn't help but speak up. It's alright. This is my first time using this weapon, so it won't be a problem even if it fails. If it succeeds, you can try it too. She was actually quite worried, but she figured it wouldn't be a problem to try it once. Although the success rate of strengthening will decrease after one failure, there is always hope that it won't happen. Boss, can you upgrade it for me? How much will it cost? 10,000 per level. Zhang Hongying frowned. This price was a bit too high, it didn't match the price for a white level enhancement master at all. Boss, your price is too expensive. Other white level enhancement masters only cost a few dollars. The woman behind Zhang Hongying was dissatisfied again. Lin Mo wasn't angry, after all, what she said was true, but he just didn't want to change it. He's different from others, he can guarantee 100% success. Madam, you've seen my store name. It's 100% successful, otherwise I wouldn't be charging this price. The woman scoffed, that would be best, otherwise we'll only give you 2,000. Lin Mo cannot hide the failure of the enhancement, because he needs to wait 24 hours before he can enhance again, which eliminates the possibility of anyone trying to conceal the failure. Moreover, the sound coming from the amplifier can also be used to determine this. Lin Mo shook his head and looked at Zhang Hongying, that's the situation. I don't know if we need to strengthen it. Zhang Hongying hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Swipe your card. After paying, Lin Mo took the weapon and went inside. Sister Hongying, you, Xiao, stop talking. This is where I had my weapon enhanced. You should know that a white level enhancer has a 100% success rate for the first 6 levels, but there's still a chance after that. But he succeeded on his first try, and in such a short time. That says it all. Nai Xiao wanted to say something more, but knowing Zhang Hongying as she did, she chose to keep quiet. She turned to look at the 2 silent men beside her and kicked them hard. Why aren't you saying a word? The 2 men exchanged a glance. Xiao, when has Sister Ying ever made a mistake? If she says yes, then it's yes, if she says no, then it's no. Just listen to her. You guys, I'm really defeated by you. How come you have no opinions at all? Nai Xiao understood, but that was a plus 12 enhancement. Even a gold level enhancement master wouldn't dare to be so confident. The thought of Lin Mo's confident expression made her wonder if he had taken a liking to Zhang Hongying and wanted to show off in front of her. Just wait until you show your true colors, then I'll kill you. However, less than 10 minutes later, Lin Mo took out his weapon and came out. It's been enhanced. The scene fell silent. Is this for real? Even a gold level enhancer has to be careful and attentive when enhancing to level 10. You enhanced to level 12 in just 10 minutes? Nai Xiao opened her mouth slightly, somewhat incredulous. But she didn't hear any breaking sound. The other 2 men also didn't believe it, but since the weapons had already been brought out, they had no choice but to believe it. Perhaps they really have found a treasure shop. Zhang Hongying picked up the weapon and looked at the panel. The upgrade had indeed been successful. Boss, can you continue to strengthen it? What's the highest you can strengthen it to? Although she believed that Lin Mo would succeed, she didn't expect him to succeed so easily. Therefore, she wants to continue strengthening herself. Lin Mo stroked his chin and glanced at Zhang Lingyu and the other person. Upon seeing this, Zhang Lingyu immediately lowered her head. They wouldn't get involved in such matters. Lin Mo can strengthen himself as much as he wants. As for whether anyone will cause trouble for Lin Mo, that's Lin Kai's responsibility. Their goal is to protect Lin Mo's safety. They will not interfere in anything else. How much do you want to upgrade it to? How about 15? Zhang Hongying looked at Lin Mo with a nervous expression. It's important to know that the highest level weapon enhancement in their private squads is only level 14, and their numbers are extremely limited. Those are all weapons enhanced by red enhancers, and I wouldn't even dare to dream of a plus 15 weapon. I can't afford that kind of money. Lin Mo nodded. 15 is no problem. The price to upgrade from 12 to 15 is 110,000. No problem. It's a bit expensive, but if it's successful, it'll be worth the money. Pay by card. Lin Mo turned around and went back behind the screen. This took a relatively long time, a full half hour. Lin Mo was just trying to use fewer points. When Lin Mo handed the weapon to Zhang Hongying's expression was just like the one she had just endured, trembling uncontrollably. Lin Mo's lips twitched. Does everyone like to have shivering? Is it really necessary? It's just a weapon with a slightly higher enhancement level. Sister Hongying, can I take a look? Nai Xiao's heart was pounding like a cat's tickle. Could it be that the shop owner had really succeeded in strengthening the item? If that's true, he'd be even more powerful than the golden-haired enhancement master she found. His previous weapon had been damaged by that gold-level enhancer. Once a weapon is repaired, upgrading it becomes extremely difficult. The other two men, though they also wanted to see, remained silent. For you. As Zhang Hongying handed over the weapon, her eyes were vacant as she muttered to herself, I actually have a plus 15 weapon. It's no wonder she's like this, she's only at level 4. Having a plus 15 weapon at this stage is simply a pipe dream. To her surprise, the small shop she randomly chose actually upgraded her weapon's enhancement level. Using the same enhanced weapons as a group of big shots, who would believe that? Nai Xiao exclaimed in surprise after receiving the weapon, and the other two boys couldn't resist taking a look too. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, wondering if he had lowered the price. In his view, a price of 50,000 was already quite high. He moved his feet, intending to ask about the punishment of slow slicing, but considering his past experiences, I guess asking him wouldn't be of any use. So he came to Zhang Lingyu's side. Sister Zhang, do you think my price is too low? Am I losing money by charging 50,000 for 14 and 15? Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. Is it low? It is indeed quite low, but this is only true if others know that you can successfully enhance it. However, judging from the market situation, it is not low, and could even be considered high. Zhang Lingyu organized her thoughts and said, the cost for each level is 5,000 for a purple level enhancer, 10,000 for a gold level enhancer, and 20,000 for a red level enhancer. The cost for each level is 2,000 for a white level enhancer, which is also a silver level enhancer, and 1,000 for a black level enhancer. So, if we're talking about low, the first 10 levels are indeed low. As for after level 10, it's not low at all. I even think it's a bit high. After all, not everyone is as willing to try as the people in front of you. Of course, the specific pricing is still up to you. Lin Mo stroked his chin, lost in thought. Should I adjust the price myself? Seeing the way these people looked, Lin Mo decided not to change anything and to stick to his current approach. However, the price for the first 10 levels needs to be adjusted and raised to 2,000. That's settled then. But for the first 10 levels, I'll price it at 2,000. Next time you send equipment, you'll have to pay the current price. No problem. After all, it's not her money. Boss, I also want to upgrade my equipment to level 15, and I also want to upgrade these defensive pieces of equipment to level 10. A flash of light appeared on Nai Xiao's body, and her leather armor disappeared, revealing a black bodysuit that perfectly showcased her shapely figure. Lin Mo took a look and was surprised to find that the creature was quite large despite its small size. Me too. The two men also flashed with light. Lin Mo quickly turned his head away, unable to bear the sight. It was simply too offensive to look at. Women look good in drag, but men should probably avoid it. Lin Mo stared at the equipment on the table, clicking his tongue in disapproval. What's the point of him upgrading all this equipment? He just wants weapons. Forget it, I'll just consider this a way to make money and build a reputation. Once more people come to my door, I'll just focus on upgrading my weapons. Armor and equipment are not enhanced. Then the money was collected. Lin Mo then went inside and began to strengthen his abilities. It took more than 3 hours to finally complete the enhancement. He picked up a breastplate and began to examine it. Thick wolf hide robe, advanced, plus 10. Equipment level, LV 40. Durability, 32/44. Defense, 867 to 995, plus 689. Additional, stamina plus 16. Damage reduction plus 5%. The increase in defense value is the same as the increase in weapon damage value, the only difference is the additional aspects. The added attribute is defensive, which is a very thoughtful feature. However, it doesn't matter if the attribute given is related to damage, since it can still be used. Alright, all your weapons and equipment are finished. Please check them. Everyone happily put on the newly enhanced weapons and equipment, feeling that their strength had improved. This time, I'll dare to fight even if I encounter an A-rank monster again. Yes, the defensive attribute has doubled. I should have strengthened it sooner. Sigh, I was always worried about being corrupted by the enhancement, otherwise I would have gone long ago. Strengthening defensive equipment and jewelry is something everyone wants, not just for show. The problem is that there are too few of these items, and their quality varies greatly. Generally speaking, if you're missing a piece of equipment, finding a suitable replacement can take a considerable amount of time. The waiting time is longer than the selection time. Professionals don't want to settle for less. But weapons are different. While their quantity may not be large, it's certainly not small. For example, with mage weapons, any staff will do, but some are affinity-based with wind and others with fire. Therefore, it doesn't matter if the weapon is broken. Thank you, boss. It's alright, just introduce me to more customers. But it would be better if you could upgrade my weapons, not my equipment. After undergoing an equipment upgrade, Lin Mo gave up on the idea of making money. It was just too troublesome. The main problem is that it's a waste of time. Even though it's only upgraded to plus 10, it should still take at least 15 minutes to upgrade a piece of equipment. This whole process takes a lot of time. Okay, I'll definitely promote it for you. There are quite a few squads that upgraded with us. I think they'll definitely ask about our weapons when they see them. Thank you very much. Ding-a-ling. A young man walked in and was taken aback when he saw so many people in the room. He thought to himself, it's really not easy for people to actually come to this place. Zhang Shuo, you're back. Have you found a place yet? I've found the team leader. The two shops can be connected in the middle, with a total area of 300 square meters. Zhang Shuo quickly took out his phone and handed it to Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu looked at the photo and nodded in satisfaction. How's the foot traffic? Although it's a bit far from the city center, the foot traffic is definitely much better than here. Not bad. Lin Mo looked at the two of them with some surprise. You know each other? Although he had some doubts when Zhang Shuo first came to his shop, it was just doubts. But seeing the two talking like this, it's obvious they must know each other. What's more, the man in front of me named Zhang Shuo is actually called Captain Zhang Lingyu. No wonder this kid came with such a high level of enhancement right away. He thought he really came for free. Lin Mo, I'm so sorry, but we had no choice but to do it. Zhang Lingyu said apologetically. Lin Mo shook his head. It's okay, I can understand. Anyway, he didn't lose anything. By the way, the above means to help you find a large shop. My colleague has already found one for you. When would you like to start moving? Oh, that's not good. Lin Mo was a little confused. Why was the topic of moving suddenly brought up? They had already signed a contract regarding the equipment enhancement, and he felt it was somewhat inappropriate to set up a new shop for them. This is a benefit for all enhancement masters who cooperate with the official team, so you don't need to worry about it too much. Upon hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Lin Mo nodded in agreement. Since everyone else has it, he doesn't mind. In fact, the benefits Zhang Lingyu mentioned do not exist at all. These things were only created because of Lin Mo's special circumstances. I don't actually have much here, so let's move it in a bit. Lin Mo hadn't been able to find time to restock, and the shelves were empty except for some enhancement stones. Logically speaking, a reinforcement specialist shop should be similar to a blacksmith shop, filled with equipment. The only difference is that the enhancement specialist displays enhanced equipment, while the weapon shop sells ordinary equipment. Upon hearing this, the few people who were still standing in the shop quickly stepped forward. Boss, where are you planning to move to? Where can we find you next time? Putting aside bringing others along, just thinking about how I might get some good equipment next time, so I can come back and upgrade it. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu, who picked up her phone and said, add me in the contact information and I'll send you the address. After they left, Lin Mo and the others began moving things. Lin Mo didn't need to worry about the matter. Zhang Lingyu made a phone call and summoned 2 military trucks, along with more than 20 garrison soldiers. In no time, they loaded everything onto the car. Upon arriving at the location, Lin Mo looked at the shop in front of him and had only one feeling: it was huge. Enter the store. Isn't this too big? His place was only 60 square meters, but this one is a full 150 square meters. Zhang Lingyu and the others said that the house next door also belongs to him. However, there's only a small door in the middle right now, and according to them, this wall can be dismantled. Your business will grow bigger and bigger in the future. This can be considered as a plan in advance. In Zhang Lingyu's opinion, the size was just okay, considering that the shops of red enhancers were much larger. Lin Mo smacked his lips. He had never imagined how big a business he could run in the future. In his view, all he was going to do was upgrade his equipment and then go out to hunt some monsters himself. He had never imagined a store this big. In addition to the counters and shelves that Lin Mo brought himself, Zhang Lingyu prepared quite a lot more for him. The shelves and counters in the next room have also been prepared. Seeing this, Lin Mo could no longer pretend he hadn't seen it. It's getting late, let me treat you to dinner. That won't be necessary. It's nothing, I just made 100 million today. Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but glance at Ling Qi. You two could definitely be best buddies, you don't even think before you speak. That 100 million was still swiped by her. Then we're going to have a big meal today. The only people eating with Lin Mo were Zhang Lingyu and the members of the Lingqi squad. As for the garrison troops who helped earlier, they had already withdrawn. Lin Mo also wanted to call them back, but Zhang Lingyu persuaded him not to. They definitely won't come. The garrison troops are highly disciplined and won't appear in this kind of situation. Over the next 2 days, Lin Mo completed the enhancement of all the equipment that Zhang Lingyu had brought and handed it over to her. That very evening, Zhang Lingyu took these items and headed to Kyoto. Although the portals are everywhere, they haven't been greatly affected in terms of transportation, it's just a matter of changing the route to continue using them. Since Lin Mo moved here, business has improved considerably. More than 10 customers have visited in the past 2 days. This is much better than his old place. Lin Mo couldn't help but sigh. Sure enough, you still have to spend money to find a good place. Friday was the last day of the week for Lin Mo, and he planned to go to the domain gate again tomorrow. Lin Mo's level has increased again in the past few days, and his points have also increased significantly, making Lin Mo very eager to try. Lin Mo was annoyed by the fact that he was gaining experience points one at a time. Every now and then, 2 or 10 experience points would pop up, and Lin Mo suspected that Zhan Hongying and her group had taken action. In other words, after upgrading to level 10 or higher, he can gain 2% of experience and 10% of points. He couldn't help but wonder if he should enhance other people's equipment to plus 16 or plus 21, maybe he could get a 3% or 4% boost. In Lin Mo's view, the system's calculation should be that the enhancement level is 1% within 10 points, and then 1% more for every 5 points thereafter. The same principle applies to integrals. At this moment, he couldn't help but turn his gaze to Ling Qi. The weapon in his hand was enhanced to level 20, which should theoretically be 3% of the damage. I'll give it a try tomorrow. Ding a ling. Boss, I've brought some people with me. Zhan Hongying walked in with a smile. They couldn't help but be happy. Thanks to the weapons and equipment Lin Mo had enhanced, they had made a fortune. You should know that the claws, teeth, and fur of monsters can fetch a good price. They even went into the disaster level gate and mined a lot of ore, which they sold for nearly 100,000 yuan. This was something they hadn't dared to imagine before. The 4th tier is indeed very strong, easily killing F-rank and E-rank monsters, but there are quite a few monsters in the domain gate. Once inside, the important thing is not to kill monsters, but to resist the corruption of demonic energy. The only solution is to keep monsters away and increase the level of Mind's Eye. Their Mind's Eye enhancement level is now all plus 10, greatly improving their safety. Lin Mo's thoughts were pulled back. Oh, you've arrived. Besides Zhan Hongying and her 3 companions, there were 10 other people following behind them at the entrance, which should be 2 small teams. Yes, they are a team that knows us well. They want you to enhance their equipment, but they want to ask if you can enhance it to a higher level. The people in the 2 teams behind them were extremely envious when they saw Zhan Hongying's weapon. Everyone wants to upgrade it to plus 15, since plus 15 is already the highest level of equipment. However, after listening to Zhan Hongying's account, one of them had a thought: perhaps this boss is no ordinary person. Thus, with the idea of killing grass to catch a rabbit, this saying came about. No problem, how much do you want to enhance it? Since he now has the country as his backer, Lin Mo doesn't care even if he strengthens it to level 20. The 14 people were shocked. The shop owner was so confident that he actually asked how much enhancement he wanted. Instead of saying how much you can enhance yourself to, hiss, could he possibly be able to enhance even levels 16 and 17? I wonder if upgrading to plus 1, 8 will be okay? That's what a burly man standing behind Zhan Hongying said. He originally meant to say 16, but somehow changed it to 18. He regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. There wasn't even a legend about these 18 people. What was he thinking? No problem. I know it won't work, I was just saying it offhand. Actually, strengthening, what did you say? The burly man, who had been looking regretful, suddenly widened his eyes. No problem. Lin Mo shrugged. He's only 18. The burly man cleared his throat. Boss, how much? Card payment. As for the question of success, he hadn't considered it. After all, Zhan Hongying had already succeeded, even though it was only 15, but that was enough to show how unusual this boss was. Even if he fails once, it doesn't matter. He has 2 weapons, at worst, he can just upgrade the other one to plus 15. Let's make it clear first, the price for the first 10 levels of enhancement will return to normal, 2,000 per level. The price for the rest will remain the same as before. No problem. Whether it's 500 or 2,000, it doesn't matter. Compared to being able to enhance to plus 18, what is this? Lin Mo took out a calculator. A sincere offer of 1.65 million. It's only 1.65 million. If he could upgrade it to level 18, he wouldn't care about 16.5 million, let alone 1.65 million. The burly man swiped his card directly. Beep, payment received, 1.65 million yuan. Lin Mo took the weapon, raised an eyebrow, and thought, he's a 5th-tier warrior. Then they went to the back. More than an hour later, Lin Mo returned with his weapon. The burly man exclaimed in surprise, the shop owner is so fast. Lin Mo paused, speechless as he looked at the burly man in front of him. You're fast, your whole family is fast. For you. The burly man took the weapon and then started shivering. Lin Mo couldn't help but look at the others. None of you have any illnesses, right? If you have heart disease or something, you shouldn't get treatment here. I'm afraid I might end up killing someone. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Even if they were sick, they wouldn't dare admit it. Judging from the burly man's appearance, the enhancement must have been successful. To be honest, the shop owner is really something else. He can even produce weapons that are enhanced to plus 18. One of the tall, thin men hesitated for a moment before stepping forward. Boss, after we finish enhancing our group, please don't enhance others to such a high level. If he hadn't seen the other person's expression, he would have thought the other person wanted to eat it all by themselves. What do you mean by that? Boss, you're obviously a newbie. There's one purple enhancement shop and 2 gold enhancement shops around here, and all 3 are owned by the same person. Even though you're not stealing their business now, once word gets out, he'll find out sooner or later. That owner is not someone to mess with, he might come after you. At this moment, the burly man also came to his senses. That boss isn't a very good person. He's ruined countless enhancement shops. They either let you join them for a cut, or they'll ruin your business and prevent you from opening. Anyway, within a 5-kilometer radius of the city center, there are only 3 such shops. Everyone else has to open a shop elsewhere. Now that you mention it, I remember too. That training institution is indeed powerful, but the people there aren't very good. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions. In short, the shop is not bad for professionals, but it's a roadblock for enhancement masters. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu behind him, wondering what kind of outcome that person would face after coming to their door. Hey, that's what happens when you have connections in high places. Thank you all, I'll be careful. The group exchanged glances, clearly realizing that Lin Mo didn't take it seriously. However, since they had already said so much, it wasn't appropriate to say anything more. Afterwards, Lin Mo upgraded the weapons for the others again, but they did not choose to upgrade them to plus 18. It's not that I don't want to, but I just used the money I had to buy weapons. They only upgraded it to level 15 and then stopped. We'll come back after we've made some money. No problem. After everyone left, Lin Mo came to the 2 of them. By the way, what do you do if someone comes looking for trouble? Lin Mo was also quite curious. Of course, we'll keep beating them until they submit, Ling Chi said nonchalantly. In his view, might makes right. Might makes right. Lin Mo's eye twitched. No problem, this fits the character of Ling Chi perfectly, it's just a bit unreasonable. Don't listen to his nonsense. If that's really the case, we'll follow the normal procedures. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes at Ling Chi. Just as Director Chen said, this kind of thing shouldn't have been left to Ling Chi to handle. Oh? What's the process? Lin Mo asked with a curious expression. Actually, it's quite simple. Find out what's wrong with them and treat them according to the highest standards of national law. Well, they'll basically all be locked up, since these people aren't exactly clean, so don't worry. Zhang Lingyu gave Lin Mo a reassuring look. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Chi and now felt that Ling Chi was more merciful. At worst, getting beaten up means you'll just get beaten up. But is Zhang Lingyu planning to send the person in, or to do so in accordance with the highest law? In other words, she disregarded the original sentence range of 3 to 10 years and directly assigned a 10-year sentence. Tisk tisk, so this is the process she was talking about. It really is a terrifying process. The next day is Saturday. Lin Mo and Ling Chi went to the outside of the quarantine zone early in the morning. This time, instead of going to the disaster level domain gate, they went to the higher level disaster level 1. The lowest level monsters here are all E rank, with D rank and E rank monsters as the main types, followed by a small number of C rank and a few scattered B rank monsters. The garrison troops were already waiting here, and had fenced off an area of about 5,000 square meters, which was enough for Lin Mo to use. Hey, brother Ling Chi, why don't you try hitting me with your weapon first, and I'll see how it goes. Good. Ling Chi walked into the circle and casually killed 3 demons. Lin Mo looked at his information and nodded in satisfaction. Ding. Experience plus 6, points plus 30. Ding. Experience plus 10, points plus 50. Ding. Experience plus 7.5, points plus 37.5. Just as he expected, the enhancement level 20 was 3%, and the points were 15%. Based on this calculation, upgrading to level 51 should result in a 10% increase in experience and a 50% increase in points. Was the price I asked for a bit too high? Ling Chi. Ling Chi immediately pretended to listen. It's okay, I'll go ask Sister Zhang. The executioner's movements were stiff, he wasn't even questioned. He's an 8th level expert, what questions could he not know? It's okay, just ask. I'll definitely know. Alright, brother Ling Chi, do you know at what level a professional can save up 100 million? Ling Chi, you're not playing by the rules. Lingqi was speechless, he truly knew nothing about this. If you ask him about domain gates and demons, he can give Lin Mo a detailed explanation. What decent person would think about this? See? I knew you couldn't say it. Lin Mo shrugged. He came to Zhang Lingyu's side and repeated the question again. Your question is a little different. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo speechlessly. However, I do know a little bit about it. First of all, there's the issue of materials. If you want materials to sell for a high price, you have to start with A-grade materials. Even B-grade materials won't be much more expensive. So if you want a lot of money, you need to be at least at the 5th rank, and you have to be at the high end of the 5th rank. But if you want 100 million, you need to be at least at the 7th rank or higher. However, even if they had such assets, those would only be at the 8th rank. Those who truly possess 100 million in circulating funds could easily come up with 100 million. Lin Mo clicked his tongue, realizing that he had set the price a bit too high. Speaking of the 8th rank, he couldn't help but look at Lingqi. However, since Lingqi hadn't answered his question earlier, it meant that he didn't have one. Sister John, do you think pricing a plus 50 enhanced piece of equipment at 100 million is too high? Lin Mo's question actually caught Zhang Lingyu's attention. Is 100 million a lot? Not at all, not even 1 billion, because no one can enhance it that high. However, within the circle of enhancement specialists, this price is simply outrageously high. Even a red enhancer only has 20,000 per level. However, they don't care about the success rate, which makes them much worse than Lin Mo in this respect. In Zhang Lingyu's view, 100 million is not a lot. Chen Junzhen didn't think much of it either. After all, he had been mentally prepared for it. Zhang Lingyu organized her thoughts and said, I think this price is reasonable. If it were too low, it would be even worse. Besides, there are also 9th-tier experts in various families besides the 8th-tier ones, who will have even more money. Don't even mention 100 million, they'd be eager to buy even 500 million, maybe even 5 at a time. You see, weapons can be passed on to the next generation after they're no longer needed, they're not consumables. Hearing Zhang Lingyu say that, Lin Mo felt relieved. It seems I should get some weapons and put them in the shop when I have time. The quality doesn't need to be too high, just purple rare level will do. They'll skip the cost of a single weapon and just price it at 100 million. As for gold and red weapons, Lin Mo did not plan to prepare them. One problem is that this weapon is hard to obtain, and the other is that the price is beyond Lin Mo's budget. Don't assume that gold and purple are only one level apart, their prices can differ by 6 to 10 times. But this doesn't apply to Lin Mo, his enhancements allow the purple stats to rival the red stats. Thinking about this, Lin Mo suddenly felt that his price of 100 million seemed cheap. Forget it, I'll just set the price like this for now. What he wants is experience and points, not money. Lin Mo then pulled out his sniper rifle and began aiming and firing. Ding! Killed a level 22 D-rank monster, experience plus 253, points plus 253. Ding! Killed a level 18 E-rank monster, experience plus 187, points plus 187. Ding! Killed a level 29 D-rank monster, experience plus 488, points plus 488. If the number of enemies decreases, the garrison will gather a group from a distance, allowing Lin Mo to continue killing them. Lingqi looked at the demon that was about to be killed in one hit and couldn't help but covet the weapon in Lin Mo's hand. If only he had a plus 50 weapon. What, are you tempted? Aren't you rich? Just spend money to have Lin Mo build it for you. After spending some time together, Zhang Lingyu realized that Lin Mo was actually quite easy to get along with. Compared to those arrogant gold and red enhancement masters, Lin Mo was really approachable. As long as you treat him as an equal, Lin Mo is very straightforward about most things. He's willing to discuss anything as long as you pay him. Tisk tisk, what a pity, I only have less than 60 million left, otherwise I would have withdrawn it long ago. Lingqi shook his head. I somewhat regret how much money I spent. No, what are you doing? I remember that everyone in your covered combat team is incredibly wealthy, aren't they? I do have money, but I just upgraded to tier 8, and I've already replaced some of my equipment. Especially the accessories, any one of them costs over 5 million, not to mention the armor. Of course, there's one more thing I haven't mentioned. Lingqi had someone enhance his equipment beforehand, and that enhancement damaged his only gold weapon. Even a blacksmith couldn't repair it, that weapon cost him nearly 100 million. Alright, as expected of an 8th level person, spending money like water. Zhang Lingyu was still a little envious. Keep in mind that she's only at level 2 of the 5th rank, and she only has a little over 10 million in money. For professionals like them who have joined the country, the salary is actually not very high. The reason I joined was because of the benefits and related conveniences. The money mostly came from the materials they forged themselves, those were their main source of wealth. I'll make some money from a higher level domain when I have time later. Lingqi had the confidence to do so because their team had entered a calamity level gate before, and there were countless resources inside. As long as they brought back some, it would be enough to sell for a good price. But it's not a good place to stay. Don't be fooled by the fact that the monsters there are generally level 40 to 60, B rank or A rank monsters. There are tens of thousands of them. Even if they were to be subjected to slow slicing, they would have to be extremely careful when entering. Moreover, some of them are grade A monsters, and their levels are above 70. Do you think that if 80 is higher than 70, then you'll definitely succeed? Don't forget the demonic energy. It is important to know that demonic energy is rampant within the domain gate, and the demons within the demonic energy are far more powerful than those outside. For example, if a monster's stats are all 10 in the outside world, they can reach 12 to 15 in the domain gate. In short, most professionals will choose to go to a lower level domain than themselves, as this can ensure their safety. They would never choose a gate that was close to their own strength. Only those with exceptional talent would choose a gate of the same level. Only you guys have the confidence to do this. Look at our garrison, we're only guarding this kind of domain gate. A higher level requires even higher level professionals to guard it. Zhang Lingyu still envied Ling Qi. They're just doing their jobs. Lin Mo spent an entire day killing here, only having a simple lunch and not even taking a break. After all, the bullets he fired weren't a skill. If this were a gunner, they wouldn't even need to prepare bullets. They could simply condense bullets using their own energy, and it could even come with various additional effects. Name: Lin Mo. Occupation: Enhancement Master. Potential: Grade B. Level: Tier 2, Level 0, 18/6000. Attribute: Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9. Number of points available, 25. Exclusive skill, Enhancement. General skills, none. Lin Mo looked at his stats and felt a bit of a headache. If this were any other professional, even if not all attributes were over 100, at least one attribute should have broken that mark. But what about my own? Aside from having 25 more free points, the attribute linkage is not affected. Sigh. This is the difference between a side job and other jobs. It's alright, though, considering it's much better than those miscellaneous jobs. What more could you ask for? He then looked at his score. Host: Lin Mo. Age: 18. Points: 42,310. Skill: Absorb. Enhancement success rate: plus 10%. With over 40,000 points, that should be enough for about 10 upgrades, right? Lin Mo wasn't entirely sure either. 1% of a point required 100 points, so assuming it would take 8,000 points to level up. Okay, that's enough for level 5. Lin Mo shook his head, deciding to leave the weapon for now. Plus 50 was still acceptable. As darkness fell, Lin Mo followed Ling Qi back to the residential area. After returning home, Lin Mo took out his mind's eye. He was curious about what the effect would be if this thing were upgraded to level 50. Lin Mo glanced at the time. There were still more than 3 hours until he went to sleep, which was enough. Lin Mo released his enhancer and placed the mind's eye into it. The ringing sound continued, and the enhancement level of the eye of the mind kept increasing. 3 hours later, Lin Mo took out the eye of the mind. Mind's eye plus 50. Equipment level, none. Durability, 97/100. Additional, demonic energy blocking range plus 50 meters. Demonic energy purification speed plus 500%. Special, concealment, monsters no more than 10 levels higher than the holder will not detect you. It doesn't seem to be of any use. A 50-meter barrier was practically useless against Lin Mo. As for purification, forget about it, he couldn't fight monsters in close combat anyway. As for the ability to conceal it, it's somewhat useful, but not very much. In short, it's something that's dispensable to him. This thing probably won't sell for 100 million, right? What a loss. Lin Mo looked at himself with a pang of heartache at the fact that he had lost more than 4,000 points. It was such a failure. Fortunately, the score was still increasing from time to time, otherwise I would have felt like I was going to die. The next day, Lin Mo came to open the shop as usual, and Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu sat in their seats, working as ordinary shop assistants. They had changed into normal clothes and were no longer wearing combat uniforms. The other 4 people were in another room, idly waiting. Ding-a-ling. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. This seemed to be the first time someone had come to his door so soon after he opened it. Hello, what would you like to order? The newcomer didn't rush to speak, but instead looked around, his lips slightly downturned, full of disdain. Your plaque claims to have a 100% enhancement rate, is that true? Of course it's true. I have a weapon that's been upgraded to plus 10. Can I upgrade it further? Of course, no problem. How much do you want to enhance it? How about 20? The man smiled, clearly not believing that Lin Mo could enhance his strength to level 20. Swipe your card, the total is 3.13 million, please swipe your card. Lin Mo took out a card reader and placed it in front of the other person. The man frowned and looked at Lin Mo. This is too expensive. Even a red level enhancement only costs 20,000 for a single level increase. Your 3 million is excessive. Can a red enhancer be enhanced up to level 20? Lin Mo grinned. He always felt there was something wrong with this man, so he wasn't very polite in his speech. The man curled his lip, took out his card and swiped it. If you don't succeed, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Mo gave the man a deep look. This man didn't seem to be there for serious enhancement. No problem. Lin Mo took the weapon, a plus 10 longsword, and then put it into the enhancer. Upon seeing the success rate displayed above, Lin Mo couldn't help but frown. Enhancement item Ghost Face Longsword, rare, plus 10. Success rate 41.8%. Should I enhance it? Logically speaking, the success rate of upgrading from 10 to 11 should be at least 60%, and with his own abilities, it should be at least 66%. And this is only a little over 40. This shows that this weapon has already failed to be enhanced once. They've come with ill intentions. Normally, the person who comes to enhance the weapon should recount its history, whether it has been enhanced or not, how much it has been enhanced to, and what its current state is. You need to let the new enhancement specialist know the situation so that they can be sure whether they can enhance the equipment. The man just said enhancement to level 10, but didn't mention whether he had failed before. What is the point of doing this? Lin Mo peeked at the man outside through the gap in the screen. The man didn't seem to care about his weapon. Instead, he looked around and walked to the doorway between the two rooms. He shook his head. He wasn't good at analyzing such things. It's just a weapon that failed before. At worst, it'll cost some points. Lin Mo took out some ordinary equipment and set it aside for later use. Intensification begins. As the jingle sounded, the man's attention was drawn back. Hearing the sound of the successful enhancement, the man felt a surge of excitement. This shop owner was a real talent. It didn't take long, less than half an hour. After all, it was a weapon that had failed to be enhanced, so the success rate couldn't be increased much. In most cases, Lin Mo still had to spend points. Sir, please take your weapon. After receiving the weapon, the man's eyes widened. Holy crap, it actually worked. This is a plus 20 enhancement, something that's never happened before. And it's even a second strengthened piece of equipment. This shop owner is really something else. No, we must get this person into our fold, otherwise it will be too much of a blow to our family business. Reinforcement to level 20 is of strategic significance, considering that the highest known reinforcement level in the world is only level 16. Boss, what's your name? How many years have you been doing this? My name is Lin Mo. I'm new here. You can come to the store to find me if you need anything in the future. The man was even more shocked. What the heck? They just started doing this? Does that mean they only just woke up this year? Are you kidding me? Boss, this is no laughing matter. I know a gold enhancement master who's been doing this for 10 years and none of them have your skills. And it's enhancement to plus 20. This is unprecedented and will never be repeated. It's not that exaggerated, I'm just trying to make a living. Lin Mo squinted at the other person, increasingly feeling that the other person had ulterior motives. I'm Gu Chen, the owner of Xingyu Enhanced Chain Store. I wonder if you'd be interested in working with me. I'll find you customers, but you'll have to give me 30% of the commission. Gu Chen looked confident. As long as he mentioned the word stars and moon, he was sure to succeed. If you can't succeed, then don't bother starting. Oh, not interested. I prefer to do it myself. The man squinted, his eyes filled with danger. Are you sure? You need to know that Star Moon Enhancement Chain, not some other store. Are you sure you want to go against me? The voice grew cold. Gu Chen looked at Lin Mo with a gloomy expression. In recent years, his name, Gu Chen, has become well known throughout the entire Enhancement Master Circle. Everyone who sees him must treat him with utmost respect. He said that if he doesn't allow someone to open a shop, then that person can't open one. They'll say they're taking over someone's shop, and even if they don't want to, they'll have to join in. So many officials were dismissed a couple of days ago, and he's been quiet for a few days now. He had thought they were coming to cause trouble for Gu Chen, but it turned out they were only targeting the officials. Today was his first day out, and when he heard about this strange shop, he decided to give it a try. Who on earth is this person, speaking with such arrogance? He hadn't expected the other party to actually do it. If he didn't take action, wouldn't he be letting down the name Gu Chen? Kid, I'll give you one more chance. My Star Moon Chain, are you going to join or not? He released the unique aura of a 6th-tier expert. Lin Mo's body jolted, and he almost lost his footing. If you're not going to join, then go ahead and do it. Lin Mo crossed his arms and watched him. Since someone was going to deal with him anyway, Lin Mo wanted to see how they would handle it. You've got guts. I'll see if your mouth is really that tough later. Then a baseball bat appeared in his hand, and he raised his hand to smash it against the counter. However, a long spear appeared at his neck, and 4 men from next door came over and surrounded him. TCH, you think you can beat me by holding a weapon to my neck? You know nothing about 6th tier experts. Today I. Boom! Waves of air crashed against Gu Chen's face, and drops of cold sweat trickled down his temples. When they came out, Zhang Lingyu grabbed Lin Mo's arm and retreated to a corner. Even so, the two of them were still hit by the blast wave, but compared to Gu Chen, they were only affected by the aftershocks. 8th, is it 8th or 9th rank? He could sense the power of these people. It was definitely not something a 7th rank expert could give him. They were at least 8th rank, or even possibly 9th rank. But, isn't this just a white-coated steel reinforcement shop? As for those at the 8th rank staying here, brother, since you have such a powerful backer, you might as well just reject me directly. No, it seems like the other person rejected him, but you should at least tell me why you had to pull out a baseball bat. He put the baseball bat back into his backpack. It was all a misunderstanding, ha ha ha, I was just teasing the young man, hee. The 5 people looked at Gu Chen with indifferent expressions. Gu Chen also knew that this matter could not be resolved peacefully. Brother, name your price, and I'll admit defeat this time. We have 8th tier professionals too, so I advise you not to go too far. Gu Chen forced himself to remain calm and spoke loudly. You don't need to tell me, you should tell them. It has nothing to do with me anymore. Lin Mo shook his head, looking at the other person with some sympathy. You've revealed all your secrets, who can you blame for that? Cough cough. Zhang Lingyu coughed lightly, stepped forward, and took out her identification. Hello, I am Zhang Lingyu from the garrison headquarters. You are suspected of endangering national security and treason. We are arresting you in accordance with the law, etc. Gu Chen broke out in a cold sweat. Wait a minute, I just came to acquire a shop. How is that endangering the country? How is that treason? Besides, you're just a garrison soldier, you can't convict me. He remembered Zhang Lingyu's identity and quickly spoke up. I don't know if this is enough. Ling Qi opened his identification documents. Upon seeing the words secret mobile team written above, Gu Chen collapsed to the ground. That was too hasty. No one who can be protected by the covert surveillance unit is someone to be trifled with. I didn't just kick a steel plate, I practically kicked a piece of titanium alloy. Tai Sun and Gunyo carried Gu Chen out of the shop and into an inconspicuous little shop on the side. Here you go, treat it as treason. Yes, the 4 men in the shop stood up. After completing their mission, Tai Sun and Gunyo returned to the shop. Lin Mo was still a bit confused at this point. What happened to following the procedures and the highest national laws? Is this treason from the outset? Wait a minute, that doesn't seem wrong either. Isn't the highest law in the country treason? So, no problem. Is it alright to directly charge it with treason? No problem. First, he verbally insulted you, and second, he took out a baseball bat to beat you up. Although he didn't succeed, he made a move, Zhang Lingyu said casually, as if it were a trivial matter. Wait, wasn't he going to smash the counter? Yes, but the counter is made of glass, so there's a chance it could hurt you. So it's like directly hurting you with a baseball bat, so he wanted to hurt you, so he wanted to kill you. Lin Mo, excellent eloquence. Zhang Shuo, investigate the Feng Jinggu family and find out all the information. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingyu turned to look at Lingqi. Lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts, might require your help later. The garrison doesn't have enough authority for some matters. Once the Gu family's information arrives, you'll need to make a trip there. Just handle the sentencing according to the Supreme Court's procedures. No need, is it? Gu Chen's case shouldn't involve his entire family being sentenced? Lin Mo felt reluctant. Lin Mo, do you believe it or not, if we don't do anything, the Gu family will come knocking on our door tomorrow? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo calmly. She was all too familiar with the behavior of these families. If they don't come to her door, she'll write her name backwards. Then let's go. It would be best to kill them all, Lin Mo said quickly. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. She thought Lin Mo was just being kind, but she didn't expect him to be such a devil. Gu Chen and his family could frame him for treason, while the rest of the Gu family could only search for evidence and at most be imprisoned for a few years. Good heavens, Lin Mo is practically trying to kill someone, he's ruthless. Ahem, I'll give it a try later, Ling Qi replied with an unnatural expression. It wasn't that Lin Mo was heartless, but rather that he didn't want any trouble. If there were no state protection right now, Lin Mo might agree immediately, then find a place and blow the other person's head off with a single shot. Zhang Shuo was very efficient, he relayed the information about the Gu family within an hour. Zhang Lingyu looked at it carefully and raised an eyebrow. Lin Mo, your idea can come true. 90% of the people in this family can probably be shot. Lingqi took the phone and read it once. Good heavens, this family is truly traitorous. They're actually in the arms trade, they're asking for trouble. Tax evasion is considered a minor crime, it seems some families need to be thoroughly investigated. The Gu family's history is not long, only 50 years, but but they've been in the arms trade for 10 years. It would be strange if the local officials didn't know about it. 50 years is indeed a short time, but the domain gate has only existed for 300 years, so this kind of family is already considered to have a very long history. Ling Qi took the documents and left with his team members. After everyone left, only Lin Mo and Zhang Lingyu remained. In the afternoon, a number of professionals came in sporadically, but most of them only upgraded their weapons to level 10, while a large portion were scared off by Lin Mo's prices. Tisk tisk, these people really don't understand. I didn't just randomly enhance it, you know. Lin Mo was somewhat disappointed. Equipment distribution, come and assemble. A garrison officer placed a bag of weapons on a table in front of a gate. Has our equipment returned? That was incredibly fast. It's better to hurry. We should clear out those monsters during this time and close this dilapidated portal as soon as possible. The results of the domain gate exploration are in. There are actually quite a lot of resources inside, but the monsters inside are really annoying. It can actually split. In just 1 week, it can split into 100,000 monsters. Although they are all E-rank monsters, the sheer number of them is still quite troublesome. Most importantly, these monsters do not have any suitable materials for human use. This type of gate is the one that people dislike the most. Alright, these are your weapons. A weapon enhanced to +10, could it be that they found a gold or red enhancement master to help them this time? Probably, otherwise how could there be a weapon that's been enhanced to +10? Tisk tisk, the weapons I used before were only enhanced to level 7 or 8, but now I can actually use one enhanced to level 10. No wonder they were so happy. After all, the waiting time for gold and red enhancement masters to enhance a character is quite long. By the time their weapons are upgraded, it will be too late. This one is yours. A weapon that had been stored separately was taken out by the officer. You even had a separate package. The man in front of me shook his head. However, upon receiving the weapon, he froze. Are you sure this is my weapon? Although the name and attributes are all part of his weapon, he doesn't dare to believe it. What's wrong, Captain? Your weapon doesn't even have a level 10? It's not a big deal, after all, there's still a chance of failure. Yes, Captain, it's fine to upgrade it to level 7, or even level 6. However, when the man selected the data panel to be visible to everyone, the room fell silent. Enhancement +15. It's enhanced to +15. A weapon that only the wealthy can afford. They could actually afford to upgrade a weapon to +15 with their money, but you have no idea whether your luck will be good or bad. With good luck, a weapon can be successfully upgraded in one go. With bad luck, it could cost tens of millions. I've decided, I'm going to use this weapon all the way up to tier 7. Its attributes will definitely be sufficient for tier 7, the man said excitedly. The officer in charge of distributing the equipment shook his head. The next day, after Lin Mo went to work, he learned about it from Zhang Lingyu. Almost the entire Feng Jing family was arrested, and they were all involved to varying degrees. The only survivors were a few women and children. Lin Mo stroked his chin. They probably don't know this has anything to do with me, right? If he had known, he would have wanted to eliminate the problem completely. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. I don't know. They don't even know anything about you. Coming here must have been a spur-of-the-moment decision for Gu Chen. He probably heard about this shop. Okay, for some reason, Lin Mo felt a sense of regret. The Lingqi team didn't return until 1:30 p.m. Finished? Lin Mo asked, opening his eyes as he lay on the recliner. Once we're done, besides arresting the Gu family, we also need to deal with their company and those chain stores. If it weren't for these reasons, they should have been back by 10 a.m. Ding Ailing. A tall, slender girl with a slim waist and long legs walked in. The girl hesitated as she approached the counter. Is there anything I can help you with? Lin Mo asked as he stepped forward. I wanted to ask, do you offer upgrades for special equipment here? Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. Is he really that lucky? They actually have special equipment? Of course, no problem. How much do you want to enhance it? Are you sure this will work? This is special equipment. The woman asked worriedly. It is important to know that the formation of special equipment has not yet been determined. It is only known that it is formed under the influence of demonic energy. People have conducted tests, but no pattern has been found to date. Most importantly, there is a big difference between enhancing special equipment and enhancing ordinary equipment. There are patterns to enhancing ordinary equipment. At least the first few times, it's 100% effective. But special equipment is different. It may be enhanced 3 times, 5 times, or even up to 15 times. Of course, there is one chance to fail. But after failing, this special equipment cannot be enhanced. Any attempt to enhance it will result in its destruction. Don't worry, you can see my shop's name. If the enhancement fails, I'll compensate you. The girl nodded. Could you ask them to leave first, and then I can take my things out? Lin Mo looked at her with a puzzled expression. Is this necessary? It's absolutely necessary. The girl nodded firmly. Okay, Sister John, you can go to the next room first. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi exchanged a glance and nodded. As for safety, with Ling Qi's strength, he could arrive at this room instantly. The girl breathed a sigh of relief after the two left. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Qinyu. Lin Mo, you can take out your special equipment now. Zhao Qinyu's face was flushed, and a black stocking appeared in her hand. Black stockings. Lin Mo looked at her suspiciously, wondering if she had ill intentions towards him. Don't get me wrong, these are indeed the stockings I wore, but they are a special piece of equipment. As you know, the reason for the formation of special equipment is unknown. Lin Mo's lips twitched, and he took it from the other person's hand. Whether it was psychological or not, holding the stockings in his hand gave Lin Mo a strange feeling. Then, the attributes of the special equipment appeared before his eyes. Sexy young girls used black stockings. Equipment level, special. Durability, 8/12. Additional, attack speed plus 20%. Agility plus 20. When Lin Mo took it, Zhao Qinyu's face became even more rosy, like a steam girl. She herself felt ashamed of the name of this equipment. Lin Mo's hand unconsciously loosened, and he felt even more puzzled when he saw the name. How much do you want to upgrade it to? Special equipment does not conflict with ordinary equipment, but there is still no clear answer as to how much special equipment one can wear. They are extremely rare. If possible, I hope you can upgrade it to the highest level, provided you are confident in your abilities. May I ask how much money you have? Does enhancement have anything to do with how much money I have? Zhao Qinyu was a little confused, because in her opinion, enhancement was actually very cheap. The success rate is the biggest problem. Lin Mo placed the stockings on the table. He couldn't help but glance at it, feeling somewhat puzzled. My shop's prices are different from other shops, so I still suggest you take a look. Lin Mo took out a handwritten price list and handed it to the other party. Next door. The group peered through the doorway at the two people on the other side, their expressions somewhat strange. By the way, is Lin Mo thinking about finding a girlfriend? He actually asked someone for stockings? Zhang Lingyu, why don't you just send him a few? Black, white, flesh-colored, fishnet stockings, a few of each kind. And get him some different perfumes so he doesn't wear the same one twice a day. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect Lin Mo to have this hobby. If you ask me, how about I take him to a club after get off work? I'll treat him to the whole thing. The four men's talk got more and more outrageous. Lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts, is alright, but I have some doubts. However, considering that the other party was only 18 years old, this situation should be considered normal. After all, back then never mind. Zhang Lingyu ignored what the group was saying. She didn't believe Lin Mo would have such thoughts. If he did, there would definitely be something in his eyes. However, Lin Mo looked at her with clear eyes and had no other thoughts. Lingqi, what are those stockings you're talking about? Stockings are just stockings, what else could they be? Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu in confusion. Zhang Lingyu was defeated by this miniature version of the brain that had been subjected to slow slicing. So she said, first of all, we met him just a few days after he awakened. Secondly, I've seen all his information. Do you remember this girl? Even if they contacted each other later, when have you ever heard him contact her? And even if they did, was it just for a pair of stockings? And he even went to her door to deliver them? And now that Lin Mo has handed over the price list, it means this is a piece of equipment. But regular equipment doesn't include stockings, so the only possibility is that this is a special piece of equipment. Zhang Lingyu felt exhausted, and she understood more and more why Director Chen had asked her to stay. If Lingqi, a form of slow slicing in Chinese folklore, were to be in charge of these miscellaneous tasks, who knows what kind of ridiculous things would happen. It's just too tiring and a bit mentally taxing. You mean this? It does seem to be special equipment. But this is the first time I've ever seen special equipment shaped like stockings. Special equipment is indeed rarely seen, but there is one special equipment that everyone has, the mind's eye. Its formation process is the same as other special equipment, except that there are so many of these mind's eyes that no one would consider them special equipment. Even its own attributes don't mention that it's a special piece of equipment. But you have to admit, it is a special piece of equipment. But why would it be a stocking? Ling Qi racked his brains but couldn't figure it out. Moreover, this girl doesn't seem to be very strong. What's so special about that? I've even seen underwear that's special equipment, supposedly to enhance healing effects, and it's quite powerful. Zhang Lingyu said with a strange look on her face. She strongly suspected that the special equipment was related to it. Otherwise, why would underwear increase healing effects instead of combat power? The other side. Looking at the price list, Zhao Qinyu couldn't help but swallow hard. The prices were somewhat outrageous. Strengthening the first 10 levels is quite normal. However, things started to get ridiculous starting from level 11. You're asking for such a high price because you're sure you can succeed? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have asked for this price. Lin Mo said confidently. After hesitating for a long time, Zhao Qinyu's expression became firm. Then help me upgrade it to plus 15. This piece of equipment is very suitable for me. Attack speed, what an important attribute. A sincere offer of 150,000. Zhao Qinyu took out her phone, looked at the remaining 200,000 yuan balance on the screen, and gritted her teeth to pay it. Special equipment can be used indefinitely, but I wonder if these stockings can last that many years. After receiving the money, Lin Mo grabbed the stockings. Feeling the texture of the stockings in his hand, Lin Mo felt a little awkward. Wait here for a moment, it will be ready soon. Lin Mo frowned as he went behind the screen and put the stockings inside. Enhancement item, sexy girls used black stockings, special. Success rate 81.4%. Should I enhance it? The success rate wasn't 100% at first, no wonder they say special equipment is hard to obtain. But who is he? Take out, put in, take out, put in. Ding, ding. Half an hour later. Enhancement item, sexy girls original black stockings, special, plus 7. Success rate 51.4%. Should I enhance it? Phew, this is really difficult, it's much harder than enhancing his other equipment. Lin Mo felt that his price was too low, and that he should double it if he encountered special equipment in the future. No, it should be 10 times more to be worthwhile. Of course, he was just thinking about it. A reinforcement master might not encounter a single special piece of equipment in a year. Hearing the occasional sounds of successful enhancements, Zhao Qinyu looked tense. She was surprised that they all actually succeeded, but he was much slower than the others. However, suddenly, the sounds of successful enhancements began to appear more frequently. What happened? It rang more than 20 times in just 10 minutes. However, she was not in a hurry. Time passed, and it wasn't until 6:30 p.m. that Lin Mo finally emerged from behind the screen. Lin Mo wiped the sweat from his brow. It really was tough. Here's the equipment, it works really well. Zhao Qinyu nervously took the stockings, as if they were some sacred object. Sexy girls original black stockings plus 15. Equipment level, special. Durability, 20 seconds. Additional attack speed plus 20%, plus 20%. Agility plus 20, plus 20. Tidal surge attack speed plus 300% for 3 seconds, 10-minute cooldown. It actually worked, and it was even plus 15. This was practically tailor-made for her. With this speed, she could increase the frequency of her archery shots considerably. This means she can deal more damage. Thank you, Lin Mo. Your skills are amazing. I've never been happier than I am now. Your way of praising people is quite unique. Lin Mo was at a loss for words. Zhao Qinyu's way of speaking was just too strange. People are strange too. I'm sorry, I got too excited. Zhao Qinyu quickly bowed and apologized, a ray of holy light almost flashing into Lin Mo's eyes. No wonder. Lin Mo was initially puzzled as to why they were called sexy girl stockings, but now he understood why. No need for that. You pay, I provide the service, it's that simple. Thank you too. If I need to upgrade any equipment in the future, I'll come back to you. Zhao Qinyu waved and walked out of the shop. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi also came over. This is the first time I've seen you spend so much time enhancing a piece of equipment to plus 15. You didn't do this on purpose because you've got your eye on the other person, did you? Zhang Lingyu asked with a smile. How could that be? That's a special piece of equipment, very difficult to obtain. He never encountered a 100% success rate, all of them were achieved by Lin Mo finding the highest possible values and spending points to enhance them. It was incredibly difficult for him. Zhang Lingyu and the other woman exchanged a glance. It really was special equipment. What attribute enhancement? Attack speed. Lin Mo looked puzzled. In the time that followed, Lin Mo's life became more comfortable. He opens his shop during the week and occasionally upgrades people's equipment. Go hunting monsters in the countryside on Saturday to gain some experience and points. On Sunday, it depends on the situation, I'll either rest or go to work. And just like that, a week passed. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 325,610. Skill, absorb. Enhancement success rate, plus 10%. There haven't been any riots in the domains recently, so the points haven't increased much. Fortunately, Lin Mo had already upgraded the equipment Zhang Lingyu gave him and delivered it all to the garrison. Lin Mo's points are also slowly increasing. In addition, there are Lin Mo's shop customers. Although the number of clients they provided was a little less, they still kept providing Lin Mo with clients. At the beginning, I only gained 1,000 points a day, but now I gain about 7,000 points a day. It's safe to say that Lin Mo can now earn enough points in a day to upgrade a weapon to plus 50. Lin Mo opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, grade B. Level, tier 2, level 5, 241/16,000. Attribute, strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9. Number of points available, 50. Exclusive skill, enhancement. General skills, none. Sigh. The leveling speed is so slow, I still haven't upgraded enough equipment myself. Why not? Lin Mo turned to Ling Chi and said, Brother Ling Chi, why don't you take me to a disaster level domain gate? Ling Chi looked at Lin Mo with suspicion. You said you want to go to the disaster level gate? There are generally level 20 monsters there, and there are many of them. The highest level is level 50 A rank monsters. With your team here, there won't be any problems. These past few Saturdays, he's mostly killed E rank monsters, and if he's lucky, he might encounter a few D rank ones. As for Class C, they are almost never seen. No, your situation is different. Even if I agree, Zhang Lingyu won't allow it. Zhang Lingyu was not at the shop at this time, but went to Kyoto to pick up her equipment. Oh well, she's not here anyway. If you don't tell me, and I don't tell you, how will she know? It's no wonder Lin Mo wanted to go. The points seemed plentiful, but if he wanted a higher score, this amount wasn't enough to do anything. Let's. Ding Ailing. What are you doing? Zhang Lingyu returned. Lin Mo wants to go to the disaster level domain gate. Ling Chi betrayed Lin Mo without saying a word. There's nothing he can do about it, he can't make that decision. Although protecting Lin Mo shouldn't be a big problem, what if something happens? He can't take the blame for this. What? You want to go to the disaster level domain gate? Zhang Lingyu exclaimed shrilly. Lin Mo quickly covered his ears. Hey, Sister Zhang, you're overreacting. Zhang Lingyu also felt that her reaction was a bit too exaggerated, but she couldn't make the decision to go to the disaster level gate. Wait a moment, let me ask for you. Zhang Lingyu turned and left the room, picking up the phone to contact people. Lin Mo stared speechlessly at Zhang Lingyu's retreating figure. This was simply too exaggerated. I just wanted to go to the dimensional gate, is that really necessary? His parents had been to the domain gate, and they had even been to the calamity level 1. He's only going to a disaster level, not a calamity level. Your situation is different. No one can replace you in what you've done, let alone strengthening to level 50. Strengthening to level 16 is already irreplaceable, Ling Chi advised. To be honest, I'm a little skeptical. I can believe that black and white reinforcement is impossible, but gold and red should be achievable, right? After all, their base values are quite high. It's different. Starting from enhancement level 14, the success rate becomes very low. Because I'm not an enhancement master, I don't know much about this aspect. But I can tell you one thing, I know of no more than 50 pieces of equipment nationwide that are enhanced to plus 16, and less than 10 pieces that are enhanced to plus 17. As for whether there are any above that, I don't know. However, this matter must not be spread, these things are secrets. The information we've released is that there's only one enhanced version of this item in the entire country at plus 16. Lin Mo nodded. If that's the case, he could accept it. He said, how could there be only one piece of equipment in the whole country that's been enhanced to plus 16? So, does that mean the claim from overseas that there's no equipment that can be enhanced to plus 16 is a lie? Ling Chi chuckled, of course it's a lie. They think they're hiding it well, but we've actually found 20 weapons and equipment that are enhanced to plus 16. We have to thank their country for not being united. This kind of thing can be obtained with just a little expense. This shows how important you are, considering it's the culmination of 300 years of accumulation. Perhaps some families possess hidden, highly enhanced weapons, but their numbers are definitely not many. Lin Mo nodded, but was still rather depressed. Although being protected felt good, the excessive protection somewhat restricted his movements. Ding Ailing. Zhang Lingyu is back, and she looks pretty good. It's not impossible for you to go to the disaster level gate, but you'll need to upgrade all your equipment to level 20, and level 50 would be best. Don't worry, we'll provide all the upgrade stones. Zhang Lingyu called Chen Junzhen immediately, since Lin Mo's file level had been adjusted to the highest, and the security level was naturally the highest as well. In fact, besides the Lingchi squad, there was also a garrison nearby. The place where Gu Chen was captured and taken was where the garrison was stationed. There is also a small team of demon-slaying soldiers in this city. They will arrive within 20 minutes if you call them. Chen Junzhen's meaning was simple, as long as it was within the scope of Lingchi's protection capabilities, he could agree to any request. But there is one thing they must do. If they encounter danger, they should take Lin Mo away immediately. If anyone is to die, it should be them. Lin Mo must not be harmed. Zhang Lingyu had already made preparations for this, and she had been notified in advance when Ling Chi and the others arrived. Compared to a disaster-level problem, it shouldn't be too big. No problem, I value my life very much. Lin Mo patted his chest. If it weren't for the fact that he still had too few points, he would have definitely upgraded his equipment to level 100. By the way, if possible, could you prepare a box of hand grenades for me? If possible, I'd like a grenade launcher, and it would be best if you could also get me some grenades. After all, safety comes first, and I prefer firearms. Lin Mo revealed a kind smile. Compared to cold weapons that require skill and various techniques, Lin Mo felt that firearms were more suitable for him. No problem, I'll prepare it for you tomorrow. Zhang Lingyu's eyes darted around. How about you use firearms in the future? I'll ask the higher UPS to prepare some good stuff for you. Is that all right? Sure. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. She had finally managed to appease Lin Mo. As long as cold weapons are not used, nothing else matters. It's a disaster level, so be it. As long as the personnel are properly arranged, there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhang Lingyu acted quickly, and by the next day she had everything ready at the shop. Since you have a backpack anyway, take a few more of these things. 500 hand grenades, I'll get more if that's not enough. 1 grenade launcher, 50 grenades, 1 RPG, and 10 artillery shells. Lin Mo swallowed hard. That's enough, that's more than enough. That's enough to support a small war. Lin Mo picked up a grenade, the same model as before, which suggests that there aren't any high-quality consumables for these firearms. The rest are the same, they're all ordinary quality equipment. You don't need to try. Consumables won't be of very good quality, they're just made with a tiny bit of ore from the domain gate. Of course, there are high-quality consumables, but those are for dealing with even larger domain gates. For example, some large missiles are generally of rare quality, but such things are rarely used. Although a single shot can kill a large number of monsters, the production cost is simply too high. Generally speaking, professionals still constitute the main fighting force. As for Lin Mo, he can only be described as an exception. This is enough for me, just a little enhancement will suffice. Lin Mo took a grenade and went behind the screen. After 15 minutes, a reinforced grenade appeared in Lin Mo's hand. L88 grenade, white, plus 20. Durability 1/1. Damage 3000, plus 9763. Additional, kill radius 10 meters plus 30 meters. It has to be said that this damage is absolutely off the charts. The only downside is that it's a one-time use item. Lin Mo was already quite satisfied with this. 1 every 15 minutes, at this rate, Lin could finish it in about a day, a week. I think, right? Lin Mo glanced at the 500 grenades, it seemed rather difficult. He then picked up another rocket and upgraded it to level 20. R101 rocket, white, plus 20. Durability 1/1. Damage 10,000, plus 33,085. Additional, kill radius 20 meters plus 60 meters. Presumably, even an A-rank monster couldn't withstand this damage. As for the launcher, Lin Mo did not upgrade it. So, are you satisfied? Zhang Lingyu smiled. I'm quite satisfied. Lin Mo handed the newly reinforced rocket to Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu's smile froze. Base damage of 43,000. This is almost as big as a small bomb. An 80-meter radius, isn't that a bit excessive? Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Mo and said, your enhancement is really reckless. Why did you enhance this thing to level 20? It'll just be gone in an instant. Isn't that a bit of a waste? Zhang Lingyu was heartbroken. You see, the highest level of weapon enhancement they could get was only 16. Although they had one weapon with a level of 50 enhancement, there were just too many of them. There aren't enough to go around. The weapon that's been upgraded to level 50 is still in Kyoto, and there's still a huge disagreement about who gets it. Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but pick up the items that Lin Mo had just reinforced from the table, her heart aching with each look. 3 consumables that are upgraded to plus 20. It's just to hunt monsters in the disaster level gates, that's enough to go to the calamity level. Even shutting down the domain gate at a catastrophic level would be sufficient. Heartbreaking. Zhang Lingyu felt only one thing right now, pain. She really wanted to talk to Director Chen about whether she could be moved to another position. She was worried that if she stayed here any longer, she might end up in the hospital one day. Ling Chi picked it up curiously, glanced at it, and then silently put it back. He walked to the chair by the wall, sat down, and took out his spear, which was enhanced to level 20. He instantly felt that plus 20 enhancement was nothing special, nothing remarkable. Lin Mo scratched his head. What's wrong with you guys? Is the damage not enough? If not, I'll strengthen it again. As he spoke, Lin Mo picked up his things and prepared to go inside. No, it's already high enough. I really don't think it's necessary. The damage is already excessive. My suggestion is to upgrade it to level 10, that's enough. Zhang Lingyu quickly grabbed Lin Mo's arm. If he continued to strengthen his abilities, she was worried that she would lose control of her hands. Yes, that damage is more than enough, and it's an area of effect attack, more than enough. Even Lingchi had no choice but to try to persuade him. This type of area of effect attack is not a one-hit kill, but a multi-hit attack, so a monster may suffer the same damage 2 or 3 times, and may even be critically hit. Damage overflow is quite normal. Alright then. Lin Mo looked at the consumables with some regret. He wanted to know what the effect would be if these items were upgraded to level 50. After getting the items, Lin Mo stopped mentioning going to the disaster level domain gate, mainly because he didn't have time to go there now. On one hand, Zhang Lingyu brought new equipment that needed to be upgraded. On the other hand, as the reputation improved, more and more people came to Lin Mo to upgrade their equipment. Lin Mo's free time is becoming increasingly scarce. Looking at the consumables in his backpack, Lin Mo couldn't help but feel anxious, wondering when he would be able to finish upgrading them. However, seeing the rapidly increasing energy points made Lin Mo feel a little better. Zhang Lingyu and Ling Kai's lives were not so good. The two sat behind the counter, looking at what was behind the screen. How many is this today? This should be the 12th one. Sigh, another 20, but it's a one-time thing. Every time Lin Mo successfully enhanced a consumable item to plus 20, the two of them would sigh deeply, wishing it were a weapon. However, they couldn't stop him. After all, it was Lin Mo's freedom. The two of them could only suffer like this, a torment they couldn't escape. After more than 2 weeks, Lin Mo finally finished getting everything ready. He didn't even go out to hunt monsters on Saturday. Just for today. Sister John, Brother Lingqi, let's set off tomorrow. I've already prepared everything. Lin Mo happily tidied the room, with the other two helping him. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhang Lingyu shook the broom in her hand, causing the dust that had been swept together to scatter. Hee, okay, we'll go tomorrow, I'll arrange it. I knew this day would come. Aren't you used to it? Ling Qi asked, somewhat puzzled. At first, the two were a little heartbroken, but when Lin Mo strengthened his abilities by more than 200, they accepted the fact. More than 200 plus 20 enhancements. That's right, in the end Lin Mo did not listen to Zhang Lingyu's advice and only enhanced it to level 10. According to Lin Mo, safety comes first. But have you ever thought about this? Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with a deep gaze and said, have you ever thought about this? When a consumable item that has been enhanced to level 20 is turned into pieces right before your eyes, wouldn't you feel even more heartbroken? Ling Qi's expression was stiff. He couldn't help but think that he had spent 3 million to upgrade his spear to level 20, which meant that each of Lin Mo's spears cost 3 million. It's still a resounding 3 million. If this is gone, it breaks my heart. I understand. You might as well not have told me. If I had known a day later, I would have felt a little better. I feel like this is just the beginning, not the end. I'm wondering if he'll upgrade the bullets someday? Probably not, maybe not? Ling Qi was getting a little uneasy. If Lin Mo really did that, there was nothing he could do, nothing at all. Early the next morning, in front of a disaster-level domain gate. Report, 20 garrison squads entered an hour ago, and the safe zone has been demarcated, measuring 500 meters on each side. A man in combat uniform reported to Zhang Lingyu. Okay, I understand. Let's set off now. A group of 7 people entered the gate, led by the man. This was Lin Mo's first time entering the gate. There was sunlight inside the dimensional gate, but it wasn't very strong. It appeared extremely dark because it was shrouded in a thin mist. In the air, Lin Mo could occasionally see objects emanating a black aura. Is that black stuff demonic energy? Yes, that's demonic energy. Our mind's eye is there to prevent this from invading. But you must remember one thing, the mind's eye's defense is limited. It's best not to touch things like that kind of flame-like smoke. Although the eye of the mind can block it, some demonic energy will still manage to reach you. Theoretically, the larger your barrier, the less demonic energy will reach you, and the faster it will purify. Theoretically, as long as you're within 20 meters. Lingqi fell silent at this point. Since his grenades are all upgraded to level 20, there's no reason why his mind's eye skill should be upgraded poorly. Brother Lingqi, what would happen if it were 20 meters? Lin Mo looked at Lingqi with curiosity. He was genuinely curious, he had absolutely no other intentions. Lingqi took a deep breath. Theoretically, 20 meters is an absolutely safe distance, meaning the purification speed can be perfectly balanced with the invasion speed. Besides that, there are the resources here. Since the resources are all covered with a small amount of demonic energy, when acquiring resources, you must place them at a distance from the edge of the eye of the mind's ability and slowly dissipate the energy. Only after dissipating the energy can you put them into your backpack. Lin Mo glanced at his mind's eye. Plus 50 should have a good effect, right? Because it was located at the entrance, the effect of everyone's mind's eye was very weak, almost invisible. However, when they went about 100 meters further, a powerful gust of wind suddenly spread out from Lin Mo. If everyone else's winds are like a gentle breeze, then Lin Mo's winds are like a raging storm. Almost instantly, all the demonic energy vanished without a trace. Seeing the effect Lin Mo had achieved, Ling Qi and the others fell silent instantly. Comparing yourself to others will only make you miserable. With this, who would fear demonic interference? When fighting within the dimensional gate, what we fear is not the demons themselves, but the demonic energy within them. You can kill monsters, but you can only dispel demonic energy with the mind's eye. Even the priest's dispel skill is only a temporary dispel, it's impossible to completely remove it. Looking at Lin Mo, Zhang Lingyu couldn't help but wonder if Lin Mo had acquired more mind's eyes, would there be no more demonic energy in this domain gate? That actually seems quite possible. However, this area looks rather huge. 100 million for one, and there must be at least 100 domain gates, which seems a bit expensive. Let's leave this to the higher UPS to deal with. After walking a kilometer, an area came into view. This is the withered forest. The monsters here are mostly of medium level, with many being deer rank. After saying this, the man greeted Zhang Lingyu and then returned to his group. Lin Mo surveyed the grove of trees, which appeared to be low-lying. However, the trees had turned black, and even the ground was black, with wisps of demonic energy emanating from them from time to time. Are all the forests here like this, black and withered? Lin Mo asked as he pulled out his weapons and equipment. That's true for most of them, but there are also trees that grow vigorously, and those are excellent materials. Of course, withered trees can also be used as materials, but it takes a long time. Lin Mo nodded. In that case, I won't feel any pressure using it. Holding a grenade launcher, he fired a grenade directly, giving the others no time to react. Boom! A pillar of fire, 80 meters in diameter, shot into the sky, and a wave of heat swept over us. Staring at the 20-meter-high pillar of fire, Lin Mo was completely stunned. Was this really a grenade and not a flamethrower? Hey, your grenade design is pretty good, it even has a pillar of fire. The flames lasted for 4 or 5 seconds before gradually weakening and eventually going out. Zhang Lingyu murmured, it doesn't have that effect. It's just a regular explosion, at most a small fireball, right? After seeing Lin Mo's grenade, Zhang Lingyu wasn't sure what it originally looked like. As for the death by 1,000 cuts, no one knew anything about it. Since becoming a professional, he had been using a spear. Who would use a firearm for no reason? He didn't know the answer to Lin Mo's question either. Why not try it out? Zhang Lingyu took out the same grenade launcher from his backpack and loaded it with the same ammunition. Bang! The sound weakened considerably, and then it exploded. As for the pillar of fire, there was no pillar of fire at all, it was just a ball of fire that was extinguished instantly. It seems that only your enhanced version has this feature. The thought of using this weapon to hunt monsters in disaster-level domains filled Zhang Lingyu with heartache. If I had known, I would have taken Lin Mo to the calamity-level domain gate. Maybe we could have helped clear out the monsters, and then arranged for someone to close the domain gate. I regret it so much. Seeing the comparison, Lin Mo laughed. He hadn't expected there to be hidden special effects. Boom! 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 Grenades were fired one after another without restraint, and pillars of fire shot into the sky. Looking at the numbers that kept flashing through his mind, Lin Mo just wanted to burst out laughing. 2,000. 3,000. 4,000. No, Lin Mo simply couldn't count them all. The sum of the numbers jumped out each time was simply impossible to add up. Compared to Lin Mo's hearty laughter, Zhang Lingyu and the others were extremely heartbroken. With each pillar of fire that lit up, their faces twitched once. Ammunition is indeed not expensive, but it becomes expensive after being upgraded. Even if it's a disposable item, its virtual value is 100 million. Even with a discount, it still costs 20 million per shot. In just 1 minute, Lin Mo had already fired 10 shots, without slowing down at all. However, Lin Mo finally stopped after firing 20 shots. My god, what is he trying to do? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo in horror. There were actually not many demons left in the encirclement, they were scattered here and there. He actually pulled out an RPG. That's such a waste. However, for Lin Mo, there was no such thing as waste or not, it was just an ordinary rocket. Swoosh! A line of fire shot out and crashed to the ground. Boom! This time, instead of a pillar of fire, it appeared as a small mushroom cloud. Ling Qi and the others were not mistaken, a rocket fired created a mushroom cloud effect, and an even stronger blast wave rushed over. Am I blind? I actually saw a mushroom cloud. Ling Qi was truly bewildered. That's a rocket, you know, that's a bit too much. It is indeed a mushroom cloud, but it doesn't seem to have that much power. Although Zhang Lingyu was surprised, she was more focused on its power. No, maybe it's just because the quantity is too small to see any effect. Ling Qi simply couldn't believe that a weapon that could produce a mushroom cloud would have such low damage. You should know that he had seen the data for this rocket. The fixed damage is 43,000, and the kill radius is 80 m. The size of the mushroom cloud in front of us means that the kill radius is definitely around 110 meters. Keep in mind, this is just an ordinary rocket. If this were used to enhance nuclear weapons, okay, nuclear weapons are not allowed to be used, but N2 ammunition can be used. If N2 were enhanced to level 20 or even 50, I can't even imagine what the effect of being slowly sliced to death would be. Zhang Lingyu. Contact Director Chen. Ask him if he wants a plus 50 N2 ammunition. Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu excitedly. Are you crazy? The N2 bullet doesn't contain any products from the domain gate, so it can't be enhanced at all. Besides, that thing was invented over 100 years ago and has never been used. It hasn't even been used within the domain gate, so who knows what kind of effect using such a thing within the domain gate would have? Closing the domain gate is an important matter, but no one would joke about their life. Every professional's life is precious. That's right, I forgot about that. They should have tried letting Lin Mo strengthen himself once. That's a high-precision weapon, how could it be altered so easily? Zhang Lingyu was utterly speechless at this method of slow slicing, though there were a few test subjects. If it were truly feasible, she would have brought it up long ago. Lin Mo. Stop! Zhang Lingyu shouted immediately. Lin Mo once again hoisted the rocket launcher onto his shoulder, his hand already on the trigger. Ah! Whoosh! Boom! Seeing that Zhang Lingyu didn't say anything more, he thought he had misheard. As another mushroom cloud rose, Lin Mo became excited and couldn't help but look at his sniper rifle. If only every shot from his gun turned a mushroom cloud. It doesn't seem impossible. It's only enhanced to level 50 now. What if it were enhanced to level 100? Would things change? Lin Mo nodded. It's not impossible. While Lin Mo was thinking, Zhang Lingyu rushed over. The remaining monsters wouldn't need such a powerful weapon. Didn't you want to see how destructive this thing is? I'll have them find another place now. Zhang Lingyu was genuinely afraid that Lin Mo would continue to waste his time. Although the items belonged to Lin Mo, she still couldn't quite handle it psychologically. Lin Mo thought for a moment and said, okay, more is better. He'd already gotten over his initial curiosity. Under Zhang Lingyu's arrangement, these garrison troops began to regroup the monsters. However, while they were gathered together, they also discussed what had just happened. What was that weapon just now? Was it newly developed? It looks like a grenade. I think Lin Mo is holding a grenade launcher, probably a newly developed one. I've used grenade launchers before, but they don't have this effect. You've seen that pillar of fire before. But I'm more curious about the rocket launcher he took later. What model was it? How could it create a mushroom cloud? It shouldn't have any radiation, right? They were extremely curious about Lin Mo's weapons. They never even considered strengthening it, since no one would strengthen artillery shells. If we absolutely had to enhance disposable items, then it would definitely be high-quality, high-level disposable items. The monsters are gathering very quickly. After all, this is a disaster-level domain gate. Not only is it high-level, but it's also much larger and has more monsters. Within half an hour, a group of monsters were gathered in the middle, and the people around them used skills to drive them away from time to time. Without saying a word, Lin Mo picked up the rocket launcher and fired a shot. Ling Qi and the others stared intently at the center of the arena. Whoosh! Boom! A mushroom cloud rose. Ling Qi squinted at the ground, and just as he had expected, everyone in the center was dead. Not just death, but complete annihilation. There wasn't even a trace left, it was as if it had evaporated. The monsters surrounding the center area were all seriously or lightly injured to varying degrees. The lethal radius is indeed 80 meters, but the radius of serious injury is between 80 and 120 meters, while the radius of minor injury is within 150 meters. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised to hear Ling Kai's words, but thinking about it, it makes sense. The panel on this rocket shows the kill radius, not the effective radius. This shows that there's nothing wrong with what they wrote. Lin Mo glanced at the quantity inside, then launched another rocket. Looking at the remaining 6, Lin Mo didn't move. Instead, they chose to fire grenades, and when they had used up most of the grenades, they switched to hand grenades. In short, it's a combination of heavy firepower coverage, followed by light firepower bombardment, and finally, sniper rifle spotting. Just one thing, I want it all. Lin Mo was satisfied, but Ling Qi and the others were tormented from beginning to end. The patrolman's face contorted with heartache. I think I'll just not come to this kind of thing next time. It's too distressing to watch. He doesn't even have a plus 20 weapon yet, while others are taking them out by the basketful. Who can accept that? Gunyo looked at the plus 10 dagger in his hand and sighed. I understand you, but if you hadn't come, the captain would have torn you apart alive, believe it or not. The patrolman nodded. I believe you. Although their captain can be unreliable at times, he's incredibly meticulous when carrying out missions. He'll beat you up if he says so. By 2 p.m., the hand grenades were empty, the grenades were gone, and the rockets were also out. Within a radius of 5 kilometers, there were numerous large and small craters, and countless monsters had perished. Are these monsters still of any use? It used to be useful, but now it's useless. Your destructive attack method is only likely to survive against large monsters. But clearly, it seems there's nothing left now. Lin Mo scratched his head. That shouldn't be the case. Aren't many weapons supposed to have monster materials added? This level isn't low, is it? He just killed quite a few C-rank monsters, though the number was small, it still counts. Ling Chi sighed softly. The usable parts of each monster are different, some are claws and teeth, some are hides. But, the monster you killed was already in terrible condition. Even if you shot it with a sniper rifle, it was like it had suffered anti-material damage. In this situation, there's basically no chance of getting any materials, so, you understand. Okay. What else could Lin Mo say? It turned out it was because his weapon was too lethal. But you can't blame him for that. After all, safety comes first, and he wouldn't dare come here if his weapons weren't powerful enough. However, looking at the demonic energy in the distance and the demonic creatures that appeared from time to time, he couldn't help but think of his parents. They have been fighting against such creatures all along, and you can imagine how arduous that battle must have been. Of course, his parents were different from those who were subjected to slow slicing. They were members of the national team, while his parents were simply in it for the money. The methods are different, but the final result is the same. Will this place be closed in the future? Lin Mo asked curiously. He didn't know how the gate was determined to be closed or not. This place will most likely be shut down, firstly because it's too close to the city, and secondly because the quantity and quality of the materials produced here are mediocre, so it's not worth wasting time here. At this point, Ling Chi shook his head. There are many such domain gates in the country, and closing them requires a lot of manpower. So every year, the garrison army, the demon-slaying army, and even our covered mobile team all allocate manpower. Otherwise, we might not even be able to close 30 domain gates a year. The order in which the gates are closed also needs to be investigated, with both the harm and practicality as the verification criteria. Even so, the number of domain gates has increased rather than decreased, simply because they are arriving at such an incredibly fast speed. If professionals weren't being created every year, the world might have been overrun by domain gates long ago. Some people may wonder, if there are new professionals every year, why is it still so difficult? Then we have to talk about the topic of sacrifice. For every new person, someone else must sacrifice. The situation within the domain gates changes rapidly, although each domain gate has a rating. The gates are rated based on their size, pattern, and color. But this is just a rating. Otherwise, why would it be said that the disaster-level monsters are mainly D-level monsters, with CB-level monsters mixed in? Sometimes you might even encounter some A-rank monsters. The professionals responsible for clearing disaster-level gates always flee the moment they encounter an A-rank monster, escaping as quickly as possible, because their level is simply no match for them. Of course, this situation is rare, but when it does occur, dozens or even hundreds of professionals are sacrificed. Besides, the border guards suffered the greatest losses. Their sacrifices were not in fighting against monsters, but in fighting against humans. In addition to fighting the monsters emerging from the dimensional gate, they also had to guard against invaders breaking in from the border. Although the international community claims to be working together to resist the invasion of monsters, some countries are still secretly carrying out aggression. These are things that cannot be avoided. So that's how it is. Only now did Lin Mo realize how great these garrison troops who came for his safety were. He couldn't help but think that there seemed to be a problem with his restrictions on the number of enhancements the official company could provide, as well as the pricing he had set. At that time, however, he focused his attention on the locals, since their first instinct upon receiving weapons would undoubtedly be to leave the city to fight. But he was unsure about the official response, which is why he established the rules. Of course, there's another point. He doesn't want to spend all his time upgrading weapons. He wants some free time of his own. Otherwise, wouldn't he just become a power-up machine? What's the point of such a life? I've made up my mind. The official weapon enhancement policy has been relaxed. But I have to clarify firstly, I will only enhance weapons, and although the quantity limit has been removed, I will only do so as much as possible. I also need to have my own life, so I'll give you a rough number, 100 weapons a week. That should be enough. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and gave this number an average of 20 games a day, and about 10 games a day for his own shop's customers. Ling Chi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged a glance, their expressions brightening with joy. I never expected that explaining these things to Lin Mo would bring such a big surprise. I should have told him sooner. They hadn't expected this either. Of course, telling them in advance might not achieve the same effect. Everything can only be described as taking its natural course. The enhancement level. Zhang Lingyu had been eyeing enhancement level 20 for a long time, and wondered if Lin Mo would agree. Lin Mo glanced at his points. Wow, he had so many. Let's start with a reinforcement level of 15. All weapons will be at least 15. There will be 20 weapons at reinforcement level 16, 10 at reinforcement level 18, 5 at reinforcement level 20, and 1 weapon at reinforcement level 50 per month. As for the price, I'll give you a 50% discount. It's impossible for it to be free. It'll never be free in this lifetime. Otherwise, wouldn't my labor be incredibly cheap? Moreover, for a country, this amount of money is really nothing. Another point is that Lin Mo plans to keep this number up as his level increases, rather than keeping it constant. Oh, that's great. I'll inform Director Chen when I get back. He'll be so happy to hear this, Zhang Lingyu said happily. How could I not be happy? These numbers are simply astonishing. A plus 15 weapon for each person is simply unimaginable. Imagine how painful it would be for the border guards if each of them carried a plus 15 weapon, while the enemy only carried plus 7 or plus 8 weapons. Let's go back. Lin Mo smiled. He only paid out some points, and they were so happy in return. Thinking about it this way, maybe this system is meant to save China. Lin Mo glanced at his points again. It was time to put further weapon upgrades on the agenda, but should we still use this sniper rifle? Excuse me, what is the lowest level of gold epic firearm you currently possess, and what level is it? After returning to the city, Zhang Lingyu parted ways with them. She needs to report this matter immediately. Director Chen. Surprise or shock? Chen Jun was sitting in his office processing documents when he saw the name of the caller ID on his phone, and a headache came over him. Now he's terrified of Zhang Lingyu's phone calls. Either we don't fight at all, or when we do, it's a major conflict. Judging from this time, shouldn't they have just returned from a disaster-level domain gate? Could something have happened inside? This is a good thing, Zhang Lingyu said helplessly. At first, their conversations were normal, but recently, Director Chen's mood has been like a roller coaster. But this has nothing to do with her, it's all Lin Mo's problem. Tell me about it. Lin Mo has lowered the requirements. Zhang Lingyu explained the whole story to Chen Junzhen in detail. Great news, really great news. Chen Junzhen exclaimed excitedly. This was a tremendous boon for the country. This greatly increases his flexibility. Besides this, there's something else. Upon hearing Zhang Lingyu's words, Chen Junzhen's heart skipped a beat. Don't worry, it's neither good nor bad. It's just that I suspect he'll go to a calamity-level domain gate next time. Chen Junzhen's eye twitched. Was this neither good nor bad? I'll say it all at once. Even though I'm in good health, if you keep putting me through this, I'll end up in the hospital sooner or later. Zhang Lingyu pursed her lips. If this could get you into the hospital, even if Lingqi called you, you'd probably be hospitalized. I do have a gold-tier epic firearm, but it's not a sniper rifle, it's a level 25 revolver. I'll have someone send it to you first. Oh, and I'll also bring you a level 20 hand crossbow along the way. See if you need it. Low-level gold epic weapons are scarce in the national treasury, their level is too low, and the nation's blacksmiths are unwilling to waste their time on them. Most gold epic weapons start at level 50, with very few below level 50. On Sunday, Lin Mo arrived at the shop on time. As for resting, Lin Mo hadn't thought about it. The main problem is that he doesn't know what he can do after resting. For him, fighting in the dimensional gate was probably the only rest he could get. Besides, running a shop isn't that tiring. It's just weapon enhancement, just put it in to enhance it. As for mental fatigue, where does the mental pressure come from when you're 100% successful? If you can see the success rate, how could it possibly fail? Is Sister Zhang not coming today? Did she go to get a weapon? There's no need to rush. It's a bit too hasty to go pick it up today after just saying it yesterday. He promised, and he certainly won't go back on his word. She told me she had a surprise for you. A surprise? Are you going to give me 10 billion in cash? Lingqi completely ignored his words and didn't want to talk to him. You make money faster than robbing a bank, so what's the use of giving you cash if it saves you the trouble of going through the proper procedures? Zhang Lingyu arrived at 10:30. These two are for you. There's no gold epic level sniper rifle, but there is a crossbow and a revolver. If you're not satisfied, there are plenty of purple sniper rifles available. No, I want this one. Lin Mo picked up the revolver. This revolver isn't one of those small revolvers, it's a large revolver. The barrel is about 25 centimeters long, and the total length of the gun is an astonishing 0.45 meters. The gun handle is made of wood with a piece of silver patterned iron attached to it, giving it a very retro feel. The muzzle is very large, and it looks like it's loaded with 12.7mm bullets. It's an absolute killer weapon. The only downside is the lack of a scope, but that's no longer important. As long as it looks good, that's fine. As for its lethality, the caliber alone doesn't tell you much. If you like it, here are 500 bullets for this gun. The bullets were nothing special, they were just ordinary bullets, without any quality whatsoever. Lin Mo didn't care. As for the crossbow, Lin Mo simply put it into his backpack. Don't you have any crossbow bolts? This crossbow bolt is an energy bolt, theoretically, as long as it has enough energy, it can keep firing. Lin Mo's lips twitched. The amount of energy one has is closely related to intelligence. Even if he puts all his attribute points into intelligence, he doesn't have much energy left in his body, which is why he's not in a hurry to develop general skills. Even if he got his hands on it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Of course, the main reason is simply because it's troublesome. However, Lin Mo wasn't afraid of the trouble of getting a crossbow. Make yourselves at home, I'm going to work in the back. Lin Mo went behind the screen, started the machine, and began to enhance the revolver. Ling Qi then spoke to Zhang Lingyu. Why did you take out that pistol? That's a pistol tainted with demonic energy. Have you forgotten his eye of the mind? That little bit of demonic energy is useless against him. Zhang Lingyu shrugged. If it weren't for that mind's eye, she wouldn't have dared to hand over this weapon to him. She would rather give him a purple sniper rifle. Ling Qi was speechless for a moment, which seems to be true. Half an hour later, Lin Mo took out the pistol from the enhancer and frowned as he looked at the pistol's attributes. I was too excited to look at the name of the pistol, and only now that I see it do I realize the difference. SM500 revolver, epic, plus 20. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 67/70ths. Damage, 356 to 412, plus 1175. Additional, critical hit damage plus 10%, plus 5%. Critical hit rate plus 20%, plus 5%. Explosive attack. Each bullet has an blast radius of 0.5 meters. Why does this weapon have the character 4 demon in front of it? What does it mean? Magical weapons? Monster weapons? Lin Mo shook his head and put the weapon back into the enhancer. Enhancement item, magic, SM500 revolver, epic, plus 20. Success rate, 31.1%. Should I enhance it? The success rate is still so low, which is different from other weapons, but it's somewhat similar to the situation with that special weapon. Could this weapon be considered a special weapon? Lin Mo couldn't think of any other explanation besides this. Lin Mo tried to minimize the points he spent, but he still spent nearly 6,000 points. However, compared to his current points, it's nothing. A brand new plus 50 weapon appeared in Lin Mo's hands. SM500 revolver, epic, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 67/70ths. Damage, 356 to 412, plus 24,332. Additional, critical hit damage plus 10%, plus 5%. Critical hit rate plus 20%, plus 5%. Explosive attack. Each bullet has an blast radius of 0.5 meters, plus 0.5 meters. Rapid fire, 6 shots per second, CD, 10s. Special, Shinik bullet. The user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1 second/use. Lin Mo grinned. This damage was already unbeatable. Especially with those Shinik bullets, what's the point of having a scope? Sister John, I need to trouble you with something. Looking at Lin Mo's honest smile, Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard. You say, could you find me some accessories that increase intelligence? Rare quality is fine, level 30 is acceptable. Zhang Lingyu nodded. So that's all he wanted. That's easy. Wait, it will be delivered in half an hour. These ornaments are still available in the Fengjing warehouse. Accessories are generally easier to obtain than weapons, because most of the ornaments are not crafted, but are made by directly inlaying a material from the domain gate onto metal. Therefore, most of them are of rare quality. However, if you want it to be gold, it needs to be crafted and engraved. Half an hour later, a pile of accessories that increased intelligence were placed in front of Lin Mo. These are the most effective ones, you can try them. Lin Mo picked up a ring inlaid with a black gemstone. Black crystal ring, rare. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 30 seconds. Attribute, intelligence plus 10. Additional magic damage reduction plus 10%. Defense plus 2%. So that's how you add attributes? It was somewhat different from what Lin Mo had imagined. In Lin Mo's mind, the main attribute of the ring should be defense, but it seems that's not the case. Lin Mo flipped through the list and saw attributes that increased intelligence, agility, strength, and even attack. You could say there are all sorts of them. Lin Mo picked out 2 rings and 2 bracelets, but didn't want the others. If he could, he wouldn't even want the bracelet. But Lin Mo endured it in order to gain more intelligence points. Sister John, these are enough for me. You can take the rest back. I'm going back to work now. Lin Mo went back behind the screen. Aren't you curious about the power of his pistol? Ling Qi walked over. Nothing to be curious about. It's just increased damage and a few additional attributes. It's basically always the same, I'm used to it. It's mainly because I've seen too much of it. Okay, I'm still quite curious. If he upgrades the weapon to level 50, it will gain an extra special attribute. I'm curious to see what kind of special effect this weapon will bring. Zhang Lingyu was taken aback. Yes, what if it's a good special attribute? She shook her head, lost in thought. She looked at Ling Qi and said softly, it's better not to be curious. What if you think that attribute is good? Wouldn't you be even more upset? Ling Qi took a deep breath. What you said makes a lot of sense. I'd better not be curious, otherwise it'll be too easy to discourage people. He thought of his weapon, which was upgraded to level 20. If he weren't broke, he would have definitely asked Lin Mo to upgrade his weapon to level 50. Lin Mo said the official reduction is halved, so he should be considered an official too, right? That means 50 million should be enough, and it seems like it's not impossible to raise that much. Ling Chi thought about it more and more and felt that this was feasible. The only problem was that he needed to protect Lin Mo here and had no time to return to the capital. 2 hours later, Lin Mo looked at the ring on his hand with satisfaction. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 30 seconds. Attribute, intelligence plus 10, plus 150. Additional magic damage reduction plus 10%, plus 5%. Intelligence attribute plus 20%. Defense plus 2%. Special overload, intelligence attribute doubled, CD, 10M. Nice. It has a total of 160 intelligence, plus an additional 20% intelligence attribute, and an active ability that doubles intelligence. With this ring, that revolver becomes invincible. Lin Mo quickly put on the ring and then opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, Tier 3, Level 1, 2.1%. Attribute, Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9, plus 203. Number of points available, 75. Exclusive skill, Enhancement. General skills, none. If he uses the ring's ability, he'll immediately have 400 intelligence, not bad at all. Sister John, Brother Lingchi, under normal circumstances, how many levels do you need to reach to get an intelligence of 200? Lin Mo was very curious. His attribute should be stronger than that of other professions of the same level, right? If it's a magic-based profession, besides the attribute points that grow from within, plus the free points, you should be able to reach that level between level 25 and 30. By the way, I'm talking about S-rank professions. As for SS rank and above, it might be even faster, since intelligence is the main growth attribute. Lin Mo glanced at the intelligence score and instantly felt that the number wasn't so appealing anymore. Unless the other 3 pieces of jewelry are also enhanced, the stats should be able to surpass those of a professional of the same level or above SS rank. Of course, it refers to a single attribute. Thinking of this, Lin Mo rubbed his chin. Yes, why should I consider personal growth attributes? Why not just replace all the accessories and defensive equipment with those that increase attributes? Wouldn't that improve your attributes? Besides, he only needs intelligence and strength. Physical strength can come along secondarily, and he doesn't need agility at all. Even if he's wearing heavy armor, he can simply stand still and fire. The more Lin Mo thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. So he took all the accessories inside and enhanced them, and they all reached level 50. His intelligence attribute also reached an astonishing 1000 points. This is because it's just a low-level purple rare equipment. The main thing is that if you replace it with a high-level, high-quality equipment, the stats would easily double. Lin Mo looked at his weapon, his eyes darting around, and then walked up to Zhang Lingyu. He looked completely innocent. Don't look at me like that. If you have something to say, just say it. I'm in good health and can handle it. Sister John, I just want to trouble you with something. It's a very small thing. Zhang Lingyu was very flustered. Lin Mo hadn't spoken like this when he asked her for a favor before. Could it be that things would be difficult? As long as it's not too difficult, there shouldn't be any problems. Anyway, with Director Chen around, we can just get help from all over the country. I'd like a set of armor of purple rarity or higher, preferably with base stats that increase strength and intelligence, and plate armor would be best. Level 45 is fine. Besides that, could you craft me a weapon, a Gatling gun, the faster the better, and ideally gold epic quality, but purple rarity is also acceptable. And grenades. I wouldn't mind if you had small missiles too. Lin Mo's mouth hadn't stopped, he was talking about various firearms. Zhang Lingyu felt her blood pressure rise sharply. Gatling gun? Small missile? Missile launcher? Are you planning a war? This is enough to bombard a force of 10,000 men 3 times. Is he going to upgrade all the ammunition? My goodness. Zhang Lingyu's pupils trembled. In the end, Zhang Lingyu agreed to Lin Mo's request, because he was Lin Mo. If it were someone else, she would never agree to that. Lin Mo didn't rush to try out his weapon. Instead, he first helped the country strengthen the weapons they needed. Life became mundane. We consistently reinforce our products daily, and customers come in from time to time. That's why this is the city center. There are so many customers here. Almost every day, 4 or 5 people come to our door needing upgrades, but their levels are all low. Although all of Lin Mo's guests have a 100% success rate in strengthening their characters, those who are at level 5 or above still choose to strengthen their characters using the gold level strengthener. Even if I fail, I will still go. After all, it's better to trust a gold level enhancer than a white level one, just in case. Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry, as he upgraded more and more equipment. His experience growth increased from 10% to 20% per day, allowing him to advance a level almost every week. After Lin Mo handed over the equipment with a higher enhancement level to Zhang Lingyu, his experience gain increased to 30% per day on the third day. Lin Mo lay on a recliner in the shop, feeling that life was simply wonderful. This was the first time he felt that being a salted fish wasn't so bad. No work, all I need to do is lie down. Lin Mo, you've been working at the shop for 2 weeks now. Tomorrow's Saturday again, how about we go out again? This time I'll take you to a cataclysmic gate, how about that? Zhang Lingyu was a little worried about Lin Mo's mental state, knowing that it was very mentally taxing for other enhancement masters to enhance equipment. However, Zhang Lingyu did not notice this in Lin Mo, and she did not know whether he was different from other enhancement masters, or whether he was suppressing himself. In short, she had to take Lin Mo out, otherwise she wouldn't feel at ease. Over the past 3 weeks, it can be said that 80% of the enhanced equipment is state-owned, with customers accounting for only 20%. Catastrophe class, huh? That's fine. It'll be good to test the revolver's performance. Both its damage and additional effects are stronger than that sniper rifle. I wonder what kind of effect it will have. You agreed? That's great. I'll go arrange it right away. Zhang Lingyu directly called the local garrison, 45th tier troops, and prepare 66 tier troops. This time the target is a catastrophic domain gate. Your safety must be guaranteed. Lin Mo turned to look at Ling Qi. Is this really necessary? The fact that the calamity level monsters are mostly C or D level monsters makes this team, which is primarily composed of tier 6 monsters, seem a bit exaggerated. It's not an exaggeration at all. C rank and D rank monsters are all level 30 to 50, and to deal with them safely, you need to be at least 10 levels higher than them. Of course, this is all based on the situation. After all, not every squad is called a mobile squad or a demon-slaying army. You're probably praising yourself, aren't you? But thinking about it, it makes sense. Without some ability, how could one possibly join either of these teams? Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone. Okay, we'll leave at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's quite a distance, and it will take about 2 hours by car. Why is it so far this time? Lin Mo was somewhat resistant when he heard that he had to get up at 6 in the morning. Life is already so good, it's a bit much to still need to get up early. During this period, his opening time has changed from 9 to 9:30. He plans to change it to 10 o'clock in a few months and close the shop at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He will retire once he reaches level 9. This is normal, after all, it's a calamity level domain gate. Every time the monsters in the domain gate are mobilized, there will always be some monsters that escape, and this distance is a buffer zone. As for those high-level domain gates that initially approached the city, they have already been closed. Although the losses were heavy, it was something that had to be done. Zhang Lingyu had something else on her mind that she didn't say. If there were more powerful weapons, closing the gate would be much easier. It can be said that the weapons in the hands of the Demon Slayer army are basically enhanced weapons, and the lowest level of enhancement is plus 12. Without these weapons with superior attributes, their speed in closing the gates would be reduced. Oh, I see. Yes, theoretically, a calamity level gate should be at least 200 kilometers away from a city, while a calamity level gate should be at least 300 kilometers away. As for a natural disaster level gate, it needs to be surrounded by reinforced city walls, but unfortunately the effect is not very obvious. But what if this portal is located between two cities? That won't happen. First, those small cities are already deserted, they've all moved to the big cities. Second, even if it does happen, it will be on the list of primary targets for elimination, so there's no need to worry too much. Lin Mo didn't understand these things very well, much of it was theoretical knowledge. The next day, Saturday, bang bang bang. They're here, they're here. Lin Mo opened the door with a toothbrush in hand, and standing outside were the Lingqi squad. Why are you here so early? I'm just worried that you haven't gotten up yet, and professional workers actually have quite low sleep requirements. Lin Mo really wanted to roll his eyes at him. Although the demand for professional sleep was low, he would rather get a good night's sleep. Wait for me, I'll be right there. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo checked what he needed to bring and followed Ling Qi to the car. Wow, Sister Zhang, you're here early. I'm not early. That garrison went there last night and should be marking out territory in the domain gate by now. Lin Mo smacked his lips, feeling a little embarrassed by all the fuss. Don't feel pressured, this is the treatment you deserve. That's what he said, but Lin Mo still felt a little guilty. What if he sacrificed himself? Wouldn't it be blamed on him? However, when he arrived, he realized he had worried too much. Upon arrival at the location, someone led us through the domain gate and into the encirclement. Looking at the imposing garrison troops, Lin Mo knew he was overthinking things. This person is clearly a seasoned professional, there's absolutely no issue with their safety. Then I'll begin. Aren't you going to use bullets? Seeing Lin Mo pull out a revolver but without any bullets, Zhang Lingyu quickly said something. If we don't prepare these bullets, these monsters will attack. She remembered that she had taken 10 loading devices. Who says you need bullets to fire a gun? Lin Mo raised the 40-centimeter long revolver, squinting his eyes. Bang, bang, bang. With each bullet that hits the monster, at least a large portion of its body disappears. Minus 34,532, minus 31,223, minus 38,726. The number kept fluctuating around 30,000, with each bullet taking away a victim. Is this how enhancement masters fight? So simple and unadorned? Zhang Lingyu sighed. If she were to fight these monsters, she wouldn't be able to deal that much damage without using some skills. Perhaps only Lin Mo fights like this. I've never seen other enhancement masters fight. After all, not everyone can have a plus 50 weapon. This is simply inhuman. Lingqi no longer wants to talk about envy, he simply cannot. Lin Mo fired the gun while observing his own energy levels. Although each bullet consumes very little energy, Lin Mo's firing rate is high, so his energy is consumed quickly. Fortunately, all of Lin Mo's accessories increased intelligence, which resulted in his recovery speed being extremely fast. Lin Mo fired his gun as he walked into the encirclement. Lingqi dared not be careless and quickly led his team to a position not far behind him. Under Lin Mo's shooting, not a single ferocious beast could get close. Half an hour later, there were hardly any monsters left in the encirclement. Anyone who says firearms are useless will be met with a burst of bullets from Lin Mo. While the garrison was re-encircling the monsters, Lin Mo came to Zhang Lingyu's side. Wait, the items are being inventoried, and they'll be here soon. The weapons that need upgrading won't arrive until next week, giving you plenty of time to rest. And, Sister Zhang, I'm not in a hurry for the items. I just wanted to ask if you still have any equipment with the word magic on it. Lin Mo felt that equipment with the word magic in its name would have a better enhancement effect. Of course, he has very few pieces of equipment that have been upgraded to level 50, so they are not very representative. What if? After all, his special equipment has been enhanced. I do have the equipment, but its quality isn't necessarily epic. If she remembered correctly, there seemed to be a bunch of locked-up equipment in the Kyoto warehouse. The warehouse was completely surrounded by the mind's eye. Those things are not good for ordinary people. As for throwing it away, that's impossible. Maybe there's some way to get rid of that demonic energy. It's important to know that weapons tainted by demonic energy are slightly stronger in terms of attributes than ordinary weapons, and all of them are at least purple rare equipment. For players of the same level, having a few more attributes will result in dealing more damage. In battle, such a small difference can often change the course of the battle. In some people's eyes, this equipment is an unusual and special kind of equipment. Some people can use these weapons briefly by relying on a highly enhanced mind's eye. However, it may require a period of treatment afterward. Well, that's fine. Just get me another one, preferably a revolver like this. Lin Mo took a liking to this revolver, which was nearly half a meter long. Its destructive power was truly impressive. Is there anything else? Zhang Lingyu asked cautiously. There is none left. Lin Mo was a little annoyed. Was he really that scary? Why were the two of them speaking so cautiously? He then picked up his weapon, returned to the encirclement, and began his frenzied shooting spree. Zhang Lingyu relaxed completely and casually wiped away the cold sweat that had just broken out. It's just a weapon, why are you making such a fuss? What if he's going to use a nuclear weapon? Ling Qi shut up. Given Lin Mo's nature, it wasn't impossible. In his eyes, anything that could enhance something was worth taking. Who knows, one day Lin Mo might suggest that the higher UPS arrange for some materials to be used to create a small nuclear bomb with special properties. Thinking about it, Ling Qi seemed to remember that there was indeed one. I remember there was a prototype with the number HM09 in the special weapons arsenal. It was the smallest 1-ton class. Normally, 10 tons is the minimum. However, through everyone's efforts and with the materials from various domain gates, this 1-ton ultra-small nuclear bomb was produced. To be honest, if the ammunition content is only 200 kilograms out of 2,000 kilograms, that would be pretty good. The project was eventually suspended due to its poor performance. However, there are still 4 or 5 left, which are stored in that warehouse. SHH. Keep your voice down. If Lin Mo hears you, he'll definitely come. Although the explosion was small, it was still more damaging than a regular missile. If Lin Mo were to enhance him, who knows what the consequences would be? The most important thing is the radiation. Oh, I'll keep my voice down. Ling Qi quickly moved his hand to shut up. The two stood there, watching Lin Mo unleash his power in the distance with trepidation. What do you think? Could we buy the weapons he retired with? Ling Qi stroked his chin, increasingly convinced that the possibility was high. Although the level is a bit low, it shouldn't be a big problem for someone at level 6. Hey, you know what, it's actually quite possible. Zhang Lingyu also thought it was possible, as long as the price was right, or if they gave her something else. Taking it down is not out of the question. Thinking of this, Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo's weapon effects with even greater seriousness. Based on Lin Mo's leveling speed, of course, she didn't know why an enhancer leveled up so quickly. Maybe it was because the other person was an enhancer, so the experience requirement was low? In any case, Lin Mo's weapon replacement speed will definitely be very fast. Especially in the later stages, the differences in weapon attributes between each stage are quite obvious. Lin Mo swung the revolver around once, then casually stuck it into the air on his side. Tisk tisk, it's a bit of a pity. I should have gotten myself a gun holster, that would have been much cooler. Lin Mo leveled up 3 minor levels today, which is not bad. The amount of experience required will increase as you go on. He didn't say it aloud, because if Lingqi had heard it, he might have actually attacked him. However, Lin Mo was not worried at all. As long as he upgraded enough weapons, his level up speed would definitely not be slow. He glanced at his score. After we get back, let's upgrade this weapon to level 100 and see what the effect is. If one shot could deal the damage of a missile, he'd even dare to venture in if it were a calamity level monster, he'd just blow it up with a single shot. It's all done, let's go back. Okay, let's go then. As for the garrison, their task is to clear out the remaining monsters and, if possible, close the dimensional gate. Of course, this will take a very long time. However, the Demon Slayer army is already on its way and will arrive tonight. Helping Lin Mo was just something I did on a whim. Back in the city, Lin Mo returned to the shop. The day ended quickly, and he just stayed home bored. Lin Mo, are you selling your sniper rifle? Zhang Lingyu asked immediately. That gun? Of course I'll sell it. I don't have any use for it anyway. How much? I'll sell it to you. 20 million will do, since the level is so low anyway. Zhang Lingyu pursed her lips, not knowing why, but these words sounded so awkward. But this price is really cheap. This weapon, placed in a disaster level domain, would be an absolute killing machine. Against higher level demons, it would be a divine weapon. Another batch of upgraded equipment was sent away, and Lin Mo resumed his leisurely life. Lin Mo felt that this lifestyle was actually quite good. Experience and points continue to grow daily, without requiring you to fight tooth and nail. However, life was still too mundane. My skills are still too lacking. The motion of wiping the weapon, which was being executed by slow slicing, froze. You think your skills are lacking? A 3rd-tier fighter can easily crush a 5th-tier fighter, and they can't even get close. Since that weapon test, the encirclement has expanded again, and the restrictions on suppressing the monsters have been lifted. Faced with Lin Mo, the intruder, the monsters chose to fight back. However, under Lin Mo's unreasonable weapon attacks, none of these monsters could withstand a single shot. Even if you withstand one shot, the second one will come immediately. Even if you're at the 5th rank, you wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of so many C rank and B rank monsters. Ding a ling. I'm back. I brought back what you wanted. Take a look. A 6-barreled weapon appeared on the counter. Lin Mo jumped up from the recliner and rushed to the weapon. Wow, you actually made it? Yes, it's finished, and the quality is purple and rare. As for the demonic weapon, it's still being processed, and that might take a little longer. That's not just slow, it's incredibly slow. The golden epic pistol wasn't kept in a special warehouse, it was retrieved very quickly. However, the other weapons were all in a special warehouse. She went to see it that day, and when the door of the special warehouse was opened, the demonic energy inside materialized. 10 6th-tier holy class professions are currently being eliminated. As for the higher level holy professions, they have already gone to the battlefield. These 6th-tier ones were all transferred here. The holy class is the most effective against monsters. Although it has great destructive power, it also consumes a lot of resources. Therefore, all those who are considered sacred professionals work within national organizations. There are none in individual squads. Furthermore, they can enter the domain gate beyond their level, and naturally, the number of people in their accompanying team will also increase. After all the sacred professions have an S rank or even SS rank file level, which shows their importance. No rush, I think this is fine. What's the approximate rate of fire of this rapid-fire machine gun? Savior Gatling gun, rare. Equipment level, LV35. Durability, 243/340. Damage, 220 to 287. Additional, penetration plus 15. Burn chance, 1%. As for the issue of low attack power, Lin Mo didn't care at all. 12,000 shots per minute. Zhang Lingyu said this with great pride. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea, and she didn't expect it to be a success. 4,000 more rounds than normal. 4,000 rounds would create a vast network of firepower. Therefore, Zhang Lingyu brought bullets by the box this time, stacking 99 in her backpack, which was enough for Lin Mo to use. Hearing this, Lin Mo was even happier. Of course, Lin Mo wasn't the only one who was happy, Zhang Lingyu was too, because she knew that they could buy Lin Mo's discarded weapons again. Although it doesn't sound nice, it doesn't matter. As long as I can get it, I'll beg for it. I'm going to work now. Lin Mo carried his weapon and went behind the screen. Wow, you actually managed to get it. That's right, I've figured it out. I'll get Lin Mo any weapon he wants. As long as it's reusable, I'll take as many as I can, and let him experiment with them as he pleases. You've got a really good plan, haven't you? I'd better stay away from you from now on, or you might sell me out. Ling Qi shuddered after thinking about Zhang Lingyu's words. You're being utterly inhuman. Before, Lin Mo would get whatever he wanted, but there was only one of her. But she just said something about getting everything. Even if it's just 20 at a time, Lin Mo will surely pick some to test. Even if she only strengthens one more weapon, Zhang Lingyu can send another highly enhanced weapon to the higher UPS. If it were up to me to carry out the slow slicing, I would definitely do whatever Lin Mo said. TCH, as if you don't know how to use an abacus. Zhang Lingyu gave Ling Qi a disdainful look. I really don't have any plans. Looking at the serious-looking Ling Qi, and recalling his actions and what Director Chen had said, Zhang Lingyu fell silent. Oh well, anyway, everything she did was for the country. Being satisfied with both sides, isn't that great? Lin Mo didn't care what they were talking about, he was currently very conflicted. Save your Gatling gun, rare, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 35. Durability, 243/340. Damage, 220 to 287, plus 11,583. Additional, penetration plus 15, plus 30. Rate of fire plus 20%. Burn chance, 1%, plus 1%. Special, universal salvation, rate of fire increased to 36,000 rounds for 1 minute, CD, 30M. The attributes are good, and the special attributes are also quite good. Furthermore, when combined with the rate of fire attribute, the number can be increased even further, making it a truly powerful weapon. But, Lin Mo wanted Chinook bullets, but he didn't have any. But if bullets are used, he can't use this method of saving all living beings. He can't exactly go out carrying a huge ammunition box, can he? Unless he modifies a car and fills it with ammunition to support him in completing a set of skills. That would be unpleasant. He thought about it for a moment, then decided to treat it as an experiment and continue. Lin Mo put the weapon back into the enhancer. Enhancement item, save your Gatling gun, rare, plus 50. Success rate, 9.88%. Should I enhance it? Lin Mo's eye twitched, his heart ached terribly. Strengthen, strengthen, ding, ding. The echoes of success continued to resound. The two people outside looked at the screen with confusion. If I remember correctly, it should have rang 50 times by now. No, it's 60 sounds. He adds other equipment to it each time. Although they know the methods, no enhancement specialist can say for sure that they will succeed. You mean, he's not planning to continue strengthening himself, is he? Zhang Lingyu was startled by her own words. You know, plus 50 is already insane, so what will happen if it's upgraded any further? Well, it's not impossible, but is there really no limit? Although Zhang Lingyu's words were a bit far-fetched, the voice coming from inside forced Ling Qi to admit it. Ling Qi didn't believe that Lin Mo was enhancing other equipment. Lin Mo had already strengthened everything that needed strengthening in the past few days. Moreover, why strengthen it now of all times? It's impossible. The sound is still going on. Zhang Lingyu's voice began to tremble. Lin Mo is absolutely a person who revolutionized the profession of enhancement master, a person who made history. Plus 50 is not the limit. Plus 60 is not the limit. Plus 70 is still not the limit. What exactly is Lin Mo's limit? What is the limit of equipment? Every time the enhancement was successful, Lin Mo felt a pang of heartache. The budget is burning through. Points minus 8,914. Points minus 8,322. Points minus 8,822. If you're lucky, you only need a little over 6,000 points. If you're unlucky, it can take you over 8,000. The main problem was that Lin Mo was too hasty. If he had taken his time, he might have lost more than 1,000 points in one go. But he couldn't wait. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first upgrade of equipment to plus 100. System level increased, and the new refinement function is now available. Lin Mo quickly opened his personal information in the system. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 192,310. Skills, absorb, refine. Enhancement success rate, plus 110%. Lin Mo gasped instantly, not because the success rate had increased. It's purely because he had nearly 600,000 points, but now he has less than 200,000 left. 200,000. I just spent 400,000 points? Lin Mo quickly looked at the enhancer. Enhancement item, save your Gatling gun, rare, plus 100. Success rate 11.66%. Should I enhance it? Lin Mo clicked to enhance. Do you wish to spend 44,170 points to enhance? Lin Mo silently calculated that each 1% required 1,000 points. Just as he expected, the points required for each system upgrade doubled. As expected, the so-called plus 999 is a bit difficult. Save your Gatling gun, rare, plus 100. Equipment level, LV35. Durability, 243/340. Damage, 2.2 million, 2.8 million, plus 1.909 million. Additional, penetration plus 15, plus 60. Rate of fire plus 60%. Burn chance, 1%, plus 5%. Special, universal salvation, rate of fire increased to 36,000 rounds per minute, CD, 30M. 6 purification bullets, weapons come with their own ammunition and are imbued with holy light, dealing 500% damage to monsters. But when he saw the damage number, was he sure he hadn't miscalculated? 1.9 million. I plus 100 enhancement can actually deal 1.9 million damage? Then what equipment does he need? What epic or mythic weapons does he need? Isn't that enough? If there's no epic, create your own epic. If there's no myth, create your own myth. Lin Mo remained silent for a long time, suddenly feeling that the world wasn't so dangerous after all. Once he pulls out this weapon, no monster should be able to withstand the damage. If one bullet costs 1.9 million, how many millions would 12,000 bullets cost? Lin Mo took out the weapon from the enhancer. The weapon, which was originally pitch black, now seemed to be covered with holy light and emitted a faint fluorescence. He poked his head out and asked, "Brother Lingqi, what's the highest damage you've ever dealt in one go?" Although Lingqi had some doubts, he still thought about it carefully. It must have been when fighting a Class A monster that a skill dealt 880,000 damage, but it only took away a quarter of the opponent's health. Lin Mo gasped. 880,000? Lin Mo glanced at his gun again. He wasn't afraid. Each bullet cost 1.9 million, and only 4 bullets were needed to kill a special A-level enemy. 12,000 shots, that's 3,000 top-tier A-grade fish, meaning he can hunt that many in just 1 minute. I'm so excited just thinking about it. Brother Lingqi, Sister John, let's go to the Calamity level gate. I'll show you my latest weapon. Lin Mo took out a silver Gatling gun that emitted a fluorescent glow. Cough cough. Cough cough. The two choked on their own saliva. What did Lin Mo just say? Wait, what level of domain gate did you say you wanted to go to? Calamity level. My gun is extremely powerful, but it can't show its power in low-level areas. Zhang Lingyu looked at the gun in Lin Mo's hand, which had changed shape. Not only has the color changed, but many mysterious patterns have also appeared on the gun body. You don't need to think about that, but we can go to the outskirts to find a monster of around D rank. Without further ado, Lin Mo urged them to drive off quickly. Lingqi is unavoidable. Is it really necessary to be in such a hurry? However, he also wanted to know what was going on with the gun. Judging from the sounds coming from inside, there were at least 80 or 90, maybe even 100. But can a weapon really be upgraded by 100? Probably not. Lingqi was driving the car, while Zhang Lingyu remotely controlled it via telephone. Go to the southern suburbs, 30 kilometers away. There are 12 D-level monsters there. They just ran out and we haven't started killing them yet. Lingqi made a turn and drove towards its destination. Half an hour later, we arrived at the designated location. Lin Mo jumped out of the car and immediately took out his weapon. He, let me see its power. Tap tap tap. Click, click. Lin Mo sat on the grass, looking at his gun and then sensing his own energy. With just over 200 points of intelligence, I only fired 3 shots. Although the power was considerable, each shot creating a crater a meter deep, it was only 3 shots. So he created a character that looks good but is useless? That can't be, right? Lin Mo couldn't understand how he could have spent 400,000 points to acquire such a weapon. Decorations? Even a 9th tier professional, how much intelligence can they possibly have? 8,000? 10,000? 203 bullets, that's only 150 rounds. This gun has a rate of fire of 12,000 rounds per minute, plus a rate of fire bonus, and also has special abilities. Lin Mo became depressed. Zhang Lingyu and the members of the Lingqi squad stood not far from Lin Mo. What's wrong with Lin Mo? Wasn't that gun very powerful? Lingqi stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. Although the bullets did not hit the monsters, the holy light energy attached to the bullets was exceptionally powerful. Furthermore, the 1-meter-deep crater left on the ground also demonstrates the weapon's immense power. She seems perfectly fine, so why does she look so unhappy? Don't you even think about what kind of gun that is, what its rate of fire is, and whether you even saw it being loaded? Zhang Lingyu was absolutely furious with him, and she seriously doubted how her teammates could possibly be with him. It's a simple matter. Okay, I understand. Shall I go take a look? Okay, please speak nicely and don't provoke him anymore. Ling Qi nodded, don't worry. After saying that, he walked towards Lin Mo. Zhang Lingyu could only pray that the slow slicing would cheer Lin Mo up, or at least make him less heartbroken. This is a national treasure, it cannot be harmed in the slightest, not even emotionally. Then, Zhang Lingyu saw Ling Qi squatting down next to Lin Mo and saying something to him. Lin Mo then handed the weapon to Ling Qi. The person being slowly sliced to death began to tremble. Then he picked up the gun and fired. Lin Mo lowered his head even further. Zhang Lingyu slapped her forehead. She shouldn't have let the death by 1,000 cuts pass. She rushed over and took the weapon, after which Lin Mo became even more dejected. Ling Qi arrived at Lin Mo's side. Is it because the weapon doesn't suit your taste? Lin Mo sighed softly, you'll know once you try. He casually handed over the weapon, and Ling Qi casually accepted it. However, when that magnificent panel appeared before Ling Qi's eyes, he knew he was doomed. What did he see? Plus 100. The uncontrollable trembling of the hands during the slow slicing was a sign of excessive excitement. He could no longer control the muscles in his body. What kind of number is this 1.9 million? And what's with the 36,000 per minute? Rate of fire increased by 20%, dealing 500% damage to monsters? Are you sure you're not kidding? 1.9 million multiplied by 5? No wonder the fluorescence on Ling Qi looked so familiar. It was the same effect of holy light infused by a holy professional. With nearly 10 million damage, nothing can stop it. Can I fire the gun? Ling Qi asked excitedly. Lin Mo waved his hand, go ahead and try, but I advise you not to have too high expectations. The higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. I am the best example of that. Rat. It's really just a matter of pulling the trigger, and it's over in an instant. Ling Qi stood there stiffly, as if frozen in place. He had no energy left in his body, not a single drop, and he felt a sense of emptiness. Less than a second? It's over? Ling Qi looked at the weapon in his hand. What use was it if it couldn't even fire a shot, with 1.9 million damage? Keep in mind that he's currently at level 8, so even a level 7 skill could be used over 100 times without any problem. Although the damage isn't as high, it's accurate. The bullet was already dead before I even aimed. And what about the loading port? None? Seeing this, Lin Mo sighed again. People just can't be greedy. Now we have the weapons, but we can't use them. Not only could he not use it, but even if he were given a level 9, 9th tier weapon, the other party might not be able to use it. What a failed attempt. It's not that there's no solution, you can find accessories that increase intelligence and upgrade them to 100 as well. 4 accessories should be enough to support this weapon. Only. 1 costs 400,000, so 4 would cost 1.6 million. Where would he get so much stuff? Right now, his daily growth rate is only a little over 10,000. Sigh. Zhang Lingyu walked over from behind and pulled Ling Qi aside. What's wrong with you? Didn't I tell you to check on Lin Mo? Why are you doing this too? Ling Qi said nothing, but handed the weapon to Zhang Lingyu. 3 minutes later, the 3 stone sculptures remained quietly there. The group of iron patrolmen in the distance exchanged puzzled glances. What's going on? Should we go check it out? I think we shouldn't go. 3 is enough. We also need to keep an eye on the monsters in the vicinity. 2. Lin Mo sat for about an hour and finally figured it out. Upgrading it to level 50 is enough, don't even think about leveling it to 100 for now. Let's talk about it again when the daily points growth rate reaches 100,000. As for plus 999, Lin Mo didn't even dare to dream of it. He turned around and was startled. Ling Qi gazed into the distance with a sorrowful expression, while Zhang Lingyu hugged his disliked weapon with a pained look on her face. What's wrong with you guys? Hearing Lin Mo's voice, the two of them snapped out of their daze. Your weapon has insane stats, but it's unusable. Leaving aside the additional attributes, the damage value alone is enough. However, a rapid-fire machine gun is a rapid-fire machine gun, it cannot be used in single shots. Once the trigger is pulled, it will fire continuously. This is due to manufacturing limitations. In the past, manufacturing methods required the assistance of an electric motor, and there was no way to stop it. Monsters won't give you any chance. Yes, it would be better if you had a regular rifle, then you would at least have a few chances to fire. Rifle? Lin Mo rubbed his chin, then shook his head. Even with a rifle, he couldn't withstand this level of consumption. Moreover, he didn't have enough points to make it. No, I won't be enhancing any more equipment to level 100 for the time being. Today was just a case of him not thinking things through and getting too excited. If he had really thought about it seriously, he should have thought of this problem. Upon hearing this, the two agreed. Having something you can't use is a waste. This weapon is probably unusable by anyone, unless one possesses an extremely high intelligence level. Now that the test was over, the group drove back. Ring ring. Director Chen. Lingyu, has Lin Mo come up with any new weapons lately? Upon hearing this, Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Mo sitting in the chair and recalled the Gatling gun from 3 days ago. They did manage to make one, and it was incredibly powerful, and Lin Mo doesn't want it anymore. Not only did Lin Mo not want it, but Zhang Lingyu didn't want it either. Who can use this? Oh? Then ask him if he'll sell it or not. Director Chen's voice lit up with delight. I've recently run into some trouble, a new domain gate has appeared, and we're currently at a stalemate. I suggest you don't even think about it. That weapon consumes a lot of energy. The Lingqi weapon only fired about 150 bullets before it ran out of power. Zhang Lingyu was also helpless. It wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, but that he really couldn't. Director Chen tapped the table, closing his eyes and thought. High energy consumption? It doesn't seem like a big deal. It's alright, we'll buy it. As long as Lin Mo is willing to sell, we'll buy it. But that energy is not something that ordinary professionals can use. Director Chen chuckled and said, who says weapons have to be used by one person? Can't 100 or 1,000 people use them? Zhang Lingyu's mind raced. How could someone sent by Chen Junzhen be doing something as simple as communication? You mean? That's right, it's that forbidden artifact that's like a chicken rib echo. The echo is actually a golden conch shell. Once activated, it allows everyone within range to concentrate their energy on one person. That's right, in their view, this is a useless ability, concentrating all the energy on one person without adding any boost to the damage output. The cost of releasing a skill is fixed. At the time, people unanimously suspected that the device was mislabeled, but the data panel did not lie. Therefore, this forbidden artifact has been gathering dust in the Forbidden Artifact exhibition room. Surprisingly, it actually started working today. If it's this forbidden artifact, it really is. It said that its coverage area can hold 10,000 people, not just for a minute, but for 10 minutes without any problem. Okay, I'll go ask right away. What? You want to buy this? Lin Mo stared at Zhang Lingyu in shock. Someone actually wanted this piece of junk? He was ready to throw it away, it was completely useless. They really want to buy it, so they're asking how much it costs. Zhang Lingyu couldn't stand the way he was being stared at. Yes, what decent person would buy something they can't use? Then just give me 10 million. Lin Mo didn't ask for more, after all, it was something he could do without. So cheap? Cheap? Then I'll add some more for you? Lin Mo wouldn't have disposed of it if he didn't need it, it was just an eyesore. Swipe your card. After paying, Zhang Lingyu packed up her things and left the shop without saying a word. Lin Mo was still holding the card reader in his hand. What's wrong with her? Is she afraid I'll change my mind? The deal was all done, so why run away? I don't know. Ling Qi shook his head. Since taking on the task of protecting Lin Mo, he wasn't very clear about the mission assigned by his superiors. But he knew one thing, something big was about to happen. Could it be that another one of those domain gates has appeared? But it's only been 3 years since the last domain gate appeared, so it should be 2 more years before it reappears, right? But who knows? Zhang Lingyu drove at high speed to the garrison base. Is the plane ready? Ready to take off at any time. On the runway in the distance, a C-32-seat fighter jet was already parked. Zhang Lingyu put on the helmet and sat inside. The plane accelerated instantly during taxiing and soared straight into the sky. At 1 p.m., the plane arrived at the Kyoto garrison base on time. Zhang Lingyu arrived at a 7-story building in the city center without any obstacles. There were no fewer than 100 security personnel within a 1-kilometer radius. Report. Enter. You arrived really quickly. I want to see the true power of this weapon for myself. The 3 of them were unable to unleash the weapon's full power, which made Zhang Lingyu quite curious. Alright, they're setting off this afternoon. It's a catastrophic gate. Chen Junzhen finished dressing and led Zhang Lingyu outside. Catastrophe level? That shouldn't be a problem, right? The Demon Slayer army or the covered mobile force should be able to handle it. If only that were the case. The demonic energy within this calamity level gate is surging, evolving into a mythical level gate. To be honest, I was shocked when I learned of this result. You know, all mythical level gates are generated out of thin air. This is the first time I've seen one evolve like this. Chen Junzhen shook his head. Heaven knows how he felt when he first heard the news. Can a domain gate actually evolve? Zhang Lingyu was also somewhat confused. Was the domain gate evolving? This sounds so outrageous. She could understand the idea of monsters evolving, since many monsters can evolve over time. But shouldn't the level of a domain gate be fixed? After getting downstairs and into the car, they drove towards the north side of Kyoto. A series of SUVs emerged from the corners behind them, slowly surrounding Zhang Lingyu's vehicle. Of course, that's not the point. We could destroy it even without this weapon, but we're having you buy it for safety reasons. Our focus now is whether other domain gates will experience the same situation. There aren't actually that many natural disaster level domain gates in the country, but there are a lot of calamity level domain gates. If a calamity level domain gate can be upgraded to a natural disaster level domain gate, then the professionals in the country will be very busy. No, I should say we're simply too busy to keep up. The garrison and border guards are numerous, but the Demon Slayer army and the covered mobile unit are pitifully few in number. After all, it's really hard to find the right talent. The car stopped 150 kilometers from Kyoto. After getting off the bus, Zhang Lingyu discovered that the guards here were not dressed as garrison soldiers. Instead, it was the demon-slaying army. It seems the problem is indeed quite serious. No rush, the garrison will be here soon, and we can begin once they arrive. After Chen Junzhen got out of the car, the leader of the demon-slaying army came up to him. Is that weapon really that powerful? There are quite a few monsters inside, and the concentration of demonic energy is also much higher. The higher the level of the gate, the denser the demonic energy. Zhang Lingyu, give him the weapon. Zhang Lingyu handed the weapon, which no one else could use, to the other party. The other party took it without a care, and when he saw the value on it, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Holy crap, it's actually true. Let's go in now. Even if there are 1 million monsters inside, it's fine. Chien Duo, don't rush. I heard this takes a lot of energy. Echo and the garrison will be here soon. Go in after they arrive. Zhang Lingyu tried hard to suppress her laughter when she heard the name. His shoulders trembled uncontrollably. Director Chen, could you please call me by my title next time, instead of my name? You could even use my code name. His parents chose his name, and he had no say in it. His parents wanted him to have a wealthy and noble life, so they gave him this name. Who would have thought that he would end up becoming the Demon Slayer army? But it can be considered a life of wealth and honor, just in a different way. Okay, here are the gold coins. Ha ha, I'm so sorry. Zhang Lingyu quickly lowered her flushed face. Lots of money, gold coins, that's really interesting. No, never mind. Chen Junzhen smiled broadly. Gold coin was his original code name. After joining the Demon Slayer army, that code name disappeared, and his current code name is Golden Eagle. Soon, a large convoy drove up. The transport trucks were filled with the garrison troops. Half an hour later, all 10,000 garrison troops were in place. A golden conch shell was handed to Chen Junzhen. Alright, the things have arrived, let's go. Director Chen, you'd better not go in. It's too dangerous inside. Chen Junzhen waved his hand. With you all here, what danger could there be? I'll go in and see just how powerful this weapon really is. Chien Duo stopped trying to persuade him. At worst, he could just arrange for a few more people to protect him. This was Zhang Lingyu's first time entering a calamity-level domain gate. The entire domain was not dim, but dark. Zhang Lingyu could only see up to 10 meters away. As each of the mind's eyes lit up, the demonic energy was dispelled, allowing Zhang Lingyu to see the situation in the distance clearly. She then realized that it was not darkness, but the result of demonic energy reaching a certain level of concentration. Now you know what they're facing, and you also know why the demon-slaying army has the fewest numbers. Those tainted by this demonic energy will either go mad or become crippled. Chien Duo stood in front, holding a weapon, while another person stood behind him, holding the golden conch artifact Echo, positioned to completely envelop him. As the forbidden artifact was infused with energy, a burst of golden light spread out and enveloped all the garrison troops. Hands were placed on the shoulders of people nearby, and the last person placed their hand on Chien Duo's shoulder. The reason this device is considered useless is not only because it only has one function, but also because it only works after everyone is connected to each other. Chien Duo's face slowly turned red. Damn, I can't hold back anymore, I'm going to start. The trigger was pulled, and streaks of fire shot out continuously. The monster hit by the bullet turned to ashes almost instantly. Wherever the fire line was located, the demonic energy vanished instantly, leaving a path. Under Chien Duo's barrage of fire, the demonic energy in front of them vanished completely, and only a few demonic creatures remained. Zhang Lingyu stared blankly at everything in front of her. Were those numbers that just popped up real? Over 9 million damage? And even over 10 million critical hit damage. Did she miss something? Lin Mo is truly a talent. You must take good care of him. As long as his requests aren't excessive, fulfill them all. Chen Jun was genuinely pleased with the weapon's effect. With this, let alone a natural disaster level enemy, even a mythical level enemy would be enough for him to send the Demon Slayer army to sweep through. The only downside is that this forbidden device cannot be used again for at least a month after its initial use. Otherwise, he would have simply wiped out all the natural disaster domains in the country. But that's alright, closing one domain gate a month is already quite good. In the old way, let alone a month, it might not even take 2 months to close a natural disaster domain gate. No, Director Chen, how am I supposed to take care of him? Zhang Lingyu said speechlessly. I was just saying, you decide what to do. At this moment, Lin Mo was lying on a recliner, enjoying a leisurely life. The Gatling gun incident served as a lesson for him. This was a big lesson, as almost all of my points were invested. Fortunately, my level has increased, and I've also gained a refinement skill. He took out the revolver and used his refinement ability on it. Please insert the enhancer and select the attributes you wish to retain. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He could understand putting it into the enhancer, it was normal to need a medium, but he didn't expect that the attributes could be retained, which was quite impressive. Lin Mo quickly stood up and walked towards the screen. Ling Qi glanced back and shook his head. It probably wasn't another weapon upgrade. All of Zhang Lingyu's weapons were purple, there wasn't a single gold one. Given Lin Mo's situation, he clearly wouldn't be interested in them. Lin Mo put the weapon into the enhancer, he put the revolver in. He then discovered that only one attribute could be retained. After thinking for a moment, Lin Mo took it out again. But then he thought, never mind, let's try another one. He took a black crystal ring off his hand and put it in. Lock the intelligence attribute to plus 20%, and then begin refining it. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50. Cost, 5,000 points. Is it refined? He knew it. It only cost him a little over 8,000 points to upgrade it to level 50, but refining it once costs a whopping 5,000. Are you kidding me? But what can be done? Oh well. With 5,000 points spent, the enhancer flashed and then, with a ding, the refinement was successful. Lin Mo took it out and looked at it. It was rubbish, with similar attributes to the previous one. Then it was put back in and refined again. Rubbish. Rubbish. The additional attributes Lin Mo gained from each refinement were not very good. Lin Mo's expression grew increasingly grim. This was purely a matter of luck and was utterly useless. He had already spent 50,000 points by this point. None of the 10 attempts at refining were successful. But since we've already started, we can't just stop now. After trying again and again, he finally got a satisfactory attribute after spending 90,000 points. Black crystal ring, rare, plus 50. Equipment level, LV 30. Durability, 30 seconds. Attribute, intelligence plus 10, plus 150. Additional, holy light attribute attack. Intelligence attribute plus 20%. Intelligence plus 50. Special overload, intelligence attribute doubled, CD, 10M. Holy light is the best attribute for dealing with monsters, while intelligence is the attribute he desperately needs. Through this ring, Lin Mo finally understood that luck played a huge role in its success. It would be better if he could choose the attributes himself, but as it is now, it's really too useless. But then he thought of the minus 20% energy consumption reduction he just gained from the refinement. If he applied that to the Gatling gun, wouldn't that? Never mind, Lin Mo shook his head. Even if it's minus 20%, he still can't use it, let alone minus 80%. Instead of wasting time on that, we should get some other weapons. Lin Mo, someone just delivered an invitation to the Enhancement Master Conference. Do you want to go? Ling Qi handed a red invitation to Lin Mo. Ha! What Enhancement Master Conference? Lin Mo blinked, he really didn't know anything about it. It seems to be an exchange meeting, inviting all the enhancement masters to study together how to improve the success rate of enhancement. Ling Qi took out his phone and asked Zhang Lingyu, enhancing the success rate? What's there to research about that? He has cheat codes and doesn't need these things at all. I still won't. It's said that the rewards this time are quite generous. The first prize is a gold epic level firearm, but they didn't say what it is. I think I'll participate. It's good to exchange ideas with others, it's better than working in isolation. Lin Mo looked sincere. Ling Kai's lips twitched. If he hadn't misheard, was there a knot in the middle? So you went there for that epic weapon, right? Of course, even if Ling Qi knew, he wouldn't say it. Go ahead without worry, all security on site will be handled by our people. I don't think that's necessary. I should be safe in the city. The thought that everyone else was alone while he was leading Ling Qi and the others seemed a bit too conspicuous. No, the city isn't necessarily safe. If I could, I'd like to have the Demon Slayer army join in, but unfortunately they're only responsible for the outer perimeter. Having spent their days fighting demons, the Demon Slayers found it difficult to get along with humans after returning to human society. The main reason is the demonic energy. However, if Lin Mo could enhance a piece of equipment that could powerfully purify demonic energy, it would probably be very useful. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was that even if Lin Mo wanted to strengthen himself, he couldn't. Ding-a-ling. Bang. Whew. Zhang Lingyu was breathing rapidly. Lin Mo, could you please help me enhance a piece of equipment? I know this is difficult for you, but something happened to that domain gate. Sister John, Whatever equipment you want to upgrade, I'll definitely do it if I can. The rule he set was simply to avoid being too tired every day and to give himself some free time. But when it really comes to an emergency, he doesn't hesitate. He knows in his heart who is good to him. The eye of the mind, it is the eye of the mind. We urgently need a highly enhanced eye of the mind. Zhang Lingyu's voice was urgent. The demonic energy of the domain gate in Kyoto had suddenly erupted, and no one knew what was going on. A crack in the ground suddenly spewed out liquid demonic energy. No, it should now be called magic liquid. Give me the item, and I'll enhance it for you right now. Lin Mo took the items and hurried over to the enhancer. I don't care about wasting points, I'll just get started. Lingqi arrived at Zhang Lingyu's side, unaware of what had happened in Kyoto. All I know is that it's a calamity-level domain gate. Even if it's a natural disaster, nothing major should happen. What exactly happened? Liquid demonic energy. Ling Kai's heart skipped a beat. It was actually liquid demonic energy, the kind of liquid demonic energy that one might not encounter for several years. Liquid demonic energy, which only exists in mythical-level domain gates, has actually appeared in a calamity-level gate. Could it be? The domain gate has successfully evolved? Zhang Lingyu shook her head. They haven't succeeded yet. They've used almost all of their mind's eyes. But as you know, the enhancement level of the mind's eyes held by ordinary team members isn't very high. After all, it's not a weapon. No one would specifically enhance it. Even the mind's eye in the hands of the Demon Slayer army is only enhanced to level 12, and a distance of 12 meters is already sufficient. 20 minutes later, Lin Mo came out with the Eye of the Mind. Here you go, take it with you quickly. I won't say thank you. When I get back from Kyoto, I'll introduce you to my best friend so you can be her girlfriend. Brother Lingqi, what did Sister Zhang just say? Lin Mo picked at his ear to make sure he hadn't misheard. She said she'd introduce you to a girlfriend, Lingqi said seriously, though he secretly thought it was a very feasible idea. But I'm only 18 years old. 18 is not young anymore. The legal age is 18 now. You can find someone in their 20s without any problem. Are you married? Lingqi fell silent, returning to his seat and taking out his weapon to clean it. This is my wife. Lin Mo was speechless. So you're not going to get married, but you want me to? If I remember correctly, Zhang Lingyu was not married either. It's quite interesting that two unmarried people would introduce him to a girlfriend. Zhang Lingyu walked to the 8-lane road next to her, which had been blocked off. A fighter jet was parked there. Zhang Lingyu jumped into the fighter jet and put on her helmet. The fighter jet stopped taking off and instead took off and climbed vertically to accelerate toward Kyoto. Besides her, other cities near Kyoto dispatched fighter jets to Kyoto. They carried only one item, all the mind's eyes they could carry. Due to the unique nature of the mind's eye, only one item can be placed in each compartment of the spatial backpack. So each person carried 3 or 4 backpacks, which was the limit of what they could take out. The fighter jets were very fast, and Zhang Lingyu arrived at the Kyoto garrison base in almost an hour. They then rushed to the hospital. Qian Duo lay on the hospital bed, his face dark, with demonic energy constantly surging around him. Around him were 10 eyes of the mind, which emitted light and hissed whenever they touched the emerging demonic energy. This shows just how serious the demonic energy was this time. More than 200 demon-slaying soldiers lay on this floor, all surrounded by the Eye of the Mind. Chen Junzhen arrived at the hospital and looked at Qian Duo through the window, his voice urgent. Old Zhao, will this work? Old Chen, calm down. This is the only way we can do it. If it doesn't work, at least the situation isn't too bad right now, is it? The rate at which they are being eroded by the demonic energy has slowed down, and some have even stopped. Zhao Guanyuan pressed down on Chen Junzhen's shoulder, his voice calm. He had seen far too many cases of demonic energy corrupting him. He had seen several people tainted by the demonic liquid, but that was a long time ago. He also remembered that those people eventually turned into demons, unlike the demons that came from the domain gate. They are conscious, but it is an evil consciousness. Their goodness has vanished. By the way, those people. Don't worry, that place is very remote and safe. That's good. Chen Jun was looking at Qian Duo's feet, which were as black as ink. The position of that red line seems to have shortened. Old Zhao, look at his feet, is it spreading? Zhao Guanyuan nodded. It spread to everyone, if it reaches the top. Director Chen, I'm back. Zhang Lingyu ran all the way, and then a calligraphy brush appeared in her hand. The moment it emerged from the backpack, the calligraphy brush shone brightly. So powerful. Zhao Guanyuan's eyes lit up. This range and this light definitely surpassed all the mind's eyes. He did it? Well, after I finished speaking, he didn't say anything. I think he must have sacrificed a lot. Don't worry, I'll personally visit you after this is over, Chen Junzhen said excitedly. These are all members of the demon-slaying army, one of the cornerstones of China. Every individual is important to the country. Zhao Guanyuan took the brush from Zhang Lingyu's hand, his body stiffened and his eyes snapped open. He swallowed hard. This couldn't be a joke. Plus 50? What kind of enhancement master is this? Could it be that there's something beyond red, cyan, orange, rainbow? He knew nothing about Lin Mo. Or rather, most people are unaware of it, and only a small group of people know about it. Zhao Guangyuan calmed himself down. Now was not the time to think about these things. He pushed open the door. Once inside the room, the gleam of the calligraphy brush in his hand intensified. The demonic energy no longer seeped from Qian Duoduo's body, and even his somewhat blackened face was slowly changing. Based on the current situation, it should take 1 day to expel the demonic energy from the body. As for the feat, it should take more than 2 days, since it's made of magic liquid. He placed the calligraphy brush directly above Qian Duoduo, then walked out of the room. After closing the door, Zhao Guangyuan grabbed Zhang Lingyu's shoulder excitedly. Tell me quickly, where is this enhancement master from, and how can he have such a high enhancement level? Zhang Lingyu never expected that Director Zhao, who looked so refined, would actually be so strong. Director Zhao, please calm down. Zhang Lingyu definitely has a way to break free, but Zhao Guangyuan is not a professional. With her strength, she could injure him. Old Zhao, let go first, don't get so agitated. Director Chen couldn't stand it anymore. After all, Zhang Lingyu was still a virgin. What's with you grabbing someone's arm like that? Upon hearing Chen Junzhen's words, Zhao Guangyuan decisively released his grip. But as soon as he turned around, he grabbed Chen Junzhen's arms. You must know, right? You've been in charge of the enhancer matter all along, so you must know what's going on. Introduce me to them, and I'd like to discuss a collaboration with them. Do you know the significance of that eye of the mind? With it, everyone corrupted by the demonic liquid can be saved. Zhao Guangyuan paused for a moment, then continued, most importantly, those who were imprisoned may be able to recover. Knowing that Zhang Lingyu was behind him, he ultimately refrained from speaking. It has recovered. Chen Junzhen was stunned for a moment, then became agitated. You mean, those people might recover? That's impossible. Infection is irreversible, how could they possibly recover? Zhang Lingyu was somewhat puzzled, but it was probably a secret that she couldn't access. Old Chen, calm down. I know you don't want to believe it, but shouldn't we do it even if there's only the slightest possibility? Zhao Guangyuan patted Chen Junzhen on the shoulder. He knew exactly what Chen Junzhen was thinking. But what can be done now that things have come to this? Old Chen, who exactly is this enhancement master, and why is he able to enhance weapons and equipment to plus 50? This is clearly illogical, isn't it? He's a genius, or rather, he doesn't fit the usual mold. His current level of secrecy is beyond what someone at your level could possibly know. Ah, Zhao Guangyuan's eyes widened. He knew he could even view SS-level files, so could this person be an SSS level? But that's not important. He's not looking at the other party's file, he just wants to cooperate with them. No, I just want to collaborate, I don't need to see his file. No, you don't understand. Our approach to him is to negotiate, not to command. I can talk to him about your situation, but whether he cooperates or not is up to him. After Chen Junzhen said that, Zhao Guangyuan understood. He understood, after all, people who can make plus 50 equipment deserve some special privileges. Then you can tell me for me, not many, 10 will be enough. Chen Jun looked at Zhao Guangyuan as if he were a fool. Zhao Guangyuan then realized, I was just thinking that plus 50 would have an effect, and the others wouldn't. In a desolate mountain area on the outskirts of Kyoto, a group of people wearing masks and dressed neatly gathered. Ace of Spades, are you sure this is the location? There's nothing here, just a few dilapidated houses. King of Spades, you have to believe me, the location is right here, and it's about 50 meters underground. Then I'll trust you this once. King of Spades led his team toward the dilapidated house below. The Ace of Spades shook his head speechlessly and shouted, aren't you going to ask me about the guards down below? Don't worry, with my abilities, I can handle it easily, said the absent King of Spades. The Ace of Spades shrugged. Since you've put it that way, then so be it. After the other person went inside, Ace of Spades took off his mask, revealing the face of a man in his 30s. A long scar ran across his cheek, from which faint black mist occasionally emanated. On his forehead, mysterious dark patterns appeared. Damn! How do these bastards put up with this? I've been doing this for years and I still haven't gotten used to it. He turned to look at the city of Kyoto. I wonder how they are doing. Dad, don't blame me, they just released some demons. Anyway, the SWAT team reacted quickly and only managed to bring out 4 or 5 people at most. The place he came to was an old factory area where 100 demons were imprisoned, and their level was not high. It is classified as a low-risk prison. Boom! Boom! A rumbling sound came from underground, and then the King of Spades led his men out to escape. Ace of Spades quickly put on his mask. Are you crazy, making such a commotion? Are you worried the covered squad won't find you? You're asking for it. I had no choice, did I? A light, melodious female voice came from behind the King of Spades mask. The Ace of Spades was taken aback. You're a woman? Oops, I accidentally exposed myself. You have to keep this a secret, okay? Otherwise. 5 black spears appeared in the King of Spades' hand, killing everyone behind him. Don't worry, I definitely won't tell. But you're a crazy woman. Thank you for the compliment. The King of Spades' voice returned to its normal male tone. Ace of Spades looked at the 4 corpses on the ground and shook his head. They were all new members anyway, so if they died, they died. Let's go quickly. The covered squad reacts very fast. Hopefully, we can escape. Ace of Spades said with some worry. What? You want to cooperate with me? Cooperate on what? Lin Mo listened to the phone call, completely bewildered. I'm just an ordinary enhancement master, what can I collaborate with? That's right, the enhanced mind's eye you gave is very effective. Based on the current situation, the infection problem can be resolved in 1 day. Of course, whether or not to cooperate is up to you, and it's based on your own ideas. Lin Mo rubbed his chin, thinking, it's not impossible. No problem. Oh, you agreed? That's great. I'll be back soon. Lin Mo looked at the phone that had already been disconnected and shook his head. It's just plus 50, why are you getting so worked up? On the other hand, Zhang Lingyu hurriedly returned to the corridor, which was now full of people. Those who sent the Eye of the Soul have all arrived. Now every room is filled with the Eye of the Soul. Unfortunately, none of them were as effective as the one Lin Mo brought. Director Chen, Lin Mo has agreed. If there's nothing else for me here, I'll head back now. Okay, then you should go back quickly. As for when it will be finished, that's up to him. Don't rush him, okay? Upon hearing this, Zhao Guanyuan looked conflicted. Wouldn't it be better to use this sooner rather than later? I know what you're trying to say, but you need to understand its special nature. This can't be rushed, we'll need it sooner or later, won't we? Chen Junzhen was naturally anxious as well, but his advice to Lin Mo has always been to maintain an equal and communicative relationship, not a command. Report. A young man dressed in combat gear rushed in, his face covered in a fine layer of sweat. Seeing that there were many people here, no one dared to speak directly. There are no outsiders here, so let's get straight to the point. The low-risk prison in the north of the city has been attacked. Half of the demons have escaped. The covered task force is tracking down the culprit. The other side requests backup. Although it's just a low-risk prison, it's a prison for imprisoning demons. Although demons are conscious, they are influenced by demonic energy, and 98% of them will develop in a bad direction. Only 2% of people can resist the interference of demonic energy. However, even such people cannot fully gain the trust of those in power. Chen Junzhen and Zhao Guanyuan's expressions changed drastically. Zhao Guanyuan was just talking about treating these people when his forces were breached. Fortunately, it's just a low-risk prison. If it were a high-risk prison, Kyoto would be in real danger. Zhang Lingyu looked confused. What was a low-risk prison? And what was a demon? They looked dangerous. Chen Junzhen's expression was dark and unreadable. He knew that the guards there were quite formidable, but it was clear that they were very familiar with the situation there. They probably know what's going on there. But who is it? He quickly took out his phone. Hello, this is Chen Junzhen. The demon-slaying army has sent 3 teams to help the North Prison. We must find all the demons. After hanging up the phone, Chen Junzhen contacted the covered squad again. Send men to the North Prison. If the demon cannot be found, detonate the bomb immediately, leave no survivors. The demon must not be left unchecked. Zhang Lingyu didn't say anything, she couldn't be of any help at a time like this. After Chen Junzhen finished speaking, Zhao Guanyuan finally spoke his mind. I remember the North Prison was supposed to be a low-risk prison that was about to be abandoned. The plan was to move the people there by the end of the year. How could someone have targeted it? Most importantly, very few people know about this. It's impossible for someone without a certain status to know anything about the demon. Zhang Lingyu leaned against the wall, trying to minimize her presence. Guys, could you please keep your conversations private? I'm still here. I don't want to be murdered to silence me. However, Chen Junzhen ignored the weak and helpless Zhang Lingyu and said to himself, you're right, but don't forget that there were some unknown people who knew about it before. Although some people have signed confidentiality agreements and some have been monitored for a long time, there are still people who may betray the country for personal gain. He already had a few candidates in mind, but he always felt it was impossible. However, the investigation still needs to be conducted. An hour later, a burly middle-aged man walked in. Director Chen, most of the demons have been captured. But Chen Junzhen's heart skipped a beat. Guli, what happened? Well, your son hasn't been found. As for what you mentioned, I didn't carry it out. Give me the stuff, I'll do it myself. Chen Junzhen stretched out his right hand, trembling. Guli did not take it out. Director Chen, I don't think your son would do anything else. I said. Give it to me, Chen Junzhen said fiercely, but his voice betrayed his inner weakness. However, everyone present knew this, but no one said anything. Guli took out a mobile phone, which displayed numbers from 1 to 100 and their corresponding names. Only a dozen or so people had a red icon lit up in front of them. Taking the phone, Chen Jun looked at the name on it and felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. I hope you won't blame me. The red lights went out one after another. However, only 4 red lights remained on, including those belonging to Chen Junzhen's son, Chen Xiaoming. It seems their bombs were defused and destroyed. It looks like the other side has some experts among them. For some reason, despite the problem, Chen Junzhen felt a sense of relief. Then he wondered, who exactly wanted these demons, and what did they want them for? Ring ring. Director Chen, Dean Zhao, I'm sorry, I need to take this call. Guli said apologetically as he took the phone and walked into the stairwell. Old Chen, your son. Humph. What an ungrateful wretch. I'll beat him to death if I catch him, Chen Junzhen said with a displeased expression. Zhao Guanyuan curled his lip. Alright, stop pretending. I didn't expect you to actually press it. Luckily it didn't explode, otherwise you would have no descendants. Chen Junzhen said with a bitter expression, if I don't press it, Guli won't dare to press it. Wouldn't that break the rules? Since we said we had to detonate it, then we had to detonate it. It's just that this kid is really lucky. He actually managed to dismantle it. I have to say, the person who organized this case is really amazing. I just don't know who they are. There are indeed quite a few of these strange organizations, but most of them are located overseas. Domestically, there are very few, because they dare not. But Chen Junzhen didn't expect that these people would actually dare to come to Kyoto. He simply didn't believe that they could come without someone leading the way. He had no idea who led the way. Zhang Lingyu's face was now deathly pale. Was this really something she could hear? She said she was going to leave, so why didn't she end up leaving? If I had known, I would have just run away. Now look what happened, I've heard so many secrets. At this moment, Guli walked in with a strange expression. Director Chen, there's something I need to tell you. What happened now? It's not that something happened, but it concerns Chen Xiaoming. Through surveillance, we discovered that the Chen Xiaoming we released today was not Chen Xiaoming, but a phantom or a clone. Chen Junzhen looked at Guli with a strange expression. If it's an ability like creating phantom clones, tell me those guards wouldn't be able to detect it? Are you using my son to amuse me? I know you may not believe it, but it is true. Extensive investigations have revealed that in his 3rd year of incarceration in a low-risk prison, which was last year, he was a completely different person. Every day was like a programmed routine, with specific tasks performed at designated times. This suggests that Chen Xiaoming had likely escaped from that prison by this time, though the exact method of his escape is unclear. Chen Junzhen was completely stunned. His son had actually escaped, and they escaped a long time ago? How is that possible? Your son is really amazing. That prison has a very strong security system. How did he get out? Zhao Guanyuan suddenly became interested in Chen Xiaoming's abilities. Professionals have their own abilities, and so do demons. Moreover, the demons' abilities are even more bizarre, which is why these people are imprisoned. Impressive, my foot. Since he ran away, why did he leave something there? Was it for me to see? Chen Junzhen suddenly fell silent. What's wrong? Why did you stop talking? Director Chen, I'm sure you've already thought of that, Guli suddenly said. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the two of them and asked, what riddle are you two trying to solve? Listening to their conversation, Zhang Lingyu had a general idea of what was going on. When this thought crossed her mind, she only had one thought: she wanted to go back to Fengjing. Well, this whole thing was probably caused by my son. He needs to be familiar with Kyoto, know the guards in the area, and know the location of this prison. I don't think anyone would be more suitable than him, but I really don't know why. Why? Brother Lingqi, what exactly is this magic liquid you're talking about? Liquefied demonic energy, or rather, highly concentrated demonic energy. You can think of it as liquid nitrogen, their states are the same. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and then asked, is there any solid demonic energy? Lingqi's eyelids twitched. What kind of question are you asking? Liquid is troublesome enough, but solid is even more troublesome. Wouldn't it be impossible to get in a solid-state device? No, liquid demonic energy is the highest concentration of demonic energy so far. However, I haven't seen it yet, so the level isn't high enough. Have you ever tried using magic fluid to create weapons with the word magic in their names? Lin Mo immediately thought of his revolver. He was wondering if this kind of weapon could be mass-produced. Ling Qi was taken aback. He really didn't know that. No one studies this because no one can use weapons tainted by demonic energy. Not everyone possesses the mind's eye in Lin Mo's possession, and none can withstand the taint of demonic energy for an extended period. Since no one has done it before, it means it's possible. Lin Mo felt more and more that this was feasible. It's important to know that the two weapons are not significantly different in terms of attributes. However, the differences in additional attributes are truly significant. For Lin Mo, this gap will be magnified infinitely. After all, no one can enhance a weapon to level 50 like Lin Mo. Therefore, they also do not know how many additional attributes or special attributes a weapon can add. Ling Chi could tell what Lin Mo was thinking just by looking at his expression. That's too dangerous. There's absolutely no way you can go. Didn't you see that Kyoto has requested reinforcements? If Lin Mo wants to go in, he will definitely be stopped. Lin Mo's expression froze. Had he died before even achieving his goal? That won't do. This weapon is so good, it's such a waste to leave it there. You guys can help me with that. Ling Chi shook his head. No one dares to touch that thing. Getting involved with it is practically a death sentence. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Then I think we should discuss the cooperation again. Zhang Lingyu, please come back soon. This job isn't right for me. Ling Chi felt that talking to Lin Mo was less effective than sending him to work in the Calamity Level Gate. Seeing that Ling Chi remained silent, Lin Mo didn't care. He became increasingly convinced that this was a feasible idea. You want the mind's eye? No problem. He can provide 10, 20, or even 30. But the prerequisite is to exchange it for a demonic weapon? If not, then create one. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any. He thought they should agree to these conditions. Moreover, he can supply them in advance, so they can wear these equipment and carry it out without any safety issues. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Chi, then shook his head. Talking to him about this was pointless. Sister Zhang, please come back soon. Let me have a proper talk. At night, Toyo Kino Sanmika's figure continued to speed by. Phew, I need a break. I can't go on anymore. Ha, how can you, a man, say you can't do it? You call yourself the Ace of Spades? If you ask me, I'd rather you take your title. A voluptuous woman wearing a mask looked at the Ace of Spades with disdain. The Ace of Spades, Chen Xiaoming, looked helpless. It's over 2,000 kilometers from Kyoto to here, so this speed is already quite fast. In that case, you can cross the border yourselves. Don't use my abilities. Chen Xiaoming went to the base of a big tree and sat down against its roots. The two women exchanged a glance. The King of Hearts was just joking with you, it's not that serious. Chen Xiaoming curled his lip. You're joking about the cook while eating? I used my abilities 4 times along the way, traversing 1,000 kilometers. What more do you want? Anyway, I need to rest. You can go if you want. Sorry, I was just joking. Please forgive me this time, okay? The King of Hearts said as she walked up to him and bowed deeply in apology. Chen Xiaoming looked at what was in front of him and couldn't help but swallow. No, are all the people in your organization this unrestrained? Alright, I was just venting, but we really should rest. We're still at least 3,000 kilometers away from the best border we can get out of here. I'll need to use my ability at least 6 times to get out completely. Chen Xiaoming really needed to rest, he didn't have much energy left. Let's go to the city then. Don't peek at me. I'm going to change my clothes. I suggest you change too. As for the King of Hearts, this outfit is fine. After saying that, the King of Spades walked into the nearby grove. Chen Xiaoming's eyes flickered a few times before he also walked into the nearby grove. 10 minutes later, the two returned one after the other. The Queen of Spades has now transformed into a beautiful young woman dressed in sportswear with a ponytail. Chen Xiaoming, on the other hand, is an ordinary-looking young man in his 20s. The girl squinted at you've disguised yourself. Don't you have one? Of course he had to disguise himself, otherwise his face would definitely be recognized if he appeared in the city. No, I'm lazy. Also, once we're in the city, we must call each other by name, or don't blame me if we get exposed. Of the three, the King of Spades is the strongest, and Chen Xiaoming is the weakest. Since everyone agrees, you can call me Chen Tiantian from now on. The Queen of Spades gave a sweet smile. Chen Xiaoming's lips twitched. Just call me Chen Lu. Oh my, why do you all have the surname Chen? Fine, I'll take Chen's surname too. What should I call you? Just call me Chen Mei. The Queen of Hearts lifted her mask, revealing a delicate face. Her lips, red as flames, combined with her casually tousled curly hair, gave off a fiery vibe. The outfit just doesn't quite match. Is this really a good idea? 3 people with the surname Chen? Chen Xiaoming was speechless. So what? She's your older sister, and I'm your younger sister. It's that simple. Chen Tiantian said nonchalantly. 3 sisters who look completely different, or siblings? Off work, let's go home for dinner. As soon as it was 6 o'clock, Lin Mo called out to Ling Chi. Don't you still have a lot of equipment that hasn't been upgraded? A regular customer just came in and left more than a dozen weapons. Ling Chi thought Lin Mo would finish his training before leaving get off work, but he didn't expect him to leave so soon. It's okay, this is my shop, I make the decisions. I'll get it done tomorrow morning. Now I'd better hurry home and have dinner. Lin Mo doesn't want to work overtime right now. Of course, if it's your own equipment, then you have to work overtime to finish it. Alright. The Lingchi squad arrived, cleaned up the area, and walked out of the store with Lin Mo. The patrolman drove over, got in, and headed towards Lin Mo's residential area. Back in the neighborhood, Lingchi got out of the car and looked across the road behind him. What happened? Lin Mo looked in the direction of the slow slicing, and all he saw were people. Ling Chi shook his head. It's nothing, maybe I saw it wrong. Why don't you go after them and see? No, that person should have sacrificed himself. The next day, Lin Mo opened the shop on time. Sister Zhang has been gone for quite a long time this time, she hasn't come back yet. It seems like things are getting serious. Zhang Lingyu, I do want to leave, but how do I leave? Yes, it did take quite a long time. Ling Chi was a little worried. Had something happened again? After he was ordered to come here, the covered mobile team stopped sending him any information, since his current mission was to protect Lin Mo. He was unaware of what was happening in Kyoto, and even if he had, he wouldn't have been able to leave. Ling Chi looked at his phone and said, why don't we call Zhang Lingyu and ask her? Let's ask her. I miss Sister Zhang since she's not here. Ling Chi looked at Lin Mo with a strange expression. You don't actually like older women, do you? Or do you like your sister Zhang? Go away, if she doesn't come back, you go get me some weapons. Lin Mo looked at Ling Chi speechlessly. Why does he always think of his girlfriend whenever a woman is involved? Can't we have something important to do? Upon hearing this, Ling Chi fell silent. Sending him to find weapons was less desirable than sending him to clear out monsters from a calamity level gate. Beep, beep, beep. The phone rang 6 or 7 times, but no one answered. The phone might be on silent. Let's talk about it later. Ling Chi shook his head. Normally, meetings and similar events would indeed be conducted on silent mode. However, Ling Kai's phone wasn't muted on Zhang Lingyu's phone, since his call meant Lin Mo was in trouble. Even during meetings, she would answer the phone. Since you didn't answer, then say that things are very complicated right now. It's not just tricky, it's extremely tricky. In Chen Junzen's office in Kyoto, Zhang Lingyu sat upright in her chair, only daring to sit on about a third of the chair. Zhang Lingyu, you heard what I said yesterday, didn't you? That's not what I want to hear. I was going to leave, but you wouldn't let me, Zhang Lingyu said cautiously. Yesterday I heard some truly earth-shattering secrets. Relax, the demon prison isn't a big secret. Especially this low-risk prison, most people actually know about it, but everyone has signed a confidentiality agreement. So you don't need to worry, just relax. That's easy for you to say. Didn't your son escape? My son's matter, he ran away, so be it, we'll just bring him back. What I wanted to talk to you about is the cooperation with Lin Mo. Chen Junzen could tell what Zhang Lingyu was thinking just by looking at her expression. This child is good in every way, except that he overthinks. However, it was precisely because of this that he placed Zhang Lingyu next to Lin Mo. Otherwise, relying solely on the single-celled method of slow slicing, the contract would probably still be in its initial state. Let me give you a heads up about the cooperation. Based on my understanding of Lin Mo, although he has agreed now, he will definitely bring up conditions later. Who knows, he might want to go to some other domain gate. Let them go. As long as it's not too dangerous, they can go anywhere. I really don't want to send Chien Duo. With their team there, apart from this domain gate where the incident happened, no domain gate can stump them. Chen Junzen didn't care at all. What was a domain gate anyway? At worst, he can simply draw upon a portion of the demon-slaying army. Before leaving, Zhang Lingyu signed a confidentiality agreement stipulating that if anyone leaked information about the demon prison, they would be immediately imprisoned in a military prison. She knew it. Forget it, I can't be bothered with it. After leaving the house, Zhang Lingyu turned on her phone and called back Ling Kai's number. What's wrong? Is something wrong with Lin Mo? Ling Chi took the phone away and looked at it. It was his own phone. Can't it be something that's wrong with me? What could be wrong? If you have something to say, just say it. I'm not in a good mood today. Originally, it wasn't her business, but because she was a step late, she ended up with a confidentiality agreement. Why did things have to be done so hastily? It's nothing, it's just that Lin Mo missed you since you didn't come back today. At least he has a conscience. I told him to wait until I get back and introduce my best friend to her. Ling Chi hung up the phone and sighed. What happened to Sister Zhang? No, I sighed and you asked Sister Zhang what was wrong. Shouldn't you be asking me what was wrong? Why don't these people consider him? What could possibly be wrong with you that you can be so carefree every day? Sister Zhang is always running around, she must be exhausted. Ling Kai's lips twitched. What you said makes so much sense, I don't even know how to refute it. She said she'd come back and introduce you to her boyfriend so you could get married, and she'd love to eat at the wedding banquet. Flap. Lin Mo fell directly off the recliner onto the ground. No, Why are you still thinking about this? I'm only 18 years old. I don't want to enter the grave of love. Let's talk about it when I'm done with this. He doesn't want to get married at all. Ding-a-ling. 2 women and 1 man walked in. Boss, you're really making a big boast with that signboard. I've never seen anyone dare to be 100% certain before. When the woman saw Lingqi, she was completely stunned. What was he doing here? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lingqi raised his head and met the other person's gaze. It turns out he wasn't mistaken yesterday, it really was her. Didn't she sacrifice herself? But he didn't speak, he just silently lowered his head, as if he didn't recognize him. Lin Mo is not blind. When the woman saw Lingqi, her expression changed drastically. It would be a lie to say she didn't recognize him. However, he was very considerate and didn't say anything. What if she was Ling Kai's ex-girlfriend? That would be so awkward. Miss, I have my reasons for saying this, and I guarantee that I won't compensate you if I can't. Haha, really? Then I'll give it a try. The woman seemed a little flustered, and casually took a weapon out of her backpack and handed it to Lin Mo. The man behind her suddenly narrowed his eyes and rushed forward to stop her. Chen Tiantian, are you crazy? Take this weapon. However, Chen Xiaoming was too slow, and the weapon had already reached Lin Mo's hands. Lin Mo looked at the weapon in his hand in surprise. Is this really your weapon? You can use it. Chen Tiantian realized what was happening at this moment, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. Clang! Lingqi tapped the spear in his hand, and Chen Tianatian's smile returned. Yeah, I think it's pretty good for use, haha. Lin Mo glanced at Chen Tiantian, then at the other two. His gaze fell on the panel again. Demon, Black Crystal Longsword, Rare, +8. Equipment level, LV85. Durability, 122/144. Attributes, 855-980. Additional, Demonic Energy Attack. Strength, +2%. Bleeding, +10%. A magical equipment, and it's level 85 at that, which means that this girl in front of me actually has the strength of an 8th tier level 5 or higher. You really can't judge a book by its cover. He looks even younger than someone who's been subjected to slow slicing. Brother Lingqi, this young lady is much more powerful than you. Her weapon is level 85. She's a higher level than you and younger than you. When Lin Mo mentioned weapons, Chen Tiantian felt flustered. But when she heard that he only mentioned the level and nothing else, she felt relieved. But her 2 teammates didn't think so. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming tensed their muscles instantly, ready to strike at any moment. That person is indeed more skilled than me, which means they have better talent. As long as you keep working hard, reaching the 9th rank is only a matter of time. Never give up, understand? Chen Tiantian nodded repeatedly, looking happy. Yes, I will definitely try my best. Chen Mei and Chen Xiaoming exchanged glances. Chen Mei, is this Chen Tianatian's acting really that good? Chen Xiaoming, who knows? She's always been quirky and unpredictable. That's fine, at least we don't have to do it ourselves. Chen Mei, her weapon. Chen Xiaoming, ignore anything the reinforcement specialist doesn't say, and try to escape at any time. Chen Tiantian didn't know what the 2 teammates behind her were saying. Her eyes were fixed on Lingqi. How much upgrade do you want for your weapon? +20 will do. How much? If she's going to upgrade, she wants it to be a higher difficulty level so she can stay here longer. Wait a minute, let's discuss this first. Chen Xiaoming pulled Chen Tiantian and walked outside. As for Chen Mei, she stayed behind. Chen Mei was cursing under her breath. Why don't you take me with you? No, I can go out too. She also quickly left the shop. Chen Tiantian, are you crazy? Enhancement to level 20? How long will that take? Chen Xiaoming lowered his voice, his expression displeased. He didn't care about success or failure, what he cared about was time. The higher the enhancement level, the longer it takes. But this person said it's 100% successful. If that's true, wouldn't we be making a fortune? What's wrong with that? Do you even know that this city has a demon-slaying army? Chen Xiaoming regretted saying it as soon as he finished speaking. Why did he have to say that? Chen Tiantian looked at Chen Xiaoming with suspicion. How do you know there's a demon-slaying army here? As is well known, the demon-slaying army is generally located within the domain gate, and is rarely found in cities. He was absolutely certain of that. Of course I know, because I saw people wearing Demon Slayer army uniforms yesterday. Chen Xiaoming calmed himself down. Alright, stop arguing. As long as we keep a low profile, everything should be fine. It's not like we haven't been to other cities before. Seeing that the 2 were talking louder and louder, Chen Mei quickly stood between them and put her arms around their shoulders. Chen Xiaoming quickly dodged. Oh, why are you avoiding me? Don't you like your older sister anymore? Chen Mei looked at Chen Xiaoming with a smile. Do you think I don't know what you're up to? With so many male corpses in your room every day, if you want me dead, just say so. Chen Xiao understood her with a knowing look. Alright, Alright, let him strengthen it. We'll leave as soon as he's done, no delays whatsoever. Chen Xiaoming nodded. Just this once, I'll leave as soon as I'm done. Chen Tiantian nodded and quickly returned to the shop. Chen Mei was also about to go back when Chen Xiaoming stopped her. If anything unexpected happens, just knock Chen Tiantian unconscious and leave Feng Jing immediately. Chen Xiaoming would never allow anyone to ruin his plans. Don't worry. As Chen Mei walked into the shop, Chen Xiaoming looked around and saw no high-level professionals. When he returned to the shop, Lin Mo had already taken his weapon and gone behind the screen. Chen Tiantian glanced at Ling Qi from time to time. Chen Xiaoming frowned. Could it be that this girl has fallen for this man? The other person was dressed simply, but their weapon looked quite good. Ling Qi was in a state of panic. She really was a living person. What should I do? Should I have someone arrest and interrogate the other person? But how could he possibly do that? As the incessant ringing sound continued, Chen Tianatian's gaze was drawn to it. How many times was that just now? 8 sounds already, but only 5 minutes have passed. Chen Mei stared at the screen in disbelief. I succeeded 8 times in 5 minutes, starting from enhancement level 8. Their organization only has one purple level enhancer. As for the gold and red level enhancers, they are nowhere to be found, and even if they were found, they couldn't be taken away. Therefore, their weapon enhancement levels are not high. Ding! Another sound. Chen Tiantian looked at Ling Qi, her eyes filled with reluctance. Once the enhancement is successful, she must leave. Although Chen Xiaoming wasn't very capable, without him, she and Chen Mei wouldn't have been able to leave China on their own. Chen Lu. Ha! What's wrong? Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tiantian with a puzzled expression. Chen Tiantian hesitated for a moment and then shook her head. It's okay. Chen Xiaoming turned his head to look behind the screen again. When did such a powerful enhancement master appear? Could it be even more powerful than a red level enhancement master? Ding! Another sound. 10 minutes later, Lin Mo took the weapon out of the enhancer. He was very satisfied with the attributes displayed above. As expected of the weapon type I chose, the enhancement effect is indeed excellent. I just wonder if there are any weapons with a counterpart to this, which would probably have an even better effect. Lin Mo was unaware of the forbidden artifact, and Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu had also forgotten about it. The main point is that forbidden equipment is a very peculiar category of equipment, but they all have one thing in common: they have no level restrictions. Anyone can hold it. Lin Mo took his weapon and went outside. The item has been enhanced. What do you think? Chen Tiantian looked at Lin Mo with a resentful expression. I really thank you, master. Lin Mo scratched his head. What's going on? He was saying thank you, but it sounded like he wanted to kill him. You're welcome. It's cash on delivery. Chen Tiantian rolled her eyes. Was that what she meant? She then looked at the panel in her hand and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. It actually got upgraded to level 20. How is this possible? She quickly raised her head, looking at Lin Mo with burning eyes, wishing she could kidnap him back to the organization. It's important to know that they earn contribution points for completing tasks, which can be used to exchange for equipment or skills within the organization. The contribution of an enhancement master like Lin Mo is absolutely astronomical. Even if the 3 of them split it equally, it would be enough to exchange for a higher level piece of equipment. Lin Mo felt extremely uncomfortable under that gaze and quickly covered his chest with both hands. Let me tell you, I sell my art, not my body, so don't look at me like that. Puff. Nobody wants your body. Cough cough. Ling Qi coughed lightly twice, and Chen Tiantian quickly looked away from Lin Mo. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Qi and Chen Tiantian. These two were definitely involved in something. What's going on? Let me see. Chen Xiaoming held out his hand. Had it really worked? He was really curious. Could a weapon really be upgraded to level 20? While it's true that no sound of failed enhancement was heard, this whole thing is just too outrageous. With the weapon in hand, Chen Xiaoming had no choice but to believe that this man could indeed be upgraded to level 20. Genius. Absolute genius. Chen Xiaoming's expression was dark and unreadable. Chen Tiantian was definitely eyeing him. What should he do? Let me see. Chen Mei snatched the weapon from Chen Xiaoming's hand. Why? Looking at my empty hands, I thought, holy crap. Really? Chen Mei was also stunned by the weapon in her hand, and her eyes kept glancing at Lin Mo. Clearly, he had also developed his own ideas. Chen Xiaoming quickly whispered, "You'd better not have any other ideas. We're currently in China, which is very dangerous." Upon hearing his words, Chen Mei stopped looking at Lin Mo. They knew their current situation and knew it was best to keep a low profile. Right now, only Kyoto and a few nearby cities are under martial law. If they dare to cause any trouble here, the whole country will probably be under martial law. Hey boss, I also want to upgrade my equipment. Chen Mei took out a magic wand and handed it to Lin Mo. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. What's going on here? Another weapon with the word demon in its name. Chen Tianxian's eyes lit up, and then she looked at Ling Qi, wanting to step forward and speak. But thinking of the two people beside her, she suppressed the thought. Chen Xiaoming tensed up again and pulled Chen Mei along. You're insane. One piece of equipment with the word demon on it can be explained, but what about two pieces? You should know that everyone knows that equipment with the word magic is not something that ordinary people can use. Oh, it's alright. Look, the boss didn't say anything, which means it's not a big problem. Actually, Chen Mei was also taking a gamble. At worst, she could just run away. With their abilities, they can definitely escape. Chen Tiantian pouted. You probably don't know that the unassuming man is a member of the covered mobile unit. Wait a moment, it will be ready soon. Lin Mo took his weapon and returned to behind the screen. Chen Xiaoming finally understood that these two women wouldn't stop until they had completely ruined him. Ding Ailing. A woman wearing the garrison's special combat uniform walked in. You have no idea what happened during my trip to Kyoto. I almost didn't make it back, and I was forced to sign an agreement. That Chen Junzhen is such a scoundrel. As soon as Zhang Lingyu entered the door, she started ranting and raving, clearly harboring a lot of resentment. She stopped when she saw Chen Xiaoming and the other two. Oh, we have guests. I'll tell you later. The three of them tensed up when they saw the clothes. They were outsiders after all, but they relaxed when they saw that the uniforms belonged to the garrison troops. As long as it's not the Demon Slayer army, that's fine. Chen Tiantian looked at Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi standing together, her eyes narrowed. Ling Qi coughed lightly, and Chen Tiantian returned to normal. What's wrong with you? Do you have a cold? You don't seem like it, Zhang Lingyu said, and Chen Tiantian managed to control herself. Chen Xiaoming also looked at Zhang Lingyu. This woman looked so familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. But considering that she had just called his father Old Deng, they were clearly acquaintances. I just don't know what aspect I'll be responsible for. The room fell silent for a moment, and Zhang Lingyu looked at the three silent people with some curiosity. She had a strange feeling about these three people. Logically speaking, when a large group of people come to the store, they will discuss things to some extent, instead of remaining completely silent like they are. Is it social anxiety? But it doesn't look like it at all. And why does the woman standing in front exude hostility? Hey, don't you think these three people are a bit strange? Zhang Lingyu leaned against Ling Qi and asked in a low voice. Ling Qi replied casually without even thinking, what's so strange about it? He's just an ordinary guest. But, I feel like this girl is hostile towards me. Look, she's even more hostile since I came to your side. Could she have fallen for you? Ahem, what nonsense are you talking about? He's a guest, how could he possibly like me? Besides, there's no hostility at all, I don't sense it at all. Tisk tisk, you wouldn't happen to have fallen for her too, would you? You got all excited as soon as I mentioned it. If you really like her, you can go after her. With your status, it should be easy for you. As for hostility, that's a woman's sixth sense. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Ling Qi and Chen Tiantian and thought they were quite a good match. Soon, Lin Mo came out with his weapon. Take a look. Chen Mei took the weapon and nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, she really wanted to take Lin Mo away with her. It's a pity that there's only one garrison soldier here. That man was clearly someone of status. Thank you, let's go then. Chen Mei said the last sentence to the other two. Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tiantian nodded, greeted Lin Mo, and walked outside. They walked at a leisurely pace, even after leaving the store, slowly making their way into the distance. Looking at the three people through the window, Zhang Lingyu felt that there was something strange about them. Ling Qi, death by 1,000 cuts? I have a feeling there's something wrong with these three. Are you sure there's nothing wrong? Zhang Lingyu sensed unusual energy emanating from the three people, but she didn't know exactly what it was. Hee, Sister Zhang, I know what's going on. Lin Mo glanced at Ling Qi with an ambiguous expression. Ling Qi looked completely bewildered, but his heart was filled with worry. When Zhang Lingyu looked at the situation, she realized that things were not as she had imagined. Tell me quickly, what's going on? Who are those three people? I don't know who those three people are, but I'm sure the first girl is definitely related to Brother Ling Qi. Ling Qi's heart began to race. That girl likes Brother Ling Qi, and Brother Ling Qi likes her too. It's definitely his first love. First love. Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Qi in shock. You actually have someone you like? No. You actually have someone else who likes you? No. You actually have a first love. Ling Qi's face was stiff. How could you say such an unpleasant thing? That girl looked so petite and delicate. How could she have fallen for the Ling Qi technique? Wait, no, that's not the feeling I'm talking about. It's a kind of energy emanating from her body. Zhang Lingyu was almost misled by Lin Mo. Energy? Now that you mention it, it does seem like there's a problem. Both of their enhanced weapons have the word magic on them. Zhang Lingyu's pupils constricted, and she quickly turned to look at Lin Mo, her voice urgent. What did you say? Their weapons are demonic weapons? How is that possible? There shouldn't be anything impossible, right? If the rank is above level 5 of the 8th rank, it should be usable, right? Lin Mo said somewhat uncertainly. Let alone the 8th tier, even the 9th tier cannot be used normally, unless one is wearing a highly enhanced mind's eye. But that's obviously impossible. Zhang Lingyu stared sharply at Ling Qi. Do you know something? If what she thinks is true, then Lin Mo's situation is in danger. She would never let Lin Mo be in danger. That was the reason she came here. Iron Patrol, go and check the surrounding area. Ling Qi did not speak, but instead sent the 4 Iron Patrolmen away. The 4 exchanged a glance and nodded. Captain, we're going on patrol. We'll be back in an hour. Bang! After the 4 people left, Ling Qi sighed softly. Of those 3, I only recognize the girl in the lead. Her name is Chen Tianyi. She used to be a member of my team. Back then, I was still at the 7th rank, while Tai Sun and the others were in other teams. During a trip to a cataclysmic gate, our team encountered danger, and only me and one other person escaped. The others died inside, including her. Wait a minute, isn't he alive and well? Lin Mo was a little confused. He was definitely a living person just now. Ling Qi shook his head. I'm not entirely sure either. At the time, they were all corrupted by demonic energy and had lost their consciousness, so they attacked us. But as teammates, we didn't intervene. Ling Qi, clutching his hair with both hands, his eyes bloodshot. According to the rules, once someone is tainted by demonic energy, if it is determined that they cannot recover, they must either be brought back or killed on the spot. They did nothing, letting them be corrupted by demonic energy and suffer in agony. Later, when the demon-slaying army entered, they only found 2 identifiable corpses. Chen Tianyi's body was missing. At the time, everyone thought that he had been dragged away and eaten by demons. No one thought that someone could be corrupted by demonic energy and still be able to come out on their own. According to a study at the time, it would take at least a week for a person to regain consciousness after being corrupted by demonic energy. No one would believe that a person could be sober the next day. The only realistic thought is that they were taken away by a monster. Zhang Lingyu's expression grew increasingly grim. So, in other words, Chen Tianyi is now someone corrupted by demonic energy, which means demon, Ling Qi said in a low voice. Those who survive after being corrupted by demonic energy are called demons. A new kind of human being who is filled with evil thoughts and opposes humanity. Ling Qi slowly raised his head, his bloodshot eyes looking at Zhang Lingyu. Perhaps she is the demon. Lin Mo was right, she was indeed my first love, and the one I've always loved. I don't know what to do. He was in great pain, but he simply couldn't bring himself to arrest his girlfriend of 2 years. Moreover, he saw love in Chen Tianyi's eyes. She hadn't forgotten him. He was even less able to take action, but Zhang Lingyu represented Director Chen, so he couldn't remain silent. Lin Mo just wants a bag of sunflower seeds right now. This story is just too convoluted. Former lovers, now adversaries, are you filming a movie? Zhang Lingyu patted Ling Qi on the shoulder without saying a word. If she were subjected to slow slicing, she would probably choose the same method, and might not even say it out loud. However, it's unclear whether these 3 people are related to the events in Kyoto, as the abilities of demons are quite bizarre. We haven't encountered or discovered any demons elsewhere, but we have found them here, so we have to be careful. Or perhaps there has simply been no information about the demon over the years. Zhang Lingyu turned and walked out of the shop. Ling Qi watched Zhang Lingyu's retreating figure, sighed softly, and looked utterly dejected. Brother Ling Qi, things aren't actually that bad. Maybe there are other ways. Lin Mo stroked his chin thoughtfully. There's still potential in this, but it depends on how deep the feelings between the 2 parties are. Ling Qi grinned, revealing an ugly smile. Lin Mo, you don't understand. If they appeared in other cities, it would be fine, but if they appeared here, things won't be so simple. Especially since they've upgraded their weapons here, this situation isn't so easy to resolve. No, I think there's a chance. Lin Mo whispered a few words in Ling Kai's ear, and Ling Kai's eyes slowly brightened. Lin Mo, if it really works out, I will definitely thank you handsomely. Lin Mo waved his hand. We're practically family, no need to thank me. Since you've said that, could you upgrade my weapon to plus 50 for free? With Lin Mo's suggestion, Ling Qi started joking. Impossible, the money has to be spent, that's the bottom line. No way you can get something for nothing, not even a token 10 million. Ling Kai's lips twitched, he was stubbornly fixated on money. What do you need so much money for? Didn't the government give you a card with no spending limit? Not long after, Zhang Lingyu returned. There's something I need to tell you. She just went out and talked with Chen Junzhen about the confidentiality agreement. She could tell Lin Mo and Ling Qi some things. Regarding this trip to Kyoto, besides the matter of the demonic liquid corruption, the low-risk demon prison in northern Kyoto was attacked, and the attackers were most likely demons from outside the city, one of whom might be Director Chen's son. So I suspect that these 3 people came from Kyoto, and the only man among them is Director Chen's son. John Lingyu only realized this after talking to Chen Junzhen on the phone. Lin Mo was increasingly confused. What was this demon prison? And what was the situation with Chen Junzhen's son? He felt his mind was a mess. Sure enough, this organization was chaotic. He couldn't understand anything at all. I understand, I'll go after them right now. Ling Qi stood up, his face resolute. Are you really going to arrest your ex-girlfriend? John Lingyu looked at Ling Qi with suspicion. She's not my ex-girlfriend, we haven't broken up. It's not about arresting her. Lin Mo gave me an idea that might work. Ling Qi summoned Tai Sun and the others back and ordered them to protect Lin Mo here. You're not going alone, are you? There are 3 of them. John Lingyu stopped Ling Qi. No, I only need to face one person. Even if she is 5 levels higher than me, I am confident that I can handle her. The only woman he needed to be wary of was Chen Mei. Brother Ling Qi, take this with you. Lin Mo handed his own plus 50 mind's eye to Ling Qi. If the opponent is indeed attacking with demonic energy, then this mind's eye should be very useful. Ling Qi nodded to Zhang Lingyu, please find their location and send it to me. After saying that, Ling Qi chased after Chen Xiaoming in the direction he had left. Chen Xiaoming and the other 2 had already returned to their residence. Shouldn't we leave here? You 2 are really too conspicuous today. It's nothing, we didn't do anything, we just took out our weapons, Chen Tiantian said nonchalantly, her mind filled with images of being slowly sliced to death. Seeing that he was safe and sound, Chen Tiantian felt inexplicably satisfied. This time I agree with Chen Xiaoming's point of view. It is indeed very conspicuous. Even if no one comes to investigate us today, they will tomorrow. I suggest we leave here at midnight tonight. Chen Mei didn't want to die young. Although she had already died once, she was still alive now. Alright, you guys are really boring. I haven't had any good food here in ages. Don't you want to have a big meal? You know our base has nothing, and even when we're on missions, there's only so much food to eat. The thought of going back and eating the same old food made Chen Tiantian a little unhappy. We haven't had milk tea or hot pot yet. I'm on Chen Tianation's side this time. Actually, it wouldn't be a problem if I waited a couple of days. Chen Mei's face was flushed, and she was a little embarrassed. But it's just too hard to resist delicious food. Even if I'm wanted by the police, I still want to eat. Chen Xiaoming's lips twitched. You're only after food, you don't care about your lives. Tomorrow afternoon? No. The day after tomorrow afternoon, we'll definitely leave. It's only 2 days, it should be fine. At worst, we can go to a more remote place and find a shady hotel, Chen Tiantian pleaded. Without Chen Xiaoming, it would be really hard for them to leave. Alright, I have to leave the day after tomorrow afternoon. The 2 women nodded repeatedly. Chen Xiaoming shook his head, unable to understand the 2 men's thoughts. He left the 2 women's room and returned to his own. As soon as he entered the bedroom, he saw Ling Qi sitting on the sofa in his room. You've trespassed into my room, and you'll be held legally responsible. Alright, Chen Lu, my name is Ling Qi, I'm from the covered mobile unit. No, I should call you Chen Xiaoming. I want to know why you went to the low-risk demon prison. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Chen Xiaoming. Chen Xiaoming appeared calm, but he was actually extremely flustered inside. The covered squad. They said they'd leave tomorrow, but how can they leave now? The whole hotel is probably surrounded. To open a passage yourself, you need to rely on the power of the domain gate. Did I admit my mistake? Fine. Sigh, I even told boss Chen Junzhen that I saw Chen Xiaoming. He's with a rich woman now and they're preparing to have a big, healthy baby boy. I guess he's attracted to that rich woman's magnificent figure. Chen Xiaoming's lips twitched. Who did you learn this way of talking nonsense from? The thought of going home and having my dad whip me with his belt makes me feel terrible. What exactly do you want? I finally got into this organization. In the end, Chen Xiaoming had no choice but to back down. There's no way around it. If it's a rich woman, my old man would definitely beat him to death. No, since you've chosen to join that organization, I certainly won't stop you. I believe Chen Junzhen's son wouldn't do anything to harm the country, so I will help you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have only attacked low-risk prisons. That's good. Remember to tell the old man that his son can no longer be by his side to fulfill his filial duties. Then could you call Chen Tiantian over here for me? Chen Xiaoming looked at Ling Qi strangely. You wouldn't have fallen for someone from the demon organization, would you? Let me tell you, Chen Tiantian is not someone to be trifled with. She's a madwoman full of violence. Ling Qi couldn't help but wonder, was it really Chen Tianyi? Chen Tianyi is clearly a gentle, lovely, and quirky little girl. Just call her out here. Sure, but you only have 5 minutes. Chen Mei has been following us the whole time. Chen Xiaoming dialed Chen Tianation's number. Okay, come over here, I have something I want to talk to you about. Chen Mei doesn't need to come, only you can know about this. It's about the demon, right? Not long after hanging up the phone, Knock knock knock. What's wrong? Why can't I bring Chen Mei? You'll see when you come in. What are you trying to do? I'm still young, I don't like old men like you. Damn, he said that this guy was no good. Tianyi, it's been a long time. Chen Tianyi stared blankly at the Lingqi statue standing inside, then quickly closed the door. Why are you here? Did Chen Lu discover your identity? Should we kill him? Long spears made of black demonic energy appeared in front of Chen Xiaoming, pinning him against the wall. Hey, stop. We're comrades, we're from the same organization, do you have to be so ruthless? Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Xiaoming with icy eyes. I will not allow Lingqi to be in any danger, do you understand? Big brother, help me. Tianyi, they're all our own people. Just because he's one of us, you want to kill him? You don't know anything about this organization. No, I mean he and I are on the same side. All the black spears vanished, and Chen Tianyi blinked her big eyes, looking at Lingqi. You know, I'm not actually a violent person, I'm just a little worried about your safety. Ling Kai's lips twitched, as if something was amiss. He. Chen Tianyi gave Chen Xiaoming a cold look, and Chen Xiaoming quickly lowered his head. We can't afford to mess with you, none of you can afford to mess with us. One was talking nonsense, and the other took direct action. Why am I so unlucky? Brother Lingqi, why did you come out? Did you find us? We'll leave the day after tomorrow. No, we can leave tonight too, we definitely won't make things difficult for you. Chen Tianyi's voice changed from icy to a strained tone. Chen Xiaoming stared in shock at the affected girl in front of him. Was this really the ruthless king of spades? The contrast is too great. Were these two ever a couple? Hiss. Brother, you're a real warrior. How could you like such a brutal person? Lingqi stroked Chen Tianyi's hair. Yes, I found out a long time ago, but I didn't expect them to be demons as well. The higher UPS are indeed going to arrest you. After all, what you did was too big. Oh, it's not that big, we chose a low-risk prison. Chen Xiaoming looked at Chen Tianyi in surprise. How did you know it was a low-risk prison? I can't be bothered to talk to an idiot like you. Chen Tianyi rolled her eyes at him. Lingqi smiled and said, alright, I don't have much time left. I think you probably share the same thoughts as Chen Xiaoming, like an undercover agent in this organization. Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming and nodded. I was born a member of the covered force, and I will die a member of the covered force. I will never forget my duty. Chen Tianyi's face was resolute, and she remained unmoved even when tormented by demonic energy every day. Let me introduce you to each other. This is Chen Xiaoming, Chen Junzhen's son. She is from the covered mobile unit, so you are actually on the same side. The two looked at each other, realizing that's why. Lingqi glanced at the time. You can discuss things yourselves. Find a way to pass on the information about this organization to me, or find someone yourself. I have a mission right now and it's inconvenient for me to take on these matters. Even if you give them to me, I'll pass them on to someone else. His expression softened as he looked at Chen Tianyi. You've worked hard. If you're too tired, come back. I'll talk to Chen Junzhen. It's not hard work. I think this kind of life is quite exciting. Maybe it's because of the influence of demonic energy, but sometimes I have a tiny bit of a liking for an exciting life. Chen Tianyi looked shy. Chen Xiaoming nearly lost control of his expression. You like thrills? You're just creating them when you don't have any. Who knows how long he'd been living in fear along the way. After all this, it turns out they're our own people, and you're still causing trouble. One last question, and I'll be leaving after I answer it. Why aren't you controlled by the demonic energy? This is a problem that has troubled China for a long time. Although some demons can do what Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaoming did, the higher UPS are always worried that something might go wrong. As long as the evil intentions are low, it is actually possible to resist them. But I think it's best not to release the demons. Our mission this time was to bring out the demons, but unfortunately they are all dead. Chen Xiaoming couldn't hold back any longer. Isn't it all because you insisted on killing them back then? You deliberately spoke in a woman's voice. If you didn't care about this, we could bring back a few demons to report to the authorities right now. Brother Lingqi, he was mean to me. The childish voice reappeared. Ling Kai's eye twitched. Speak properly. Fine, do you want to die? Believe me or not, I'll cut you into pieces and take you back with me. Chen Tianyi didn't tolerate Chen Xiaoming at all. Chen Xiaoming sighed softly. Look, Brother Lingqi, even I'm not good at it. But this mission is really important to us. If we fail, we'll be demoted. It wasn't easy for them to level up. Chen Xiaoming spent more than a year, plus his special abilities, to reach that level. Chen Tianyi earned his success step by step. Let's see who dares. I'm currently at level 8, level 9, and I'll be at level 9 soon. Anyone who dares to touch me, I'll tear them apart. Lingqi shook his head. The little girl in front of him was indeed different from before. Alright, I'll report the matter of the demons to my superiors. We'll create an accident and send them to your location. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Your teammates are here, I'm leaving now. Lingqi opened the window and jumped down. Lingqi. Chen Tianyi went to the window and looked at the falling figure with a forlorn expression. Alright, Chen Mei is here. Don't show it. We're on the same side now, so don't keep contradicting my decisions. You're wrong, of course we should refute you. Chen Xiaoming was too lazy to pay attention to her and went straight to the door to open it. What are you two talking about? You've been talking for so long, you wouldn't be talking about her. You're overthinking it. How could I possibly like airports? Chen Lu, if you want to die, just say so, and I'll grant your wish. A cold voice rang out from behind Chen Xiaoming. After being slowly sliced to death, he quickly left. Lin Mo sat behind the counter, looking out the door. Brother Lingqi has been gone for over an hour. Hopefully nothing bad has happened to him. Zhang Lingyu smiled and shook her head. Don't worry, he's a special member of the covered mobile unit. What is a special member? A person who can fight across ranks. Remember, it's across ranks, not across levels. There's a difference between the two. If the Lingqi squad didn't have some special skills, how could they have been sent here? Those 9th-tier powerhouses all had their own missions that required them to be constantly on their own. The world is far more complex than we imagine. Ding Ailing. I'm back. Brother Lingqi, will my method work? Yes, that's feasible. That's what they were thinking, but they just haven't had the chance to make contact. Or perhaps their position isn't very secure yet, so they haven't made any contact. Zhang Lingyu looked at the two of them. What have you been plotting behind my back this time? Ling Qi recounted Lin Mo's method, specifically the matter of infiltrating. Zhang Lingyu nodded. As expected of the mobile squad, they are very conscientious. Even after becoming a demon, they can still keep thinking about these things. As for Chen Xiaoming, she completely ignored him. Now that things have been resolved perfectly, I should give Director Chen a call. Hey, didn't you call him Old Deng? Lin Mo said with a mischievous grin. Ahem, that was just a moment of excitement. Director Chen Junzhen is someone I have always admired. How could I possibly call him Lao Deng? Zhang Lingyu quickly fled the shop. Brother Lingqi, I've got something good to show you. Lin Mo took out his phone and pulled up the store's surveillance footage, which showed Zhang Lingyu yelling at Lao Deng. Send it to Director Chen, Lingqi urged Lin Mo. Anyway, Chen Junzhen didn't care and just teased the two of them. Let's just forget about it. Sister Zhang has been so good to me, how could I possibly hurt her like that? Swoosh. Lin Mo's phone was taken away. You even checked the surveillance footage. Zhang Lingyu returned at some point. Why do you walk so quietly? Where's your bell? The three chatted and laughed until they got off work in the evening. Today was quite a dramatic day, and Lin Mo also heard some untold stories. Lingqi, you have to treat me to dinner today. It's not easy for you to see your ex-girlfriend. She's my girlfriend, not my ex-girlfriend, Lingqi emphasized loudly. Fine, girlfriend isn't enough? You have to treat me to dinner. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. Does it really matter if she's a girlfriend or an ex-girlfriend? No problem, it's on me. Is this the place? Why not arrange to go to Kyoto? The security there is much better than here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the shop in front of him with some worry. After learning that Lin Mo could enhance weapons to +50 and bring about that effect, Zhao Guanyuan was deeply in love with Lin Mo. Do you think I don't want to? But Lin Mo wants to stay here and doesn't want to go to Kyoto. But staying here isn't bad either, at least there are fewer spoiled brats here, otherwise Lin Mo wouldn't have a peaceful time. Chen Junzhen was thinking more than Zhao Guanyuan. You're right. If those good-for-nothing kids knew there was such a power enhancer, they'd probably harass him every day. Let's go in and take a look. 2 days have passed since the magic liquid contamination, and thanks to the treatment from the Eye of the Mind, all members have now brought it under control. Qian Duo regained consciousness and showed no signs of being corrupted by demonic energy. It can be said that without Lin Mo's mind's eye, they would all face the risk of becoming demons. Ding Ailing. Oh, Director Chen, what brings you here? Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzhen with some surprise. I didn't expect him to come. Lin Mo had clearly forgotten what Zhang Lingyu had said. Director Chen. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu quickly came over to greet them. Zhao Guanyuan stood to the side, scanning Lin Mo up and down. He had always thought that such a powerful enhancer would be someone in his 50s, but he never expected him to be so young. It was completely unexpected. However, this is even better, as it will allow Lin Mo to enhance his equipment for an even longer period of time. Lin Mo approached Zhang Lingyu. Sister Zhang, who is this person next to us? They look like they're about to eat someone. The way he's sizing people up and down, it feels like he's judging a pig. He's the person you're going to work with, the director of the Kyoto Demon Qi Treatment Center. He's in charge of managing all the Demon Qi treatment centers in the country, and his position is only one level below Director Chen. Director Chen strode over and, without any airs, grasped Lin Mo's right hand with both of his. I really have to thank you. If it weren't for the enhancement you sent, this mission would have been more than just a failure. You're too kind. I just did it on the spur of the moment. Lin Mo scratched his head, he really hadn't thought that much about it. After all, it's only enhanced to level 50, not level 100. If it's 100, even if he wanted to help, he couldn't. I came here mainly to thank you. You have no idea how dangerous this trip was. A calamity gate actually evolved, something we've never encountered before. It wasn't a big deal originally, but who would have thought there would be liquid demonic energy involved? Although the evolution of the domain gate was unexpected, the risk did not increase much. The only thing that was somewhat unexpected was the liquid demonic energy. Lin Mo could only laugh awkwardly. What was the point of telling him this? He wanted to go, but he couldn't. Wait a minute, isn't this perfect? Liquid demonic energy. Director Chen, are you saying that the calamity level domain gate contained liquid demonic energy, and it's still there? Yes, of course it is. That stuff is not easy to clean. Even a holy light professional would need half a month to remove it. If there is too much liquid demonic energy, it could take 2 or 3 months. Lin Mo's eyes lit up, this was his chance. Look at that plus 50 mind's eye, how fast does it clear liquid demonic energy? It's pretty fast, and the effect is even better than that of the holy light professionals. How about we make a deal? Lin Mo said, looking at the information on his panel. Trade? Upon hearing those 2 words, Chen Junzhen's eyes filled with vigilance. He had heard Zhang Lingyu talk about some of Lin Mo's deeds. Although it wasn't a transaction, it was pretty much the same thing. Before Chen Junzhen could speak, Zhao Guanyuan couldn't help but interrupt. He didn't come here to reminisce with Chen Junzhen, he came to cooperate. What kind of deal do you want? I'm here to seek cooperation, so you can tell me. As long as it's within my power, I'll agree to it. The deal I'm talking about is actually a kind of cooperation, since cooperation requires contributions from both sides. It's quite simple, I want to use the magic liquid to produce a batch of weapons with the word magic in their names. I know you have some in your warehouse, but those are random products, I want targeted products. As soon as Lin Mo finished speaking, the scene fell silent. Lingqi covered his forehead, he knew it. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Junzhen and Zhao Guanyuan with a sympathetic expression. Now it's your turn to suffer, she can finally relax for once. Even if Chen Junzhen didn't come, Zhang Lingyu would still have to inform them in the end. After all, Zhang Lingyu couldn't make that decision herself. Zhao Guanyuan smacked his lips. This method was unheard of. Using magic liquid to make weapons, was it reliable? Chen Junzhen, you should handle this. I'm getting old and can't handle too many new things. Zhao Guanyuan shook his head. The Demon Slayer army and the covered mobile team were both controlled by Chen Junzhen. If he disagrees, there's nothing anyone can do. It's not that others can't do it, but at least he can't. Chen Junzhen only felt a toothache, and only Lin Mo could have come up with the idea of using magic liquid. Any normal person would run for their life if they encountered the magic liquid, let alone try to use it. He organized his thoughts. Lin Mo, you need to know that this incident was caused by the demonic liquid. This shows how destructive it is. It's not that I didn't want to deal with it, but I simply had no other choice. He didn't want the plus 50 mind's eye, of course he wanted it. But obviously, this thing isn't so easy to get. Let me say a few words. As the director of the Demonic Energy Treatment Center, I am the most qualified to speak on demonic liquid. Just a little bit of this liquid demonic energy will cause a person to fall into a coma. Compared to the gaseous form, its harm is far greater. Your idea is really difficult to realize. No matter how much Zhao Guanyuan wanted the eye of the mind, he couldn't exchange it for human lives, could he? Lin Mo's mind's eye worked this time, but what if it has already infected his entire body? What if it becomes ineffective? I wouldn't dare gamble on this. Don't rush, listen to me first. I didn't say that they should leave empty-handed, right? Director Chen and Director Zhao, you both said that the plus 50 mind's eye effect is very powerful and can deal with the magic liquid, right? Lin Mo remained calm and unhurried. I understand what you mean, but that doesn't mean that the eye of the mind has a guaranteed effect on pure magic liquid. It only works on people infected by the magic liquid, we haven't started testing it on others yet. Lin Mo waved his hand. No, I'm not talking about plus 50 mind's eye, I'm talking about plus 100 mind's eye. Plus 100. Chen Junzhen thought of that Gatling gun. If it really is plus 100, then maybe it really works. Zhao Guanyuan scratched his ear. What had he just heard? Plus 100? Plus 50 is already outrageous enough, but there's even a plus 100 option. Zhao Guanyuan was unaware of anything regarding the Gatling gun. Although he was somewhat shocked, considering the previous plus 50, he felt it seemed reasonable. That's utterly unreasonable. Although he is not a reinforcement specialist, he has a few reinforcement specialist friends. Strengthening becomes exceptionally difficult starting from level 10. He finally accepted the plus 50 setting, and now you're giving me a plus 100? Zhao Guangaiyuan's face was rosy, but not to the point of trembling. Lin Mo, can you really enhance your mind's eye to 100? Lin Mo nodded. They've seen it, but it's a pity it's completely useless. It's not as useful as the plus 51. Zhao Guangaiyuan's lips twitched. Is this what a human being says? Even plus 100 is useless. Let alone plus 100, even plus 51 is a bit stronger than plus 50. Brother Chen, just say yes. It's a plus 100 bonus, it might actually work. There are still criminals in that prison. Cough cough. Chen Junzhen coughed forcefully, and Zhao Guanyuan immediately shut up. The two had discussed the prison issue on the way. Find some serious offenders in ordinary prisons and have them use the eye of the mind to touch the magic liquid and see the effect. But this kind of thing must be done in secret, since such experiments violate the bottom line of human morality. In the beginning, it would have been fine to say such things, but now that things are relatively stable, it's still not a good idea to do something like this. Lin Mo had no idea what kind of prison they were talking about, he only wanted the demonic weapon. We agreed, but we'll conduct experiments first. If it works, we'll then manufacture the demonic weapon you mentioned. However, we're not entirely sure if this weapon will be successful. While it's true that weapons with the word demon are caused by demonic energy, this process has a certain degree of randomness. As long as you agree, this time I want a level 50 gold firearm. I also want an accessory with an intelligence bonus, preferably gold, but purple is fine if necessary. As for the red Lin Mo, he hadn't considered it, there were only so many red people in the whole country. You can tell just by looking at the weapon used in the Lingqi incident. It was used by an 8th tier covered mobile unit member, and a special member at that, and it was purple, not even gold. This shows how rare gold and red are. As for protective gear, Lin Mo didn't have any specific requirements, as he didn't need it for the time being. In reality, he only needed weapons to protect himself. As for going to the domain gate, he hasn't mentioned it for a long time, and he doesn't want to mention it anymore. It doesn't matter whether I go or not. As he upgraded more and more weapons, his level increased faster and he gained more and more points. If that's the case, why make things difficult for yourself? No problem. Chen Junzhen readily agreed. It's just equipment. Even if the Kyoto Equipment Depot doesn't have it, surely the equipment depots in other provinces wouldn't have it? Are there none in civilian teams? Chen Junzhen and Zhao Guanyuan did not stay there for long, only 2 hours, before returning home. Whether it was Chen Junzhen or Zhao Guanyuan, they still had a lot to do in the capital. Brother Lingqi, Sister John, do you think I'm a genius, producing demon-themed weapons on my own? The success rate should be very low. Lingqi shook his head. If it were high, there wouldn't be so many miscellaneous weapons in the special warehouse. Lin Mo disagreed with the idea of Lingqi. No, I think the success rate will be very high, and it is certain to succeed. The two looked at Lin Mo with suspicion. Wasn't he being far too confident? Have you forgotten about your girlfriends? Lingqi rubbed his nose. How could he forget? What does this have to do with my girlfriend? Zhang Lingyu immediately realized. You mean the weapons they use are all demonic weapons, so they must have mastered the method? Lin Mo nodded. When they gave me the weapons, these weapons with the demon in their names had no effect on them at all. This shows that the demons in this organization must all use weapons with the demon in their names. But if there's no way to produce them, how can they meet the needs of so many demons? That's why Lin Mo thought of the magic liquid. According to Ling Qi and his group, some weapons in the domain gate will be corrupted into demonic weapons, but this is random. However, this concentration of magic liquid will not be the case, it will most likely become a weapon with the word magic on it, it's just a matter of time. He had previously asked if there was any solidified demonic energy, as solidified energy might be better, but clearly, liquid is already the limit. After listening to Lin Mo's words, the two felt that they made a lot of sense. Lin Mo, why are you so fixated on demonic weapons? Aren't ordinary ones good enough? It's not that I'm fixated on this type of weapon, but rather that the damage and additional attributes of the magic weapon are better than those of ordinary weapons. Since both are enhancements, why shouldn't he want something better? Other enhancement masters can only enhance weapons up to level 10 to 14 and then stop. If they only have one more attribute, then ordinary weapons will be enough for them. However, Lin Mo can always be strengthened, so the number of additional attributes he gains increases. Moreover, now that he has a refinement ability, the importance of those additional attributes has increased even further. Once you've fixed your preferred attributes, you can re-roll the others. Lingqi stroked his chin, understanding dawning on him. But this estimation was only applicable to Lin Mo, it wouldn't work for anyone else. These demon weapons are no joke. On the third day after Chen Junzhen and Zhao Guanyuan returned to Kyoto, the phone rang. When will the plus 100 mind's eye arrive? We can start working on getting you a magic weapon right now. But you need to get us a plus 50 mind's eye first. How about 10? Upon returning to Kyoto, he immediately transferred 2 inmates serving life sentences from a regular prison. Have them carry a plus 50 mind's eye and walk about half a meter away from the magic liquid. Finally, they even reached their hands into the magic liquid. While they wear this eye of the mind, the magical liquid does not seep upwards along their bodies. And when they removed their hands, the magic liquid had already seeped into the areas they had touched, albeit in a very thin layer. It was cleaned up in half an hour. However, this still implies a certain degree of danger. One of the criminals experienced mental confusion while wearing the eye of the mind, a result of poor willpower. But this also proves that the mind's eye is effective, at least it didn't turn someone into a demon. With plus 100, it's not just enough to get a weapon for Lin Mo, it's also enough to purify the magic pool. 1 week later. Why is he here? Chen Junzhen looked at Zhang Lingyu with a constipated expression. What can I do? Can I stop him from coming? If I don't let him come, you might not even be able to get the plus 100 mind's eye, let alone the plus 51. Zhang Lingyu looked aggrieved. Lin Mo wanted to come, and it wasn't just her who persuaded him, even Ling Qi tried to dissuade him. But they also said they were just coming to take a look and would never do anything. He wouldn't be trying to test some new weapon of his in the Calamity level gate, would he? No. That's good. Chen Junzhen immediately felt relieved. He went to the gate of the Calamity base to watch over your work. He was worried that you wouldn't provide us with the demonic weapon. Chen Junzhen's lips twitched. Are they that kind of people? How could they possibly refuse to do it? As long as we don't resort to violence, everything is fine. I'll have Chien Duo lead the team and stay with you. His safety is not a problem. As long as Lin Mo doesn't cause any trouble, there shouldn't be a big problem. On the other hand, Ling Qi brought Lin Mo to a special warehouse, where he looked at the glowing eyes of the mind all around. Are those weapons in here? Lin Mo asked, looking at the unremarkable warehouse in front of him. Well, these weapons are unused, so they were just left here. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo reached out to push the door open. The gate wasn't locked at all, because no one would touch the weapons. Don't open the door. If you do, the demonic energy that's been accumulating inside will burst out. Ling Qi quickly stopped Lin Mo. He didn't want to be corrupted by demonic energy. Lin Mo took out the eye of the mind from his pocket. I'm wearing this. I think no demonic energy should be able to break through it. The plus 50 mind's eye is Lin Mo's source of confidence. Withdraw your hand after being slowly sliced to death, whatever makes you happy. Ling Qi, where is Lin Mo? Chen Junzhen and Zhang Lingyu found their way here. Hey, isn't it right inside? Lin Mo in the room shone brightly like a light bulb, and the demonic energy accumulated in the room dissipated instantly upon encountering the light. Chen Junzhen watched Lin Mo, who was bent over searching for equipment, and his eyes kept twitching. Your target isn't a Calamity level domain gate, is it? You're here to sweep through it, aren't you? Lin Mo, we're going to the Calamity level domain gate in a bit. Do you want to come? If you don't want to, we'll leave. Chen Junzhen wasn't worried about Lin Mo's safety here, since there were plenty of people from both the Demon Slayer army and the Secret Service here. Go, how can I not go? Director Chen, no offense, but your equipment is really terrible. There were far too few gold-level weapons, most were blue or purple, and he hadn't seen a single red one. This isn't an equipment warehouse, it's a special warehouse for magic-themed weapons, so of course there's less equipment here. Since no one else can use it, he'd rather there be less stuff in it. That's true. Unfortunately, Lin Mo no longer feels anything for ordinary equipment. By the way, how did you guys use that Gatling gun last time? Lin Mo was quite curious about this. After Zhang Lingyu returned, he forgot to ask. I used a forbidden artifact, otherwise, I really couldn't have used it. Forbidden artifacts are yet another new term. What are forbidden weapons? Forbidden weapons can be seen as a special type of equipment, but they are different from ordinary special weapons and have certain side effects. If it weren't for the side effects, these people might not have been infected by the magic liquid to that extent. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo immediately became interested. Then could you give me a forbidden artifact? Chen Junzhen really wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to explain the forbidden artifact? Now look what happened. Giving you one is not out of the question, but only one. There are only a little over 100 forbidden artifacts in the whole country, and only about 20 of them are usable. Not all forbidden artifacts are usable. Some forbidden artifacts have side effects that do not match their abilities, and such forbidden artifacts are usually sealed away. It's okay, I'll choose myself when the time comes. He might not use it, it can just be a decoration. If Chen Junzhen knew what he was really thinking, he would do anything to send him back to Fengjing. Following the main force, we arrived at the Gate of Calamity. Before even entering, Lin Mo could see the overflowing demonic energy at the entrance, a sign that the area was teeming with demonic energy. As they approached the gate, one by one, the eyes of the mind lit up, with one eye of the mind standing out exceptionally bright, like an incandescent bulb. The man holding the eye of the mind quickly put on the prepared sunglasses, and tears streamed down his face. In just a few short seconds, my eyes couldn't take it anymore. As expected of a plus 100 mind's eye, the effect is simply invincible. I'm really curious how you did it. If you had been born 50 years earlier, China might not be what it is today. Chen Junzhen looked at Lin Mo with hopeful eyes. He saw something called hope in Lin Mo. Perhaps he was the one who would break the current pattern. Lin Mo shrugged. It's just intuition. What else could it be? Chen Junzhen shook his head and continued walking inside. I have to say that mind's eye is really suitable for this situation. I wonder if this attribute is fixed or unique, Ling Qi said with a sigh. In his view, the eye of the mind was simply created for this domain gate, or rather, for the magic liquid. Who knows? I'm just an enhancement master, not a prophet. Lin Mo couldn't help but recall the attributes of that eye of the mind. Mind's eye plus 100. Equipment level, none. Durability, 97/100. Additional, demonic energy blocking range plus 150 meters. Demonic energy purification speed plus 1500%. Demonic energy infiltration speed minus 50%. Special, concealment, monsters no more than 10 levels higher than the holder will not be able to detect you. Baptism provides 3x purification to magic liquid, lasting 10 minutes, 24 hours. It must be said that this is indeed a piece of equipment that is suitable for this place. Fortunately, it was an active ability, otherwise, Lin Mo would never have given it to them. If they washed away all the magic liquid, how would he have gotten around to it? As soon as they entered the gate, the demonic energy retreated as if it had encountered its nemesis. For a time, there was no demonic energy or even a single demonic creature in their vicinity. Hey, this is the first time I haven't seen any monsters. The last time I came, those monsters didn't look like this. Chien Duo couldn't help but laugh when he saw this scene. I didn't expect this thing to work so well. Doesn't this mean that the Demon Slayer army can simply use this eye of the mind to close various domain gates at will? Of course, he was just thinking about it. Those demons who dare to touch the energy source controlling this place will be stopped even if it means their deaths. They came to a low-lying area, where a pool of black liquid was located in the center. It's not very big, only about 100 square meters. But this 100 plus square meters of demonic liquid was more terrifying than the demonic energy of the entire calamity space. If this demonic liquid turns into demonic energy, then no one will be able to enter this space again. But obviously, these magical liquids won't all turn into demonic energy at once. Alright, this is the place. Let's test the effect of this mind's eye first. Chen Junzhen stepped forward to take charge. Wait, I suggest you put some of the magic liquid in something first, and leave the rest here for now. Lin Mo was worried that the magic liquid wouldn't withstand the damage, and if it was all gone, where would he get more magic liquid? Without the magic liquid, where else could he get magic-infused weapons? Chen Junzhen nodded. He would still have to consider Lin Mo's words. Accompanying him was Zhao Guanyuan, who carried a large 5L glass bucket with markings on it. He took the plus 50 mind's eye that Lin Mo had given him and personally filled 5 liters with magic liquid. Ready? Try purifying with that mind's eye. As the person approached, the magical liquid in the bucket began to ripple. Before it had even officially begun, the purification had already started solely through the power of the mind's eye. Those nearby noticed the change in the magic liquid in the bucket and their eyes widened instantly. Is this incandescent light bulb really that effective? Unfortunately, the person holding the eye of the mind couldn't see it at all. Even though he was wearing sunglasses, the light was still dazzling, so he had no choice but to squint. As he began to activate his active ability baptism, a beam of light, about a meter thick, fell down and shone on the bucket. The magic liquid slowly began to steam, and then it began to boil like water. The liquid level slowly dropped. 5 liters. 4 liters. 5 minutes later, the liquid in the bucket had completely disappeared. Zhao Guanyuan picked up a pen and paper and began to calculate. There are about 300 to 400 liters of magic liquid here now. Judging from the current effect, it can be completely eliminated in a month. Of course, this is based on the effect of just the eye of the mind. If it is combined with the eye of the mind array, it may be purified in about half a month. Looking at the results he had calculated, Zhao Guanyuan was filled with excitement. This is magic liquid. It's been a difficult problem to deal with ever since it was discovered. Is there any country in the world that dares to say they found a way to counter the magic liquid? No, not a single one. It can only be eroded little by relying on the eye of the mind, and even then, it's a very slow process. The concept of demon isn't unique to China, it exists in every country. Some countries were even destroyed because of an excessive number of demons. Now, China has found a method, and this method has proven effective. But this is just one of them. The most important thing is to close the country's doors to natural disasters. There aren't many natural disaster level gates in China, but closing one requires a significant amount of manpower and resources. The manpower expenditure mentioned here doesn't just refer to the number of people involved, but rather to sacrifices and deaths. No, you can't start purifying now. Lin Mo quickly stepped forward. Don't come near. Don't come near. Chen Junzhen hurriedly stopped Lin Mo. If anything happens to Lin Mo, he's finished. Now, everyone in the upper echelons knows Lin Mo and treats him like a treasure. If they weren't worried that their presence would cause unnecessary trouble, they would have gone to pick Lin Mo up at the airport when he arrived. Feng Jing dispatched a large number of secret troops, which these Lingqi and demon-slaying army personnel were completely unaware of. Alright, I won't come near. You promised to make me a level 50 gold epic weapon, you can't go back on your word. Otherwise, you can go to the Cataclysmic Gate and get it for me. He used all the points he had painstakingly accumulated recently to create this plus 100 mind's eye weapon, all for a weapon that starts with the word demon. If it's purified, then there will be nothing left. Don't worry, I brought all the weapons. I definitely won't forget them. A shotgun appeared in Chen Junzhen's hand. Lin Mo only calmed down when he saw the weapon. Chen Junzhen quickly handed the weapon to the person who possessed the new mind's eye, urging him to put the weapon into the magic liquid immediately. The man didn't dare to be negligent. Although he didn't know Lin Mo's identity, he knew that anyone who dared to speak like that must have a powerful background. He quickly put the weapon inside. The weapon hissed as soon as it touched the magic liquid. After the weapon sank, it bubbled a few times and then disappeared. Lin Mo stroked his chin, wondering if this thing was even useful. He approached Lingqi and said, "Why don't you ask your lover where they got their demonic weapons? They have so many people in their organization, they must have a way." Although he had reservations about the term lover, Lingqi still asked the question that had been on his mind. "When you asked me to use your method, you didn't mean you had already made plans for this, did you?" Lin Mo remained expressionless. "How could that be? I was just doing it for your own good." "Really?" Lingqi looked at Lin Mo with suspicion. "You should know that Lin Mo usually has absolutely no interest in these kinds of things. Of course it's real, how could it be fake?" Lin Mo said calmly. Seeing Lin Mo's performance, Lingqi chose to believe him. "After I get back, I'll see if I can get any information. But don't have too high expectations. By now, they should have already reached the border, or perhaps they've already left." Lin Mo nodded. As long as they could get in touch, there was no rush. Today's business is almost finished, and Lin Mo's tasks are also complete. It's time to return to Fengjing. There's also a reinforcement master conference in Fengjing that he wants to attend. The golden weapons are still very attractive. However, the forbidden artifact must be taken with you before you leave. Lin Mo, actually, forbidden artifacts aren't very useful. How about I get you some golden armor or some golden jewelry? On the way to the forbidden artifact exhibition hall, Chen Jun was trying his best to persuade Lin Mo to give up the idea. After all, there are only a few that are actually usable. You should normally provide me with equipment and jewelry, right? Besides, I just wanted to try and see if this forbidden item could be strengthened. Chen Junzhen shook his head. "Forget about strengthening it. So far, I've only succeeded in strengthening it once. And it was only +1. Strengthening forbidden equipment is even more difficult than strengthening special equipment. You have to believe me. If there's a possibility of strengthening, then I can strengthen it. It would be a bit unreasonable to come all this way and not take anything back with you." Chen Junzhen couldn't refuse Lin Mo, so he had no choice but to take him to the place where the forbidden artifacts were stored. "You put a forbidden artifact in a place like this?" Lin Mo pointed to the ordinary 3-story building in front of him. "This house looks like it's been there for decades. Don't underestimate it, the security in this building is very strong." Pushing open the door, a stench of decay hit me. Lin Mo waved his hand, scattering the dust in front of him. Pa, Director Chen, if you don't want to give it, just say so. You don't have to treat me like this." Chen Junzhen smiled and pressed a button on the wall. Then the entire room changed, from a dusty and dilapidated room to a room covered with metal. "One of the guards here is an 8th level illusionist. If outsiders come in, they will only get lost in the illusion array and eventually be killed by the guards. We made our way to the 3rd floor and passed through 6 large doors. Let's go in and take a look, but you can only take one," Director Chen emphasized. "If you take something they don't use, that's fine, but if they do use it, then you're really losing out. These forbidden items are surprisingly effective." Lin Mo pushed open the door, and a showroom appeared before him, with all sorts of items displayed on the shelves. From large items like long guns and cellos to small items like ashtrays and lighters, Lin Mo even spotted a pack of cigarettes. Lin Mo went straight to the cigarettes and picked one up casually. Lucky cigarettes. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, each stick increases luck by 10 points for 3 minutes. Cost, 1 month of bad luck. Lin Mo. That's rubbish. He then picked up a lighter. Fake lighter. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, once lit, you will be undetectable. Cost, 1 hour less lifespan per second. Are all forbidden artifacts this bizarre? Chen Junzhen said helplessly, they are indeed all so bizarre, but some of the side effects are actually acceptable. The ones that are unacceptable can only be left here to gather dust, otherwise they would have been sent to various places long ago. Lin Mo put down the lighter and began searching around. Which forbidden weapon did you use to operate that Gatling gun? What are you trying to do? Chen Junzhen looked at Lin Mo warily. That thing was useless before, but with Lin Mo's plus 100 weapon, it suddenly became useful. We can't let him take it away. Looking at you like that, I'll just take a look. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't be able to use it. Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzhen speechlessly. Was it really necessary? It's just a forbidden artifact. Chen Junzhen took a golden conch shell from the innermost shelf. Wow, it's even gold-colored. You guys are really something. Lin Mo took the conch shell in his hand. Golden Echo. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, within the area covered by the light, one person can be designated to receive energy from everyone, and the maximum energy limit is increased. Cooldown, 1 month. Cost, the person shrouded in this effect suffers an 80% reduction in all attributes and is weakened for 72 hours. Lin Mo shook his head. It really was a useless thing, only usable once a month. If he only uses it once a day, he might even try to steal it and play with it for half a year. Now, let's forget about it. Lin Mo then looked at the other forbidden artifacts, but after looking around, he didn't find any that caught his eye. He looked at Chen Junzhen suspiciously. Director Chen, you didn't hide the good stuff beforehand just because I was coming, did you? How could that be? It's just a forbidden artifact. I wouldn't hide it away. Although it's called a forbidden artifact, it's not all good stuff. How was this thing formed? Have no idea. Chen Junzhen shook his head. These things have been found in all sorts of strange places. Some are found outside the domain gate, some are found in unknown places, some are found inside the domain gate, and some fall with the domain gate. There are all kinds of them, and no one can figure out the principle behind them. If they knew the pattern of how forbidden artifacts appeared, they wouldn't only have so few. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo also lost interest in searching for forbidden artifacts, as none of them were as practical as demonic weapons. He casually picked up a necklace from the shelf, and upon seeing the displayed text, he couldn't help but rub his chin. This seems to be somewhat useful. A crystallization of wisdom. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, intelligence plus 2, value doubles with each enhancement level. Cost, constitution-100x, enhancement level, until it reaches 0. Cost? Is this what you call a cost? It might be a price to pay for others, but for Lin Mo, it wasn't a price at all. Because he has no physical constitution at all, as long as he is strengthened to level 1, his physical constitution will immediately drop to level 0, but that doesn't matter. With so many people protecting him, does he need to care about his physical condition? What he needs is intelligence. As long as his intelligence is high enough, he can use all kinds of weapons. Below this weapon panel, there is a line of smaller text. To gain wisdom, discard those useless muscles, the wise man. Lin Mo's lips twitched. You're going to extremes. Director Chen, I'll take this one. Chen Junzhen looked at the equipment in his hand with a surprised expression. This is the most useless forbidden artifact. You should know that forbidden artifacts are very difficult to enhance. And even if you succeed in enhancing them, the side effects are also very significant. Lin Mo shook his head. Will you remove Ling Qi and the others? Will my life be in danger in Fengjing City? Of course not. Unless he's crazy. That settles it. So what use is this side effect to me? Well, whatever makes you happy. Chen Junzhen was speechless. But strengthening forbidden artifacts sounds so unreliable. Even if Lin Mo can enhance demonic weapons and special weapons, these are forbidden weapons, which are different from other weapons. Thinking about the attributes he had just seen, Lin Mo figured Chen Junzhen probably wouldn't let him enhance those things. The enhancer appeared behind Lin Mo, and then he threw the necklace in his hand into it. After, Lin Mo suddenly realized a problem. This thing doesn't seem to have a corresponding enhancement stone. A crystallization of wisdom. Success rate, 21.11%. Should I enhance it? No wonder it couldn't be upgraded. The initial value was only 20%. How could it possibly succeed? It's purely based on luck. But can it work without enhancement stones? Director Chen, what kind of enhancement stones did you use? It uses a golden enhancement stone. Give me one. Director Chen called over someone, took out a golden enhancement stone, and handed it to Lin Mo. Why don't we just forget about it? Even if it's a golden enhancement stone, it's not very useful. Lin Mo didn't say anything, took it, and put it in directly. His eyes trembled uncontrollably as he saw the numbers displayed again. Is this reasonable? A crystallization of wisdom. Success rate 21.12%. Should I enhance it? Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? The golden enhancement stone only increased it by 0.01%. Is this too outrageous? Lin Mo thought for a moment, then casually tossed a purple enhancement stone in. Okay, the success rate has increased by 0.01%, so it seems this enhancement stone is completely useless. Lin Mo tried clicking on the enhancement button. 7,887 points consumed. Okay, the price is still reasonable, but this isn't suitable for him. Well, if it doesn't work, let's just forget about it. We've called in a lot of enhancement masters, so it's actually quite normal for enhancements to fail. Chen Junzhen didn't want Lin Mo to be discouraged because of an unrelated piece of equipment. It's an equipment with a very low success rate anyway, so why bother? That's impossible. Lin Mo wouldn't be defeated by something like this, he'd definitely find a way to resolve it. Then, system, how can we increase the success rate of the band device? The host may try using the rainbow enhancement stone. 7-colored enhancement stone? He had never even heard of such a stone. Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzhen. Director Chen, have you ever seen the 7-colored enhancement stone? Chen Jun looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression. How do you know about the 7-colored enhancement stone? Lin Mo's eyes lit up. So you must have some, right? I don't need much, just give me 100 yuan. Chen Junzhen's lips twitched. There are only about 900 left in the entire country, and you actually want so many. It's impossible to give you that many. I can only give you 20 at most. Don't be so stingy. You have over 900. Giving me 100 won't hurt you. No, 20 at most. It's not that I don't want to give it to you, but we really need these things. The production rate of 7-colored enhancement stones is extremely low. These enhancement stones only exist in the Cataclysmic Gate, and there are only about 100 of them a year. This type of enhancement stone is not available on the market because private teams cannot enter the Cataclysmic level domain gate, they can only go to the Calamity level at most. Therefore, the products of the natural disaster level domain gates are not available to the general public, they are all in the hands of the state. No, you have no use for these stones, they're just stones. In Lin Mo's opinion, the 7-colored enhancement stone could only increase the success rate by 30% to 40% at most, which was not very useful for those enhancement masters. No, it's very useful. This stone can almost increase the success rate by 80%. Chen Junzhen was very proud when he talked about the stone. Does that mean you actually have just as many highly enhanced weapons as you do? No, it's still too little, after all, it's not 100%. Chen Junzhen glanced at Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu beside him. It didn't really matter that they knew about these things. Actually, we have quite a few plus 16 weapons, about 60 over the years. But you have to understand how many weapons we used to get this many. Roughly speaking, we have more than 1,000 level 90 or higher weapons, with the lowest quality being purple rare. It's not that they don't want to keep doing it, but the cost is just too high. We have more plus 15 weapons, which number around 400. Hearing this, Lin Mo asked in confusion, since you all have so many, why do you still want to buy highly enhanced weapons from me? Chen Junzhen looked bitter. Stones are hard to obtain, weapon enhancement failures are all problems. If you can get 1 plus 16 weapon out of 100 stones a year, you're lucky. These weapons are the result of years of accumulation, not something you can get all at once. But Lin Mo is different, he can almost always get plus 16, or even plus 20 or plus 50. This is not even in the same league. In that case, aren't all these rainbow enhancement stones even more useless? Just give them to me, and I'll give you a plus 16 weapon. Deal. Chen Junzhen, who had been looking bitter, instantly turned into a smile. Lin Mo blinked, realizing he'd been tricked. You tricked me. How can this be called a ripoff? The country has never shortchanged you in any way. Whether it's money or security, they've never skimped on you, and they even wanted to give you a position, but you didn't want it, right? This is a transaction, exchanging rainbow enhancement stones for enhanced weapons. Although Chen Junzhen's words made a lot of sense, something still felt off to him. So how do you plan to change it? 50 enhancement stones for a plus 16 weapon. Normally, 100 stones would be enough to forge a plus 16 weapon, so exchanging 50 stones would be a bargain for Chen Jun. In any transaction, the price is always set at the outset and negotiated down the line, some room for maneuver must be left. No, at least 80. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and gave a number. Make a deal. Lin Mo. Sister John, is your director Chen bullying me, a kid who just came of age? The transaction was completed way too quickly, it must have been planned long ago. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Chen Junzhen, then looked at Lin Mo. Lin Mo, there's nothing I can do to help you with this, otherwise Director Chen will make things difficult for me. Although Zhang Lingyu did not mention the price at all, she indirectly expressed her opinion. How is this a ripoff? Lin Mo quoted the price himself, and I agreed to it. Isn't this just a normal business transaction? Chen Junzhen was unhappy. It made him seem like he was bullying someone. Lin Mo shook his head and sighed. I've met the wrong person. Brother Lingqi, can you help me contact your lover? Ask them what the demons are offering, and I'll go be their enhancement master. Of course, he was just saying it casually. The demon organization sounded like a bad thing. Lin Mo, you can't possibly have such thoughts. It's just enhancement stones. You always enhance our equipment for us, and we even pay for it. These stones are just extra. That seems to make sense. In the end, Lin Mo left Kyoto with 100 stones and a forbidden artifact. After Lin Mo left, Chen Junzhen returned to the office building and went to the Elders' Council office. Lin Mo is gone? Yes, he's gone. Everything's been arranged in Fengjing, so there's no need to worry about his safety. Chen Junzhen said with a serious expression. He was like a completely different person from before. Yes, in addition to the guard forces, let's also send the intelligence group there to thoroughly understand the situation on the ground. In short, we must nip all dangers in the bud and ensure that there is no risk whatsoever. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table had a solemn expression. The abilities Lin Mo possesses no longer represent him personally, but rather the power of this nation. Lin Mo, do you remember that you have a reinforcement master conference? Ling Qi took out an invitation from the drawer. The conference was scheduled for tomorrow. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten about it. Since returning from Kyoto, Lin Mo has been studying the intellectual property he possesses. The effect of the Rainbow Enhancement Stone is very obvious. One stone can increase the success rate by 40%, which is simply amazing. And most importantly, whether it's blue high-level equipment or gold epic equipment, you can use this Rainbow Enhancement Stone to enhance your weapon. This is something that other enhancement stones cannot match. Other enhancement stones can only enhance the corresponding weapons and equipment. They cannot be used to downgrade or upgrade them. After returning to Fengjing, Lin Mo realized that Chen Junzhen had definitely lied to him. There must have been a reinforced forbidden artifact, but it wasn't in this room. But Lin Mo didn't care. Whether it was enhanced or not didn't matter. As long as it was useful, that was all that mattered. By the way, Brother Lingqi, what is the purpose of this conference? He doesn't really understand the stuff about enhancement, since he relies on cheats rather than his own understanding. I've never studied anything about enhancement masters. Zhang Lingyu, standing to the side, looked at Lin Mo with a puzzled expression. Aren't you an enhancer yourself? Don't tell me you haven't read any basic knowledge about enhancers. If he hasn't had systematic training, then his situation needs to be reassessed. This indicates that his method of strengthening was self-created. Does this mean that Lin Mo could form a special school of enhancement techniques? That would have a different meaning. I haven't seen it. I don't think I need those things. The most important reason he doesn't look at these things is that he's lazy and simply doesn't want to waste too much time on them. As expected of you, Lin Mo. You can treat the Enhancement Master Conference as an exchange meeting. Of course, under normal circumstances, the main participants are red and gold enhancement masters, who mainly explain some basic knowledge. After that, it's a competition between the younger generation, and the winners can take away prizes. It's that simple. It was indeed boring. If it weren't for the golden weapon there, Lin Mo really wouldn't have wanted to go. If I, a silver-level enhancer, win, will they keep the prize? Probably not. After all, the quality of items used as prizes isn't necessarily that good. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. Although this is just an exchange meeting held in one city, it shouldn't be that serious. The next day, Lin Mo brought Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi to the venue of the exchange meeting. Aren't Brother Tai Sun and the others coming? The other members of the Lingqi squad were not with them. They got here before us, so you don't need to worry about your safety. Ling Qi thought Lin Mo was worried about his safety. No, I'm not worried about my safety. Lin Mo believed Ling Qi and the others. If even being subjected to slow slicing couldn't protect him, then he had his own way of escaping. Is everyone here? A burly man asked in a low voice. Don't worry, boss. We've already sent out the invitations and told them the prize is a gold epic weapon. They'll definitely all come. Plum Blossom 10, are you sure this is foolproof? A masked man sat in a chair, fiddling with a dagger in his hand. Plum Blossom J, don't you trust me to do things? Plum Blossom 10 looked at Plum Blossom J with dissatisfaction. J of Clubs shrugged. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust you people from the number series. There were 5 people in the room, 3 were standing, 1 was sitting, and the other was lying on the bed, fast asleep. What do you plan to do with this person? Kill him? J of Clubs pointed at the man on the bed. We definitely have to kill them, but not now. I've already prepared the medicine. When the time comes, as long as we send these medicines in through the ventilation ducts, everyone in the hotel will die. Club 10 looked at Club J with a cruel expression. J of Clubs narrowed his eyes. I advise you not to look at me like that, or you're dead meat. Humph, let's go. Plum Blossom 10 led the three of them out of the room. Plum Blossom J sat there and sighed softly. What kind of person have I become every day? It's so annoying. A black space appeared, and a figure fell to the ground. Why, the figure was bound with iron chains, and a look of terror appeared on its face. Jack of clubs, I didn't want this to happen either, but someone forced me to come here, so I had no choice. Chen Lu, what do you mean? You don't want to do this anymore? Chen Tiantian walked out of the passage. Of course I don't want to do it. We've already reached the border and are about to leave, and now you insist on coming back? Are you trying to drain me dry? Chen Lu was already convinced, who knew how much time and effort he had spent opening so many channels? Fortunately, the energy and effort required to restart in the same location is much less. Of course, Chen Tiantian must not know about this. Humph, I don't see where you've squeezed dry. Stop talking nonsense and go find Brother Lingqi. Brother Lingqi, you only have eyes for Brother Lingqi. Women in love are truly terrifying. He just wants to get back to headquarters as soon as possible and never want to be in the same team as you again. Let's go, they're probably downstairs. Where are those plum blossoms? Should we just leave them there? Of course it's given to Brother Lingqi as credit, don't you even understand that? Chen Xiaoming curled his lip behind her. Ever since he met Lingqi, he's been calling him Brother Lingqi all day long. He's impressed. The two walked out of the room and locked the door from the inside. The Jack of clubs on the ground had already passed out. In the conference hall, Lin Mo sat in a corner with Lingqi. There were 3 plates in front of Lin Mo, one with 2 steaks, one with a small cake, and the last with half a lobster. As for Lingqi and Zhang Lingyu, there was only 1 plate in front of them. Why aren't you eating? You eat it, I'm on a diet. This is enough for me. There was only 1 steak on the plate in front of Lingqi, nothing else. Lin Mo looked at the two of them with disdain. Are you trying to maintain a good image? Why aren't you eating? I'm starving, anyway. While others ate a little food symbolically, Lin Mo ate heartily and without restraint. It's not that Lin Mo is unsophisticated, he just doesn't like wearing a mask of hypocrisy. He had been listening to those people outside for a while. What about dual pressure strengthening method, single pressure strengthening method, physical method, rotation method? There are a lot of nouns, but whether they are useful or not depends entirely on how you talk about them. They applaud anything said by a gold level enhancer, but nitpick anything said by a black or silver level enhancer. It was completely meaningless. He even suspected that the reward had been predetermined. The situation was similar to what Lin Mo had expected. After the conference started, the worst performers who went on stage were all purple level enhancement masters. But the treatment wasn't much better than that of the silver ranked, at most the ridicule wasn't as severe. As long as it's gold, it gets applause. People all moved forward, hoping to hear more experiences. Lin Mo sat in the back, eating. It's not interesting at all, not even as good as my business. Lin Mo shook his head and casually ate a small cake. Lingqi didn't find Lin Mo boring at all. He's been eating ever since he arrived. Don't you think you're eating a bit too much? Lin Mo didn't really feel anything, because he was wearing a crystal of wisdom around his neck. The first thing he did upon returning was to upgrade his wisdom crystal by +50. Of course, his initial goal was to get +100, but unfortunately he didn't have enough points. Even a +50 upgrade cost him over 300,000 points, and that was the result of his careful enhancement. Wisdom crystallization +50, quality, forbidden item, level, none, effect, ascension, intelligence plus, duration 3 hours, value doubles with each enhancement level, 7 days. Storage, can convert food into constitution with no upper limit. Constitution -10 per day. Cost, constitution -100x, enhancement level, until it reaches 0. The intelligence stat is no longer displayed because the value is too high, and the side effects have now disappeared. However, Lin Mo did not show this forbidden artifact to anyone. In everyone's eyes, this thing could not be successfully enhanced. Even if it was, it would only be at most +2 or +3 level, which was not very useful. With this, I won't be afraid if I get that +100 weapon again. However, a problem still arose. When the enhancement reached +20, the increase in intelligence turned into an active skill. This means he can only use it once a week. I should have known he only upgraded it to level 19. Brother Lingqi. Upon hearing that familiar voice, the 3 of them turned around simultaneously. In the shadows of the corner, Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi stood there. Lin Mo and Zhang Lingyu did not move, giving Lingqi space. Why are you here? Didn't you go abroad? Faced with the question of being subjected to slow slicing, Chen Xiaoming explained speechlessly, it's all because of this person in your family. He ran into some people from our organization who insisted on coming to check on you, saying they were worried about your safety. Chen Xiaoming. Don't force me to slap you when I'm happiest. The black demonic energy behind Chen Tianyi solidified and aimed at Chen Xiaoming, causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop significantly. Chen Xiaoming quickly ran to the side. Something that just said sounded a bit strange. He quietly returned, believing that with the execution by slow slicing taking place here, his safety was well guaranteed. What about your other teammate? They've left. We said we came to help. Let's not talk about that now. The person hosting the meeting on stage is from our organization. He's really in a room upstairs. They're planning to poison everyone in the entire building with a drug. Ling Qi's pupils contracted. Was it really that ruthless? Where are they? He. Don't worry, I've already taken care of those others, their arms and legs are broken. I didn't touch this one, you can deal with him. Chen Tianyi placed a glass bottle containing blue liquid into Ling Kai's hand. I've given you everything. Chen Xiaoming and I will be leaving now. With a smile on her face, Chen Tianyi grabbed Chen Xiaoming by the collar and walked out. Looking at the medicine bottle in his hand, Ling Qi was somewhat bewildered. Was it really over just like that? Tianyi, Lin Mo asked me to ask where your demonic weapons came from. Lin Mo had entrusted him with a task that he thought would take a long time to complete, but he didn't expect it to be resolved as soon as he returned. You mean those weapons? I don't know anything about them. Ling Qi looked at Chen Tianyi. Yes, this was still the same person he knew. The main reason is that this matter was resolved so well, which is somewhat inconsistent with Chen Tianyi's public image and makes him feel unfamiliar with him. If Ling Qi knew that Chen Xiaoming was in charge of everything, he wouldn't have so many thoughts. You can use the magic liquid to make weapons with the word magic in their name. I don't know how it works, but it's definitely related to the magic liquid, Chen Xiaoming mentioned. Although being grabbed by the collar is a bit awkward, the fact that the other party asked means they need this information. Ahem, you did well, so I'll forgive you. Chen Tianyi let go of his hand. As long as her brother, who was about to be slowly tortured, could get help, she was willing to forgive and forget. Thank you so much. Let's go, we should head back to headquarters now. Let's go. Chen Tianyi turned around, waved, and then followed Chen Xiaoming out of the hotel. He looked at the little girl who once needed his protection, now she was the one protecting him. Ling Qi stood there, stunned. She had come back because she was worried about his safety. When would he be able to protect her again? Brother Ling Qi, are you still watching? He's been gone for 2 minutes. Lin Mo and Zhang Lingyu stood on either side of Ling Qi. Zhang Lingyu informed the garrison that Tianyi and his group were here, and that they had dealt with everyone, arrested them, and interrogated them directly. As Ling Qi walked, he used a walkie-talkie to contact Tai Sun and the others. He blocked the door from the side of the podium. Standing on the stage, the 10 of clubs glanced at Ling Qi without paying any attention. The disguise equipment in his hand was obtained from the Ace of Spades, so it was impossible to tell the difference. Zhang Lingyu also contacted the garrison troops, who had been waiting near the hotel. The person arrived in less than 3 minutes after the call came in. They searched each floor and found the 3 people in a restroom. In the upstairs lounge, they found another demon and the unconscious enhancement master. Report. All criminals have been arrested. Lin Mo, who was looking at the stands, was startled by the sound beside him. On the stage, Plum Blossom 10 also saw the man in the garrison uniform and couldn't help but wonder if his secret had been exposed. But that shouldn't be the case. The people who came this time should be reliable, and the information shouldn't have been leaked. We are all demons, and we cannot survive in human society, so who would expose themselves? Gradually, he realized something was wrong. Standing in the crowd below were several people who were clearly not enhancement masters. He narrowed his eyes, and a pair of black, bat-like wings emerged from his body, revealing a demonic aura emanating from his body. Energy arrows pierced his wings instantly and pinned him to the wall. It's over. It's the demon-slaying army's standard equipment, the demon-slaying arrow. You're under arrest. Please come with me. A tall, thin woman with purple hair walked out of the main entrance. Lin Mo grinned as he looked at the man nailed to the wall. It looks painful. This woman speaks so gently, but she's really ruthless when she gets going. That woman is named Ziyang. She is the captain of a squad of the demon-slaying army sent to Fengjing. Don't be fooled by her pretty face, she is a true level 9 expert. Zhang Lingyu was very wary of Ziyang. She had not informed the demon slayer army about what was happening here, so how did this small team appear? The members of the Lingqi squad, who were preparing to carry out the arrest, looked at the newcomers with suspicion, wondering why they had appeared. Ziyang, this area is under the jurisdiction of our covered mobile team. Lingqi, this is a demon. Demons should always be handled jointly by our 2 units. Ziyang looked at Lingqi with a smile, and she felt there was no problem with her interfering in this matter. Lingqi wanted to refute, but had no way to refute it. In the beginning, the guards of the demon prison were always members of the covered combat team. However, in the latest demon prison, both low-risk and high-risk cases are handled jointly by 2 different units. What Ziyang said is also correct, but now that Lin Mo is involved, things are different. However, your task is to prevent any external events that could threaten Lin Mo, not to handle internal matters. You can leave this to us, we don't need to get involved. Ziyang stretched out his right hand and waved his fingers from side to side. No, I think we should work together. Lin Mo's location needs to be safe. Ziyang waved her hand, and the team members behind her stepped forward and pulled Plum Blossom 10 down from the wall, leaving its wings on the wall. Then, a pair of silver handcuffs were placed on the other person's hands. Drop! The red light on the handcuffs came on. Boss, you're all set. Take it away and hand it over to the garrison. Ling Qi looked at Ziya Yang speechlessly. I mean, are you serious? In the end, you'll still have to hand it over to the garrison. Does it make any difference if we handle it? He thought Ziyang would take this demon directly back to the capital, but in the end, he still handed him over to the garrison. You don't understand. Ziya Yang turned and walked towards Lin Mo. Damn! Your real intentions are not what they seem. Ling Qi also realized that Ziya Yang was after Lin Mo. The Ziyang squad was sent to protect Lin Mo after Ling Qi, but they usually stayed in the city and didn't get close to Lin Mo. But after learning about the weapon used in the Ling Qi ritual and the weapon Lin Mo gave to Kyoto, Ziyang became anxious. But they couldn't do anything since they hadn't met in person. They couldn't just go to their door. This is an opportunity for Ziyang. Zhang Lingya stood in front of Lin Mo, watching Ziya Yang warily. She knew a bit about Ziyang. She was straightforward and never cared about what others thought. Hello Lin Mo, I am Ziya Yang, the captain of the Demon Slayer Army Squad. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ziyang extended his right hand with a smile. Lin Mo extended his right hand to shake hands with the other person, still not understanding the situation. Now that you've gotten to know me, you should go back to your post, Zhang Lingyu suddenly said. Ziyang glanced at Zhang Lingyu. This is my first time meeting Lin Mo, how can I leave so soon? Yes, Sister Zhang, after all, she just subdued the demon. Lin Mo also felt that Zhang Lingyu was being a little too nervous. Zhang Lingyu glanced at Lin Mo, then pulled Ziyang along and walked away into the distance. Ziyang didn't resist and followed him away. What are you going to do? Lingyu, no matter what, we're best friends. Why are you so wary of me? They're only wary of you because you're their best friend, everyone knows your personality. But remember, Lin Mo's name is on the list, so watch your words. Ziyang smiled and said, Lingyu, I'm still clear-headed, don't worry. Of course, I won't take your place. I won't do what you do. What I'm better at is fighting. Zhang Lingyu rolled her eyes. It would be great if you could take my place. I haven't upgraded in ages. Don't worry, I would never do that, even if you killed me. I came here to ask Lin Mo to help our team upgrade their weapons. Oh, I see. It seems she was overthinking it. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't anything else. Lin Mo and Ling Qi stood together in the distance. Brother Ling Qi, why does Sister Zhang seem so nervous? What's wrong with Sister Ziyang? Sister Ziyang? I hope you'll dare to call him that later, he certainly won't. I'm not very familiar with Ziyang, but I've heard of her. She's very powerful, but she's very direct in her words and actions, and has been complained about countless times. I remember once a domain gate appeared in the city, and she leveled all the buildings within a 2-kilometer radius. Lin Mo's eye twitched. What did this have to do with being straight? It was clearly just an astonishingly destructive urge. It doesn't have to be like this. He had clearly seen Zhang Lingyu's heightened vigilance just now. I don't know about that. Although our units all belong to the same department, we don't actually have much contact with each other. We each do our own missions. Let alone the covered force and the Demon Slayer army, even members within the covered force cannot claim to be familiar with every team. Soon, the two women returned. Although Zhang Lingyu's expression was still serious, it was much better than before. Lin Mo, there's something I'd like you to do for me. Don't mention it, I'll definitely help if I can. Look, could you help our team upgrade their equipment? Of course, you can still pay the price, don't worry. After Ziyang finished speaking, he looked at Lin Mo with a nervous expression. No problem, just come to my shop tomorrow. He thought it was something serious, but it turned out to be just this. What they didn't know was that Lin Mo had never said he wouldn't help them strengthen their abilities, he just didn't want to help the higher UPS strengthen their abilities too much. After all, he also needs some free time. However, in Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu's eyes, they were also considered to be people at the national level, so they never thought of asking Lin Mo to help them strengthen their abilities. So after hearing that Ziyang's request had been approved, Ling Qi quickly looked at Lin Mo and asked, can my team members also be strengthened? Lin Mo looked at Ling Qi strangely, of course you can. When did I say you couldn't? I thought none of your team members wanted to strengthen themselves. Ling Qi, death by 1,000 cuts. He looked at Zhang Lingyu, and Zhang Lingyu looked at him. The two looked up, as if something had gone wrong. But in any case, this matter has been settled, which is a good thing for them. The tournament is over just like that, and I still didn't get the golden epic weapon. Sitting in the shop, Lin Mo was very dissatisfied with yesterday's conference. Aside from having a meal, they gained nothing and almost encountered danger in the end. If you don't have it, you don't have it. I'll look for it for you when I have time to go back. Zhang Lingyu put down her phone. Could you get me a red mythical grade weapon? Lin Mo suddenly sat up. I think yesterday's conference was really not very good. Zhang Lingyu picked up her phone again. I'm scared. Golden epics are hard enough to find, and now I want red mythics too? You might as well just kill me. Ding Ailing. Xiang, whom I met yesterday, has arrived with her team. Lin Mo, do you have time now? Give me the items when you have time, and I'll enhance them for you right now. How much do you plan to enhance them? 20 will do. Actually, Xiang was a little apprehensive, knowing that the number above was only 20. As for 50, she certainly wouldn't dare to even think about it. She wouldn't make such a request until such weapons became widespread. Xiang placed the weapon on the counter, and Lin Mo put it away. When Lin Mo saw the bow, his eyes lit up. It was actually a mythical level longbow. Although it's only level 85, its stats are indeed quite impressive. Explosive longbow, mythical, +5. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 51/55. Damage, 921-1108, +276. Additional, critical hit chance +50%. Critical hit damage +20%. Penetration +40. Agility +40. Special, explosive arrow, an energy arrow with an explosion radius of 5 meters, dealing additional damage of 0.5*, agility, CD, 30s. Excuse me, can you still get your hands on one of these red mythical grade weapons? Xiang shook his head. This kind of weapon is very rare, less than 100 in the whole country, and it's very difficult to obtain. This kind of weapon is very difficult to forge, and it's not so easy to come across. This weapon is entirely based on luck. What kind of materials are needed to forge a weapon of this quality? It requires at least a product from a cataclysmic gate to forge. As I said before, it's very difficult to forge. Lin Mo was somewhat disappointed. If only he were a blacksmith, he could have created a red mythical weapon. But that's not right either. A weapon made by a blacksmith might not be as good as one that you enhance yourself. However, its special attributes from the outset are truly appealing. I'll enhance your gear first. Brother Lingqi, please collect the money for me, 3 million each. Good. Lingqi took out a card reader and placed it on the table. Swipe it. Xiang paid for everything himself, without anyone else paying. After Lingqi was taken inside the screen, Xiang came to Zhang Lingyu's side. Why does Lin Mo want a mythical weapon so much? Didn't you tell him that such weapons already exist? He didn't say, but it probably wouldn't have made any difference. I've said before that no one uses demonic weapons, and their appearance is random. Look, he's even making demonic weapons for himself. I just don't know if he'll succeed. But even if he does, only he can use them. Xiang knew about this matter, but she did not agree with Zhang Lingyu's statement. I think you've forgotten one thing. He's supposed to provide some +50 mind's eye. If I didn't have this mythical weapon now, I'd be thinking of getting a demonic weapon to try it out. Zhang Lingyu was taken aback. Yes. Oh, eye of the soul. The reason Lin Mo is able to use the demon weapon is because of his +50 mind's eye. But this is different from mythical weapons. You also said that these materials were obtained from the cataclysmic domain gate. What I'm worried about is that once Lin Mo finds out about this, he will go to the cataclysmic domain gate. That's what she's really worried about. We can't possibly send a whole team to accompany them every time. There simply aren't that many people. Xiang glanced behind the screen. I don't think you need to worry at all. I don't think he will put himself in a dangerous situation. With his current abilities, he can just lie down, do nothing, and live a perfectly good life. Xiang's words are not wrong. After all, given Lin Mo's current situation, even if he only strengthens one weapon a week, the higher UPS will still treat him like royalty. For a nation, each additional enhanced weapon represents a step forward in its strength. You guys stop talking for now. Can you hear that there's no sound coming from inside? Lingqi kept an eye on the screen behind him. Normally, the sounds of Lin Mo's successful enhancements are very frequent, but today they stopped. This is unreasonable. After entering the screen, Lin Mo immediately focused on enhancing Ziyi Yang's weapon. It was upgraded to level 20 very smoothly. He stopped because there was a problem with the attributes. Explosive longbow, mythical, +20. Equipment level, LV 85. Durability, 51/55. Damage, 921-1108, +733. Additional, critical hit chance +50%. Critical hit damage +20%, +10%. Penetration +40. Agility +40. Special, chain explosion arrows, fires 10 energy arrows in succession, forming a circular arrow array with an explosion radius of 50 meters. Damage is increased by 5 asterisk, agility, CD, 5M. That's right, the abilities and the special attributes have changed. This was unprecedented, considering that the highest level of enhancement he had ever achieved before was only a gold epic grade weapon. Even forbidden artifacts only possess one ability. Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder if it was because the mythical weapon came with special attributes from the beginning, which caused the changes during the enhancement process. Lin Mo couldn't think of any other explanation besides this one. This reignited his belief in the need for mythical weapons. I wonder how things are in Kyoto now. It's been almost 4 days, hasn't it? Achoo, achoo. Inside the calamity-level domain gate, Chen Jun was rubbing his nose. I don't know why, but I suddenly started sneezing. There hasn't been any flu around lately, has there? A common cold wouldn't bother us at this level anymore. It's probably the influence of the demonic energy here. Zhao Guanyuan looked at the demonic liquid in front of him and then spoke. Today is the 4th day since the weapon was placed in the magic liquid, and I still don't know how it is doing. Let's fish it out and take a look. The professional wearing the plus 100 mind's eye skill dipped his hand into the magic liquid, which hissed and emitted smoke. A thermal weapon was pulled out of the liquid, and some faint black lines had appeared on its surface. It actually works. It seems that organization uses magic liquid to make this kind of weapon. Old Chen, you should try to trade more mind's eyes with Lin Mo, so that we can organize a team that uses this kind of weapon. Chen Junzhen glanced at Zhao Guanyuan. Is it that easy to get? He would like to if he could, but people should at least have time to rest. Although Lin Mo's weapon enhancement speed is fast, he hasn't reached the point where he can enhance dozens of weapons a day. If he really asked, Lin Mo wouldn't refuse, but he still had his pride. Use it first, and then trade it for a magic weapon later. Or, you could use a smaller quantity of other weapons first, and try to get some mind's eye first. Chen Junzhen was also intrigued by the effects of the mind's eye. But this is a plus 100 item, not a plus 51. They were just looking, they shouldn't even dream of getting such a weapon from Lin Mo. Plus 50 is still possible. However, he had a big question in his mind: how exactly did Lin Mo do that? Chen Junzhen wasn't unfamiliar with enhancement masters, in fact, he knew quite a few. Given his status, even red-level enhancement masters had to show him respect, and he certainly knew a fair bit about enhancing equipment. The higher the enhancement level, the lower the success rate of enhancement. The lower the quality of the enhancement specialist, the lower the success rate. But Lin Mo's enhancer looks silver no matter how you look at it, so theoretically it should be enhanced to level 9. Unless his enhancer wasn't silver level at all, it was a higher level than anything ever seen before. But it shouldn't be like this. In short, there were just too many things he didn't understand. But Chen Junzhen never delved into these things, whether it was at a higher level or Lin Mo had his own unique methods. As long as there is a higher output of enhanced equipment, that's enough. With this equipment, you can conquer higher realm gates. Qian Duo, arrange for some people to take this plus 100 mind's eye item and head to a cataclysmic domain gate. If it's feasible. Qian Duo nodded. Then I will arrange for a group of demon-slaying soldiers to go there tomorrow. Wait, I haven't finished using it yet. There are still so many demons in the high-risk prison that I haven't dealt with, Zhao Guanyuan said unhappily. As the director of the Demon Healing Center, demons are an important subject for him. Just take the plus 51, they need it more than you do, Chen Junzhen said, pointing at Qian Duo. Zhao Guanyuan opened his mouth, but in the end he could only helplessly admit it. Demons can create things anytime, but if you don't do something like creating a domain gate now, you'll never have the chance again. If something like the calamity level can evolve, who knows what problems might arise if the cataclysmic level gate exists for a long time? In short, their research on domain gates has remained superficial, as human resources are limited. Your equipment is ready, take a look. In less than 2 hours, Xiang and his group had completed the weapon upgrades. The weapon that took the longest to upgrade was Xiang's mythical level weapon, not during the upgrade process, but after it was finished. Xiang took the weapon and nodded in satisfaction. She decided to shrink the defensive perimeter to a 2-kilometer radius around Lin Mo, so that they would protect him even when he came home. Lin Mo represents something truly significant. Thank you very much. With such a weapon, our strength will increase by about 20%. It's nothing, it's cash on delivery. Lin Mo didn't think there was anything wrong with it, it was just something he did casually. After Xiang left, Lin Mo went to Zhang Lingyu's side again. What? Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo warily, hoping it wasn't a red weapon. She really didn't have one. Sister Zhang, seeing you like this really hurts me. Lin Mo was speechless. Was it really that bad? As long as you don't mention mythic equipment, everything is fine. One sentence completely shut Lin Mo down. Lin Mo turned to look at Ling Qi. It's not that I don't want to help, but I really don't have any mythical equipment. It's all accumulated over many years. Ling Qi shook his head repeatedly. He dared not take on that challenge. If even Zhang Lingyu can't handle it, why would you ask a combatant like him to do it? Isn't that making things difficult for him? Sigh. Lin Mo sighed, lay down on the recliner, and looked worried. Zhang Lingyu felt a little sorry for her. It's not that I won't find you red equipment, but the worst red equipment is level 85 or higher. Besides, you want firearms, which are simply not available. After all, weapons are used by people, and the number of professions that use firearms is too small, especially the number of people who can join the Demon Slayer army at level 85. Most of the weapons in the Red mythology are in the hands of the Demon Slayer army. After all, their mission is different from others. High-quality weapons can enhance their combat effectiveness and increase their survivability. Another small portion is in the hands of the Covered Task Force, while the rest are in the hands of 2 other teams. However, the combined number of games played by these 2 teams may not even reach 20. Level 85 isn't actually that high. Give me 2 years, and I'm sure I can reach it, Lin Mo muttered to himself. Given enough time, he could make all the enhanced individuals in the country able to use the weapons he enhanced. His level-up speed will be quite fast at that time. Lingqi sat on a chair to the side, staring silently at the ceiling. I feel hurt. But considering Lin Mo's current level, it doesn't seem impossible. It hasn't been long, and Lin Mo's level is already close to the 5th rank. He remembered that it took him a whole year to reach the 5th rank. Moreover, he is an enhancement master. Does that mean that enhancement can upgrade? However, the other enhancement masters haven't leveled up either. They're generally only around level 20. It's not that they hadn't considered upgrading, but the benefits of upgrading were simply too poor. These enhancement masters reached level 20 or higher, but only for a slight increase in physical constitution. They added all the attributes they gained to strength and constitution. He remembered that the highest ranking enhancer was a red quality enhancer who reached level 2 of the 4th tier and then stopped. The attributes were still allocated to strength and constitution, simply to make things easier when doing work. How about this? Once you level up, I'll talk to Director Chen and ask him to research a red level firearm for you. But don't get your hopes up too high. The cataclysmic gate isn't so easy to get. Are you sure? Lin Mo sat up straight. Red weapons come with special attributes by default, and if a red weapon is transformed into a magic weapon, its attributes will be further enhanced. If we could know how to manufacture forbidden weapons. Lin Mo shook his head. The possibility was too low. The patterns of forbidden artifacts are chaotic, unlike the clear and straightforward patterns of demonic weapons. Of course I'm sure. Given your situation, it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Mo rubbed his chin. So you said you'd start forging red weapons now, and I should be able to forge them by the time I reach level 8, right? Theoretically, it is possible. Zhang Lingyu nodded. 1 or 2 can be made in a year, and even with the low success rate of firearms, 1 can still be made in 2 or 3 years. If there are enough materials, it's not impossible to build it in a year. So you said you want a Demon Slayer squad to belong to my army. Can the higher UPS provide that? What are you going to do? Zhang Lingyu was a little curious. Even 2 fully equipped demon slaying army squads only had 20 people, which was far from enough to be effective in a cataclysmic gate. Just tell me if it's okay or not. Zhang Lingyu thought for a moment. 2 teams shouldn't be a problem. The Xiang team is specifically responsible for your area now. It's just a matter of adding another team. Since you put it that way, then that's fine. Lin Mo thought to himself, so what if I'm short of materials? I can just make them myself. He took out his phone and dialed Chen Junzen's number. The phone rang 6 or 7 times but no one answered. Lin Mo took the phone off his phone, and the name on it was indeed Chen Junzen, no doubt about it. Chen Jun, far away in Kyoto, stared at the number on his phone, looking conflicted about whether to answer or not. Old Chen, what are you doing? Answer the phone. Zhao Guanyuan urged him as soon as he saw Lin Mo's name. You don't understand. He never calls normally, but when he does, it's always something important, and it's usually something big. Zhao Guanyuan snatched the phone and answered, Lin Mo, what's up? Lin Mo heard this familiar yet unfamiliar voice. Who are you? Zhao Guanyuan sighed resentfully. I am Zhao Guanyuan, the director of the Demon Chi Treatment Center. Uncle Zhao, of course I knew it was you. I was just joking with you. Lin Mo's voice was full of embarrassment. Zhao Guanyuan didn't mind. Lin Mo, is there something you need on the phone? Is your mind's eye enhancement complete? We haven't even started that yet. Is the magic grade equipment ready? You ask me about the eye of the mind, ask me if your weapons are ready. As for the demon equipment, Lin Mo, he opened his interface and saw that his level had reached tier 5, and that will take time, but it looks like it should be soon. Could you give the phone to Director Chen? I need to speak with him. Old Chen, it's your phone, you can answer it. Zhao Guanyuan handed the phone to Chen Junzen with a heavy heart. Why was Lin Mo's speech so unpleasant? Can't he make the decision himself? Why does it have to be Chen Junzen? What do you need the Demon Slayer army for? Didn't I already send a team to you? Okay, Okay, no problem, no problem. I'll send 2 more teams to you today. If that's not enough, I'll give you the covered mobile team too. Chen Junzhen went from being doubtful at the beginning to smiling broadly, a change that left Zhao Guanyuan dumbfounded. How come he didn't know when Chen Junzhen had learned the art of face changing? After hanging up the phone, Zhao Guanyuan immediately asked what was going on. Great news. He wants 2 Demon Slayer army squads to go to the cataclysmic level to farm materials. Zhao Guanyuan shook his head repeatedly. That won't do. The demonic energy inside is no joke. But Lin Mo said that all weapons will be enhanced, and the plus 50 Mind's Eye will become standard equipment, and the whole team will have it later. Zhao Guanyuan stared intently at Chen Junzhen. You're really lucky. Remember to let me use these guys after Lin Mo is done with them. Chen Junzhen said smugly, don't even think about it, that's our Demon Slayer army's equipment. Old dog Chen. Done. Lin Mo hung up the phone happily. Hey Lin Mo, do you think I'm any good? Although I'm not very strong, I actually know quite a lot about materials. Zhang Lingyu swallowed hard and went to Lin Mo's side to promote herself. That's a full set of plus 50 equipment, plus the Mind's Eye. Everyone who joins the team gets this set of equipment. This is a real opportunity. That won't work. Your level isn't even as high as mine yet, so you can't use those equipment. Zhang Lingyu's face flushed instantly. I'm a 4th tier, 8th level cultivator, how could this be? Sorry, I'm a 5th tier player. Zhang Lingyu looked at Lin Mo in shock. I'm 24 years old, 4th rank, level 8, and you're 18 years old, 5th rank. Is this reasonable? Is this reasonable? Lingqi pulled Zhang Lingyu aside and leaned closer to her. Our team is all at the 8th level, and we've been to catastrophic domain gates before, so we have plenty of experience. Letting us go shouldn't be a problem, right? I'll have Iron Patrol as your personal bodyguard. Plus 50 charm is just too much. Don't worry, brother Lingqi, there will definitely be spots for you. After all, I'll be going too, and this place doesn't need to open for business. Once the room was quiet, Zhang Lingyu stopped thinking about weapons. What? You're going in too? Director Chen knows? He gave his permission? Zhang Lingyu spoke urgently. The Cataclysmic Gate and the Calamity Gate are 2 different things. He probably agreed, since he didn't object on the phone. Zhang Lingyu nodded. That's not right. You didn't mention it at all on the phone. No, I have to call Director Chen. Lin Mo's safety has always been Zhang Lingyu's top priority. Zhang Lingyu took her phone and walked outside. Sister Zhang, Sister Zhang. However, Zhang Lingyu did not stop walking and went straight outside the door. Let's wait until she finishes her call. Your safety is the most important thing. Alright, but brother Lingqi, do you know how many abilities an enhancement master has? It's just 1 enhancement skill. I've never heard of an enhancement master having that ability. Unlike us combat and support classes, we get a new skill every 10 levels. Lin Mo rubbed his chin as he looked at his interface information. Name, Lin Mo. Occupation, Enhancement Master. Potential, Grade B. Level, Tier 5, Level 0, 0.04%. Attribute, Strength, 24. Stamina, 33. Agility, 42. Intelligence, 9, plus 203. Number of points available, 175. Exclusive skills, enhancement, socketing. General skills, none. Socketing, you can socket runes into weapons to gain different abilities. To be honest, Lin Mo didn't quite understand the skill. Shouldn't this be something a blacksmith does? Why would it be the work of a reinforcement specialist? Lingqi realized what was happening. Don't tell me you got a new ability after you leveled up to level 50. If that's the case, he'll feel sorry for that red level enhancer. He's only 8 levels away from reaching the 5th rank. With a little time, he could reach that level. It does have an additional ability, but I haven't seen what it's talking about before. What is it? The skill you gain at Tier 5 is runes, which can be inlaid into weapons and equipment to grant different abilities. He hadn't touched runes for a long time. Lingqi shook his head. I don't know either. You should ask Zhang Lingyu about this. She should know the answer. Zhang Lingyu, who was outside, was unaware of Lin Mo's situation. She was on the phone with Director Chen. What? He's going in too? Chen Junzhen almost choked on his own saliva. He thought it was just the Demon Slayer army and the Secret Service going in, but he didn't expect Lin Mo to go in too. Chen Jun was in a bit of a panic because he knew that if he didn't let Lin Mo in, all of what Lin Mo said later might not happen. What plus 50 weapon? What plus 50 Mind's Eye? Yes, he wants to go with us. He said with so many people protecting him, there won't be any problems. He sometimes has some strange ideas, and I'm worried that he might do something weird, like creating magical weapons with magic liquid. Zhang Lingyu wasn't worried about safety, but some dangers didn't come from others, but from Lin Mo himself. Lin Mo, there's no need for that. I value my life more. John Lingyu was overthinking things. Lin Mo would never put himself in danger. You guys be careful, I can't just agree and then go back on my word. Just forcibly take him away at the crucial moment, and get him out of there. Faced with absolute power, no matter how much you resist, it's useless. After hanging up the phone, John Lingyu sighed softly. Why is this task getting harder and harder? The kids are getting older and harder to manage. John Lingyu still misses the very beginning, when she was so carefree. How did it become like this after just over 2 months? Ding Ailing. What are you two discussing? Sister John, can I go? Lin Mo looked at John Lingyu nervously. He was really worried that he wouldn't be able to go. He actually had a solution all along, which was a product of his wisdom. With that weapon, he could use it with ease, no matter what kind it was. John Lingyu rolled her eyes. Is this all you're discussing? Don't worry, you can go, but if necessary, I'll have Lingqi knock you out and take you away. Lin Mo's eyes widened. He was knocked unconscious. Is it really necessary to be so ruthless? No, there's no need for that. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. I'm someone who values my life. Just cherish your life. John Lingyu returned to her seat, and Lin Mo moved closer. Hey Sister John, do you know anything about runes? Runes? I really don't know about that, but I can ask around for you. On the third day, the two teams arrived in Fengjing. Chen Luo, I didn't expect to run into you here. Fang Yu, they actually sent you here, to that prison. Fang Yu waved his hand. Don't worry about the prison. 2 new teams have replaced us. The 2 teams arrived at Lin Mo's shop. This is the shop, I can't wait any longer. Fang Yu held a black dagger in his hand, its blade dull and black. He had fought for this opportunity. He wouldn't have known about it if someone hadn't told him. Me too. Chen Luo held a magic wand in his hand, with a white crystal on it. The two entered the room together, where a team was already present. Hey, Ziyang, you're here too. Yes, I'm also from one of those teams. You're all here right away. Ziyang greeted the two with a smile. We can catch up later. I need to meet with Lin Mo first. Lin Mo's basic information has been distributed to both teams. Hello Lin Mo, I am Chen Luo, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the Demon Slayer Army, a level 5, 9th tier space-type professional. Hello. Time is of the essence, space is king. The personnel dispatched this time are indeed quite formidable. Hello Lin Mo, I am Fang Yu, the captain of the 2nd Squad of the covered mobile team, a level 4 assassin of the 9th rank. Hello. Lin Mo was somewhat stunned. How could these all be 9th tier professionals? Isn't it said that there are very few 9th tier professionals? These two don't look to be 40 years old. Should I reintroduce myself? Seeing how formal they were, Ziyang looked at Zhang Lingyu. She knew that Zhang Lingyu was in charge of external affairs, and as for Ling Qi, it was best to leave him alone. Those who knew him well knew that there was no need to talk to him much. No need, I know your information. Lin Mo waved his hand. Lin Mo found this overly formal occasion somewhat unacceptable. Ling Qi, a form of slow slicing, kept his presence to himself. He hadn't expected that everyone who came was from the 2nd Squad. Whether it's the Demon Slayer Army or the covered mobile team, the team's number represents their strength, and the number changes every 6 months. The smaller the number, the stronger the strength. The top 5 teams have always been responsible for security around Kyoto, and they are in charge of a wide variety of projects. His own team, number 18, was strong, but not as strong as the other 2 teams. May I ask a question out of curiosity, about your ages? Little brother, a girl's age is a secret, but I can tell you, I'm 26 years old this year. Lin Mo muttered to himself, it's not small at all. Chen Luo is 29 years old. Fang Yu is 29 years old. Lin Mo exclaimed in admiration, you are all geniuses. You have actually reached the 9th level at such a young age. But I remember that there are very few people at the 9th level. Why do I feel like there are so many? Whether from news reports or from what he knows in real life, he remembers that there are only a little over 100 people in the entire country who have reached the 9th level, and they are said to be well known for a long time. There are almost no 9th tier professionals among the younger generation. There was a program at the time that talked about professionals, called the Lost Generation. That's all for show. Other countries, like us, also hide the number of 9th tier professionals. Chen Luo shook his head. Wow, that's very much in line with China. Lin Mo had forgotten about the importance of having a backup plan. Ahem, I think everyone is aware of my situation here. So I'll just briefly explain. Weapons in the mind's eye are the first batch of equipment to be upgraded. After the equipment is upgraded, we'll head to the Cataclysmic Gate. Before these teams arrived, Lin Mo spent 2 days discussing this issue with Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu. He meant that the higher the enhancement level, the longer it takes, and the greater the mental energy consumption. Of course, the most important thing is that he doesn't have that many points. If one piece of equipment is worth 3,000 points, then 40 people would earn 120,000 points. So his plan was to first solve the weapon and mind's eye issues, and then upgrade one or two other items every few days. This way, you can basically get your whole body done in about a month. Actually, he didn't want to upgrade his equipment and accessories. For Lin Mo, enhancing these things for others is of no help to him. However, these efforts are necessary in order to obtain the materials needed to craft red-tier equipment. Moreover, Lin Mo has no intention of returning these 4 teams to Chen Junzhen, at least not at this stage. Since he didn't know when he would need these teams again, he figured it was better to keep the people here for now. For the next 3 days, Lin Mo hung up a sign indicating that the business was closed and focused on strengthening their weapons. After successfully enhancing the last piece of equipment, Lin Mo lay back in his chair, staring listlessly at the ceiling. I will never upgrade so many high-level weapons at once again. It's just too tiring. Because he can see the success rate, he always wants to spend the fewest points possible. After his weapon reached plus 30, he would take out each piece of equipment more than 10 times, or pad it with a few ordinary pieces of equipment. That's why it took him much longer than usual, and he was much more tired. But the benefits are also obvious. He gained a clear understanding of the highest average success rate for each enhancement level. Now, once that number is reached, he won't take any other action, he'll just focus on strengthening it. The next day, Lin Mo called everyone to the shop. All weapons have been successfully upgraded. Here you are. Next, we'll head to the Cataclysmic Gate to find materials. The group glanced at each other and nodded. The location has been chosen. There is a calamity-level domain gate near Fengjing. Lin Mo looked at everyone with suspicion. Don't lie to me. How could there be a calamity-level domain gate near Fengjing? Shouldn't such a place have been announced long ago? Catastrophe-level domain gates are very dangerous. Generally, when such a domain gate appears, the city will be notified to prepare for evacuation at any time. He had never even heard of it. That's how it is normally, but the location of that domain gate is in the mountains, so it's not that dangerous. Besides, the Demon Slayer army cleared it out long ago, and there are still Demon Slayer army people guarding it now. Although there aren't many resources inside, it's enough for one person. Most resources are non-renewable. Once they've been largely collected, these domain gates will be dismantled. Every year, the Demon Slayer army has the most work to do. The lower-level domain gates are the responsibility of the garrison troops, the mid-level ones are the responsibility of the covered mobile teams, and the higher-level ones are the responsibility of the demon-slaying army. Those that pose a significant hazard should be cleaned up and demolished, those that are useless should be demolished, and those that pose a destabilizing factor should also be demolished. It can be said that the demon-slaying army spent the entire year either dismantling domain gates or on its way to dismantle them. Alright, let's go then. Lin Mo took out his revolver, inspected it, and nodded in satisfaction. The reason why they went through so much trouble to enhance them was mainly because Lin Mo wanted to enhance his revolver to level 100. SM500 revolver, epic, plus 100. Equipment level, LV30. Durability, 61/70ths. Damage, 3.56 to 4.12, plus 3.09 million. Additional, critical hit damage plus 10%, plus 30%. Critical hit rate plus 20%, plus 10%. Explosive attack, each bullet has an blast radius of 0.5 meters, plus 1 meter. Rapid fire, 6 shots per second, CD, 10s. Special, Chinook bullet, the user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1 second / blast. Death revolver, each attack increases critical hit chance by 10%, stacking up to 5 times. The stacking effect disappears after 1 minute of no attack. Although it's not quite as good as the Gatling gun, Lin Mo is still quite satisfied with this attribute. Although its firepower is weak, its damage output is still sufficient. As for energy consumption, Lin Mo wasn't worried at all. The wisdom crystal he wore around his neck was no joke. The 4 vehicles departed one after another, heading towards the distant mountains. As they drove out of the city, Lin Mo looked at the professionals who appeared from time to time and asked them questions. Are the resources of these domain gates unlimited? Why do I feel like there are so many people going to these domain gates? It's not unlimited. A large amount of resources have already been cleared out, and some are already on the destruction list, Zhang Lingya said, taking out her phone and looking at the information on it. Low-level domain gates are generally left untouched unless there are major problems, otherwise, low-level professionals would have nowhere to level up. However, resources are a big problem, and leaving too many useless domain gates is also a disaster. Soon, Fengjing City disappeared from sight, and there were no more professionals to be seen around. The trees along the road increased, and the distant mountains grew closer. Around 4 p.m., Lin Mo and his group arrived at the nearest natural disaster-level domain gate to Fengjing, which was 400 kilometers away. This was Lin Mo's first time seeing a calamity-level domain gate, but he felt that it wasn't much different from the calamity-level domain gate in Kyoto. The only difference might be the constantly surging dense demonic energy, the enormous number of eyes of the mind placed around, and the 5 people radiating holy light. Shu Yu, we're here. Ziyang stepped forward and greeted him. Yes, you guys be careful, after all, this is. Before Chuyu could finish speaking, a huge light suddenly emanated from Lin Mo and his group, illuminating the entire area. The gushing demonic energy dissipated instantly. The whole sky seemed to brighten up. What were you trying to say? Ziyang looked at Chuyu with a questioning expression. Chuyu's lips twitched. So what if I stole your XXX boyfriend? Is it really worth holding a grudge for now? It's okay, you guys have fun. Chuyu looked at Lin Mo in the crowd. He must be the legendary enhancement master. She also wanted to join the team, but the higher UPS didn't approve. After all, guarding the gate is just as important. But she had a feeling that she probably wouldn't need to look at this gate anymore in a few days. If such a team goes in, the monsters inside are going to suffer. Lin Mo, let's go in. Ziyang led the way, taking the lead and entering the gate first. The area of light emanating from the Ziyang squad gradually expanded, while the demonic energy slowly retreated back into the space. Then the others followed and went in. Lin Mo stood in the middle, with the Lingqi squad and Zhang Lingyu on his side. Why do I feel like Sister Ziyang did that on purpose just now? Lin Mo was all too familiar with Ziyang's expression. Wasn't that just passively showing off? Well, maybe there's some conflict between the two, Lingqi said after thinking for a moment. Women's affairs are too troublesome. That's an adult matter, so don't pry into it, Zhang Lingyu said with a smile. She knew about the situation of these two people. Upon entering the cataclysmic domain gate, the distant demons opened their scarlet eyes, which gleamed with an eerie light in the dark environment. This monster doesn't seem like someone to mess with. Lin Mo swallowed hard. The look in its eyes made him feel uncomfortable. Monsters are called monsters because they attack without regard for cost or pain. They will attack you even knowing that death is imminent, but with the mind's eye, they dare not be too reckless. Chen Junzhen dared to let them in because he knew this. Strengthening a weak mind's eye won't achieve this effect, but strengthening a high level will have an exceptionally strong effect, especially in so many situations. With over 20 enhanced eyes, the safety is still quite high. Don't attack the monster yet. Let's find other materials first, and then deal with the monster last, Chen Luo advised. Don't worry. Unlike other places, low-level monsters in the calamity level area don't have much intelligence, but high-level monsters do have some intelligence. Although their intelligence was corrupted by demonic energy, they at least knew that the people in front of them were not to be trifled with, especially those with this kind of light shield. They don't go up, but these monsters will follow behind Lin Mo and his group. As they moved, the number of monsters increased. No, is it really okay to let them follow us like this? Lin Mo looked at the increasing number of monsters and felt somewhat uncertain. This is not what he expected. In Lin Mo's opinion, they should have proceeded step by step, so why were they just ignoring the monsters and going straight in? If he had known this would be the case, he wouldn't have come. Don't worry, we've always come here the same way. It just looks a little scary. Besides, your mind's eye is much stronger than ours before. Chen Luo patted Lin Mo on the shoulder to reassure him. Lin Mo's eye twitched. How can you expect me to feel at ease? There are probably hundreds of monsters behind them, the lowest being B-rank monsters, and most of them are A-rank monsters. He even saw several Class A monsters. Crying Face Demon LV-68, Biohazard 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 Biohazard. This looks really scary. I bet Lin Mo would be done for if he got scratched just once. How can he feel at ease? The reason why it is said that one must be at least at the 8th or even 9th rank to enter the calamity level is because the attacks of demons are accompanied by demonic energy, and demonic energy can affect a person's mind. If you enter at a level that's too low, you simply can't beat them. Seeing that Lin Mo still looked worried, Fang Yu comforted him. Although Class A monsters have their own unique features, they are not invincible. You should have confidence in your plus 50 mind's eye. We wouldn't have dared to bring you in without it, not to mention you already have a plus 100 mind's eye. Okay. Lin Mo had already decided that next time he would deal with all the monsters first before starting to look for materials. Along the way, Lin Mo used the light of his mind's eye to survey his surroundings. The entire world within the portal was entirely black. The ground and the dead trees were all pitch black, with no other colors visible. So, what are we looking for? Lin Guang knew there were materials here, but he didn't know exactly what they were. Ore, wood, and crystals can all be found in the environment. In addition, there are items from monsters, such as their fur, claws, eyes, and bones, which can all be used as materials. Chen Luo took out his wand, which was inlaid with a white, somewhat transparent crystal. If light shone on it, some patterns could be seen inside. The crystal above was found in this place, and its effect is to increase the power of spatial abilities. The only pity is that the increase is too small, only 5%. Chen Luo shook his head, somewhat regretful. This time, he also plans to find a new crystal for himself to replace it. Arrive. Ziyang called a halt to the procession. Before her lay a jumble of rocks. Lingqi, you're in charge of protecting Lin Mo. The rest of you, search for materials. Captain, keep an eye on the monster's movements. Be ready to act at any time, and leave immediately if necessary. 7 or 8 team members came to the rubble, used tools to break the boulders, and searched through them. Some people took out shovels and started digging and searching the ground. Some people, however, looked around at the trees to see if there was any suitable timber. Lin Mo blinked. Sister John, is this how you find materials by manpower? Why not use weapons? Wouldn't weapons be more effective? It depends on the properties of the materials. Some materials are suitable, while others are not. Therefore, in this case, the most basic method is often the most effective. They searched for materials here, while the monsters lingered in the distance. Chen Luo frowned as he looked at the gathering demons in the distance. Don't you have a feeling that their movements are becoming more and more frequent? Fang Yu observed carefully and nodded. The frequency has indeed increased. Could it be that there is something important here? Could it be an energy entity here? Zai Yang said. Chen Luo shook his head. That shouldn't be the case. Aren't energy bodies usually located near the center of the domain gate? We've been heading to the side the whole time. What if we end up in the middle? As soon as Fang Yu asked this question, the other two began to consider this possibility. It was dark all around and nothing could be seen. Even with the light of the mind's eye, one could not see very far. It's important to know that the location where the domain gate opens is random, and the so-called energy body is in the middle, which is the center of the domain gate. This creates a problem. The center could be in any of the 4 directions, up, down, left, or right. This domain gate has been developed, but not fully developed. The path they are taking is one that has never been taken before. As they advanced, the monsters became increasingly agitated and restless. Everyone stop. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, the group of people who were working immediately put away their tools and surrounded Lin Mo. Lin Mo initially thought the area was safe because the demons hadn't approached. However, Chen Luo's shout startled him. When he saw the people around him protecting him, he began to panic. Has something happened? I don't know. I've never been to such a high-level place before. Zhang Lingyu looked at Chen Luo and the others with a worried expression, wondering what had happened. Chen Luo looked at the demons in the distance. They were still lingering, their eyes shining even brighter. And there are more A-rank monsters now. What's going on? We've already stopped, so why are they still surrounding us? I don't know. You know monsters can't talk. I guess it's because we've been here too long. Should we leave or fight? Fang Yu looked around. There were no monsters behind us, but quite a few on the sides and in front, though not many in number. I just don't know if there are any in the distance. The Lingqi squad is responsible for protecting Lin Mo. The rest of you, get into combat mode, quickly kill the enemies, collect the materials, and prepare to leave immediately. They had originally planned to spend the whole afternoon there, but they ended up having to leave in just over 2 hours. Apart from the Lingqi squad and Zhang Lingyu, everyone else stood at the front. The 3 captains faced the monsters head-on. As the formation shifted, the range of the mind's eye changed, and the monsters retreated, emitting whimpering sounds. Not good. They're summoning other demons. We need to finish this quickly. Zai Yang's expression changed. The appearance of such a sound means that they are about to face thousands of monsters. This is no ordinary domain gate, but a calamity level one, which contains S-rank monsters. Even those 9th-tier professionals have to be careful when facing them. It's important to know that in their team, only the captain is at level 9, while the team members are still at level 8. Swords, shields, and wands were drawn, and various skills were unleashed upon the horde of monsters. Minus 32,438, minus 33,543, minus 61,323. Various numbers lit up one after another, and everyone was stunned when they saw them. Yeah, my weapon is plus 50, so what am I afraid of? In this round of bombardment, 40 or 50 monsters died on the spot. The monster stared in horror at the scene before it, its voice growing increasingly urgent. Rumble, rumble. One by one, monsters appeared, and the existing monsters calmed down. War is imminent. The weapons in their hands reassured Chen Luo and his 2 captains. As long as no truly outlandish creatures appeared, they were not afraid. Proceed steadily, don't rush, we have the advantage in weaponry. Lin Mo stood behind, drawing his revolver with a hint of eagerness. My dear brother, please don't be impulsive. Ling Qi stood beside Lin Mo, trembling with fear. They were afraid that Lin Mo would make a move, since this was a natural disaster level gate filled with A-level monsters. He knew that Lin Mo's gun had been upgraded to level 100, but you still have to be able to use it. That weapon from last time really traumatized me, the Lingqi technique. This plus 100 firearm is far less effective than a plus 100 melee weapon. However, he soon miscalculated. Well, I think we should hurry up and retreat. Zai Yang felt the energy within his body and had to speak up. What's wrong? Fang Yu withdrew from the demon. Take a look at your own energy consumption. I suggest you play it safe. Thanks to the weapons enhancements, everyone's skills are being used like they're free, especially magic-based classes. Fang Yu and Chen Luo sensed each other and exchanged a glance. 1/3 of the body's energy was consumed within 10 minutes, which is an incredibly fast rate of consumption. Everyone, pay attention to the frequency of skill usage. Melee classes prioritize attacking, and magic-based classes should be mindful of the battlefield. Chen Luo quickly adjusted the combat strategy. Although the frequency has decreased, the rate at which monsters are consumed has not slowed down much. Chen Luo slapped his head in frustration. I was so blinded by the weapon enhancements that I completely forgot about the energy. Within the domain gate, demonic energy permeated the air, preventing them from drawing upon it. In the joy of upgrading their weapons, everyone's skill strength was greatly improved, which also led to excessive consumption of resources. However, the impact is still within a controllable range. An hour later, all the newly arrived monsters were wiped out, leaving behind a pile of corpses. Gather materials. Speed things up. Collecting thousands of monsters is no easy task. Lin Himo was somewhat disappointed. He hadn't even fired a single shot, which was a complete failure. Does this mean we're safe now? It seems so for now, as long as a higher level monster doesn't appear. Whoosh whoosh. Before Ling Chi could finish speaking, a series of black spears shot over, and the people who were collecting materials hurriedly retreated. 2 of them didn't react in time and were each shot. Despite the excruciating pain, he hastily retreated. Fortunately, he was wearing a +50 mind's eye, so the demonic energy only lingered at the wound and did not penetrate into other areas. The black spear on his body didn't last long before it was dissolved by the eye of the mind. Chen Luo and the other two's expressions changed as they looked into the distance. Tap tap tap. Magic Knight LV-88, radioactive biohazard skull and crossbones. There were 5 knights riding horses emanating demonic energy. Lin Mo looked at the newly appeared symbol, then at the revolver in his hand. It should be able to help. Weapon damage should be unaffected by attributes, right? Even if it is affected, it should be no problem to cause hundreds of thousands of damages. It's a special S-class monster. Fang Yu's expression changed drastically. The highest known level of monster. To be honest, he had been to many cataclysmic gates as part of the support team, but this was the first time he had seen a special S-class gate. Chen Luo took a deep breath, and his expression gradually calmed down. Even if your weapon reaches +50, you might not be able to fight against the creature in front of you. Listen up, everyone. Prepare for a fight to the death. We are facing a special S-class monster, whose abilities are unknown. The 3 of us captains will stand at the front, and you will assist in the attack. Just seize the opportunity and don't hesitate. The Lingqi squad is responsible for taking Lin Mo away. Remember, you can die, but Lin Mo must live. Chen Luo, Fang Yu, and Ziai Yang are indeed at a higher level than their opponents. But you should know that this is the domain gate space, the home ground of the monsters. You might not notice much difference with low-level monsters, but the difference becomes immediately apparent with high-level monsters. Demonic energy is not only demonic energy, but also the best medicine for healing the injuries of demons. The higher the level, the faster the healing speed. Hoo hoo ho 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 ho. The 5 monsters made mocking noises, clearly indicating their low opinion of the opposing team. Even if they have the mind's eye, it's useless against them to immediately back off once they cause harm. Lin Mo swallowed hard. Was this thing really that powerful? It sounded like a dying message. No, this might not even be considered a last will and testament. Ling Chi looked at the crowd preparing to fight ahead and felt admiration. He also wanted to fight, but he had his own mission. Zhang Lingyu, our team will escort you 2 all the way to the door, and then we will return. What? You're asking for death. You want to be slowly sliced to pieces. Zhang Lingyu stared at her opponent in shock. This was the first battle where the odds were so unequal. If it were just 2 S-class monsters, they could escape unscathed, but with 5, the chances are slim. Brother Lingqi, I don't think the situation is that bad. Lin Mo, I know your weapon is powerful, but it's very difficult to kill a special S rank. Besides, how many shots can you fire, 3 or 4? Even if you gave it to me, I could only manage a dozen or so at most. No, perhaps the number will be even greater. Lin Mo took 2 steps to the side and raised his hand through the gap between the 2 groups. Ling Chi shook his head and did not stop him. He wanted to make Lin Mo give up so that he could take him away later. Thud, 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 whoosh. -3.2 million, -3.8 million, -3.3 million, -3.23 million. 6 numbers lit up in a row, and one of the monsters collapsed to the ground, its demonic energy slowly dissipating to reveal its black armor in true form. The scene fell silent. Some people rubbed their eyes to make sure they weren't dreaming. Damage exceeding 3 million? Is this true? Chen Luo immediately thought of Lin Mo, whose Gatling gun was famous in the Demon Slayer army. Losing one means there's hope, but it still doesn't work. That weapon consumes an unusually high amount of energy. Keep in mind that they had already used up most of their energy, and their bodies now had less than a quarter of their energy remaining. Even if they were given the chance, would they still be able to fire a single shot? The monster in the distance seemed restless, making hoarse noises, unsure whether to attack or not. They were terrified, the injury looked too horrifying. Lin Mo, are you alright? Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo with concern. After firing those 5 shots, his body must be depleted of energy. It's okay, I told you we might not need to run away. Lin Mo sensed his own energy, it was inexhaustible. Who else is there? Lingqi, prepare to take Lin Mo away. Perhaps we really can succeed. Yes, let's get Lin Mo away first. They didn't respond to this forbidden artifact. Once the energy was exhausted, it was over. Who said we were leaving? Lin Mo looked at them in confusion. I've already dealt this much damage, why don't you believe me? Lin Mo, now is not the time to be reckless. Ling Qi and the others need to conserve their energy and cannot fire. The rest of us don't have the energy to fire. You should leave with them. Fang Yu quickly replied. No. Alright, Lin Mo, let's go. They'll take care of the remaining 4. John Lingyu hadn't forgotten what Lin Mo had done in a second last time. Was it 4 or 6 bullets? Even if Lin Mo's level increases, what can he do with so little stuff? Ling Qi winked at Tai Sun and the others, and they moved closer. Lin Mo, do you want me to carry you, or do you want me to hold you? Tai Sun looked down at Lin Mo. Lin Mo tilted his head back and said, that's unnecessary. Let's deal with these monsters in front of us. Seeing that they were not attacking, the monsters assumed that their previous attack was their last resort. With a roar, 4 demons charged down. Prepare for battle. Use slow slicing to find an opportunity. Lin Mo felt a little frustrated. Why didn't anyone believe him? He had a forbidden artifact, the wisdom crystal, so how could something like not having energy happen to him? Lin Mo raised his revolver and fired 6 shots in quick succession. After reloading, he fired another 6 shots. In less than half a minute, the remaining 4 monsters also fell to the ground. Chen Luo, who was gathering his skills, froze on the spot, turned around and looked at the smoking gun in Lin Mo's hand, swallowing hard. Doesn't your gun consume energy? He was absolutely certain that the weapon in the other party's hand was a plus 100 weapon, and that it didn't use bullets. Such guns consume energy. But Lin Mo could actually fire continuously. Not only Chen Luo was looking at him, but everyone else also turned to look at him. Well, I think we should get the materials first. As for safety, leave it to me, I don't think any monster can escape from me. Lin Mo's words made them feel strange. It seems like they're the ones here to protect people, so why is it the other way around? These things aren't important right now, getting the materials is the priority. Everyone, speed up. Only take the high-level materials, leave the rest untouched. The amount of materials suitable for red equipment is actually very small, so it is very easy to collect them. Chen Luo, look what I found. Fang Yu picked up a red crystal from the S-rank monster. You're really lucky. Unfortunately, it's a fire attribute crystal, so it's useless to me. Fang Yu shrugged. This kind of thing is only useful to fire mages, or other fire-based professions. For an assassin like him, this is of no use whatsoever. Can I take a look at this? Lin Mo looked at the crystal, feeling that it must be the so-called rune. Take it. Lin Mo quickly caught it. Fire-type Crystal Alpha. Attribute, fire damage plus 5%. It should be a rune, since it has a symbol after it. Can you see the attributes on this? Of course you can see it, but the effect is completely negligible. It only increases the effect by 1%, which is completely useless. Fang Yu shook his head. Are there many of these? There were so many things that nobody wanted, except for the high-grade items, we threw them all away. What is that? Throw it away. Lin Mo was absolutely certain that these were runes. As for how to embed them, he took out his revolver. Click on the inlay. Should we make an opening? It must be opened. Drilling successful. 4 empty slots appeared at the bottom of the weapon inventory, and Lin Mo tried to insert the crystals into them. Okay, it's that simple? Lin Mo looked at the information on his revolver with suspicion. This was far too easy. A tiny red crystal appeared on the grip of the revolver, less than 1/10 the size of the original one. Therefore, this is the correct way to use this type of crystal. Fang Yu assumed Lin Mo was storing the crystal in his spatial storage and didn't pay much attention. Where can I get these crystals? I want a batch of them. Lin Mo wanted to do some research. I always felt that this function couldn't be that simple. Ding! Host's use of embedding ability detected. System has activated a new function. Lin Mo stared in shock at the interface that suddenly appeared before him. There were even new features. He quickly opened the system and immediately saw the so-called new feature synthesis. Open the crafting menu, there are 4 boxes at the top. As someone who has played the game Brothers Kill Me, this feels very familiar. It's a 3-in-1 product. In other words, he can use this to synthesize runes and obtain higher level runes. Invincible. That's no problem. Just make a call to Director Chen and we can get a batch. No, my batch is 1 ton. Cough cough. Xiang, who was standing to the side, choked on his own saliva. A ton of crystals? How could that be possible? Fang Yu was also shocked by Lin Mo's statement. No, you probably didn't understand what I meant. A small team might not be able to get even 1 high-level crystal in a day. I asked Director Chen to inform the teams going to the domain gate to collect them. They might only get about 10 a day. A single crystal weighs approximately 100 g 200 g. How many crystals would a ton contain? That's a huge amount. Any quality of crystal is fine, I'll take it. With the synthesis function, even the lowest level can be synthesized into a higher level. He doesn't care about levels, he just doesn't know if ordinary equipment can be combined into higher level equipment. Lin Mo tried it, but it didn't work. Half an hour later, all the materials needed to be collected were gathered, and it was time to leave. Chuyu, who was outside the door, first snorted softly when she saw Zia Yang, and then, after seeing their state, she quickly stepped forward. Xiang, are you alright? Zia Yang felt a warmth in his heart. It's nothing, we just encountered an S-class monster. What? An S-rank monster? That's impossible. Chuyu shook her head repeatedly. She not only guards this place, but also goes in with other teams to check from time to time. The highest level monster I've encountered is only a special A-rank monster, so how could an S-rank monster appear? I know you don't believe it, but we really did run into it. Xiang patted Chuyu on the shoulder. These gates are usually cleaned up beforehand, with high-level monsters being eliminated and low-level creatures remaining. Perhaps the monster they encountered this time was one that had ascended through demonic energy, or perhaps it was a hidden monster. In short, the gate's rating will rise. So none of you were killed? Those were 5 monsters. You're really lucky to have escaped unscathed. Even at their peak, fighting an S-rank monster within the domain gate is fraught with danger. Although Chuyu was unaware of the situation inside, she knew the general characteristics of the demons inside. A-rank monsters will definitely target them from the start, so it's incredibly difficult to escape unscathed from so many monsters. Not to mention, Chuyu glanced at Lin Mo in the center of the group, still needing to protect him. This situation is even more difficult. The situation may be a little different from what you think. Xiang smiled bitterly, even she felt like she was dreaming. She was prepared to die, but things took an unexpected and bizarre turn. No, can you just tell me everything at once? What exactly happened? Chuyu said angrily. She was concerned about her, but her daughter was still laughing and joking. Lin Moyong. Seeing Chuyu staring at him intently from afar, Lin Mo quickly hid behind Ling Qi. What's wrong? I saw that woman looking at me with shining eyes, and I was worried that she was going to kidnap me. Ling Qi opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. How come he didn't see that thought in the other person's eyes? Is it because he's too bad at the game? Xiang recounted the events that occurred within the domain gate to Chuyu in their entirety. And so, we returned safely. That equipment. It's the one from the legend. The time spent in the domain gate was not long, but the gains were considerable. There were no fewer than 10 kinds of materials suitable for making red weapons, and more than 30 kinds of gold weapons. Lin Mo, even if you can't forge a red-grade equipment, at least you can get a gold-grade one. Chen Luo looked at the materials with undisguised envy. You should know that all these materials belong to Lin Mo, and if they were to enter the space themselves, most of the materials would have to be handed over, with only a small portion left for them. Even if they were given the money, they would still have to hand it over. Because the blacksmiths capable of forging red mythical weapons are controlled by the state, and the success rate is fixed, so even if you want them, you have to wait. Weapon allocation depends on 3 factors: your level, your contribution, and your class. You can't just throw a long spear at a mage. After the materials were sorted out, the group returned to Fengjing. Zhang Lingyu, accompanied by Fang Yu's team, then escorted the materials to Kyoto. Before leaving, Lin Mo specifically emphasized, Sister Zhang, I want all the crystals they don't want, regardless of their grade. Zhang Lingyu nodded. She also learned about Lin Mo's new skill. However, she didn't think much of the effects of low-grade crystals. Not everyone has high-quality weapons, and a weapon with only one socket that increases damage by 5% is really not very useful. By the way, can you reveal the information about unlocking your second ability at level 50? You guys do what you want, I don't care. For Lin Mo, whether this ability is revealed or not really makes no difference. If it weren't for the synthesis function provided by the system, Lin Mo would just study it, but he probably wouldn't bother with tasks like embedding runes. Anyone else can do it if they want, since high-grade crystals are hard to come by anyway. Now he doesn't care anymore. With the ability to synthesize, wouldn't it be easy to obtain high-level runes? No matter what, it had no impact on Lin Mo. John Lingyu immediately looked at Lin Mo with newfound respect, never expecting that Lin Mo, at such a young age, would be so selfless. If people knew that reaching the 5th rank would grant this ability, they would have kept it a secret long ago. We must tell Director Chen about this, we need to treat Lin Mo better. Lin Mo's casual remark actually made Zhang Lingyu think so much. In the days that followed, Lin Mo did not go with them. He only went once to experience it. His main job was still staying in the shop to upgrade equipment. The task of protecting Lin Mo was still assigned to the Lingqi squad, mainly because they were too weak. Lin Mo sat at the counter, holding pieces of runes in his hands. The runes' attributes were not what Lin Mo had expected. In his view, runes are nothing more than various types of magic and physical attacks. But in reality, it also includes reducing cooldown time, increasing strength and intelligence, reducing body weight, increasing speed, and so on. In short, there are many types of runes. He tried throwing runes into the enhancer, but unfortunately, they couldn't be enhanced. He could only synthesize them step by step to create higher-level runes. The rune in his hand was one of the higher-level runes he had synthesized, but he didn't know if it was the highest level or if he could continue to synthesize it. Attack Speed Rune Epsilon. Attribute: Attack Speed plus 25%, Melee. A rune that is very suitable for melee classes. Brother Lingqi, give me your weapon and I'll get you something. Ling Qi casually handed over his spear. Without saying a word, Lin Mo immediately started drilling. The weapon used for the slow slicing was still that purple weapon, but with only 2 cuts made. Lin Mo embedded the rune into it. After 2 days of testing, Lin Mo's holemaking and inlaying process has not failed. This might be considered a benefit in the eyes of the world. A light blue round crystal appeared in the middle of the spear. Lin Mo handed over the prepared weapon. Brother Lingqi, why don't you try wielding this weapon? Ling Qi picked up the weapon and began practicing his marksmanship with a puzzled expression. However, the more he practiced, the stranger it seemed. Could it be that his marksmanship had improved recently? I can now thrust 4 times a second? I haven't improved recently. Ling Qi hadn't missed checking the panel, the enhancement level hadn't changed. Even with changes, it's impossible to increase the speed at which you draw your gun. He continued firing, still puzzled. 3 fast and 1 slow, 4 fast and 1 slow. Combining speed and slowness, the speed at which the spear was drawn during the slow slicing had never been so smooth. Isn't it very effective? What did you do to it that increased my firing speed? Didn't you look at the weapons data panel? Lin Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. That panel was easy to see by simply looking down. Ling Qi hurriedly brought up the weapons panel, looked at the data, but there was nothing. 2 more holes have appeared at the bottom, one of which already has a crystal name with attack speed plus 25% written on it. This doesn't make sense. How could so much be added? He had considered having a blacksmith attach the item to a weapon, but the result was so bad that he gave up. Could it be only an enhancement master can do this? Lin Mo, is this the power of a 5th level enhancer? This is too strong. You don't know that before, we had tailors or blacksmiths forcibly add this kind of thing. We could only exert 1/5 of its power, so apart from high-grade crystals, the other crystals were useless. Even if it's not a 25% increase, a 10% increase would be a huge improvement. Moreover, this item isn't only for weapons, it should be possible to socket it into other accessories and armor as well. But you should know that high-grade crystals are very hard to find, so don't have too high expectations. Lin Mo shrugged. He wanted so many crystals for his own use, since synthesizing a level 5 crystal, or epsilon level crystal, requires 81 of the most basic crystals. Lin Mo can only satisfy others if he satisfies himself first. Of course, if you bring a crystal to his door, he will help you, but you have to give him a crystal of the same grade. Lin Mo doesn't plan to charge money for future inlay work, he'll exchange it all for crystals. He wanted to know what this crystal, or rather this rune, would eventually become. As his level increased, he came into contact with more and more things, and he increasingly felt that the domain gate was more like a treasure trove, containing many useful things that had not been valued by people. Take this crystal for example. If Lin Mo hadn't upgraded to the 5th tier, no one would have known that this crystal was actually a rune. Lin Mo couldn't help but think of forbidden artifacts. Could this thing also be mass-produced? Or perhaps the materials for crafting forbidden artifacts are hidden within the domain gate? Unfortunately, he doesn't have any inspiration in that area yet. If he does, he'll definitely make one for himself. The scarcity of crystals is not a problem. Crystals are common in all levels of domain gates. It's just that higher-level crystals have a higher probability of appearing in higher-level domain gates. He believed that once Director Chen learned of this news, he would definitely send out all the available forces. Kyoto. Knock knock knock. Enter. Chen Junzhen has been living the most comfortable time recently. He never imagined that a strengthening master would have special abilities when they upgrade to the 5th level. If that's the case, then will other professions gain special abilities when they upgrade to Tier 5? Director Chen. Lingyu, are you planning to go back to Fengjing? John Lingyu has been here for 3 days, and Chen Junzhen now just wants her to get back to Lin Mo's side as soon as possible. He wasn't entirely at ease with the idea of being subjected to slow slicing there. Director Chen, you can't just discard someone after they've served their purpose. I just finished making a plan for you and the announcement is ready. Now you're kicking me out. John Lingyu looked at her boss speechlessly. How can this be called discarding a donkey after it has served its purpose? This is putting you back in an important position. If you were to be left there alone to be executed by slow slicing, would you feel at ease? I certainly wouldn't. John Lingyu nodded in agreement with Chen Junzhen's statement. The idea of death by 1,000 cuts was indeed unreliable. He's fine with protecting Lin Mo, but asking him to do anything else is a bit much. No, it's Lin Mo. Is Lin Mo's demonic weapon ready? I want to take it back with me. Chen Junzhen froze. John Lingyu's heart skipped a beat. You didn't actually give the weapon to someone else, did you? I just wanted to use it to test the difference. I'm really curious why Lin Mo is so obsessed with this weapon. Chen Junzhen had no intention of staying. With enough magic liquid, he could make as much as he wanted, so there was no need for him to stay. Moreover, since they are firearms, there is even less need for them. That's good. Lin Mo is now at the 5th level, so he can use it. I'll take it back for him while I'm at it. Also, I'll find someone to get the mythical weapon that Lin Mo wants as soon as possible. Chen Jun squinted at John Lingyu, looking at her with suspicion. Why are you so biased towards Lin Mo now? Could it be that you like him? If you do, I can be your matchmaker. John Lingyu rolled her eyes. My dear director, didn't you tell me to do this? Lin Mo is actually very easy to get along with, as long as you let him feel your sincerity. As for liking him, forget it. I'm already 24 years old, 6 years older than him. A woman 3 years older than her husband is like holding a gold brick. Isn't it good to have 2 gold bricks in hand? Alright, I'll send someone to Fengjing with the weapons tomorrow. As for the myth, tell Lin Mo not to rush. He also wanted the mythical weapon, but that's not something you can just have whenever you want. 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Mo, look at the official information. Ling Qi handed the phone to Lin Mo. This is a nationwide promotional message. It will pop up whenever someone has a mobile phone. Most people will click to read it when they see it because it's information that's very important to them. The above content is not very long. The first piece of information is about enhancers. Reaching tier 5 unlocks a new ability, namely Lin Mo's ability to embed runes. However, there was no mention of Lin Mo above. In addition to the above, there is also a speculation about the 5th tier abilities of other professions. Of course, it doesn't mean letting others try it, rather, the government will lead people in various professions to upgrade their skills. They believe that if Lin Mo could reach the 5th rank with just a secret mobile team, it shouldn't be a problem for others to reach the 5th rank as well. However, the reality was much more difficult than imagined. They didn't have the same level of equipment as Lin Mo. To gain more experience from a monster, you must inflict a lot of damage. Of course, if you can kill the monsters on your own, that's fine too. The official system provides the same equipment as Lin Mo to those who need to upgrade their professions, including firearms and sniper rifles. However, the result is that it is impossible to deal a fatal blow to high-level monsters, and the injured monsters will run around, which increases the difficulty of killing them. Many players' experience gain hovers around 30%, since the final kill is often by the accompanying professional player. His desire to quickly improve his professional skill level was immediately dashed. It was clearly impossible for him to reach the 5th rank as quickly as Lin Mo. Lin Mo shook his head after reading the information above. Things weren't that simple. Of all the professionals in the country, how many can actually advance to the 5th level? Even if you upgrade, crystals aren't so easy to obtain. As for resource enhancers, they either buy them themselves or have the professionals provide them. It is estimated that after a period of time, these crystal runes will start to be priced, and the price may even be quite high. Zhang Lingyu is back. Lin Mo, your demonic weapon is ready and will be delivered in the next day or 2. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Was it finally coming? Although he liked the revolver in his hand, he preferred more advanced weapons. Has the mythical weapon been forged? Zhang Lingyu said helplessly. It won't be that fast. It would be good if you could produce one within half a year. Don't worry, it will take you at least 6 or 7 years to get to the 5th level of the 8th rank. Even now, the level of slow slicing is only at the 8th level. Lin Mo did not refute, saying that 6 or 7 years was unlikely. A year should be more appropriate. The more experience he needs, the more weapons he can upgrade. The more experience you gain, the better it is. It's a positive and sustainable process. Alright, there's no rush. How long will it take for the crystal runes to arrive? The last batch wasn't nearly enough. There weren't many runes last time. It wasn't nearly enough for him. About a week. All the people we can send out have been sent out. If we want more time, it will definitely take longer. Lin Mo nodded. He understood. Doesn't that mean I have nothing to do? Life is as lonely as snow. He glanced at his slowly increasing experience bar, which had grown 3 levels in just a few days. He had to thank Xiang and the other 2 for this. These 3 teams have been searching for materials within the cataclysmic domain gate, and battles with monsters are inevitable. This provided Lin Mo with a lot of experience points and credits. He's now considering whether to equip other high-level teams with the same gear, so he might be able to reach the maximum level in 6 months. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. These people wouldn't normally go to the disaster level gates. There are dedicated personnel responsible for that. He cannot bear the responsibility if people are killed because of his actions. He felt he almost died inside those 5 S-class monsters he encountered last time. Ace of Spades and King of Spades, you did a great job. You actually brought back a group of demons. The man wearing a clown mask, sitting on the high platform, said with satisfaction. Serving Lord Clown is what we should do, said Chen Tianyi, the King of Spades, with his head down and a calm tone. But how come the King of Hearts, who was assisting you, was sacrificed? Every titled person is a valuable asset to the Joker, and the higher the rank, the more important they are. As for the dead plum blossom, although I felt sorry for it, I didn't feel as sorry for the King of Hearts. When we were at the border, we were ambushed by Chinese forces. Red Heart K sacrificed herself so that we could leave. She gave her life for the organization. Actually, I advised her to give up on these demons, but she, sigh. Although Chen Tianyi's expression was calm, there was still a trace of grief on her face. Chen Xiaoming, who was standing to the side, twitched his cheek. He felt that he was about to lose control of his smile. How come Chen Tianyi's level of nonsense is so high? They're both actors. He would have believed it if he hadn't seen Chen Tianyi kill the King of Hearts with his own eyes. Sure enough, the prettier a woman is, the more likely she is to lie. Chen Tianyi glanced at Chen Xiaoming, his eyes filled with warning. Chen Xiaoming quickly lowered his head. The clown sitting in the chair turned to Chen Xiaoming. Ace of Spades, you did a great job bringing people out of China. This shows how valuable your abilities are. I hope you can continue your efforts. You may need to go to China again soon. The clown sat up straight and turned on the projector. The professionals on the Chinese border have become much stronger. Many of their weapons are enhanced to +15, which is very unusual. So you need to investigate the source of these weapons and, if possible, bring back the enhancer. In addition, you should also be careful of other organizations. There are about 6 or 7 world organizations. Some of them are organizations made up of ordinary professionals, while others are demon organizations like ours. In short, avoid unnecessary conflicts. The team will still be led by Ace of Spades, with the others assisting. After the clown left, the 2 exited the main hall. A road leads down to the front of the main hall, and in the distance is a town surrounded by trees. This is where they live. This place is only 200 kilometers away from the Chinese border. Chen Xiaoming glanced around. King of Spades, what are your plans for the next mission? Let's rest first, Chen Tianyi said, and continued walking downhill. Chen Xiaoming understood, someone nearby must be monitoring them. As expected, that clown is not so easy to deal with. Chen Xiaoming stopped talking, and the 2 of them walked all the way down to the town and returned to their house. Not long after they returned, a figure slowly appeared on a large tree nearby. It seems there's no problem. The Ace of Spades is still at such a low level, and the King of Spades is still so indifferent. The Queen of Diamonds, it's not wrong for the Joker to suspect that the King of Hearts is still very powerful. Humph. Queen of Hearts, everyone knows you like the Queen of Hearts. But we're investigating right now, so don't let personal feelings get involved. The Joker doesn't like that, so watch yourself. In the shadows opposite, a pool of black liquid slowly rose, eventually coalescing into a human shape. I know, no need to remind me. Let's go. We've been following them for a week now, and there's nothing we can report back on. The 2 figures slowly disappeared, heading towards the main hall above. After they left, a snake's eyes watched them go from the grass in the shadows of the corner. And in the surrounding shadows of the trees and other places, there were quite a few of these black snakes. Is it finally over? It really wasn't easy. Chen Xiaoming opened his eyes and looked at the snake crawling out of the shadows in the room. They've all left? Let's go. The surveillance period should be over. This clown is really wary. Chen Tianyi's voice came from the snake's mouth. This was the first time Chen Xiaoming had ever known that her abilities could be used in this way. They had been together for so long before and he had never known. As expected, I had underestimated people. What do we do now? It seems that it's not just the Joker who's got his eye on us, other organizations are too. They underestimate the power of the border guards. They may not be very strong against the domain gates, but they are very strong against people. I know that too. What I'm trying to say is, what do we do now? Their ultimate target is definitely Lin Mo, and I believe the official protection for Lin Mo is sufficient. But There's no such thing as being able to guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you're a thief for. Forget it, let's tell brother Lingchi about it and let him figure out a solution. Lingchi brother, you only have eyes for Lingchi brother. His voice was so low it was almost like a clamp, and Chen Xiaming's eyes were full of disdain. The black snake in front of him stood up. What's with that look you're giving me? Are you asking for a beating? Chen Xiaming's eyes widened, and he covered his chest with both hands. You can actually see that. It was very hot there, and the first thing he did when he got back to his room was to take off all his clothes, leaving him only in a pair of shorts. TCH, he doesn't even have a pectoral muscle. Who would want to look at him? I'm afraid I'll get a sty. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoming immediately became displeased and put his hands in a bodybuilding pose, his chest slightly bulging. Yes, that's right, it's just a slight bump. Ha, trash. Breaking news: wars are frequently breaking out in my country's western border regions. Breaking news: the overseas organization of the Azura Hall launched 3 attacks on our country, all of which were stopped by our most respected border guards outside the country. The fighting on the western border is intense, we will dispatch. Lin Mo was scrolling through his phone when he noticed that border conflicts had increased recently. If he remembers correctly, it wasn't this frequent before. Brother Lingchi, was it like this at the border before? Ling Chi glanced at the messages on Lin Mo's phone. It's been like this before, but it wasn't reported. Now that it's been reported, it means the situation is more complicated than it appears. It seems there's a problem on the front lines, but that shouldn't be the case. There hasn't been anything recently that would warrant their intervention. Ling Chi was puzzled. He had once provided support to the border, but that was because of the emergence of new domain gates or forbidden artifacts from the sky. Such an attack without any apparent reason has never actually happened before. Lin Mo, the items have arrived. Zhang Lingyu pushed open the door and placed a backpack on the table. This morning, Zhang Lingyu had been waiting at the base for the things sent from Kyoto. As soon as she received the items, she quickly brought them over. Lin Mo grabbed the backpack, and the contents of it flashed through his mind. Wow, there's a lot of stuff, all sorts of crystals. There are dozens, hundreds, and they come in all levels. In addition, there is a submachine gun. Lin Mo immediately took out his submachine gun. Demon, Phantom Assault, Epic. Equipment level, LV50. Durability, 88/88. Damage, 555 to 635. Additional, critical hit damage plus 20%. Recoil minus 50%. Stealth attack, without being seen, without sound or fire. The additional attributes weren't too strong, but Lin Mo really liked the last one, stealth. Wasn't this just an old-school weapon? If you were to wear a ghillie suit to hide yourself well, the effect would be, he. He was already getting impatient. From now on, he can use this weapon as his primary weapon, and the revolver as his secondary weapon. Perfect. You two chat, I'll go get back to work. Lin Mo went to the back room and locked the door. The previous screen is gone, replaced by a small room. This is a place that Lin Mo just set up a couple of days ago, specifically for synthesizing crystals. It's simply to improve my concentration. Of course, it's also to prevent people from seeing that I have the ability to synthesize. At least for now, I don't want anyone to know. As for how to explain this ability later, we'll talk about that then. Seeing that the door behind her was locked, Zhang Lingyu looked at Ling Chi with a serious expression. You must have seen the news about the western region's border, right? I saw it, but I didn't expect it to be this serious this time. No, it's more serious than you think. According to the latest information, these people from different organizations and countries are here to obtain our secrets on how to enhance our weapons. Ling Chi looked at Zhang Lingyu in confusion. How could someone find out about this so quickly? According to their estimates, it would take at least a year for people to find out, but only 4 months have passed. They're spies. Just a week ago, 3 members of the garrison who had been hiding on the border for 20 years crossed the border. Ling Chi nodded silently. Spies are something that are hard to guard against, especially when it comes to the garrison, which has the largest number of soldiers. It was also the unit with the least rigorous verification and the least access to information. The garrison troops previously responsible for clearing the domain gate for Lin Mo were all selected after rigorous screening. Even so, they would be subject to a month of secret surveillance after the operation. During this time, 3 people with wavering wills were also discovered above, but they should have been imprisoned by now. Are the border troops all right? There's no problem with the border guards. All the professionals there, from the previous generation to the generation before that, were border guards, and they can all be trusted. As for the new generation of border guard professionals, they were all monitored for several years before they were officially admitted. The assessment of border guards is quite strict. The presence of spies in such places would be a serious matter. Forget it, this isn't something we should be thinking about. Just then, a black snake pushed open the door. Ding-a-ling. The two shut their mouths. Ha! Why is it a snake? Brother Lingchi. That voice. Tianyi. Lingqi stared wide-eyed at the black snake before him. This snake could actually speak. Brother Lingqi, this snake doesn't have much energy left. To make a long story short, the organization is very interested in the sudden increase in high-quality enhanced weapons in China and wants to know where they came from. In addition, 7 or 8 other organizations will also be sending people. They are all large and powerful organizations, so you need to be careful. After saying this, the black snake fell to the ground and dissipated into the air as demonic energy. It seems the problem is more serious than we thought. The two did not delve into Chen Tianyi's ability. I'm going to call Director Chen. Zhang Lingyu turned and walked out of the shop. He took out his phone and dialed the number. Chen Junzhen, far away in Kyoto, was attending a meeting with high-ranking officials from China. Chen Junzhen frowned when he saw the name on his phone. A call from Feng Jing. The elderly man sitting at the head of the table nodded. Take it, it might be something important. They were discussing the situation on the western frontier. A covered mobile unit had already set off and was expected to bring the 3 men back within 2 days. What? Chen Junzhen was shocked. This was completely different from what they had guessed. This information was brought by Chen Tianyi, who is the girlfriend of that demon from last time, Lingqi. I understand, I'll handle things here. Remember, make sure Lin Mo is safe. Have you called those 3 teams back yet? Don't go there for the time being. No. As soon as Chen Junzhen hung up the phone, the elderly man at the head of the group immediately inquired about the situation. Our undercover agent within an organization sent back a message that they will be sending people here to find information about enhanced weapons. In addition, about 7 other large organizations will also be coming in. They originally thought that only a few countries and small organizations knew about the weapons enhancement program, but it now appears that this information is already known to many countries. It's probably because their operation failed a few days ago, and they leaked the information. If it's just the current situation, it's fine, but if the whole world finds out, then things will get complicated. In that case, let's bring Lin Mo to Kyoto. Compared to Feng Jing, Kyoto has the strongest defenses. Chen Junzhen shook his head. That would be worse. I think the first thing those organizations would think of is that we would leave people in Kyoto for protection, so their target should be Kyoto. The others pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement, saying that they would also agree with placing the person where their guards were strongest. Do we still need to increase the defenses in Feng Jing? No need. 2 demon-slaying armies and 2 covered mobile teams are enough. Although Ling Kai's strength is a bit lacking, he is a special member level, which is sufficient. Moreover, there is a city garrison there, so safety is not a major issue. If we strengthen our defenses, we will only draw their attention to us. If possible, Chen Junzhen would like to withdraw both teams, but he was worried that the other party might have guessed it. No, we can't let Lin Mo upgrade too many weapons during this period, and we also need to take down that plaque. Elder and all elders, I need to make some arrangements. I'm sorry. It's alright, go ahead and get busy. Lin Mo's safety is the top priority. Whether our country can resolve these domain gates depends on this young man. The first elder waved his hand. After greeting everyone, Chen Junzhen hurriedly left. After seeing Chen Junzhen off, the meeting temporarily came to an end, and everyone else who was supposed to leave left. There are 12 people left in the room, the youngest of whom are over 60 years old. Elders, what are your thoughts on Lin Mo's matter? His situation is special right now, so I think we should hold off on bringing this up until we have absolute strength. I agree. I don't think I need to elaborate on Lin Mo's importance. Also, regarding the 5th rank, the announcement has been withdrawn, and those who have seen the news have been taken to Kyoto. The follow-up arrangements are being coordinated. The Grand Elder nodded. 300 years, a full 300 years, and finally we see hope. In these 300 years, China has experienced too much internal turmoil, attacks from the outer realms, and being surrounded by wolves from the outside. 6th Elder, have you seen the future? An elderly man sitting near the door opened his eyes. His pupils were hazy gray, and his voice was as sharp as a razor blade. Elder, the river of time is shrouded in an impenetrable veil, and I can only see a part of it. The only thing that is certain is that Lin Mo is the hope of China. It is not a hope for rise, because China itself is already a world leader. It is the hope to get out of the current predicament, the hope to break through the barrier. Cough, 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 cough. The 6th Elder quickly covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed incessantly. 6th Elder, don't use your abilities lightly. The 6th Elder removed the handkerchief, which was stained with black blood, and casually shook his head. It's alright, my time is almost up, a new fortune teller is about to appear. You must hurry up and make arrangements, you must start searching at the same time I die. The 6th Elder took his own death in stride, something every fortune teller must face. They have short lifespans, some dying in their early 60s, and some not even living past 60. Keep in mind that he is now a 9th-tier professional, whose normal lifespan can reach 200 years. And this is the fortune teller's destiny. Alas, the Grand Elder's words all turned into a sigh. The so-called 12 elders were not elected by the people, but rather their profession dictated that they should become the 12 elders. Upon their death, a new generation of 12 elders will emerge, and after 10 years of study, they will directly enter the Council of Elders. The Grand Elder's profession is fortune. It can subtly adjust the course of a nation's destiny, and even the slightest change can have a significant impact on a country. This is also a unique profession, only death brings another chance. Don't worry, everything has already been arranged, the elder said with difficulty. The sixth elder officially joined the Council of 12 Elders at the age of 30 and worked with them for 30 years. When I learned that the other party was a fortune teller, I had already anticipated that this day would come. It's just really hard to accept. After returning to his office, Chen Junzhen immediately called Zhang Lingyu. Tell Lin Mo that starting today, he should only upgrade equipment up to level 12 at most. And it should be done in intervals, not all at level 12. Also, have him change the plaque, the current one is just too attracting attention. Zhang Lingyu glanced at the phone and then looked through the window at the innermost room. This is somewhat difficult. I believe you can do it. Lin Mo's safety is the top priority. The seriousness of the matter does not need to be elaborated upon by Chen Junzhen. I'll try my best. Absolutely. Chen Junzhen believed that Lin Mo would agree. He had long seen through Lin Mo. Although Lin Mo's ideas were sometimes unreliable, he was very protective of himself. Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone and returned to the house. What's wrong? What did Director Chen say? This was the first time Ling Qi had seen such a troubled expression on Zhang Lingyu's face. Even when Lin Mo raised some difficult issues before, Zhang Lingyu had never seemed this troubled. Has something gone wrong again? Zhang Lingyu took a deep breath. Director Chen told me to tell Lin Mo not to upgrade the taxi weapons too much recently, not exceeding 12, and also to change the name on the signboard, because the current one is too eye-catching. Ling Qi nodded. This was indeed a change that needed to be made. Don't worry, Lin Mo will definitely agree. You've seen his equipment, it's very strong in both self-defense and counterattack. In fact, Lin Mo doesn't yet have the ability to protect himself. It's not that he doesn't want to use it, but that he hasn't found a suitable one. But why not let Lin Mo go to Kyoto? The defenses there are much stronger than here. Ling Qi asked, puzzled. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. In this situation, we can't let Lin Mo go to Kyoto. You can think of sending him to Kyoto, so do you think the other party can't think of it? Yes, I can think of that, and so can the other side. They'll also figure out that we won't let Lin Mo go to Kyoto, but we'll keep him where he is. Zhang Lingyu sent the message and turned to look at Ling Qi. Although it was a bit convoluted, Zhang Lingyu understood the core message. Yes, the other side must have thought of this day, and they are all powerful organizations, so there's no reason for them not to be intelligent. If someone could even think of the punishment of slow slicing, there's no reason why others wouldn't. Lin Mo looked at his newly acquired weapon with satisfaction in the room. Demon, Phantom Assault, Epic, plus 100. Equipment level, LV50. Durability, 88/88. Damage, 555 to 635, plus 4.82 million. Additional, critical hit damage plus 60%. Critical hit chance plus 60%. Recoil minus 100%. Damage plus 10%. Stealth attack, without being noticed, without sound or fire. Camouflage, remain in place for 5 seconds, blending into the environment, neither attacking nor dispelling the effect. Special, Chinook bullet, the user's energy automatically fills the magazine. 1 second / blast. Stare and get pregnant, the target the user is staring at will take 500% damage, up to 3 targets at a time, CD, 60s. Gemstone, lifesteal plus 20%. Lin Mo only inlaid 1 crystal, not because he didn't want to inlay more, but because the other ones didn't have a very good effect. Of course, this one wasn't very useful to him, but it was enough. But he had just learned that forbidden artifacts could actually be made with holes. Although only one can be opened at a time, it's enough. He embedded a special rune crystal into it. Wisdom crystallization plus 50. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, ascension, intelligence plus. Duration 3 hours, value doubles with each enhancement level, 7 days. Storage, can convert food into constitution with no upper limit. Constitution minus 10 per day. Cost, Constitution -100x, enhancement level, until it reaches 0. Socket, shield, 100, plus 0.01 intelligence, can only be reopened after 10 minutes if broken. This crystal is a level 3 crystal, and it's the only one among all the crystals Zhang Lingyu gave us. It might be useless to others, but it's an absolute lifesaver for Lin Mo. In other words, Lin Mo would be invincible for 3 hours once he used it. Unless Lin Mo is still in danger within 3 hours. But that seems impossible, at least that's what he thinks. However, for safety reasons, Lin Mo still planned to acquire more high-quality magic-inscribed armor or forbidden items. It seems I need to make a call to Director Chen. It's a bit unreliable to leave security in someone else's hands. Although the weapons of the 4 squads had been upgraded to level 50, Lin Mo still did not feel safe. He pushed open the door and saw Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu huddled together, whispering to each other. Brother Ling Qi, you have a girlfriend, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Lin Mo teased. Ling Qi, death by 1,000 cuts. Lin Mo, there's something I need to tell you. Zhang Lingyu organized her thoughts and explained the matter to Lin Mo in detail, and the pros and cons were also explained very clearly. Zhang Lingyu watched Lin Mo deep in thought, already having prepared 3 plans in mind. If he disagreed, she would waste her time with him today. Lin Mo's consent must be obtained. Change it. This signboard must be changed. Change it to Dedicated Enhancement House. He chose the name simply to attract customers, but he doesn't need it anymore. It's not just about changing the name, we're also giving up the shop and going back to the original one. Zhang Lingyu opened her mouth wide and agreed so easily. I don't even need to prepare my explanation. You agree? Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu with suspicion. How could we not change? Didn't you say someone was eyeing the highly enhanced equipment? In such a dangerous situation, he would be a fool not to switch. Sister Zhang, get someone to help you move. Take down this signboard and burn it. Brother Lingqi, here's the boss's phone number. He has the records, please help destroy them. I don't think he remembers me. When it came to his own safety, Lin Mo's intelligence instantly took over. Not only were the plagues burned, but the records from that time were also to be erased. Okay, I'll take care of it right away. Ling Qi left alone, leaving the other 4 members behind. Lin Mo, there's one more thing. I just discussed it with Ling Qi, and I think we should go to a smaller city. There's no need for that. Although Fangjing City is a big city, it only ranks in the top 10. Even if they can find this place, they probably won't be able to find our place. Lin Mo shook his head. He didn't want to go to a city smaller than this. Furthermore, you need to consider this, the smaller the city, the smaller the population, and the fewer the enhancement shops there will be. Wouldn't that increase my chances of being exposed? I think Fangjing is actually the most suitable. Neither big cities nor small cities are suitable for him. Large cities are definitely the primary targets of those organizations, but they might also send people to smaller cities. Ironically, this city, which ranks in the middle, is the safest. Zhang Lingyu thought about it and realized that it made sense. She looked at Lin Mo with surprise. I didn't expect you to be able to think of so many things. I feel like I need to get to know you again. Lin Mo's eye twitched. So, in your mind, I used to be someone with no intelligence. Zhang Lingyu nodded subconsciously, then quickly shook her head. No, I just felt. I just can't bring myself to say anything to praise someone. Lin Mo stood in front of the shop, looking at the shop where he had worked for several months, feeling somewhat reluctant to leave. However, when faced with unknown dangers, it's best to play it safe. Let's go. Arriving at the shop on the same street corner where they first met, Lin Mo sighed inwardly. I'm back again. Just leave your things lying around. There's no need for renovations. It's fine as it is, all shabby and dilapidated. The more broken the equipment is, the less capable the enhancer is, and the better they can hide their abilities. He's such a clever little devil. Not only did he not renovate, he and the members of the Lingqi squad also aged the walls, making them increasingly dilapidated. Half an hour later, Ling Qi arrived at the shop and looked at the changes inside with disbelief. Is this the same store as before? No, what happened to this store? The walls and ceiling, which were originally very white, have now turned slightly yellow, and some parts have even turned black. The wooden structure had some unidentified holes, and the counter was a greasy, yellowish-brown color. Many of the floor tiles were broken. Although he didn't spend many days in this shop, the shop he remembered was definitely not like this. What have you done to the shop? Ling Qi came to the counter and examined it carefully. These were all newly appeared marks. Let's distress it a bit, won't that make the shop look shabby? It is indeed very dilapidated. Ling Kai's eyelids twitched. He took out a newly made plaque from his backpack. The simplest wrought iron plaque, this one looks the cheapest. As for those lightbox signs, no shop makes them anymore. That's good. Let's continue with the antiquing process. The tip of the kerosene knife went upwards, and the final result was very satisfactory. Even one character was missing a piece. Zhang Lingyu stared at the plaque, speechless for a moment. Lin Mo was even more afraid of death than she had imagined. After everything was done, Zhang Lingyu asked the question that had been on her mind. Since you value your life so much, why did you even go to the dimensional gate? Zhang Lingyu had always thought Lin Mo was an adventurous person, which was why he went to the domain gate. But recent events have made her realize that Lin Mo values his life. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said, one reason is that my parents died inside the domain gate, so I want to take revenge. The other reason is that I am curious about what the domain gate is like and what the differences are between different levels of domain gates. Of course, the most important thing is to test the power of some weapons. He can use this to determine what kind of weapon he needs to use to protect himself. This world is dangerous. Even ordinary people can encounter danger if they don't go through the portal. How could he not find a safe way to live? Zhang Lingyi nodded, accepting Lin Mo's explanation. Every time Lin Mo went to the domain gate, he was accompanied by a group of people. The last time he went to the cataclysmic domain gate was because he had a powerful weapon in his possession. So that means, looking back on everything, Zhang Lingyi knew that whether Lin Mo was killing monsters or going to the dimensional gate, he always had a weapon to save his life. Sure enough, Lin Mo had always valued her life from the very beginning, but she hadn't realized it herself. Outside the western regions, 4 different teams are speeding toward the Chinese border. King of Spades, we have people from other organizations on both sides. What do we do now? Chen Xiaoming looked at the groups on both sides, both of which had a considerable number of people. Not long after their last trip back, they set off again. However, there were more people this time, especially more key figures than last time. Ace of Spades, just open the passage and lead us through, said a masked man. Jack of Diamonds, mind your place. Chen Xiaoming was somewhat displeased with the other party's tone, as he was actually being ordered around. He's the Ace of Spades, one of the 4 most core members of the organization. Of course, he was valued only because of his ability, not his strength. The Jack of Diamonds shut his mouth. Chen Tianyi glanced at the people around her, and pouted in dissatisfaction. So many people had come this time, how is she supposed to face her brother Lingqi now? We don't need to worry about them. Although the mission's conflict, we're currently overseas. The others remained silent. After all, in terms of strength, no one present could compare to Chen Tianyi. As for the 9th-tier professionals in their organization, they definitely exist, but it's unclear where they went. 50 kilometers from the border, Chen Tianyi and his men stopped. The Ace of Spades is now yours. Got it. Chen Xiaoming pursed his lips and glanced at the others, knowing that they would have to resort to the troublesome method again. He closed his eyes and sensed that there was a domain gate exactly 10 kilometers away from here. Go to the right. The group immediately strayed from the planned route, and although the other teams were puzzled, they still headed towards the border. In a forest, a catastrophic domain gate appeared before everyone's eyes. Come in with me. Chen Xiaoming led the way, but instead of going deep inside, he began to use his abilities on the spot. The demonic energy in the space surged in and formed a black gate in front of Chen Xiaoming, as smooth as a mirror. The center of the door was broken, revealing a dark space. The catastrophic gate can only provide a little energy, enough to travel about 300 kilometers at most, but that's enough, Chen Xiaoming casually remarked after sensing the situation. He stepped directly into the door, followed closely by the others. After a 10-minute walk, they came out. One of the members took out his phone and pulled up a map. That's right, we've entered China. The others looked at Chen Xiaoming with shock. He actually managed to come. Chen Xiaoming didn't feel anything about it at all. If you knew that I could cross 500 kilometers without the help of the gate, I wonder what you would think. Alright, now it's up to you guys. My energy can only support this distance. Chen Tianyi looked at Chen Xiaoming and said, not bad, that's how you support them. A black snake slithered down Chen Tianyi's back and rushed directly into the domain gate. Mission accomplished. How about that? Nobody would have guessed it was me, right? With a tattered signboard and a dilapidated entrance, and the room itself in a state of disrepair, how could it possibly have been discovered? Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged a glance, gaining a deeper understanding of Lin Mo's cherishing of his life. No respectable person would do that. I don't think anyone will find it. Even if people from various organizations search in Fengjing, they won't be able to find this place. Hearing Ling Qi say this, Lin Mo was even more satisfied. That means my efforts weren't in vain. By the way, Sister Zhang, could you also help me get some level 5 defensive equipment, preferably with the magic attribute? Okay, but I'm not sure if it will work. We succeeded last time, but no one knows if it was an accident. Zhang Lingyu dared not speak too definitively. It's okay, you guys give it a try. I don't think there should be any major problems. The fact that the demonic organization can mass-produce them proves that this method is feasible. Lin Mo glanced at his points and realized he had unknowingly accumulated nearly 5 million points. We should also try to see if we can improve the system. One time it was plus 50, another time it was plus 100, but I don't know if plus 150 will also be an improvement. It would be even better if another ability appeared. Brother Lingqi, why did you change locations? I've been searching for this place for ages. Chen Tianyi controlled the snake and found this place. If she hadn't been able to sense the aura of being subjected to slow slicing, she really wouldn't have been able to find the place. Tianyi, has something happened again? Ling Kai's heart skipped a beat. Last time you came, you told me something really big. I hope this time it won't be even more serious than last time. It's nothing. Our organization has already arrived in China and is currently in the western regions. Our target is Kyoto, and I think other organizations are also targeting Kyoto. You can prepare more people to lie in wait. Don't worry, we will. I'll try to come to Fengjing after I've finished dealing with these matters. Can we go shopping together? Lin Mo's eyes widened. He actually saw a hint of shyness in the snake. Of course. Ling Qi nodded. As long as it didn't affect his work, he certainly wanted to spend some time with Chen Tianyi. Okay, I'm leaving now. The black snake instantly turned into a puddle of black water and then disappeared. Looks like I'm still quite safe here. Lin Mo is no longer worried at all. That's true, but we still need to be careful. Zhang Lingyu didn't think things were that simple. Besides the common professionals, there are also some special professionals with all sorts of unique abilities. If someone were to appear who could find Lin Mo's location, that would be disastrous. Lin Mo thought about it and realized that made sense, so he should hurry up and upgrade his equipment. I have to go to work now. Are you going back or staying here? Of course we'll stay here. They will be wherever Lin Mo is. Besides them, Xiang's 3 teams also returned, and they were now less than a kilometer away from here. They were assigned to guard 3 different directions. All right. Lin Mo entered the room, and the screen was back in its place. However, the room was very small, and there was no counter directly opposite it. Lin Mo took out the enhancer. I took out the phantom assault weapon that I had just upgraded to level 100. SM500 revolver, epic, plus 100. Success rate 16.51%. Should I enhance it? Bite. Minus 83,490 points, upgrade successful. It hurts so much. It really hurts so much. Each upgrade costs over 80,000 points, so 50 upgrades would require at least 4.5 million points. Lin Mo looked at his points with a bit of guilt. Over 5 million should be enough, right? If Chen Junzhen knew that Lin Mo used something capable of enhancing 12 plus 100 weapons to enhance a single plus 150 weapon, she'd probably cling to Lin Mo's leg and burst into tears. Minus 82,000, minus 83,000, minus 74,000. An hour later, the weapon reached plus 110. 3 hours later, the weapon reached plus 120. Lin Mo glanced at the time, it was already 10 p.m. Goo. Never mind, let's do it tomorrow. Sister Zhang, let's go eat together. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the shop early. Judging from yesterday's situation, it would probably take a whole day to successfully enhance the item. Of course, Lin Mo could also disregard points, which would make him faster. He wanted to, but his abilities didn't allow it. I thought 5 million points would be enough, but who would have thought that even upgrading a piece of equipment would be so stingy? Lin Mo increasingly felt that there was actually an upper limit to the level of equipment enhancement, and that upper limit was the upper limit of his points. The Lingqi squad has already bought the house next door. Just like before, the 4 people are in the house next door, while Lingqi and Zhang Lingyu are in this room accompanying Lin Mo. Lin Mo took a deep breath and began his journey of spending points. He had considered using the 7-colored enhancement stone, but that stone was too special, and Lin Mo didn't have many left. Of course, if he were to talk to Chen Junzhen, the other party would definitely be able to give it to him. However, he didn't want to. Perhaps he would encounter a suitable forbidden artifact in the future, and he had already reserved the place for those 7-colored enhancement stones in his mind. Because the signboard has been changed and the house has been artificially aged, coupled with its location, outsiders won't even give it a second glance. Have you noticed that Lin Mo's enhancement speed has slowed down a lot this time? Hearing the long interval between the successful enhancement announcements, Zhang Lingyu was somewhat puzzled. Lingqi stroked his chin. I don't know, maybe, it's a more powerful weapon. Thinking of this, Lingqi couldn't help but think of the weapon that even he couldn't use. It was simply outrageous. This time, it's going to be upgraded even further. Who can use this kind of weapon? At noon, Lin Mo was still standing behind the screen, showing no intention of coming out. At this point, the weapon level had reached 130. I hope I'm right, otherwise this weapon will have been a waste of time. After all, it cost more than 5 million points. This wasn't the first time Lin Mo had thought about points. Every time he successfully enhanced his character, he would think of the hard-earned 5 million points. It really wasn't easy. How many pieces of equipment did he upgrade, and how many people contributed to him? At 7 p.m., with the final ding, a plus 150 weapon was successfully forged. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your first upgrade of equipment to plus 150. System level increased, refinement function upgraded. What a beautiful sound. Luckily, he guessed right. If he had been wrong, he probably would have cried himself to death in the bathroom. Lin Mo quickly opened his personal information in the system. Host, Lin Mo. Age, 18. Points, 66,123. Skills, absorb, refine. Enhancement success rate, plus 310%. He didn't know what the upgrade to the refinement function would look like, all he knew was that the success rate of enhancement had increased by 200%. That is, the original success rate was 10%, but in his case it was 41%. Who else is there? Most importantly, it can save him a lot of points. Points are now his lifeblood. Lin Mo opened the refinement function and clicked on the introduction. Holy crap! Is it that awesome? What's so cool? Zhang Lingyu stood behind him with a puzzled look. Zhang Lingyu's shout behind him startled Lin Mo, making him tremble all over. Sister Zhang, scaring someone can be deadly. Sister Zhang, you go out first, I still have work to do, let's go out for dinner later. Lin Mo quickly pushed Zhang Lingyu out. I just saw you were looking at the weapons and thought you were done, Zhang Lingyu said, looking embarrassed. They wouldn't bother Lin Mo when he was upgrading his equipment. However, Zhang Lingyu was a little worried about Lin Mo's dazed look just now. After all, enhancement masters sometimes fall into self-doubt because of enhancement failures. For someone like Lin Mo who has always been successful, failure is the most dangerous situation. No, it'll be right away. After Zhang Lingyu left, Lin Mo looked at the system interface. Refinement up to 2 attributes can be locked, and other attributes can be refined, including but not limited to additional attributes and special attributes. Any weapon can be refined, regardless of its grade. Hiss! Holy crap! Lin Mo's eyes widened. If the initial refinement was only a somewhat useful ability, then this was now a god-level ability. He casually picked up a blue piece of equipment, threw it into the enhancer, and selected to refine it. Deep Blue Blade, Advanced, plus 50. Cost, 50,000 points. Is it refined? It's only 50,000, let's wash it. Lin Mo locked onto the 2 additional keywords, clasped his hands together, and said, it must be exactly as I think, please. 50,000 points deducted. A flash of light, and Lin Mo quickly drew his weapon. It worked. It really worked. The skill in the special attributes section has changed. Although it's become a rather weak ability, it has truly changed. Although this system upgrade did not provide a new ability, the improvement in this refinement ability excited Lin Mo even more than gaining a new ability. The enhancement master is nothing. From now on, he will be the one and only enhancement master who can refine. That doesn't seem right either. Never mind. Compared to refinement, the inlaying ability is nothing. Lin Mo took out his weapon and placed his mind's eye inside it. You can still lock the attributes. He then placed the restrictive device inside, and it could still be locked. In other words, he can eliminate the cost of using it. Holy crap, isn't that invincible? However, when he saw the numbers displayed above, Lin Mo was stunned. Wisdom Crystallization plus 50. Cost, 500,000 points. Is it refined? Dude, are you sure this is for real? 500,000 points? 500,000 points for one refinement? If you're unlucky, you could end up with hundreds of millions or even millions. Lin Mo really didn't know how to complain. I thought my spring had arrived, but it turned out to be a cold spring. Lin Mo took out the forbidden artifact and placed his golden epic weapon, worth 50,000, on it. Purple equipment also costs 50,000. In other words, the price of a forbidden item is 500,000, a red mythical item could be 500,000 or 50,000, a gold epic item and a purple rare item are 50,000, a blue item is 5,000, and green and white items don't matter. It doesn't seem like it's unacceptable. Sigh. It's expensive, but as long as it's genuine, everything is negotiable. Last time, in the warehouse in Kyoto where the forbidden artifacts were stored, Lin Mo saw one of them. To be honest, Lin Mo really liked the function of that forbidden artifact, but the side effects were just too severe. So Lin Mo didn't even take it, but this time he was determined to get it. Sister Zhang, I need to go to Kyoto. Puffed, cough. Zhang Lingyu, who was drinking water, was almost scared to death by Lin Mo's words. There was a battle that could break out at any moment there. What did you say? You're going to Kyoto? Can't you go later? I don't have to go, but I'm worried that Director Chen won't give it to me, Lin Mo said somewhat embarrassedly. Impossible. Director Chen will give you whatever you want. He was just joking if he said he wouldn't give it to you. He will definitely give it to you if you ask, Zhang Lingyu quickly said. She wasn't wrong. If Lin Mo had anything useful, Chen Junzhen would find a way to take it back, even if it meant stealing it from him. Really? Zhang Lingyu nodded quickly. As long as she didn't have to go to Kyoto, she was fine with anything. Lin Mo certainly didn't want to go to Kyoto, but that forbidden artifact was somewhat special, and he was worried that Chen Junzhen wouldn't give it to him. That's a teleportation item. Although it can only be used once a month, it's worth it to save your life, not just once a month, but even once a year. It's a forbidden jade pendant, called the Traveler's Jade Pendant. Could you ask Uncle Chen to deliver it tomorrow? Zhang Lingyu nodded. I'll call him now. She pushed open the door and went out. Ling Qi approached Lin Mo and sized him up with his eyes. Brother Ling Qi, why are you looking at me like that? Ling Chi looked into Lin Mo's eyes and said, "Is there something wrong with that jade pendant?" "Ha, you actually guessed that? After you heard that someone was coming to find you, an enhancement master, someone who can even age houses, you would think of going to Kyoto for that forbidden jade pendant? I think that jade pendant has excellent abilities, but its price must be very high." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect Brother Lingchi to be so smart." Ling Kai's lips twitched involuntarily. These words sounded so unpleasant to hear. What do you mean by "he's actually that smart"? He's always been smart, he's just too lazy to use his brain. When he gets into thinking, he still can't compare to Zhang Lingyu. Why is it that even though my intelligence attribute has increased, my brain doesn't seem to work at all? Outside the door, Zhang Lingyu frowned and held the phone as far away from her ear as possible, from which came Chen Junzen's roar. This script isn't what she expected. Why is she reacting so strongly when the forbidden artifact, the traveler's jade pendant, is mentioned? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Lingyu? Zhang Lingyu? Ah, I'm listening. This jade pendant cannot be given to Lin Mo, but if you don't give it to me, Lin Mo will have to go to Kyoto himself. Chen Junzen fell silent. Going to Kyoto was not a good thing. Even if Lin Mo comes to Kyoto, Chen Junzen will not give him the jade pendant, because the price of that jade pendant is that it reduces one's lifespan after each use. Wouldn't it be a disservice to let someone as important as Lin Mo use this jade pendant? Ask him if he has a way to deal with that side effect. Are the side effects of that forbidden artifact very serious? It reduces lifespan. What do you think? Zhang Lingyu was completely stunned. It actually reduced her lifespan. No wonder Lin Mo went to Kyoto in person. No wonder he specifically asked her if it was true. It turns out he already knew. Let me ask him. Since he didn't take it last time, it must have been because the side effects were too severe. He must have found a way this time, which is why he asked for it. That's the only possibility. That side effect. Don't worry, I've already thought of a solution. He had already tested the refinement ability. Although it hadn't been refined, being able to select it wasn't a big problem. Even if it doesn't work, it's okay, we can just not use it. Alright, I'll have Director Chen bring the things over. Zhang Lingyu hesitated for a moment before agreeing. She believed that Lin Mo wouldn't risk his life. Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction as he looked at his steadily increasing points. At the current rate, it will only take a week to reach 500,000 points. On the third day, a milky white jade pendant appeared in Lin Mo's hand. The Traveler's Jade Pendant. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, random teleportation within a specified distance of 500 kilometers. CD, 1 month. Cost, each use deducts 3 to 10 years of the user's lifespan depending on the distance. This is why Lin Mo didn't take it last time. The cost was simply too high. If there were no negative consequences, Lin Mo would definitely choose this life-saving forbidden artifact. The ability to teleport within a specified distance, regardless of the current situation, is incredibly powerful. However, considering the side effects of the cost, Lin Mo decisively chose the Wisdom Crystal, which enhances attack capabilities. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. As long as the attack power is high enough, the safety factor for life is high enough. But now that his refinement has advanced, this forbidden artifact is the perfect fit for him. If Lin Mo hadn't repeatedly assured him, Chen Junzen wouldn't have given it to him. Ring ring. Lin Mo looked at the names on the list and felt a headache coming on. This was the third phone call Chen Junzen had made since he received the goods. The conversation on the phone revolved around the same issue. Director Chen, what's wrong now? Lin Moshin lay listlessly on the recliner, listening to Chen Junzen's rambling. Lin Mo, are you really able to eliminate that side effect? Actually, you don't need it, since you have so many teams protecting you. If you feel unsafe, I can send you some more teams. Don't worry, I have a way to solve this. Lin Mo had lost count of how many times he had said this. How about I get you a different one? There's a shield-type forbidden artifact that's pretty good. The cost is lower, it only weakens you. No need, I think this is fine. The main thing is that the shield is already there, and it's a shield that makes you invincible for 3 hours. Alright. Chen Junzen had nothing more to say. After hanging up the phone, Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzen's number on his phone and asked Ling Qi, what if I block his number? Then you'll be able to see him in person tonight, Ling Qi replied without hesitation. Sigh. Lin Mo sighed and casually tossed his phone onto the small round table beside him. The place was too small, there wasn't even a counter in front of Lin Mo, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Outside Kyoto at this time, from a gate in a remote region, a group of people dressed in black robes emerged. He, no organization should be as fast as us, right? The speaker's voice was hoarse, and his mouth was wide open in a grin. King Fu, could you please stop laughing like that? It makes me want to hit you. The woman beside him looked at him with some dissatisfaction. Widow, I can laugh however I want, it's none of your business. Alright, You two, stop fooling around and hurry up and get into Kyoto. Find that enhancer who can enhance weapons to plus 16. A burly man stepped between the two, blocking their view. Is the person really in Kyoto? I have a feeling they shouldn't be here. If it were me, I would definitely arrange for this person to be sent to another city, not left here. The widow shook her head. She had no idea what her superiors were thinking. I knew it wouldn't be here. We're just here to go through the motions. Sending 3 heavenly kings is just to make others think our target is Kyoto. Another team of 8 people appeared on the west side of Kyoto, also heading towards Kyoto. On almost the same day, 7 or 8 more teams appeared near Kyoto. In a conference room in Kyoto, an elder opened his eyes. There are 12 teams in total. The weakest team consists of 8th-tier professionals, and each team has at least one 9th-tier professional. Second elder, are you sure? The second elder nodded. That's for sure, at least that's the situation in Kyoto. Chen Junzen helped the second elder up, saying, "Thank you for your help, second elder. I'll take you back." The second elder waved his hand. "No need, you all go and prepare." The elder's office. The second elder staggered back. "How is the situation? Don't you believe in my abilities? This little thing is a piece of cake for me." The second elder smiled and then sat back down in his seat. The second elder's divine eyes are still trustworthy. The second elder has the divine eye. He knows everything that happens within a 300-kilometer radius of Kyoto. Although he couldn't observe in detail, his divine eye could see changes in energy. The second elder could detect any anomalies by observing where the energy changed. Sigh, I'm getting old, I can't do it anymore. I used to be able to finish in 10 minutes, but I can't deny that I'm getting old. The second elder shook his head. All the people present were old, the oldest was already 80 years old. It's not that they don't want to retire, but the nature of their profession makes it impossible for them to retire. Feng Jing remained calm, without a single foreigner in sight. Lin Mo played with the jade pendant, watching his points increase, but the speed was still a bit slow. I need to work. Lin Mo stood up and looked at Zhang Lingyu. Zhang Lingyu blinked at Lin Mo, wondering why he suddenly had to work. Haven't we already finished getting all the weapons this week? Sister Zhang, I need a batch of weapons. I need to start upgrading them now. What they mean is that you shouldn't upgrade any more weapons recently. There won't be any weapons for you to upgrade for at least 2 months. All the weapons have been given to other upgraders, and you don't have a single one. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu speechlessly. Even if it was protection, this was no way to protect her. How can this be? He needs points. I won't enhance it to a high level, just up to level 10. Enhancers also need to maintain their skills. If I don't enhance it for a long time, it might become much more difficult to enhance it to level 50. Lin Mo said with a serious expression. Zhang Lingyu wasn't a reinforcement expert, and she didn't know whether what Lin Mo said was true or false. Even if only 10% of it is true, I wouldn't dare to gamble on it. You can only upgrade it to level 10, you know? Okay, don't worry, I'll only upgrade it to level 10. Lin Mo hadn't planned to upgrade it too high anyway. After all, there aren't many plus 16 or plus 20 weapons available normally. The next day, a batch of weapons arrived in Fengjing. Zhang Lingyu handed the backpack to Lin Mo. This batch isn't urgent, you can take your time. If possible, the higher UPS do not want Lin Mo to make a move at this time. However, considering it's only 10, it shouldn't be a big problem. Lin Mo looked at the backpack in his hand, his eyes filled with light. Points were beckoning to him. Thanks to the system upgrade, Lin Mo can now enhance weapons to plus 10 with his eyes closed. There are only 200 weapons in this batch. If Lin Mo focuses on upgrading them, he can finish in 1 day. However, he still took a long time. As usual, it took him 4 days. Here you go, Sister Zhang. Distribute these as soon as possible. These are the garrison's equipment, there's no rush. What? Don't they fight monsters? It's combat, just not as frequent as the other 3 departments. Generally speaking, the garrison only needs to control the monsters within a certain range. As long as they control a certain number in range, they don't need to worry about anything else. Lin Mo looked at the backpack. What use was it if he enhanced this thing himself? He couldn't help but turn his gaze to the concept of slow slicing. Seeing Lin Mo's gaze, Ling Qi quickly shook his head. You don't need to look at me. Zhang Lingyu has always been in charge of this. I'm just a bodyguard. Lin Mo was disappointed. All his joy had been for nothing. Zhang Lingyu was a little puzzled. What difference did it make whether or not this weapon was used? Forget it, let's just send these weapons away first. Phew, alright, we've arrived in Kyoto. Chen Xiaoming looked at the familiar buildings in the distance and felt a sense of relief. We finally got these people to their destination. Split into groups of 2 or 3 and enter from the 4 directions. If anyone is discovered, I'm sorry, no one will come to your rescue. Remember, the objective this time is to find that enhancer. Don't do anything unnecessary, Chen Tianyi warned. Clear. The group had already divided into teams and dispersed. Only Chen Xiaoming and Chen Tianyi remained, standing there watching the three teams leave. Open the passage quickly, we're going to Fengjing. Chen Tianyi urged hurriedly with a happy smile on his face. Ah, so we're just going to leave like this? What else can I do? Should I stay here and do missions? But Fengjing is too far away, more than 1,000 kilometers away. My energy is almost used up, I need to rest for a day. Chen Xiaoming spread his hands. Chen Xiaoming, if you miss, just say so. They'll only be in Kyoto for 3 days at most. You'd better not waste my time. Don't think I don't know your abilities, you used them last time. Even Joe Baipy wouldn't dare to employ people like you do. Chen Xiaoming took a deep breath and clasped his hands together. A surge of energy emanated from him, and his gaze sharpened. As he separated his hands, a black crack slowly opened. A minute later, a doorway large enough for two people to enter side by side appeared before them. Let's go, miss. Chen Xiaoming wiped the sweat from his brow. Opening this door was such a hassle, it would take at least 3 more steamed buns to do it. Chen Xiaoming can open this passage 3 times a day. However, he doesn't use it within this organization. The last time I used it was because I knew Chen Tianyi's identity. After passing through the gate and exiting from the other side, the two arrived at Fengjing. Phew, this is so much better. The portal you usually use can only teleport 500 kilometers at a time, which is far too short. By the way, how far can you actually open the portal? She was aware of Chen Xiaoming's strength, but she knew very little about his ability to open spatial channels. All I know is that he has a 500-kilometer gate, which can only be used twice a day, with a long interval between each use. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken them so long to arrive in Kyoto. Well, that's something I can't say. Chen Tianyi didn't care. As long as she could use it, that was fine. At worst, she could increase the intensity next time. She would tell him sooner or later anyway. After entering the city, Chen Tianyi went straight to Lin Mo's shop. They've moved to a different location. Why is it so out of the way? When Chen Xiaoming saw that storefront, he began to question the meaning of life. This is Lin Mo's shop, the enhancement master. It's wrecked. So wrecked. He had never seen a reinforcement master's shop in such a dilapidated state. Even the lowest level reinforcement master's shop was much better. Chen Tianyi looked at the door with some suspicion. Although she had come through the snake once before, she hadn't noticed these things. If it weren't for the lingering aura of death by 1,000 cuts in the room, Chen Tianyi would have doubted whether he had come to the wrong place. Yes, this is the place. Chen Tianyi pushed open the door and entered, and what came into view was Lin Mo lying on a recliner. Lin Mo looked up and saw that it wasn't a customer. Well, he might as well continue lying there like a corpse. Tianyi? What brings you here? Is your organization targeting Fengjing? Ling Qi never expected that the other party would come to Fengjing. No, those teams are looking for someone in Kyoto. I just miss Ling Qi, brother. Chen Xiaoming kept rubbing his arms behind his back. He treated people in the organization with cold words and sarcastic remarks. When dealing with this form of slow slicing, even their words become hushed. Women are truly terrifying. A black snake formed from beneath Chen Xiaoming's feet, crawled up his body, and coiled around him. Hey, that's dangerous, lady. The black snake disappeared, and so did the oppressive feeling. Chen Xiaoming quickly fled the area and squatted down beside Lin Mo. This crazy woman was not to be trifled with. Zhang Lingyu watched this scene with amusement, her phone pointed at Chen Xiaoming. After noticing this, Lin Mo glanced at the rather handsome Chen Xiaoming and asked, Brother Chen, are you in disguise? Why do you say that? I think you shouldn't be as handsome as me. Chen Xiaoming took a close look at Lin Mo, his nose was a nose, and his eyes were eyes. His lips twitched. What gave you the confidence to think I'm not as handsome as you? Sorry, I didn't disguise myself this time. I'm just this handsome. Lin Mo shook his head. He couldn't talk to this person. He guessed that Zhang Lingyu had taken a liking to him, otherwise why would she keep taking pictures of him? Zhang Lingyu, Tianyi just told me that most organizations are targeting Kyoto and Shanghai. As for Fengjing, no organization is targeting it at the moment. Really? That's good. At least our idea was right. Zhang Lingyu put down her phone, then pulled up her messages with Chen Junzhen and reported the matter. Understood, but don't let your guard down. The information sent back from the border doesn't match the number of cases found in Kyoto and Shanghai. Chen Junzhen replied immediately. It seems that people from other organizations have gone to other cities. I wonder if anyone has come to Fengjing. Ling Qi and Chen Tianyi stood outside Lin Mo's shop, looking at the people inside through the window. Is this really okay? Chen Tianyi was somewhat at a loss. The two were just chatting inside when Lin Mo and the others pushed them out. Since we've finally gotten out of the organization, let's go shopping. After all, it's only 2 days, so we should cherish it. There shouldn't be any problem. Ling Chi was actually quite tempted, but Lin Mo's safety was a concern. Ding! Ling Chi picked up his phone, and Zhang Lingyu sent him a message. Go on your date without worry. There are 4 of you here, along with Fang Yu, Chen Luo, and Ziai Yang's 3 teams. One more person won't make a difference. Go ahead. Since Zhang Lingyu has already said that, what else can he say? Let's go shopping. I've never taken you to the movies before, let's go shopping and eat first, then we'll watch a movie. If we're going to have fun, let's have fun. Upon hearing this arrangement, Chen Tianyi blushed. Wasn't this a date for couples? How exciting. Okay, whatever you say. Inside the shop. Hiss. This woman can actually blush. That's really rare. Chen Xiaoming's eyes widened. Was the Chen Tianyi in front of him really the same person he knew? What, isn't she usually like this? Lin Mo asked. However, Lin Mo regretted saying it as soon as it left his mouth. Who would blush in a place like that? Cold-blooded and ruthless are her defining characteristics, and decisiveness is her guiding principle, Chen Xiaoming said quietly. Within the organization, she had killed countless demons. When Chen Xiaoming didn't know the other person's identity, he assumed that the other person just had this kind of unpredictable personality, which terrified him at the time. But when he learned her identity, he understood. This woman was just taking advantage of the situation to kill him. She wasn't just capricious at all. It's a pity that even though she had a code name, she didn't dare to take action herself. She could only kill those who had just joined. It's better than nothing, I suppose. What kind of organization is your organization? Zhang Lingyu had access to some materials related to overseas organizations, and these materials were basically in a state of open transparency, which anyone with a little status could access. However, there are no records of Chen Xiaoming's organization. Chen Xiaoming shook his head. I don't know the specifics very well. I haven't been a member for very long, less than 2 years. I only know that the name is Poker Club, the leader is called Clown, and there are 54 core members in total. As for what the organization's goals are, I don't know. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. So you were just wasting your time as an undercover agent? 2 years and you still know nothing? You don't need to look at me like that. Although my code name is Ace of Spades, I'm not the strongest. The Joker hasn't made a move and doesn't know the opponent's strength. Currently, Chen Tianyi is the strongest, but her code name is only King of Spades. As for the specific abilities of the other 3 A-level players, I haven't met them, but I believe they are stronger than Chen Tianyi. There are no misused code names in an organization. Except for him. Then it seems your organization isn't very powerful. Then you're very wrong. This organization is ranked 15th in the world, which is already a powerful organization. Zhang Lingyu stroked her chin. The 15th? Why is there no record of that? That's not right. Anyone with a name should be recorded. Your poker card doesn't have any records at all. She trusted the records more than the information from Chen Xiaoming. China's intelligence personnel have not yet made a mistake in their information. Because China's intelligence personnel are directly led by the elders. Anything associated with the Council of Elders has never gone wrong. Then I don't know. The next day at noon, Chen Tianyi and his companion had to leave Fengjing, and 2 of the organizers in Kyoto died. Brother Lingqi, I'll come find you again when I have time. Ling Qi nodded. I'll wait for you. Chen Xiaoming opened a large door, the 2 stepped inside, and the door closed. Where did they say they were going? Zhang Lingyu murmured, looking at the closed passage. Kyoto, I guess. Lin Mo said uncertainly. So, they went to Kyoto through this passage? They just went through like that. Zhang Lingyu's voice grew louder, her face full of disbelief. There shouldn't be anyone with this ability among the known professionals in China. Even a space manipulation ability user couldn't create a passage for people to use. Chen Luo, can you build a passage to Kyoto? Zhang Lingyu called Chen Luo without hesitation. Inside a building some distance away, Chen Luo answered the phone, looking completely bewildered. What are you talking about? How is it possible to construct a spatial passage? You could ask him to do something like a dimensional slash or spatial division, but what kind of crazy idea is this to create a passage? Alright, goodbye. Zhang Lingyu hung up the phone and looked at Lin Mo and the other person. It seems there's a reason why he has a code name in the organization. This ability is really effective for infiltration and decapitation. Yes, I didn't expect the demon's abilities to be so unique. Could we get a group of people out of the demon prison? Ling Qi immediately thought of the demon prison. It should be possible. Didn't Lin Mo get a batch of plus 50 mind's eyes? I think it should be fine. As time passed, most of the organizations that had entered China were eliminated without causing much of a stir. Everything was so peaceful. Lin Mo also waited for the exciting moment. His points finally reached 600,000. He took out the enhancer and put the traveler's jade pendant inside. Effect locked, refined. Minus 500,000 points. A flash of light, ding. Lin Mo quickly took out the forbidden artifact. The Traveler's Jade Pendant. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, random teleportation within a specified distance of 500 kilometers. CD, 1 month. Cost, after the user selects a single target, the corresponding random lifespan of the target will be deducted based on the teleportation distance. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. As long as it doesn't deduct from one's own lifespan, this forbidden artifact is invincible. Based on the distance minus the random lifespan, Lin Mo guessed that the maximum lifespan should still be 10 years, but that didn't matter. He can be enhanced. After being enhanced, the teleportation distance will increase, and the lifespan deducted will also increase. This is no longer just a simple life-saving forbidden weapon, it's a dual forbidden weapon that combines life-saving and offensive capabilities. Lin Mo was breathing rapidly. He hadn't expected that he would succeed so easily. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged a glance and shook their heads. The two had gotten used to Lin Mo's occasional erratic behavior. If Zhang Lingyu saw the changes in the information on the jade pendant, she would probably end up like Lin Mo. Of course, if Chen Junzhen knew about this, he would probably come here in person. This ability means that those forbidden artifacts gathering dust in the warehouse will see the light of day again. However, Lin Mo didn't want to mention this matter for the time being. He didn't have enough energy points yet. He would save up 10 million points after he got his equipment ready. This is it. Bang. Woman, don't test my limits. Humph. King Fu, I told you you'd better not laugh like that. If you laugh like that again, I won't hesitate to stab you. The widow glanced at King Fu's groin, her face cold. She slowly withdrew her leg. Fu Tianhuang looked regretful. The beautiful spring scenery in the garden was gone just like that. You two are done. Che Tianhuang looked at the two of them with displeasure, wondering what the higher UPS were thinking, actually letting these two act together. King Che, this has nothing to do with me. It was all done by the widow. King Fu shrugged. Car King didn't reply, but instead looked at the city in the distance. Are you sure those weapons all came from here? You must believe in my abilities. I am the Supreme Soul Emperor. Fu Tianhuang was very dissatisfied with Che Tianhuang's doubts. As someone with a special profession, the Soul Emperor, checking soul information is incredibly easy for me. You should know that Soul King is his real title, Fu is just his name. Okay, I understand. Car King nodded. However, getting in isn't an easy task. King Fu, go find the target yourself. If you can find him, we'll force our way in. If you can't find him, it means he's probably left the city. With so many organizations acting together, China will surely have a way to deal with it. The most effective method is to take this enhancement specialist to another city. Therefore, he did not have high expectations. Leave it to me. The widow standing to the side frowned deeply, her hands clenching involuntarily. Fu Tianhuang glanced at her and sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, an invisible figure left Fu Tianhuang's body and floated towards Feng Jing. I'll go for a stroll in the city. You keep an eye on him. The car enthusiast sighed and said, be careful. Don't worry, my goals are much smaller than yours. The Azura Palace is recorded in China, but there is almost no information about the widow, simply because everyone who saw her is dead. Che Tianhuang watched the widow walk away, then glanced at Fu Tianhuang sitting cross-legged on the ground. What kind of nonsense is this? I'm never going to go out with those two again. He couldn't help but think of the group of people left behind in Kyoto, wondering how they were doing. Lin Mo was in a very good mood all day, and he was happy even when no customers came in. The common people are truly happy today. Lin Mo sang and drank tea with great enjoyment. Ling Qi continued wiping his weapon, while Zhang Lingyu played on her phone. As long as the other three couples don't speak, it means there's not much of a problem. A string of inexplicable messages appeared in Zhang Lingyu's ears, and she was stunned for a moment. He quickly opened an app to confirm the information. Whoosh! Zhang Lingyu suddenly stood up, and the chair behind her bumped against the wall. He then looked at Ling Qi and said, keep an eye on the strangers. I'm going out for a bit. Ling Qi looked at Zhang Lingyu with some confusion. What's wrong? I'm not sure, but just keep an eye on it. Zhang Lingyu put on her coat, walked out of the shop, and headed towards a street not far away. The air was a bit chilly in December, and there were far fewer people on the streets. Zhang Lingyu turned left and right, and came to a secluded alley. A figure appeared and disappeared in the darkness. 8343. No shadow. The voice of the figure was strange, and it was impossible to tell its age, gender, or age. The voice of the figure was full of doubt. A fourth-tier person doing this job? What are the people above thinking? Zhang Lingyu almost choked on her breath. Did you call me here just to humiliate me? I'm just Feng Jing's contact person, other people handle the work. The figure nodded. The people from the Azura Palace have arrived in Feng Jing. They have found the source of the enhanced weapons. Zhang Lingyu's pupils trembled slightly, and cold sweat broke out on her palms. It's astonishing that an organization found the location so quickly, even though they were being very careful. Zhang Lingyu was solely responsible for both the borrowing and delivery of goods, and the only others who knew about it were the Lingqi squad and the garrison troops. There's no doubt the execution squad was involved, but the garrison troops certainly might have been. How many of them came? All 3 of them are at the 9th level of strength, and each has their own unique characteristics. Zhang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief. With only 3 people, things would be easier. Are you one of them? What if we hurt you when we make a move? The air was filled with a sense of tranquility. You're overthinking it, Wu Ying finally managed to say after a long pause. If someone who can become a heavenly king can be injured by someone of the same rank, then what kind of heavenly king is he? But we're using enhanced weapons, no need to say anything more. We've seen enhanced weapons before, they're useless to us. I don't have much time left, I'm leaving. Wu Ying disappeared into the darkness of the alley. Zhang Lingyu reached out to call out to the other person, but the other person had already disappeared. But our equipment isn't plus 16. If it's plus 16 Zhang Lingyu, then there's really no need to worry about the other party, since anyone who can sneak in won't be too bad in ability. But now all 4 teams are equipped with plus 50 gear, which provides a significant damage boost. Moreover, there's the uncertain factor of Lin Mo involved. She's genuinely worried he might die here. Zhang Lingyu quickly took out her phone and dialed Chen Junzen's number. Director Chen, Wu Ying has contacted me. What do you mean by shadowless? Chen Junzen was somewhat puzzled. For a moment, Zhang Lingyu didn't want to say anything. She took a deep breath and told Chen Junzen about the Shura Palace. Really? So we still have people in the Azura Palace? You didn't know? Zhang Lingyu was genuinely surprised. Nonsense, I'm already overwhelmed with managing 4 teams, how could I possibly handle everything? Don't worry, I'll go talk to the elders, they've always been in charge of these kinds of things. I'll contact you when I have news. Chen Junzen hung up the phone and went straight to the elders' council office. This involves Lin Mo. Zhang Lingyu also hurriedly returned to the shop and called Chen Luo and the other 2 over. What? The people from the Azura Palace have arrived. Chen Luo looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. It's not that I'm shocked that the Azura Palace came to China, but rather that I'm shocked that they were able to find Fengjing. It's important to know that Fengjing isn't a particularly famous city, there are many cities ranked ahead of it. The fact that they were able to find this place shows that this organization has some tricks up its sleeve. Are there any other organizations besides them? Fang Yu asked. If it's just the Azura Hall, it's not a big problem, but if other organizations are added, then it can get complicated. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. It seems there isn't one at the moment, but Director Chen has already inquired about the situation, so we should have an answer tonight. She was actually quite panicked. If there were people from other organizations, they should probably have taken their people and left immediately. Even if there are undercover agents, it's impossible for every organization that comes to us to have one. Kyoto. After receiving Zhang Lingyu's call, Chen Jun rushed to the Elders' Council office. The undercover agents are mostly from intelligence organizations, which are controlled by one of the elders in the council. Knock knock knock. Enter. Chen Junzen went straight to the point. After entering the room, another person named Wu Ying contacted Zhang Lingyu, saying that people from the Shura Hall have gone to Fengjing. The elders looked at the second elder. You don't need to look at me. The person was still there when I was observing. Besides, my coverage area is only this big, it can't cover the whole country. The second elder said with a wry smile. Although he has the ability of divine vision, he cannot be all-encompassing. Eighth elder, this matter still needs to be handled by you. The first elder looked at an old man sitting in the corner. The eighth elder nodded, his jet-black hair telling everyone that he wasn't very old. Let me ask about the situation. A surge of energy emanated from the other party. Seeing the eighth elder, Chen Junzen felt a pang of envy. If he had that ability, wouldn't he be able to accomplish things much more efficiently? A moment later, the eighth elder opened his eyes. I have already told him what happened. You can attack with confidence. He will escape when the time is right. Then I'm relieved. I was worried that Lin Mo and the others might accidentally hurt him, since you know about Lin Mo's situation. After Chen Junzen left, the elders looked at the eighth elder and asked, are there any other people besides them? The eighth elder shook his head. Wu Ying said he didn't encounter any other organizations. Even if he did, he would help resolve the issue. The first elder looked at the eighth elder with envy. Your ability is really useful, you can make calls regardless of distance. The eighth elder shook his head. My ability has no other use besides speaking, otherwise it wouldn't be just an F-level ability. When I first awakened this ability, I questioned my life and really didn't understand why such an ability would be a unique ability until I took over the intelligence organization. He only builds spiritual pathways between people's minds, and all spiritual pathways must pass through him. He is like a relay station, receiving information from various regions. It's a pity that even though he's now a 9th-tier professional, his strength is still quite poor. And the number of people who can connect to the spirit path doesn't exceed 1,000, but that number is already sufficient. Rank is not important, practicality is the key. The elder shook his head. Is he capable? Yes, he is very capable. But his strength only applies to himself. To be honest, his abilities don't have a significant impact on the country, yet he still sits in the position of elder. Of course, all of this requires everyone's cooperation and professional guidance. After returning to his office, Chen Junzhen told Zhang Lingyu the information. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Lingyu looked at the others and said, "The higher UPS just want to proceed as normal, so you can all use plus 50 weapons. As for Lin Mo, you probably won't have a chance to make a move." Lin Mo looked regretful. They hadn't even tested the submachine gun yet. That glare at anyone and they'll get pregnant effect looks really cool. 500% damage. A single shot does 1,500 damage. One shot should be enough to kill him. However, 9th-tier professionals actually have quite a few survival skills. After all, humans aren't monsters who just stand there and let you shoot them. Outside the city, Fu Tianwang opened his eyes and glanced at Che Tianwang. "We've already investigated, and that shop is closed. There are two possibilities: either they've moved to a smaller city, or they're still in the city. I personally lean towards the first one, since staying in Fengjing is far too dangerous." Car King frowned, and he was more inclined to the first option. But which city will they go to? Due to the emergence of the domain gate, most small cities in various countries have almost disappeared. Even so, there are countless small cities within a country as large as China. Let's wait and see. A professional explorer will arrive here soon. Upon hearing this, King Fu nodded. If there were investigators, it would be easy to find out whether the enhancement master was there or not. Where is that old woman? The king of Car's lips twitched. Old woman? You're not afraid of her poison, but I am. She went into town to shop. She probably won't be back until tonight. TCH, she's just a member of the Azura Palace, yet she dares to enter a city in China. If she's exposed, I wouldn't mind taking care of her. King Fu licked his lips. Clearly, he desperately wanted the widow to be exposed. Car King shook his head. That woman wasn't so easy to expose. The next day, a man dressed in a black robe arrived at Che Tianwang's base. "Use your abilities to take a look." "Yes." The man in black robes waved his arm, and countless flying insects flew out from his clothes and headed towards Fengjing City. The three heavenly kings completely ignored this, as they possessed all sorts of abilities within their Azura Palace. "It's just an insect." However, the man in black robes then opened his mouth, and another swarm of insects flew out. Fu Tianwang's eyes twitched as he looked at the widow. "Are all of you who play with insects this disgusting?" As the queen of poison, the widow inevitably comes into contact with poisonous insects. "Soul King, I advise you to keep quiet. I wouldn't mind having the organization replace you with a different king," the widow sneered. "An old woman is an old woman, her temper is just awful," Fu Tianwang muttered under his breath. The widow clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and slowly opened them. His eyes were fixed on the city in the distance. Lin Mo opened the shop on time as usual, but there was no one in the shop, and the three of them did their own thing in the shop. Chen Luo and his two-person team also moved to a new location, no more than 100 meters away from Lin Mo's shop. Team leader Chen, "There's a faint Chinook reaction, it should be a reconnaissance device," said the team member in front of Chen Luo, pointing to a 10-inch television screen. "This is a Chinook detector. It can only detect Chinook changes within a 1-kilometer radius, but its sensitivity is the highest. Do you know what kind of job it is?" Chen Luo quickly went to the machine. The screen was dotted with Chinook energy, and there were just as many of them. He is most likely an insect tamer, but the number of insects he has is far too many. Judging from the number within a 1-kilometer radius, he probably has tens of thousands of spirit insects. Chen Luo took out his phone and quickly contacted other people. Outside the city. "Found it. The target is in a corner of the city's second ring road," the man in the black robe said weakly. Controlling so many spirit insects to search for targets is no easy task. He was both mentally and physically weak at this time. "You did a great job, go and rest now." Car King waved his hand. Fu Tianwang glanced at the member with some doubt. "Do you think he's lost weight?" "Maybe." "Set off." "An insect tamer," Zhang Lingyu exclaimed, looking at the insects crawling on the window. "Oh no. Okay, I understand. Come on over. You can't leave now, the spirit insects have already locked onto this place. Once the spirit insect finds a target, it will follow it until its master rescinds the command. As for killing the spirit insects, this is not a good idea. Even the most ordinary insect-controlling professionals have hundreds or thousands of spirit insects. How can you be sure that all the spirit insects have been eliminated, unless there is a large-scale fire? But this is a city, so this method is obviously not feasible. Lingqi, protect Lin Mo. Leave the fighting outside to Chen Luo and the others. To be on the safe side, Kyoto sent another team. However, this team is not one that excels in combat. Sudden, 3 powerful auras descended. Then Chen Luo and his 2 companions appeared, while the rest of their team arrived in front of Lin Mo's shop. This level of combat is beyond their ability to intervene. You 3 dare to block our way? Do you not take us, the people of the Azura Palace, seriously? Fu Tianwang's hoarse voice rang out. I've already thought highly of you all. One is the Soul King, known as the Soul Emperor, another is the Mighty King, who has mastered the art of strength as a professional, and the third. Chen Luo looked at the widow, unsure of who she was. You don't know, do you? Want to know? I'm not telling you. Chen Luo's eye twitched. Was this really the Soul King who toyed with souls? It seems a bit mentally challenged. I don't know if the villain will die from talking too much, let's just start fighting. Car King's energy overflowed, his muscles bulged instantly, and his clothes burst open. Ignoring Chen Luo and the other 2, they headed straight for the shop where Lin Mo was. Chen Luo did not stop the other party. Car King was stopped by a yellow light barrier 10 meters away from the shop. Barrier Master. Che Tianwan quickly retreated. Why were there barrier masters here? Shouldn't they be guarding the demons? Take care of these 3 first, then destroy this barrier. Che Tianwan quickly adjusted the battle plan. They originally planned to kidnap them by force, but unexpectedly encountered a special situation. The other 2 nodded, and the widow stretched out her right hand, sending a wisp of green energy flying towards Chen Luo and the other 2. A black space appeared instantly, directly sucking the green energy into the other dimension. Fang Yu vanished from his spot and reappeared behind the Soul King. Have you forgotten my name? An invisible energy surged toward Fang Yu, but a shield enveloped him, and the energy dissipated instantly. This is really troublesome. There's even a forbidden artifact that protects the soul. Giant strength and old woman, you 2 hurry up and deal with those 2. I'll hold off this assassin for you. After saying that, the Soul King led Fang Yu to move the battlefield directly to a corner to fight. Xiang took down his bow and arrow. Chen Luo, you deal with the one with the poison, I'll handle this strong man. An energy arrow shot out instantly, heading straight for the Mighty King's face with incredible speed. The Mighty Heavenly King didn't care and casually reached out to block. The moment he touched the arrow, a tremendous force struck him, knocking him back 6 or 7 meters and breaking a gash in his palm. The Mighty Heavenly King stared at his opponent in shock. What on earth was going on? It's completely illogical that a level 9, level 5 person could repel him and even break through his defenses. Although he is called the Mighty King, his greatest asset is his defense. Let alone a 9th tier level 5 person, even a 9th tier level 9 person might not be able to break through his defense. He suddenly had a feeling that he was going to fail this time. Lin Mo, inside the room, watched the battle in the distance with great interest, but the outcome seemed to be different from what he had expected. This is the Azura Palace? It doesn't seem that powerful. It's not that they're not strong enough, but the difference in their weapons is too great. Otherwise, why would everyone be so obsessed with highly enhanced weapons? Individual combat awareness has a significant impact on the course of a battle, but in the face of absolute strength, they are all paper tigers. Moreover, are teams with higher numbers necessarily weaker? The 3 heavenly kings of the Azura Palace were completely restrained, and there were even faint signs of defeat. This is impossible. The mighty heavenly king gasped for breath, his body covered in wounds. These wounds were not fatal, but they were still hard for the mighty king to accept. The fact that Xiang's information did not appear on the Azura Hall's list indicates that her strength was only average, but this person who wasn't even on the list managed to suppress him. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's figure out how to get out of here first. Let's forget about that enhancer. Compared to the enhancer, the widow wanted to live more. She glanced at the Soul King in the distance, who was actually being held back by an assassin. Sure enough, a highly enhanced weapon makes a difference. Meanwhile, Xiang came to Chen Luo's side. Aren't the barrier masters ready yet? Sealing barriers are advanced skills that take a long time to develop. After all, this is not a battle against monsters, but a battle against other people. Chen Luo also hoped that the barrier masters would be faster, but this thing couldn't be rushed. 5 minutes is already quite short. The mighty heavenly king's eyes darted around, he took a deep breath, and a round stone appeared in his hand. The widow's pupils contracted, she hadn't expected him to bring this. Why, did you bring this? I was worried that something might go wrong, so I asked my superiors for one, and I never expected that it would actually come in handy. The Soul King is preparing to retreat. Upon hearing the words of the mighty heavenly king, the Soul Heavenly King paused in his actions and instantly withdrew from the battlefield. Upon seeing what the mighty heavenly king was holding, he opened his mouth and exclaimed, "It's actually a domain gate breaking and positioning stone." Zhang Lingyu, who was in the room, suddenly froze and ran out of the room shouting, It's a boundary-breaking positioning stone. Quickly remove the barrier. Unfortunately, she was too late. The mighty Heavenly King had already crushed the stone, and a violent aura appeared out of nowhere, shattering the barrier instantly. The barrier masters instantly coughed up blood, a backlash from the moment the barrier shattered. A black, shattered portal appeared. Giant Strength King glanced at Zhang Lingyu, then turned to the other two and said, "Let's go, we don't need this enhancer." "What level of boundary-breaking stone did you use?" Soul King frowned. "Heh, a catastrophe-level disaster." A cold smile crept across the face of the mighty king. The Soul King froze. Was this the kind of thing where if you can't have it, you destroy it? In his view, this place was practically doomed to destruction. The three of them quickly retreated, otherwise they would have been dragged into it as well. They did leave, but Chen Luo and his group couldn't leave. First, settle the barrier master in. Ling Qi will take Lin Mo and withdraw from the battlefield. We'll handle things here. As they spoke, a huge head emerged from the gap in the black fragment, causing the crack to widen even further. A giant monster, 3 meters tall, landed on the ground, and then one monster after another emerged. Chen Luo was alarmed. "It's an SS-class monster." Lin Mo was startled when he heard this. SS rank? What's going on here? Could it be caused by the boundary-breaking stone that Zhang Lingyu mentioned earlier? Let's take Lin Mo away with Lingqi. This time it's an SS-level monster, different from an S-level one. Wait, let me fire one shot to test it first. Lin Mo immediately took out the phantom assault weapon. "I know your weapon is powerful, but this is an SS-class monster, and its defense is already astonishing," Zhang Lingyu said earnestly. In the distance, Xiang and his group had already made their move. The weapon that could once deal tens of thousands of damage to S-class monsters now only had around 7,000. The damage was reduced by more than half. But this is still much stronger than their initial weapons, which were probably only able to deal around 2,000 damage at best. Chen Luo and the other two looked extremely grim. They might not even encounter an SS-level monster once a year, but they never expected to see 5 of them here at once. A domain gate-breaking positioning stone. How could they be so lucky? They actually have something like this. What do we do now? The boundary-breaking stones only attract high-level demons. There shouldn't be any higher than SS level, right? Zia Yang looked worried. This was no joke. There shouldn't be any more. This is already SS level. Lingqi, quickly take Lin Mo away. Zhang Lingyu, have the garrison sound the alarm and evacuate everyone nearby. Good. Ta-da-da. A line of fire swept towards the 3 monsters walking in front. -49.21 million, -44.12 million, -52.13 million. Lin Mo immediately used the weapon's built-in ability. With plus 150 additional damage and the ability to make anyone pregnant from a single glare, the damage reached 50 million. The 3 leading monsters didn't even last a second before collapsing to the ground. Strictly speaking, it didn't withstand a single shot. What's the use of having high defense? Can your defense reach tens of millions? Even after using up his skills and his damage output decreased, Lin Mo did not stop. Ding! Killed an 87th level SS rank monster, gaining 88,000 experience and 88,000 points. Ding! Killed an 83rd level SS rank monster, gaining 36,000 experience and 36,000 points. Ding! Killed an 81 level SS rank monster, experience plus 21,000, points plus 21,000. How can you expect him to listen to that? He'd rather have as many monsters as possible emerge from this passage. Chen Luo, who had originally intended to give instructions, put down his hand and rubbed his eyes unsure. Did you guys see the numbers that popped up at the very beginning? Zia Yang and Fang Yu nodded silently. We see, an average of 50 million damage. They had never seen such high levels of damage in their lives. No, I've seen it too. That was when a super nuclear bomb exploded. The damage could reach 70 million, a whole area of 70 million. But that's a nuclear bomb. Could it be that every bullet from Lin Mo's gun is a miniature nuclear bomb? Next up is Lin Mo's solo performance. As soon as a monster appears, it will instantly turn into a corpse and fall to the ground. 5 minutes later, more than 50 monster corpses lay on the ground. Chen Luo wiped the sweat from his brow. Luckily, Lin Mo was there. Without Lin Mo, this place within a 5-kilometer radius would have been lost. At this point, there were some issues with the ground, but the impact was not significant. Seeing the spatial passage gate close, Lin Mo looked disappointed. In just a short while, Lin Mo had already reached the 6th level of the 6th rank, and his points had directly reached 2.8 million. Keep in mind, this is only 5 minutes. His eyes burned with desire. If he could get his hands on one of these things, wouldn't he? Unfortunately, Chen Junzhen would never give him such a thing, but he could try it when he had time, just in case. This so-called boundary-breaking positioning stone is most likely a strategic item, and they probably don't have many of them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so surprised. Chen Luo and the others were just spectators throughout, watching Lin Mo keep delivering his own output. Wow, that's terrifying. If I had a weapon like that, I'd dare to take on even an SSS level weapon, let alone an SS level one. Fang Yu said with envy. Nonsense, anyone could take on a one-on-one fight with that weapon, but don't even think about it. If it could be mass-produced, we would have gotten our hands on it long ago. Chen Luo saw things very clearly. After they arrived, Lin Mo was able to arrange a bunch of plus 50 weapons, which shows that getting plus 50 was not difficult for Lin Mo. But for Lin Mo, this is even more difficult. Otherwise, why aren't their weapons plus 60 or plus 70? However, in the end, they still need to take action. Clean up the battlefield and collect all usable materials. Zhang Lingyu stood silently beside Lin Mo, looking like she was questioning the meaning of life. They're probably not fake professionals. Chen Luo and the other two came to Lin Mo's side. Could I try your weapon? The ground is already like this, so a few more shots shouldn't be a problem. Here you go. Lin Mo didn't care. Besides him, no one else should be able to use this thing. After all, not everyone can possess something like a wisdom crystal, and even if they do, they can't enhance it to level 50. Chen Luo took the weapon. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be a little shocked when he saw the plus 150 enhancement level on it. While they were still gloating over their plus 50, Lin Mo was already using plus 150. Although there is a plus 100 bonus now, that weapon requires a forbidden item to use. I don't know if they can use this. Ta-da-da. 5 gunshots rang out, and Chen Luo instantly deflated. Chen Luo's eye twitched. He, a near-max level 9th tier professional, had only fired 5 shots. Moreover, he is a space-type professional, a magic profession, the category with the strongest energy. It was over in 5 shots. Let me see. Fang Yu assumed Chen Luo had simply fired 2 shots casually and that was it. However, after he received it, only 2 shots were fired. Fang Yu also fell silent. As an assassin, he already had little energy, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. The 2 shots removed 9/10 of his body's energy. Fang Yu looked at Lin Mo as if he were a monster. Is this definitely a tier 5 professional? At this point, they were unaware that their opponent had already advanced to the 6th rank. Xiang also tried it out of curiosity, and silence became the defining characteristic of the 3 of them. Ahem, alright, it seems we don't need to move anymore, right? Lin Mo coughed lightly, waking the 5 people around him. Ah, it's definitely not necessary anymore. By the way, Zhang Lingyu, how did you know that the other party was holding a boundary-breaking positioning stone while you were in the room? During their fight, they only knew that their opponent was holding something, but they didn't know exactly what it was. They were quite curious that Zhang Lingyu knew this from inside the room. It was Wu Ying. He told me that the stone that the mighty Heavenly King was holding was a boundary-breaking positioning stone. The voice rang in her ear while she was in the room. Lin Mo and Ling Qi did not hear it, only Zhang Lingyu could hear it. Chen Luo led the group aside. Is this the undercover agent who provided the information? So it seems that Wu Ying must be one of that woman and the Soul King. Who could it be? Chen Luo rubbed his chin. It's impossible to judge. When they made their move, they went all out and showed no mercy. I think it should be the Soul King, because when we fought, it seemed like he wasn't using his full strength, Fang Yu said. The group looked at him in unison. Really? You can't be wrong. I think so. During our match, his eyes were constantly fixed on his 2 teammates. I think he probably didn't want to go all out against us, I guess. Seeing the way the others looked at him, Fang Yu became somewhat uncertain. After all, this involves whether they will go all out or hold back when they meet again in the future. If one of the 3 is the Soul King, I would also think it is, since he left the main battlefield immediately. Anyway, the mighty king I fought is definitely not him. Judging from the expressions of the other 2, they don't know about the boundary-breaking positioning stone. Fang Yu agreed with Zai Yang's statement. Chen Luo slowly spoke. That woman, the Poison King, should be a newcomer. We have no information about her. She acted decisively, but I just happened to be her counter. Of course, perhaps she was worried about accidentally hurting someone, so all the abilities she used were visible. Judging from the match, it's suspicious that this Poison King might have held back. However, judging from the reaction of the mighty king, he clearly had no objection to the Poison King's actions. Forget it, let's not think about these things anymore. We might not even run into them again. Let's leave this to other organizations. Now we need to consider whether Lin Mo should stay here, find another shop, or move to another city. Zhang Lingyu interrupted the discussion. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu with a puzzled expression. They probably won't come back, right? They probably won't come back, but it's possible they'll pass the information on to someone else. Unless they think you're dead, but I think that's unlikely. After all, outside the city. King Che, should we go back to headquarters now, or look for another opportunity? King Fu's hoarse voice rang out. When no one else is around, they they prefer to use each other's surnames. In front of outsiders, they would use their well-known nicknames. However, Fu Tianhuang still referred to Du Tianhuang as the widow. Back to headquarters, we've been exposed. They'll either relocate or send more men. But either way, we can't succeed. Che Tianhuang shook his head. He chose to abandon this mission. He had no choice but to give up. He simply couldn't compete. The destructive power of the opponent's weapons had exceeded his expectations. I agree. We don't need to waste time here. We should use this time to expand our territory and recruit more members, the widow chimed in. Fu Tianhuang stared at the widow with eyes as sharp as a venomous snake. Widow, I haven't even said anything to you yet. Did you hold back just now? Why are all the poisons colored? Are you afraid the other person won't see them? The widow scoffed. If I had used other abilities, would you all still be alive? And you were the first to leave the battlefield, you didn't contribute anything either. Car King rubbed his temples. Why is it starting again? He didn't care at all about what they said. Asking the widow to use all her strength is tantamount to suicide, even if he dares not face the widow's poison. All right, stop arguing. We're heading back to headquarters now, but before that, let's spread the word. I'm sure that one boundary-breaking positioning stone will keep them busy for a while. When they join those organizations, I'm sure the scene will be quite a spectacle. Is your spirit insect still there? Che Tianhuang asked the member who looked withered. Reporting to Lord Mighty Heavenly King, all the spirit insects in that place perished when you crushed the boundary-breaking stone. As for the spirit insects in other areas, they have already been recovered. Mentioning the killed spirit insect, the man couldn't help but feel heartbroken. It was 1/10 of his spirit insect, and it was gone just like that. Don't worry, I'll have the organization make it up to you when we get back. That evening, information about the enhancement masters spread among various organizations, and apart from those who died in Kyoto, all the others went to Fengjing. Lin Mo and his group began their relocation that very day, but Lin Mo did not go to other cities. Instead, he moved from the east side of the city to the west side. Sigh, it's such a pity to give up the house that was just finished. Lin Mo looked at the shops getting further and further away and couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. He put a lot of thought into making those antique-looking items. Although he didn't do most of it himself, he did use his brain. It's alright, that place has always belonged to you. Once this turmoil passes, everything will be fine. As long as we punish those organizations severely, they won't be able to easily enter China in the future. Zhang Lingyu comforted her. A group of troops will arrive in Fengjing tonight, and those organizations will be completely wiped out. China hasn't made a move for over a decade, and these organizations have clearly forgotten China's dominance. China has always concealed its true strength. Only major powers understand what China's true strength is like, and that true strength is only what China deliberately reveals. At 7 p.m. that evening, 3 transport planes that had taken off from Kyoto landed at the airport of the Toyo garrison. 3 teams stepped off the plane. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect your team to be involved in something like this. We're relying on you guys again this time. We're just assisting you. After all, it's never good to be exposed, a man wearing a silver mask said softly. I didn't expect even the hunter team to show up. The higher UPS really value Lin Mo. A burly man said with a solemn expression. I'm telling you, Lin Dazhuang, Lin Mo is, well, his life is more important than yours, another captain said seriously. Lin Dazhuang smiled and nodded. Fu Chenyu. Of course I know that although death is unlikely in this mission, I am still prepared to give my life at any time. He didn't know the situation of the hunter team, but Lin Dazhuang and Fu Chenyu had both been called in for separate talks before they arrived. In short, if anything happens to Lin Mo, they will be willing to pay the price with their lives. Of course, this possibility is almost zero, as the organization that came to Fengjing is no longer very strong. Most of their men were lost in Kyoto. Enough with the chit-chat, let's hurry up and rejoin Chen Luo and the others. Lin Dazhuang glanced at the hunter team leader. The most secretive team in China, which does not participate in any battles between domains. The team responsible only for external affairs is constantly traveling abroad. No one knows exactly how many hunter teams there are. These semi-senior level personnel only knew the team name, they knew almost nothing about them. 8 o'clock, Lin Mo's temporary residence. This is a villa in the western suburbs. Tisk tisk, I never thought I'd be able to live in a villa one day. Lin Mo looked around at the room's furnishings. Just one word, that's incredibly extravagant. Actually, he wanted to live in a villa, which could be arranged anytime. However, Lin Mo was living alone and was somewhat unaccustomed to living in a villa. And since this happened, they simply offered the villa to Lin Mo to live in. Lingqi and his accomplices could also move in and provide close protection. Even Zhang Lingyu moved in. If it weren't for the fear of being exposed, Director Chen would have wanted all 3 of Chen Luo's teams to move in. This villa is far too luxuriously decorated. It must have cost more than 2 billion yuan to acquire. When Lin Mo arrived, he saw that the villa had a yard of several hundred square meters and a standard swimming pool in the backyard, making it an absolutely super luxurious villa. Moreover, there were even antiques on the display shelves in the hall. Although Lin Mo couldn't tell if they were real or fake, surely a few of them in a villa like this were genuine. Zhang Lingyu shook her head. This villa didn't cost any money. Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu in shock. Could the government have done something like forcing a sale? This thing doesn't cost any money? Zhang Lingyu was utterly exasperated by Lin Mo's thought process. Do you still remember Gu Chen? Gu Chen? Who's that? Is he famous? He tried hard to recall, but Lin Mo really didn't remember such a person at all. Zhang Lingyu's face showed a hint of helplessness. It's the person who wanted you to join his chain of enhanced stores, the one whose entire family was wiped out in the end. This house belongs to his family, and everything here has remained untouched. I had wanted to give it to you for a long time, but it was always in the east, so I never said anything. Oh, it's him. I vaguely remember him. His family must be really wealthy to be able to afford such a big house. How could they not afford it? They've accumulated wealth over so many years, making so much ill-gotten money. How could they not have money? Ding dong. Zhang Lingyu hurriedly went to open the door. 3 teams stood outside the door. Hello, we are a team from Kyoto. Zhang Lingyu didn't recognize the masked people, but she received information from everyone else. Come in quickly. 3 teams walked in. Hello Lin Mo, I am the captain of the 3rd squad of the covered mobile force, and I am Fu Chenyu, a level 5 fire mage of the 9th rank. Hello Lin Mo, I am Lin Dazhuang, the captain of the 3rd squad of the Demon Slayer army, a level 6, 9th tier warrior. After they finished speaking, they looked at the masked hunter team behind them, wondering what their strength was within the hunter team. The masked man stepped forward and said in a gentle tone, Hello, I am the captain of the Silver Squad 1 of the hunter team, codenamed Silver Wolf. Lin Mo nodded somewhat confusedly. Hello everyone. Squad 3 and Squad 2 have both arrived in Fengjing. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Lin Mo had heard some things about the team rankings last time. The higher the number, the stronger the team. In other words, apart from Team 1, the 2 strongest teams have both arrived. As for this hunter team, Lin Mo had no idea what their situation was, and they hadn't said anything either. Anyway, number 1 is the best. Fu Chenyu and Lin Dazhuang exchanged a glance. Team number 1 was clearly very strong, but they wondered if there were any other teams ahead of Silver number 1. We came here to say hello. We'll head to the east side in a bit. Thank you for your help. Lin Mo quickly expressed his gratitude. If it weren't for him, these people would either be in Kyoto or fighting in some other realm. He felt quite bad that these people abandoned their tasks because of him. Fu Chenyu smiled and said, You don't need to worry about it too much. This is just our job. The 3 teams didn't stay long, they chatted briefly and then left. The eastern suburbs were their battlefield. As they were leaving the residential compound, they ran into Chen Luo and Fang Yu. Oh, I didn't expect it would be the 2 of you leading the team. If you, Fang Yu, can come, why can't I, Fu Chenyu? I'll definitely get the 2nd place team title next time we rank the teams. Fu Chenyu looked at Fang Yu with a dissatisfied expression. Fang Yu has beaten him 3 times in a row. Hee, you should figure out how to withstand one of my attacks first. Fang Yu shook his head. Alright, enough chit-chat. Those people from the organization are expected to arrive around 10 p.m., and Fang Yu's team and I will go there to help you then. Fu Chenyu and Lin Dazhuang nodded solemnly. Although the number and quality of the people coming would not be very high, there would definitely be quite a few 9th level professionals among them. Silver Wolf, I didn't expect you to be leading the team this time. That makes things even more secure. Silver Wolf said modestly, You are still the main force this time, and we are just assisting. Chen Luo nodded and said nothing more. After they left, Fang Yu couldn't help but sigh. The hunter team actually came out. Isn't that giving those organizations too much credit? They're all survivors, after all. Fang Yu was puzzled. I didn't expect this either. I thought the arrival of the 3rd teams from both units was already strong enough. I didn't expect the hunter team to come as well, and they're even Silver 1. Are there other squads above him? I think so? I'm not sure either. Chen Luo shook his head. No one knows exactly how many hunter squads there are, or their team numbers. Sister John, Brother Lingqi, is that hunter team very powerful? Lin Mo was still quite curious about that hunter team. All 5 people were wearing silver masks, and under the light, the leader's mask faintly revealed the shape of a wolf's head. Ling Qi shook his head. I don't know. Our team's ranking is too low, we're not worthy to know. He's feeling really bitter right now. He was originally the strongest squad in Fengjing. With the arrival of Xiang's team, he immediately moved up to 2nd place. However, it's not a big problem, since he's still providing close protection. However, when the 2 second teams arrived, they immediately came in last place. Well, now 2 more teams have arrived, and there's another team I don't even know about. My situation is precarious. Ling Qi looked worried. Although he was a special combatant, he was still somewhat inferior to these people. Ugh, this is awful. Zhang Lingyu, who was standing to the side, also shook her head. I've never heard of the Hunter Squad either. It's probably a secret team. Her rank wasn't actually that high, she only knew so much information because of Lin Mo. Without Lin Mo, she might not have known as much as Lingqi, death by 1,000 cuts. Never mind if I don't know, but the other party seems to be very strong. Probably, since none of those who can be sent are weak. Not only did Lin Mo and the others not know, but even Chen Luo and the others were unaware. Chen Luo knew of Silver Wolf because he had fought alongside him overseas, but that was all he knew about Silver Wolf's strength. He hadn't seen Silver Wolf's teammates fight, or rather, he didn't know they had fought. The living room lights were on in Lin Mo's previous home in the eastern suburbs, and there were many figures inside. Those people shouldn't be stupid, right? This trap is way too obvious. Lin Dazwan looked at the lights in the distance with a puzzled expression. Anyone with half a heart would know this is fake. The people in these organizations shouldn't be that stupid. Fu Chenyu smiled and shook his head. You still don't understand these organizations. They'll take any risk even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance. What if? Lin Dazwan really couldn't understand it. Maybe it was just because of their different locations. In any case, if his team were to carry out this kind of mission, they certainly wouldn't come here immediately. They would first investigate thoroughly before making any decisions. He then looked at Silver Wolf. What do you think? Silver Wolf stood with his hands behind his back. They will come. Even if they don't come here, they will check the shops. Even if they can't find Lin Mo, getting a few weapons is still a profit. As for investigating Lin Mo's information, they don't have time. Lin Dazwan pondered for a moment and then gave up. As expected, things that require thinking are not suitable for him. At 10 p.m., a message came through the 3 people's earpieces. The first group of 18 people has arrived in Fengjing and entered the city, with their target being the eastern suburbs. Received, will continue to observe. Outside the city. Jack of Diamonds, I advise you not to go into the city. Those rumors were deliberately leaked. Chen Tianyi looked at Jack of Diamonds with impatience. 8 people went to Kyoto, but only 3 survived. 2 of them, who had code names, died inside. If he were to die again, he would have to face the clown's interrogation once more, and Chen Tianyi didn't want to be monitored again. King of Spades, knowing the person is inside, why don't you go in? That enhancement master isn't your lover, is he? Chen Xiaoming, standing to the side, had his head down and his shoulders slightly hunched. They are indeed lovers, but not that enhancement specialist. Chen Tianyi's eyes turned slightly cold. You can go if you want, but the 2 of us won't. It would be foolish to knowingly walk into a trap. Jack of Diamonds sneered at Chen Tianyi. It's better if you don't go. Once I succeed, I'll improve my ranking, and then hee. He turned around and, with the other 2 members of his organization, sped towards the city, moving at breakneck speed, as if afraid that members of other organizations would get there first. Did you record everything? We recorded it, but is this really okay? What if the Joker asks us why we recorded it? I just said. I'm worried that I might end up on China's blacklist, so I wanted to keep something as a memento. Is this reliable? Chen Xiaoming looked at the 3-minute video on his phone. It was all about the Jack of Diamonds, not a single scenic view. Oh well, he's a low-ranking person anyway, so even if I say something, it won't affect him. The first place where other members of the organization were discovered was Lin Mo's former shop. I'll head over there first. You can take care of this place. Fu Chenyu extended fiery wings from his back and flew towards the shop in the eastern suburbs. I'm really envious. He can actually fly now. Lin Dazwan couldn't help but feel a little envious as he watched Fu Chenyu leave. Flame wings is a relatively rare skill, but it's considered a general-purpose skill. Unfortunately, this skill can only be used by fire-type classes, even fire-type magic warriors. He was just a regular warrior and didn't have any flying skills. Fu Chenyu arrived at the top of a low building near the shop. How is the situation? There aren't many people, only 5 scattered around. Judging from the situation, they should be from 2 small organizations, and their rank is only 8th. Fu Chenyu nodded, just as they had expected. Stronger organizations would choose the house where Lin Mo used to live, while weaker ones would only choose shops that were deserted at night. Despite being weaker, Fu Chenyu still made it through. Tonight, all members of the organization must remain. This is their primary objective in coming here. China is not a place where just anyone can come and go. Notify the others, 1 person each. I want a crushing victory. If anyone makes me take action, I will personally train them when we get back. His teammate swallowed hard and started training himself. Let's forget about it. He quickly relayed Fu Chenyu's words to the others. The communication device went silent, and his gaze towards the outside professionals was filled with intense murderous intent and resentment. The people around Fu Chenyu also hurriedly went down. In front of the shop, J of Diamonds arrived with 2 members. TCH, does the King of Spades think I'm stupid? Do you think I wouldn't come to this shop? He looked at the shop with a burning gaze. If he brings back 2 enhanced weapons, his status might rise. That King of Spades is being overly cautious. How could there possibly be anyone in a place like this? They would definitely be protecting their residents. Boss, it seems like we're surrounded. J of Diamonds was watching as one of the members opened the door, and another member nudged his shoulder. Boss, we're surrounded. Surrounded? The Jack of Diamonds turned around and exclaimed, damn, how come there's someone here? 3 professionals surrounded and trapped them inside. They've come with ill intentions. The person who opened the door stopped what they were doing, took out a weapon from their backpack, and prepared for battle. Jack of Diamonds' eyes darted around. He should be able to escape, after all, he was an 8th level professional. Escape? As soon as he finished speaking, the Jack of Diamonds accelerated instantly and rushed towards the gap. The squad members had anticipated this, and one of them had an extra bow and arrow in his hand. Whoosh whoosh. 3 arrows were fired in quick succession to block the opponent's movement. Then, an energy arrow was fired later but arrived first, hitting the back of the Jack of Diamonds. Puffed. 9th order, Jack of Diamonds staggered 2 steps and knelt on the ground. He really didn't expect that there would be a 9th level professional here. Shouldn't they be protecting the house? Isn't this just a shop? The other 2 members were easily taken down. J of Diamonds looked at the energy arrow on his chest in confusion, wondering why it hadn't disappeared yet. Then he saw the arrow flashing with light. His pupils contracted, and he stammered, explosive arrow? Boom! Hey Zhangdi, can you please not use such disgusting abilities next time? Look, this is all broken, it almost flew onto me. One of the members of the covered mobile squad looked at Zhangdi with a resentful expression. Zhangdi scratched his head. I was just worried that the other side had a backup plan, but who knew they were so weak? He really didn't think that much about it. Hey Zhangdi, are you about to lead a team all by yourself? After all, many team leaders are now 8th tier professionals, so it's quite normal for Zhangdi, a 9th tier professional, to lead a team on his own. Zhangdi shook his head. I think following Captain Fu is actually quite good, and I'm not suited to leading a team. He's a team member, and he's a captain, he still has self-awareness. Soon, all 5 people there were dealt with. As for interrogation, that's not their responsibility. Once someone is captured, they are handed over directly to the local garrison. Fu Chenyu looked at his team members and nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the chances of securing the number 2 spot had increased considerably. At midnight, all the invading organizations were wiped out. The Silver Wolf Hunter team did not make a move from beginning to end, they were only there to prevent any unnecessary problems from arising. Silver Wolf, it's a pity we didn't get to see you make a move this time, Fu Chenyu said with some regret. This was the first time he had ever encountered a hunter team. Hee, it's good that we don't intervene. Silver Wolf chuckled, saying nothing more. Let's go to Lin Mo's place now, wait for 2 days, and if there are no other problems, we can return to Kyoto to report for duty? You can go ahead, I need to go back to Kyoto first. Our mission this time was just to assist. Now that the matter is resolved, there's nothing more for us to do. Silver Wolf waved his hand, indicating that the aftermath was no longer their concern. Lin Dazhuang and Fu Chenyu watched each other go. I'm becoming increasingly curious about this mysterious team. I'm quite curious too. During the battle just now, although this hunter team didn't actually fight, they still managed to trap those people in their encirclement. I even considered letting 1 or 2 of them out to see their strength, Lin Dazhuang said with a look of regret. If I had known they were going to leave, I would have let a few go, it wouldn't have affected the battle anyway. The Silver Wolf squad arrived at the garrison base and immediately took a transport plane back to Kyoto. After returning to Kyoto, Silver Wolf made arrangements for his teammates and then went directly to the Elder's office through a secret passage. Greetings, Elders. Silver Wolf bowed slightly, his face full of respect. You're back. How's the situation over there? The Elder asked hurriedly. With the 2nd and 3rd squads of these 2 units, we can handle any situation. I don't think the Hunter squad needs to get involved, we don't need to get involved at all. The Grand Elder nodded. Very well, then you can return to your posts. This time your target is Japan. Also, take the newly modified H-033 nuclear bomb with you, they've been acting rather arrogantly lately. Silver Wolf was stunned. A nuclear bomb? Internationally, what the Wild Hunt does has nothing to do with China. I understand. I will do this in the name of the Wild Hunt. Silver Wolf blinked, as if he understood what to do. Oh, right, when you go, find Lin Mo and ask him to help strengthen it. Let him decide how much to strengthen it. If he doesn't help, tell him we can give him another forbidden artifact. Silver Wolf's lips twitched. Was this a bit too brutal? He also knew about Lin Mo's weapon enhancement. No matter what, he is considered one of the high-ranking figures. However, the enhancement of nuclear weapons is somewhat. The next day, Lin Mo arrived at the new shop as usual. The shop is larger than the old one, but smaller than the one in the city center. But it's enough for him, his name remains that ordinary name. After this incident, Lin Mo refused to do anything that would make him stand out. As for last night, Lin Mo slept soundly. The invasion by other organizations did not affect him at all. Ding-a-ling. Less than an hour after we opened, someone came to our door. Lin Mo was taken aback when he saw who it was. Is it really okay for you to just swagger in like this? Silver Wolf shook his head and pointed to the SUV outside the window. I came by car, so no one will see my mask. I've come to ask you for a favor. Could you help me upgrade a weapon? No problem, I can help with this little thing. How much do you want to enhance it? Lin Mo thought it was something serious. After all, they came to help yesterday. It's just upgrading equipment, it's no big deal. Silver Wolf breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Mo was actually quite easy to talk to. The higher the better, this thing is very important, extremely important. He could not disclose the specifics of the actions. Even if Lin Mo is very important, it's not appropriate to say it out loud. Well, it's not impossible to upgrade it to a higher level, but some weapons, if upgraded too much, are not usable by ordinary people. Melee weapons are actually fine, but for melee weapons that consume a certain amount of energy, Lin Mo doesn't recommend upgrading them too much. Don't worry, it's a disposable product, so even if it's high, it'll be fine. Alright then, I'll make an exception for you and get you a plus 100 one. You should know that the highest weapon he could get was only plus 50, and the plus 100 Gatling gun was just an exception. Furthermore, his system level has increased, which has reduced the number of points he needs to spend. Really? That's great. I thought I'd have to trade something with you. Silver Wolf was so surprised by the plus 100 that he was speechless. He thought 20 or 30 would be enough, but he didn't expect it to be 100. Wait, what did you say you wanted to exchange it for? Lin Mo felt like he had missed something. Silver Wolf's expression froze. How could he have blurted it out? He must have been too excited when he heard plus 100. Didn't you already agree? I think it's probably not necessary anymore. Silver Wolf regretted his impulsiveness. I think getting plus 100 is indeed a bit difficult, and it might take a while. What if it takes half a month? Wouldn't that waste your time? Lin Mo wasn't really interested, but rather curious about what the other party would offer. Even if he doesn't give it to them, he will still strengthen them within a day. Silver Wolf's lips twitched, it was definitely intentional. Oh well, anyway, the higher UPS were planning to use the forbidden artifact to get the other party's help anyway. It's a forbidden artifact. I thought it was something serious, so I asked. I think if I had a forbidden artifact, I could take care of it for you in 3 hours. When Silver Wolf mentioned the forbidden artifact, Lin Mo immediately wanted to explain. However, after realizing what was happening, Lin Mo immediately said the next sentence. After obtaining the forbidden artifact, the jade pendant of the traveler, Lin Mo did try to get it from Chen Junzhen. But Chen Junzhen refused to give it to him no matter what. Frankly speaking, he was still worried about the consequences. After all, Lin Mo hadn't shown them the jade pendant, and Chen Junzhen had never believed Lin Mo's claim that he had a solution. Lin Mo doesn't plan to tell them yet, he'll wait until he has enough points before doing so. That ability to reduce points only applies to strengthening, it's completely useless for refining. Silver Wolf sighed inwardly, this was not what he had expected. He was such a noble person just now, how come he turned into this as soon as he heard about forbidden artifacts? The thought of the price of those forbidden artifacts made him even more confused. Forget it, let's leave this to the higher UPS. I should hurry up and upgrade my equipment before leaving. Thump! A silver bullet, about half a person's height and a meter in diameter, was placed on the ground. Lin Mo stared at the object on the ground, lost in thought. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be a warhead. But what's the meaning of the number panel above? And what about that red button? Could this be a nuclear warhead? He had seen this kind of plot many times in movies and TV shows, but this was the first time he had seen it in person. Yes, it is indeed a nuclear warhead. But don't worry, the materials used in this warhead have been modified with materials from the domain gate, so reinforcement can definitely be done. Various tests to improve nuclear weapons have been ongoing. However, the number of successful cases is extremely small, so information about this has always been kept secret, and very few people know about it. Lin Mo stepped out from behind the counter and placed his hand on the bullet. Information about the bullet appeared before his eyes. Age 033, rare. Durability 1/1. Damage 15 million. Additional effective kill radius 15 kilometers. Explosion power plus 20%. Flame adhesion time plus 1 hour. Wow, it's actually a rare purple grade equipment. This is much better than the grenades he used before. Moreover, the damage was truly beyond Lin Mo's imagination. This is the most powerful nuclear bomb developed so far, and the purple rare grade is already the highest level. Silver Wolf said this with great pride. This is likely the first case globally. After all, to have attributes appear, all the parts need to be made from materials from the domain gate. A nuclear bomb has a huge number of parts, and it takes a considerable amount of time to make it. Do you guys have any more? Can I have one to play with? Silver Wolf, who was still feeling smug, froze instantly upon hearing this. Just playing around? This thing can destroy a city if you don't play it properly. Is this something to be played with? Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Can I ask where you're planning to detonate this thing? Silver Wolf hesitated for a moment, then said that giving a location shouldn't be a problem. Cherry blossoms. Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Don't worry, I'll make sure your forbidden artifact wasn't wasted. Lin Mo glanced at his points. All in. We have to go all in. He had almost exhausted all his points last time, but he wasn't worried. He had gained quite a few more in the past few days. Especially the big gift from the Azura Palace last time. Those 5 SS level characters alone contributed nearly 200,000 points, and the miscellaneous ones amounted to more than 300,000. With the system's capabilities, that's more than enough. Lin Mo rubbed his hands together and put the bullet into his backpack. Wait for me here. It will take a little longer, but the power will definitely exceed your expectations. Silver Wolf nodded, unsure just how strong this so-called strength really was. Lin Mo went behind the screen, took out the bullet, and put it directly into the enhancer. Now, let me see your limits. Ding, ding. The sound of successful enhancement rang out, continuing for more than 20 times before the speed finally stopped. Even when it stops, that speed is beyond the reach of ordinary enhancement masters. Silver Wolf grew increasingly alarmed as he listened. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingya stood at the door, looking helpless. After Silver Wolf came in, the two were kicked out. Although the two didn't know much about Silver Wolf, Chen Luo said there was no problem, so they didn't say anything. What exactly is that Silver Wolf here for? Why can't either of us listen to him? Ling Qi said helplessly, feeling increasingly that his rank was too low. There are so many things I can't bear to hear, it's too unbearable. I don't know, but as long as they're on our side, why ask so many questions? Zhang Lingyu turned her head and glanced through the glass. However, why is Lin Mo's smile so strange? She didn't see the bullet, only Lin Moxio. She wanted to say he was smirking, but then she thought better of it. Don't peek. Since we can't know, it's better not to look, or you might get a talking to your superiors. The two stood faithfully at the door, like two guardian deities. In the building in the distance. You said Silver Wolf went back to Kyoto last night. At his speed, it should have taken at least 2 hours. He would need time to go back and report for duty. Yet he came again today, heading straight for Lin Mo's shop. What is he here for? Fang Yu asked, puzzled. If you're just upgrading equipment, you can just wait until today to finish it all. Why bother going through all this trouble? Chen Luo looked thoughtfully at the shops below, perhaps there's some kind of mission involved. Thinking back to the last mission abroad, Chen Luo guessed that this matter might be related to overseas. Hearing the sounds around him, Silver Wolf was already numb. He had been stunned by how many sounds he had heard. All he knew was that Lin Mo was incredibly fast. When the enhancement reached level 50, Lin Mo took out the bullet, looked at the number displayed on it, and nodded in satisfaction. He's only spent a little over 1,000 points so far. Perhaps the final result will be even higher than he imagined. All in. We have to go all in. After all, his goal is cherry blossoms, so he would be doing himself a disservice if he didn't prepare a big gift. H033, rare, plus 50. Success rate, 36.9%. Should we enhance it? Strengthen. Minus 6,310, minus 5,210, minus 6,630. Lin Mo's points plummeted, but he remained fearless. As the enhancement level increases, the success rate of enhancement begins to decrease. To reduce the consumption of points, Lin Mo slowed down. Silver Wolf wasn't in a hurry, so he just sat there and waited. As time went on, the time intervals between Lin Mo's sessions became longer and longer. In the end, I still didn't have enough points. Lin Mo took the bullet out of the enhancer, looked at the enhancement values on it, and sighed. Sigh, it's still not enough. I'll just have to make do. He put the warhead into his backpack. He definitely couldn't move it, he simply couldn't. Upon reaching the counter, Lin Mo placed the bullet on the ground. Come and see if you're satisfied. Silver Wolf stepped forward, placed his hand on the bullet head, and his eyes widened instantly upon receiving the information. This, it really is enhanced. He knew Lin Mo could enhance to 100, and thought 100 was his limit, but he never expected that he could continue. And isn't this number a bit too terrifying? He originally wanted to find a small city to make a name for himself in the Wild Hunt. but now it might not be a reputation for excellence, but rather a notorious one. Wouldn't this explosion wipe out half of the cherry blossoms? H033, rare, plus 111. Durability 1/1. Damage 50 million, plus 734.17 billion. Additional effective kill radius 15 km plus 30 km. Explosion power plus 20%, plus 20%. Flame adhesion time plus 1h. Flame spread plus 50 km. Shock wave intensity plus 100%. Radiation range plus 100%. Radiation intensity plus 50%. Special blazing flame temperature increased to 7,000 degrees. Radiation curing, radiation remains permanently and cannot be eliminated. To be honest, Silver Wolf was a little hesitant to use it. Its power was beyond imagination, it might even sink half the island. Moreover, the radiation range also expands, rendering the initially selected location unusable. If detonated at the pre-selected location, it could very likely affect China's territorial waters. How about it? Are you satisfied with the result? It took me a long time to enhance it. I'll be going to Kyoto tomorrow. Remember to unlock it for me. Lin Mo was worried that the other party would deny it, so he quickly emphasized, "Don't worry, the higher UPS have promised you, they'll definitely give it to you." Silver Wolf was helpless. Did they look like people who owed money? That's good. Having tasted the benefits of forbidden weapons, Lin Mo is no longer as obsessed with demonic weapons as he once thought. If possible, he hopes to acquire 100 or 80 forbidden artifacts. After all, there's no limit to the number of these items, you can just take them out of your backpack and use them whenever you want. How convenient. Silver Wolf loaded the nuclear warhead. Lin Mo, thank you. I need to go back to Kyoto now. You can go tomorrow. Okay. Lin Mo watched Silver Wolf get into the car. Luckily he let it slip, otherwise we would have missed the chance to get the forbidden weapon for free today. Even without the forbidden artifact, Lin Mo would still enhance the opponent, and it would still be an all-in bet. He believed that no one could refuse to give their all once they heard the mission location. Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu no longer needed to stand guard, they all came in. However, they did not inquire about the matter between Lin Mo and Silver Wolf, since it's better not to know too much about some things. The SUV was full of members of the Silver Team 1, and Silver Wolf immediately took out his phone. He originally planned to return to report after the mission was completed, and then head to the Wild Hunt headquarters. But now he has changed his mind. The nuclear weapons properties have exceeded his expectations. Elder, Lin Mo has finished enhancing the nuclear bomb, and he has also agreed to the matter of the forbidden weapon. He will be going there tomorrow. I hope Lin Mo won't say that he only said it because he was excited. Yes, I'll make the arrangements then. There's one more problem. Silver Wolf reported the enhanced data to the Grand Elder, line by line. After hearing Silver Wolf's report, the other end fell silent instantly. Continue the mission. The Grand Elder's voice became excited. But that area. Set the location in a city relatively close to South Korea. Don't just send the gift to one person. Remember, make sure your team has enough time to escape. This area is so large that it could easily lead to someone's death. Especially with the added boosts from the various attributes that appear after the enhancement, the feeling is absolutely exhilarating. Don't worry, we'll be careful. After hanging up the phone, Silver Wolf tapped the armrest with his right hand, his mind filled with thoughts of the map of Japan. The location can't be too far from the city, and it also has to be close to South Korea, so there are only 2 or 3 locations left. Captain, are we going back to Kyoto? I'm not going back. I'm going straight to Japan by plane. The next day, Lin Mo led the Lingqi squad to set off. But as soon as he stepped out the door, Chen Luo stopped him. Our team will also be going along. I don't think so. You can just wait for us in Fengjing. I believe those people from those organizations have already left. After this incident, no organization would dare to remain in China. No, I think it's better to go with us. Don't worry, it won't cause us any trouble. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lin Mo did indeed feel that he was troubling them a bit. No matter what, the other side is a second squad, and what kind of missions do they usually carry out? And now they're actually acting as his bodyguards. The group headed straight for Kyoto. Sigh, I'm back again. I wonder when I'll be able to go to Fengjing again. Chen Tianyi looked at the buildings in the distance and sighed softly. Hey, can you please control me right now? This is over 2,000 kilometers. I'm exhausted. Chen Xiaoming sat on the ground, his face pale. Ah, I thought this would be easy for you. Chen Tianyi shrugged, then helped Chen Xiaoming up from the ground. Hey, big sister, why don't you carry me on your back? It's not that I can't walk, it's just that I walk a little slowly. Faced with Chen Tianyi's expression, Chen Xiaoming immediately backed down. After walking a kilometer, Chen Tianyi looked at the time on his watch. You're too slow, let me help you. a group of black snakes appeared out of thin air on the ground. Seeing Chen Tianyi's actions, Chen Xiaming's pupils constricted sharply. No. We have to take it, otherwise we won't be able to get back before dark. Ignoring Chen Xiaming's resistance, Chen Tianyi pushed him to the ground. Then, a long snake tied Chen Xiaming up, and the snake on the ground carried him. Alright, full speed ahead. Holy crap. Slow down, my scalp is touching the ground. Chen Xiaming felt a burning pain in the back of his head. Upon hearing Chen Xiaming's voice, Chen Tianyi instructed the black snake to lift him up slightly and provide support for his head. They sped along and soon returned to the main hall. The black snake disappeared when they arrived in front of the main hall. Thump! Chen Xiaming fell directly to the ground, looking at the sky with utter despair. Why does he have to be teammates with Chen Tianyi? He's teammates here, and teammates in China too. Isn't that torture? Hurry up, I need to go back and rest after we meet him. Chen Tianyi kicked Chen Xiaming's shin. Chen Xiaming stood up helplessly. 10 kilometers was the farthest distance he had ever felt in his life. The two walked into the main hall side by side, but there was no one else in the hall at that time. Nobody's home? Should we go back first and come back when summoned? As soon as Chen Xiaming finished speaking, a cloud of black mist appeared on the seat above, and a person appeared there, truly a clown. This was the first time he had ever seen the Joker appear in this way. He opened his mouth, but ultimately chose to remain silent. Why are only the two of you back? The clown's tone was low, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. This trip to Kyoto involved 3 code-named personnel. This inevitably reminded him of the last operation, and his eyes were filled with suspicion. Jay of Diamonds took it upon himself to go to Fengjing. The news there came from the Shura Palace, and there was a trap involved, but Jay of Diamonds insisted on going. We waited for a day but didn't see him, so the two of us came back. Chen Tianyi had already thought about what to say. The clown's brow unfurrowed. That's something the Jack of Diamonds could do. Chen Xiaming had already reached into his pocket, preparing to take out his phone. At that moment, the clown waved his hand, and 2 figures slowly appeared. Chen Xiaming's pupils contracted. It was the Queen of Hearts and the Queen of Diamonds. Is what the King of Spades said true? The Joker looked at Chen Tianyi with a smile. Chen Tianyi stared at the clown expressionlessly, as if the question had nothing to do with her. It's true what the King of Spades said. The two of them disappeared as soon as they arrived in Kyoto. I'm not sure where they went. The Queen of Hearts looked at Chen Tianyi with a sinister expression. The clown just watched Chen Tianyi quietly. Chen Tianyi said nonchalantly, my ability detected that the enhancer was in Fengjing, so I took the Ace of Spades to investigate. However, that enhancer was surrounded by many guards, making it impossible to get close. During that time, I was gathering information in Fengjing, otherwise, I wouldn't have warned the Jack of Diamonds. Chen Xiaming was shocked. It seemed that Chen Tianyi had known all along that these 2 people were following them, otherwise he wouldn't have prepared his explanation. However, he was also relieved that these 2 people did not have the ability to travel through space, otherwise they would have both died in the Fengjing incident. You've done a very good job. As for the death of the Jack of Diamonds, he deserved it. You can all go now and get some rest. Yes. The 2 left together. Are they telling the truth about the Q diamond? It should be true. I've been staying on the outskirts of Fengjing and I definitely saw them go to Fengjing. As for what happened inside, I don't know, I can't get close. The Demon Slayer army and the covered mobile team are inside, and I'm worried about being discovered. The clown nodded. The assessment of these 2 can be completed. From now on, they will be your true teammates. Afterwards, tell Spade Queen and the other 2 to arrange for someone to fill the vacancy as soon as possible. In the shadows outside the main hall, a black snake transformed into a pool of black water. After Chen Tianyi and Chen Xiaming walked away, Chen Xiaming asked in a low voice, no one followed, right? No, they're all in the main hall. Besides, we're only now truly considered to have joined this organization. Chen Tianyi looked relaxed. For the past few years, she has been in a state of constant tension, afraid that she might be discovered if she is not careful. Although she wasn't sent by the Chinese government, her heart has always been with China. What do you mean? Chen Xiaming looked at Chen Tianyi with a blank expression. Weren't they already members of this organization? Chen Tianyi rolled her eyes at him, wondering how he managed to survive in such an organization. It was truly a miracle. She briefly explained it to Chen Xiaming. Damn, does that mean I've been under surveillance all along? Then I'll make wontons. Chen Xiaming stopped himself in time. What kind of wontons? Nothing. So, it means no one is watching us now, right? That's great. At this moment, Lin Mo and his group had arrived at the Kyoto garrison base, where Chen Jun was standing in front of the plane to greet Lin Mo. Welcome back to Kyoto. Director Chen, you're not trying to stop me from getting the forbidden artifact, are you? This is something the elders promised me, you can't go back on your word. Chen Junzhen was speechless. Was he that kind of person? I didn't want you to take them before because the side effects of those forbidden items were too great. Actually, I still don't recommend you take them now. Can you tell me the truth? How do you plan to deal with the side effects of those forbidden items? I have a brilliant plan. In short, I have a way. Seeing Lin Mo's confident expression, Chen Junzhen had no choice but to believe him. Although he believed it, he didn't stop talking at all. Let me tell you, many of these forbidden devices are actually quite useless. There's really no need to use them. And the cost. From the garrison base to the weapons depot, Chen Junzhen's mouth never stopped. Although he knew Chen Jun was worried about him, he just couldn't bear it. Aren't you in charge of the 4 armies? Why are you being so fussy? Upon arriving at the forbidden artifact warehouse, Lin Mo rushed straight to the shelves and examined each item. Chen Junzhen shook his head, looking helpless. Director Chen, you really don't need to say so much. Lin Mo knows. Zhang Lingyu's lips twitched. She had also suffered a lot on this journey. I know, it's because I'm worried. Lin Mo's safety is just too important. Lin Mo was unaware of the conversation behind him. He's now completely focused on the shelves. Lin Mo didn't plan to look at the ones he had seen before. He set his sights on other shelves. Bloodstained sanitary napkins. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, throwing this at the opponent inflicts 100% bleeding that lasts for 1 hour. The cost, 1 week of anemia. The lying doll. Miracle toilet paper. A bunch of strange and forbidden artifacts. Lin Mo glanced at them and immediately banished them to the cold palace. Then a traditional opera mask appeared before him, and Lin Mo's eyes lit up as he read the description on it. The Mask of the King of Hell. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, after being attacked, 50% of the damage is reflected back to the opponent. Cost, for every 10 instances of damage dealt, the user will take damage equal to 200% of the accumulated damage. Well, the effect is very good, it reflects damage. Hitting me is like hitting yourself, the effect is simply unparalleled. As for the price, it's a bit excessive. It's definitely a case of injuring the enemy by 500 while losing 1000 of your own. But that doesn't matter, he just needs to refine himself. If it doesn't work the first time, try the second time. If it doesn't work the second time, try the third time. There's always a price to pay. Moreover, with the price of the Traveler's Jade Pendant now available, Lin Mo believes that a suitable price will definitely be found. I'm not saying anything more, this is the one I want. When Lin Mo took the mask in his hand, Chen Jun looked terrified. Lin Mo, this thing is very dangerous. Someone of ours used it before, and the professional died halfway through the battle, and there was no way to save him. I initially thought the damage wouldn't be fatal, but the monster's attack turned out to be lethal. From then on, the item remained there and was never taken out or used again. It's alright, I have a way to solve it. How could he possibly let go of something so good? Zhang Lingyu, who was standing nearby, quickly advised, Director Chen, you have to trust Lin Mo. He never does anything he's not sure of. Besides, think about those plus 100 weapons. Lin Mo can use them now, right? Maybe he really does have a way. He wouldn't joke around with his life. He knew that Lin Mo could use plus 100 firearms, but he actually wanted Lin Mo to upgrade a melee weapon for them. Melee weapons, as long as they didn't use active skills, were quite effective. He couldn't really say that, since plus 50 was already a very good effect, more than enough for these professionals. Would it be unreasonable for him to ask Lin Mo for plus 100? Lin Mo didn't stop. Since he was already here, he might as well see if there were any other suitable forbidden artifacts. If there were, he could just exchange them for something else. He knew that if he really wanted it, the other party would definitely give it to him, but Lin Mo didn't want to do that. The other party definitely wanted the plus 100 weapon, but just hadn't said so. The reason Lin Mo hadn't offered it was also due to the point system. However, he wouldn't mind offering a plus 100 weapon now, but only if it was exchanged for a forbidden item, so that the other party would understand how hard a plus 100 weapon is. He then walked around the shelves one by one, but unfortunately the effects of these forbidden items were not very satisfactory. Director Chen, are all the forbidden artifacts really here? It's all here. Chen Junzhen nodded hesitantly, the things he didn't need were indeed all here. However, the echo of the forbidden artifact is not here. Lin Mo clearly remembered that echo was here when he last came. The only explanation is that Chen Junzhen took a portion of it. Hearing Lin Mo's words, Chen Jun was embarrassed. After receiving the message from the Elders' Council last night, he immediately moved the 20-odd usable forbidden artifacts to a different location. You can't blame him for that, after all, those things were extremely useful to them. Director Chen, you can't do this. We agreed I could choose whatever I wanted, but you took it all. That's so unfair. Seeing that Chen Junzhen didn't say anything, Lin Mo knew what had happened without even thinking. Oh, it's just that there are too many forbidden artifacts in this room, so we moved it to another place. Come on, I'll take you there now. Chen Junzhen looked helpless. The forbidden artifact is really not very useful if it's with Lin Mo. Chen Junzhen led his group to a small room across the street. There is only one shelf here, and on the shelf are only more than 20 forbidden artifacts, all of which are forbidden artifacts that they can currently use and that they can afford the cost of. Lin Mo looked at them one by one, and found that both the effects and the costs were within an acceptable range. Lin Mo immediately took a liking to one of the forbidden artifacts. It was this one with a rather bizarre name. The Keyboard of Trolls. Quality, forbidden item. Level, none. Effect, sometimes words can be damaging, causing psychological harm to the target. False rule, use with caution. The cost, the greater the psychological harm inflicted on the target, the more negative emotions one experiences. This includes, but is not limited to, sadness, crying, self-harm, violence, and brain death. After impulsiveness comes guilt. I advise you to drink some herbal tea. This is a peculiar keyboard with a built-in 8-inch display and 2 small speakers. Trolls are really something, they've even become weapon names. Lin Mo held the keyboard in his hand. It wasn't very heavy. Then, the people present became his targets. It seems that this requires qualified personnel to use. Lin Mo directly set the execution by slow slicing as his target, then typed on the keyboard and pressed enter. The monitor displayed the words he had typed, and the speaker emitted a sound. You're really ugly. Even the voice was full of disgust. Upon hearing this voice, Lingqi felt a sudden pang of sorrow, but it passed quickly. Lin Mo was already in tears. Brother Lingqi, did you feel anything just now? Lin Mo asked while crying. Is this thing really that effective? He only hit you hard, why are you crying so sadly? That shouldn't be happening. Ah, I felt really sad just now, I don't know what happened. Lingqi looked at Lin Mo with a confused expression, wondering why the child was crying. Lin Mo, just bear with it for a bit. We've already used this forbidden artifact, and its effectiveness is still unknown. But we've figured out the price. Crying is the bare minimum. Even the mildest insult will make you cry for 5 minutes. The harsher the words, the more intense and numerous the negative emotions and behaviors will be, far exceeding the actual effect. Chen Junzhen was suppressing a laugh. He had only acquired this forbidden artifact a few days ago and was currently testing it. However, after each test, the testers refused to touch the keyboard again, saying it was too uncomfortable. He never expected that Lin Mo would test this forbidden artifact. Lin Mo looked at Chen Junzhen while tears streamed down her face. He was definitely doing it on purpose. I'll take this too, and give me some more rainbow enhancement stones. Chen Junzhen quickly shook his head. Don't rush to refuse. I'll give you a plus 100 melee weapon in a month. You provide the weapon. Deal. Chen Junzhen said hastily, fearing that Lin Mo might change his mind. Even if Lin Mo didn't exchange weapons, Chen Junzhen was still planning to give them to him. After all, to be honest, the effect of this forbidden artifact isn't that strong. It has no effect on monsters, and it's not very effective on humans either. In fact, it's a form of torture for the user. If Lin Mo had arrived a week later, this forbidden artifact would have been thrown into the warehouse over there and left to gather dust. Chen Junzhen thought that way, but Lin Mo didn't. The effect is indeed not very good right now, but these are trolls. Lin Mo believes that as long as the reinforcement is done properly, the effect will definitely change. Even if it's just an enhancement, he'll still profit. Then, we can refine the price, turning it into a deadly weapon that kills without leaving a trace. Unfortunately, I can only try it when I have enough points. At this point, Lin Mo possessed 4 forbidden artifacts. Silver Wolf, have you arrived at your position? Commander, we have reached the designated location, and the warheads have been placed in the suburbs of the city. However, the nearest city to South Korea is at least 80 kilometers away, so the effect may not be as expected. At most, it will cause radiation to its oceans. Silver Wolf looked at the map in his hand, clearly dissatisfied. I'll talk to you in 10 minutes. Commander 8 cut off the circuits in his brain and opened his eyes. How is the situation? Because the 8th commander, renamed, was communicating with Silver Wolf in his mind, they were unaware of their conversation. The location that Silver Wolf found can only affect the cherry blossoms, but it can only affect a small part of the land in South Korea. The main impact is on the ocean. The ocean is fluid, and China needs to carefully consider whether it wants to detonate something there. It's all right. The 2 that exploded earlier did have an impact on the ocean, but you have to understand that due to ocean currents, it had almost no effect on us. This is the advantage brought by geographical location. Alright, I'll inform Silver Wolf and have him detonated in 12 hours. Maybe we'll see a big firework at 5 a.m. tomorrow. I'm really curious about what the power will be like after Lin Mo's processing. The thought of that data panel filled the 8th commander's eyes with a strange look. That damage was absolutely outrageous. Looks like we'll have to get up early tomorrow and have the technical department aim the satellite at that spot. The chief officer, revised, also smiled. This operation against the Sakura Kingdom is purely for the purpose of building the Wild Hunt's reputation. It's a crucial part of the plan. After receiving the instructions from Commander 8, renamed, Silver Wolf entered the previous string of numbers on the digital panel and set the time. With a beep, the numbers on the monitor began to count down. Hurry up, hurry up. The speedboat is right on the shoreline. We must get out of here as soon as possible. On the ground in an alley, a manhole cover was pushed open, and 5 simply dressed young men crawled out. Then he got on the street, drove his car, and sped westward. Silver Wolf boss, do you think this power is enough? It looks far too weak. Is the power enough? Take away that me and the power will be beyond the heavens. That panel is incredibly powerful, isn't it? 2 hours later, a speedboat sped away from the waters off the island of Sakura. The next morning, Lin Mo was still asleep when he was suddenly awakened by a knock on the door. Ah, it's Brother Lingqi. Why are you up so early? I'll show you something amazing. It's a true wonder. Lin Mo was puzzled, but he still put on a piece of clothing and followed Lin Mo to the roof. Zhang Lingyu and the Lingqi squad are all here, as are Chen Luo and his 3 teams. The task of protecting must be done, but there's no rush. When Lin Mo arrived upstairs, he was stunned. A pillar of fire shot straight into the sky from the east, reaching a height that could easily be mistaken for reaching space. Actually, from Fengjing's location, it wasn't very clear. The pillar of fire was only about the thickness of a chopstick, but its light was extremely conspicuous. When did this happen? Lin Mo looked at the scene before him, his mind racing. Could it be that the warhead he had enhanced had exploded? Around 5:10 this morning, suddenly a flame shot into the sky, Lingqi said casually, looking at the pillar of fire in the distance. I just don't know where this place is. If it were in China, we would have received the notification by now. Chen Luo glanced at his phone. As a top-ranked team, they are able to receive official notifications about important events. Since there is no information, it means that the incident did not occur in the country. Do you think it's possible that location is in Japan or South Korea? Maybe they were researching some kind of weapon and something went wrong? I think we should send someone to investigate, Fang Yu said, stroking his chin as he looked at the pillar of fire. You know what, it's actually possible. But what kind of weapon could explode with such power? Chen Luo's expression was serious. If it really was a new weapon under development, they had to be on guard. Lin Mo wasn't worried at all, since he was also a participant. I thought to myself, you don't need to worry at all. I guess a whole city with cherry blossoms has probably disappeared by now. In the Kyoto Elders Council office, 2 large monitors are placed on the front wall. Several elderly people put on their reading glasses. This shows that even professionals are not immune to the problems of old age, let alone those who are not in combat professions. This flame must be over 20 kilometers wide. The image on the left is a live feed from a satellite in space, while the image on the right is a feed transmitted from a destroyer. 20 kilometers is a conservative estimate. I think it's around 40 kilometers. As for the altitude, satellite footage showed flames already tens of thousands of meters above the ground. If it weren't for the lack of oxygen in space, it felt like those flames could have flown out of space. Is this really their warhead? Its power is truly excessive. Moreover, the flames have been burning for about 20 minutes and still haven't gone out. We were indeed too conservative. It seems we misjudged Lin Mo. The chief officer sighed, the effect was simply unbeatable. I heard from Silver Wolf that Lin Mo upgraded the nuclear warhead to 100 in just a few hours, and even exceeded that by a considerable margin. Yes, that's true. Commander 8 nodded. If that's the case, why doesn't he upgrade them more? If all of them were plus 100 weapons, I think no country in the world could compare to us. The emergence of the domain gate has turned all the countries in the world into a single, unified entity. At least on the surface, that's how it seems. As for what happens behind the scenes, only the leaders of each country know. Take those organizations for example, who dares to say they don't have state support behind them? Otherwise, where would those weapons come from? Could they really forge it all by themselves? No one in their right mind would believe that. Take the Chinese border as an example. Countless battles, large and small, have occurred throughout the year. Perhaps there are some restrictions, otherwise all his equipment should be plus 100, but it is said that only his weapon is plus 100, and the others are just simple enhancements. Perhaps there are limitations, who knows? Only Lin Mo himself knows what those limitations are. As for the rest, let nature take its course. When it comes to dealing with Lin Mo's issues, the chief, revised, prefers to let things take their natural course. How spectacular! If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have kept it alive. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel a little regretful as he watched the flames gradually disappear. Wait a while, then refine his attributes again. Wouldn't that make the effect even more amazing? That warhead is just a rare purple weapon, it only costs 50,000 to refine it once. It's a pity, the other party seems to be in a hurry. What do you mean, keep it here? John Lingyu looked at Lin Mo with some confusion. It's nothing, it's just, I wish the flame duration could be twice as long. John Lingyu was somewhat worried. Has Japan developed some kind of super weapon? If I remember correctly, they started developing super weapons 50 years ago. Don't worry, given their current population and level of development, even if they develop a super weapon, it won't be that powerful. Fang Yu shook his head. Based on the current situation, the cherry blossoms probably don't reach that level. Here's an official live stream link for you guys. This doesn't seem to be an experiment. Ling Chi sent a link to a small group chat. The group clicked on the link, and an official live stream appeared before them. The video appears to have been filmed from high altitude, and the sound of propellers can be faintly heard, suggesting it was shot by a drone. In the bottom right corner of the video, a female reporter is speaking. We are currently in international waters. From the drone footage, we can see that the explosion occurred in a city in Japan. The explosion created a huge crater, which is now filled with seawater. We don't know which city it is. But what we do know is that with such immense power, there should be no survivors. Let's shift the focus and look at the situation in other areas, thank you. 5 minutes later, the drone flew at high speed, reaching 150 kilometers per hour. Holy crap, is this drone that fast? Lin Mo was shocked by the speed. That's faster than some cars. That's normal. The drones used by the authorities are specially made and can be considered a type of weapon, but unfortunately they are not special equipment. Special equipment? Upon hearing this familiar yet unfamiliar name, Lin Mo recalled the enhanced stockings he had previously acquired. However, after so much time has passed, Lin Mo has never encountered any special equipment again. Aren't special equipment also a product of demonic energy corruption? Why does it feel like there are so few special equipment? That's right, it is indeed a product of demonic energy corruption. Weapons and equipment corrupted by demonic energy will most likely become demonic weapons. However, special equipment is not weapons or equipment corrupted by demonic energy, but rather items. These can be personal clothing or various other items. Therefore, special items are very rare. Chen Luo had only seen 3 special items. Special items can be considered a weaker version of the demon weapon. Their attributes are slightly weaker than the demon weapon, but slightly better than ordinary equipment. Unfortunately, such items are extremely rare, with the official number being only 200 or 300. Compared to the sheer number of professionals, this quantity is far too small. Special weapons are also the only demonic energy corrosion weapons that professionals can use. However, with Lin Mo, this problem has been greatly improved. With Lin Mo's enhanced eye of the mind, they can also use the demonic weapon. So that's how it is. No wonder Lin Mo felt a strange sense of familiarity when he saw the weapon with the word demon. Viewers, our drone's camera is now focused on another city. This location is nearly 80 kilometers away from the core area, but you can see that the windows of the buildings here are broken, and you can vaguely see human figures through these windows. You need to understand that the core I referred to is the area of the pillar of flames, not the epicenter of the explosion. Experts estimate that this location is approximately 120 kilometers from the blast's epicenter. What exactly exploded that could shatter glass 120 kilometers away remains unknown. Upon seeing this, Ling Chi shook his head repeatedly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Even a nuclear warhead cannot achieve this kind of power. A distance of 120 kilometers simply cannot achieve this effect. If it could achieve this effect, the warhead's yield would definitely be huge. Japan isn't stupid, how could they not see such a large target? Lin Mo nodded in agreement. The bullet was indeed small, only about half a person's height, and could be easily hidden. He was a little puzzled though, because the distance shown on the panel wasn't that great, so why was it so powerful? Not necessarily. If that pillar of flame is still so clearly visible here, it means the explosive power was absolutely off the charts. And it's not impossible for the shockwave from such an explosion to reach over 100 kilometers. Although Chen Luo wasn't a weapons expert, he had some knowledge of these things. Whether or not Lin Mo understood the concept of slow slicing, he did. The panel only shows a part of the picture. After all, this is not a game, but a real world, and we have to consider real-world issues. If this nuclear warhead were placed in the sea, the resulting waves would be enough to submerge Japan, and the damage would be different. He felt as if he had opened another window. Perhaps the use of weapons is not limited to one method. For example, Lin Mo saw a fork in the official forbidden weapon warehouse that continuously emitted a weak current. If it were strengthened to the extreme, it would be a device that generates tens of thousands of volts per second. It can be used to generate electricity indefinitely, or it can be used as a weapon for attack. This has great potential. The official live stream lasted for 3 hours. The furthest the drone went was 200 kilometers away from the core, where almost no impact could be seen. That concludes today's live broadcast. This exclusive report was brought to you by reporter Bingbing. Lin Mo turned off his phone, which gave him a new understanding of the power of that half-human-sized nuclear warhead. I actually wanted to play around with one back then. What a load of rubbish. I might just end up ruining myself. It's not big, but it's quite powerful. He didn't mention his enhancement at all. Lin Mo, Fang Yu, and I should return to the capital to report for duty. Fu Qinyu looked at Lin Mo. Their mission is complete. The organization that came this time wiped out 99% of the people, and only a portion escaped. It could be said that they deliberately leaked it out, since some things still need others to help promote them. Otherwise, if others don't know the situation, how can you instill fear in them? Ah, so fast? Lin Mo was taken aback. They've only been here for 2 days and they're already leaving? He thought the other person would stay there indefinitely. Lin Mo had already planned it out. 2 teams would stay in Fengjing to protect him, while the other 2 teams would go to the disaster-level domain gate to earn points for him. Having experienced the previous emergency, Lin Mo did not intend to take any risks himself. Although others received half the points for killing monsters, it was enough for Lin Mo. Safety comes first, after all. Our mission here is actually to deal with foreign forces. Your safety is more than enough with the 2 of them. Fu Qinyu glanced at Chen Luo and Fang Yu. These 2 were completely suppressing him and Lin Dazhuang. Oh, I see. I thought you guys would stay. Lin Mo was somewhat disappointed. Let them go then. At worst, we can let Chen Luo and his 3 teams take turns earning points for us. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Fu Qinyu and Lin Dazhuang left. Chen Luo, Fang Yu, and Zia Yang disappeared from Lin Mo's and the other's site and returned to their posts. Lin Mo stretched and said, "Let's get ready to open for business." Although the name issue results in very few customers, the business still needs to operate. At noon, Lin Mo and his friends were eating takeout while the TV in the shop was playing the news. We have a news flash. This is a video that someone posted on an international website. Let's take a look. The video shows a man wearing a black combat uniform and a black mask. I wonder what you all thought of the fireworks display in Japan. If you didn't like it, I can set one off all over the world for you. Our Wild Hunt organization is very happy to accept all kinds of missions. Have you heard of the Wild Hunt? Faced with Lin Mo's question, Ling Qi and Zhang Lingyu exchanged a glance and shook their heads. We've never heard of them. Well-known overseas organizations have records of them. This Wild Hunt is obviously a new organization. We just didn't expect that they were the ones who did that thing in Japan. Yeah, wasn't that the one from the Sakura country that he enhanced? No wonder this mask looks so familiar. Lin Miguan was thinking about the mask. If he changed the mask to silver, wouldn't it be the Silver Wolf mask? Therefore, the Wild Hunt organization is the same organization Silver Wolf belongs to, and it is an organization based in China. Hiss. It's terrifying to think about. So, does this mean that all those foreign powers are backed by individual countries? Is this a power struggle between major nations? But what is that Shura Hall? Those people all look Chinese. Could it be another arrangement from above? Lin Mo felt completely numb. He now suspects that his information may have already ended up on the desks of intelligence organizations in various countries. Why don't you call and ask? Lin Mo looked at Zhang Lingyu. He wanted to know if Zhang Lingyu and the others were qualified to know such things. If they weren't, he would keep his thoughts to himself. He rubbed his chin. Are there many fireworks? Do you want me to help you out? Alright, I'll ask. But don't get your hopes up too high, since these newly emerging organizations usually don't have much information about them. In Zhang Lingyu's view, the only thing this organization was good at was cherry blossom fireworks. A press conference from Japan was then broadcast on television. The spokesperson was a short man with gray hair and triangular eyes. We strongly condemn this so-called Wild Hunt organization because they dropped a nuclear bomb. Hyakatsu City suffered a nuclear attack hundreds of years ago and only just recovered. This attack is unacceptable to us. According to our observations, crystals have appeared in the core area of the explosion. Furthermore, the entire impact zone has vanished, covering an area of 2,000 square kilometers. The official channel thoughtfully posted a satellite photo. From the sky, a large, regularly shaped semicircle appeared at the location of a coastline, where seawater had flowed in, forming an inland sea. Furthermore, the radiation level in the core area reached 3,800 roentgens. 1 roentgen is equal to 10,000 microsieverts, and the human body will begin to be unable to withstand more than 100 microsieverts. This gives you an idea of what it's like there. The old man on the TV show was still talking. The location at 100 kilometers is still 3 roentgens. This weapon is unethical. I recommend that the Wild Hunt be put on a global wanted list. For the country of cherry blossoms, that area can almost be abandoned. Its radiation range is simply too wide. However, things are far from that simple. As Lin Mo watched TV, he couldn't help but recall a data point he had enhanced back then. Radiation range plus 100%, radiation intensity plus 50%, no wonder they could measure such a value 100 kilometers away. If you remove these two, the distance to 100 kilometers should be less than 0.1. And there's also radiation curing. Lin Mo looked at the man on TV with sympathy. It was really no wonder he was in this situation. He hadn't even used any purification techniques. If I had known it would turn out like this, I should have kept the silver wolf for another day and upgraded it to plus 50. Wild hunt? Why are you asking them? Lin Mo said he was a little curious. Zhang Lingyu wasn't curious at all. The more she knew, the more confidentiality agreements she would have to sign. She has signed countless agreements, and breaking any one of them could cost her life. Wait 2 minutes. 2 minutes later. I'd say Wild Hunt is a partner, so try to help them whenever you encounter them in the future. They might ask Lin Mo to upgrade their weapons later, and as for how they'll pay, that's up to Lin Mo. Oh, by the way, I've sent you the confidentiality agreement. You and everyone in the Lingqi squad should sign it. Chen Junzhen did not tell Zhang Lingyu the truth. It is said that the nuclear bomb was reinforced by Lin Mo. He didn't believe Lin Mo couldn't guess after seeing the news. It was probably because Zhang Lingyu and Ling Qi were with him, and he didn't know if he could talk about such things. Zhang Lingyu looked helpless. She knew it would turn out this way. It didn't matter, she already had over 40 confidentiality agreements, one more wouldn't make a difference. After Zhang Lingyu returned, she told the two of them exactly what Chen Junzhen had said. Lin Mo stroked his chin, realizing that his weapons would soon be aimed overseas. However, for safety's sake, he needed to be careful with the weapons given to Wild Hunt. One wrong move and they could attract a whole host of organizations, which would be a huge problem. 5 days later, an international arrest warrant for Wild Hunt was issued, and of course, only the highest levels of government knew about it. Chen Junzhen sent a photo to Zhang Lingyu. Anyway, you've signed so many confidentiality agreements, so I'll give this to you for free. Lin Mo can see it if he wants. The photo is a wanted poster for the Wild Hunt organization, and below the poster are other organizations. Ranked by strength, the names included were familiar to Zhang Lingyu: Poker Club, Shura Hall, Fool's Clan. If you want to see it, you have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Lin Mo can see it for free, but not the slow slicing. Ling Qi looked at Lin Mo, who was holding a phone, and wanted to say something, but it seemed he wasn't worthy. Lin Mo looked at the list and clicked his tongue in amazement. Wild Hunt, ranked 35th, with a threat level of only A? They've already used nuclear weapons, and it's only rated A? What heinous thing did the person above do? The list only had 50 people, and Wild Hunt was relegated to the back, not even making it into the middle. Poker Club, Demon, ranked 9th, threat level S. The Shura Hall is ranked 3rd, with a threat level of SS. Unknown, primarily assassination, ranked number 1, threat level SSS. Lin Mo looked up from below and was filled with questions when he saw the organization ranked first. How come there's an organization without a name, and it's even an SSS level organization? Sister John, what's the deal with this organization? How can it be so powerful? Lin Mo felt that the Azura Hall was very powerful. If they hadn't been prepared, they might have really fallen into their trap. Keep in mind that Chen Luo and his group were using plus 50 weapons at the time, yet the damage they inflicted on them was very limited. This demonstrates the opponent's strength. Zhang Lingyu glanced at it and shook her head. I don't know much about this organization either. I've only heard that they mainly assassinate important officials in some countries, and their success rate is 100%. After signing the confidentiality agreement, Ling Qi looked at the phone in Lin Mo's hand. That organization is very famous abroad. The bodyguards of important officials in all countries are people who deal with this organization. As long as you pay, this organization will assassinate anyone. 5 years ago, the President of the United States was killed by them, but no one knows their names to this day. That organization is really strange. Other organizations seem to be afraid that others don't know that they are the ones who did it. It's worth noting that Silver Wolf released a video on the internet shortly after detonating the nuclear bomb, promoting the Wild Hunt organization. Lin Mo even suspected that if he hadn't strengthened him and caused such a sensation, he probably wouldn't have even made it into the top 50. What he didn't expect was that there were as many as 50 such organizations abroad, or even more. I don't know about that. Anyway, this organization has never committed any crimes in China, so we haven't paid much attention to them. In fact, very few organizations out of all the organizations that have entered China to commit crimes. We don't really pay much attention to foreign organizations either. If we were paying attention, even a team ranked like Lingqi should know about it. But in reality, this information is only circulated among higher-level squads, and they are not yet qualified to know it, which means the problem is not serious. Has he never made a move in China? Lin Mo rubbed his chin. The other party was a 100% successful organization. He didn't believe that no important figures in China wanted to kill them. There are only two explanations. One is that this organization knows China is powerful and has no desire to provoke it. The second point is that this organization has intricate connections with China. Of course, Lin Mo believed the first one more. However, China's current strength only ranks 5th in the world, far inferior to the number 1 ranked United States, yet the United States still suffered assassination attempts. This is clearly somewhat unreasonable. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me. As long as I don't come looking for him, everything is fine. You've done a good job. From now on, Wild Hunt members should try not to return to China. Your task is to draw attention to the open. You don't need to worry about anything else. The 8th Elder's words echoed in Silver Wolf's mind. Okay. If you need anything, just contact me and I'll send someone to deliver it to you. 8th Elder, should we put another H-033 in the US? Silver Wolf asked cautiously. The effect was simply too powerful. You have to understand, in Silver Wolf's opinion, it would be good enough if their organization even had some reputation. He never expected them to directly enter the top 50, it was completely beyond his expectations. A minute of silence. Only one H-033 was successful. 033 is just its designation, not its model number. The previous 32 all failed. I will let you know if there are any successes later. To be honest, I'd also like to see this thing explode there. The 8th Elder certainly wanted to see if he could put one in the US. When the portal first appeared, the US and its lackeys caused China a lot of trouble. The elders for generations had wanted to find an opportunity to take revenge, but they never had the chance. Beset by internal and external troubles, China can only address its internal problems before tackling its external threats. China is different from other countries. They can abandon a city at any time, but China cannot. After ending the call, Silver Wolf went to the leader's office. Chief, we've been ordered to proceed according to plan, we need help. The person sitting in the office chair looked up, wearing a golden mask. The rest is up to you. If the Silver Squad can't handle it, then go find the Gold Squad. Yes. On the other side, just as the 8th Elder lost contact with Silver Wolf, someone else came looking for him. Seeing this passageway that might not be connected for several years, he was somewhat surprised. A man's voice came from inside the connection channel. 8th Elder, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other. Yes, it seems like the last time we contacted each other was 5 years ago. Has something happened this time? The 8th Elder felt uneasy. This person rarely contacts him, but when they do, it's always something important. 8th Elder, rest assured, everything is fine here, and we are living quite well. We came to you this time to get some enhanced equipment. We have also heard about that person. I helped intercept and kill quite a few people from organizations overseas, otherwise the number of organizations entering China would at least double. Enhancing equipment? I can't give you an answer to that, since we have an equal relationship with Lin Mo, but I can give you a suggestion. His fascination with forbidden artifacts is beyond imagination. You can use this to trade with him. You can mention your identity then, and I think he shouldn't refuse. The 8th Elder recalled the data of that nuclear bomb. In his mind, he only needed to enhance it to level 50 to increase its power. He did not expect Lin Mo to do things differently. Okay, I understand. I'll be going back to China soon. I'll smuggle myself in, bypassing the official channels. Yes, that's for the best. The two exchanged a few words and then cut off the passage. Elder, is he preparing to return? Who? That genius who went out 50 years ago, the one with SSS level talent. The Elder was taken aback. Him? Not bad. Light snow fell from the January sky. I never expected it to snow in Fengjing. It's been so many years since I've seen it. Lin Mo stood by the window, looking at the snow scene outside. This snowfall may not be significant for other northern cities, but for Fengjing, it was a major snowfall. I'll take you to the northern frontier sometime, the snow there is up to your waist. Ling Chi stood beside Lin Mo, looking out the window. I really want to go see it if I can. I've never seen so much snow in my life. Lin Mo has always lived in Fengjing, the furthest place he has ever been is the suburbs, and he has never even left the city of Fengjing. With Chen Luo and Fang Yu with us, there shouldn't be any major problems. As long as no foreign nationals appear within China, Lin Mo is safe wherever he goes. He believes no one can get close to him with the weapons he carries, not to mention those forbidden artifacts. Although he had never seen Lin Mo use it, he believed that Lin Mo must have thought of a way to minimize the cost. It's not for any other reason than that Lin Mo, the enhancer, can't be treated according to common sense. After all, which enhancement master can actually reach the 7th rank? During this period, Chen Luo and his 3 teams took turns going to the Cataclysmic Gate in pairs, and Lin Mo's level and points increased rapidly. In just 1 month, his points have reached 1.12 million, and that's after he's used up some of them. To this end, he launched a customized service, where Lin Mo would prioritize upgrading the weapons of any squad that regularly went to fight in the domain gate. Chen Junzhen was overjoyed when he heard the news. Without saying a word, he threw the weapons of the 10 squads to Lin Mo. During this period, Lin Mo has already returned the weapons to 5 squads, and the rest are expected to be dealt with within half a month. And all of them are plus 50 weapons. As for the plus 100 weapon promised to Chen Junzhen has not provided it yet. Since he wasn't in a hurry, Lin Mo wasn't in a hurry either. After all, once he reaches plus 50, his experience gain has reached its limit. Ding-a-ling. Zhang Lingyu is back. Phew, I'm finally back. Let me tell you something. This time when I got back, I met a 5th tier enhancement master who, like Lin Mo, also developed a second ability. However, it's incredibly difficult for an enhancement master to reach the 5th tier. This is the only one I've seen reach the 5th tier in a while. The main reason is that they dare not give melee weapons to the enhancement masters. Otherwise, with the weapons provided by Lin Mo, upgrading would be a piece of cake. But close quarters combat weapons are just too risky. As for firearms, forget about them. One shot would probably deplete their energy completely. Chinook bullets are not something that ordinary people can use. It would work with regular bullets, but there's only 1 plus 100 firearm, which is completely unusable. Lin Mo, I'd like to trouble you to upgrade these weapons this time. The level doesn't need to be too high, level 20 will be fine. In addition, Director Chen took a weapon, this is the one he wants to upgrade to plus 100. Zhang Lingyu handed the backpack to Lin Mo. It contains the weapons that will be prioritized for upgrades this time. Lin Mo casually pulled out several weapons, all of them firearms, mostly sniper rifles. Lin Mo immediately guessed that this was prepared for those enhancement masters. It seems that this enhanced individual who has advanced to the 5th rank has made the higher UPS make a firm decision. What about other side jobs? If I remember correctly, professions like blacksmithing and tailoring also need to be upgraded to level 5. Zhang Lingyu shook her head, the level is still far off. There are relatively few teams that can be mobilized, and progress is slow. The highest level of other secondary professions is only tier 3, level 8. It seems that progress is indeed slow, it's only at the 3rd tier and hasn't even reached the 4th tier yet. He took out the last weapon from his backpack. When he saw the attribute panel, Lin Mo was stunned. Whose weapon is this? Isn't it said that red mythical weapons are hard to get? How come there's another one here? These are all weapons that have already been allocated. This weapon is the one you agreed upon with Director Chen, he plans to have you enhance it. Your red myth weapon is being forged, but since you want a firearm, the process is quite complicated. In order to obtain Lin Mo's mythical weapon, 3 more teams were dispatched to gather materials at the natural disaster gate near Kyoto. These things weren't discussed with Lin Mo, because there was no need to. Thunderbolt Longsword, Mythical, plus 10. Equipment level, LV 95. Durability, 87/91. Damage, 1665 to 2108, plus 1324. Additional, Lightning Attribute Attack. Lightning Chains, each attack has a 2% chance to trigger, adding 1000 points of lightning damage, and can attack 5 targets at once. Bleeding Chance, 5%, plus 5%. Strength, plus 60. Special Thunder Punishment summons a 10-meter-long lightning sword, dealing 5000, plus 5 * strength, damage to the target and inflicting a paralysis effect. Duration is related to the level difference. CD 1H. Compared to this weapon, Xiang's mythical weapon is simply incomparable. Perhaps this is due to the difference in initial attributes. If Xiang's longbow were refined, the effect might be even better. Looks like I'm in for a busy day. Those firearms are all blue-grade equipment and only plus 20, so they'll be very fast. The only one that's a bit difficult is this mythical weapon, which will take at least 3 hours to complete. Thank you for your hard work, Lin Mo. I heard from Ling Qi that you want to go to the northern border to see the snow. I'll arrange everything for you, and I'll make sure you have a perfect trip. Then I'll be waiting. Seeing snow in the north sounds wonderful. In the afternoon, the legendary red weapon was upgraded. Thunderbolt Longsword, Mythical, plus 100. Equipment level, LV 95. Durability, 87/91. Damage, 1665 to 2108, plus 14.45 million. Additional, Lightning Attribute Attack. Paralysis, each attack has a 5% chance to paralyze for 1 second. Lightning Chains, each attack has a 10% chance to trigger, dealing an additional 3000 points of lightning damage, and can attack 10 targets at once. Bleeding Chance, 5%, plus 5%. Strength plus 60, plus 120. Special Thunder Punishment summons a 20-meter-long lightning giant sword, dealing 10,000, plus 10 * strength, damage to the target and inflicting a paralysis effect. Duration is related to the level difference. CD 6H. Thor summons a 50-meter-tall Phantom of Thor, increasing own attributes by 5 times and dealing 500% damage to enemies for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 7 days. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. The attribute that had appeared was a bit too powerful. Not only were the original attributes enhanced, but the new attributes are ridiculously strong. Lin Mo was increasingly looking forward to his mythical weapon, but unfortunately, his level was still far from sufficient. The next day, Lin Mo handed over all the enhanced equipment to Zhang Lingyu. So fast! Zhang Lingyu exclaimed in surprise. If she remembered correctly, Lin Mo's speed wasn't this fast before. Could it be that the higher the level, the faster the enhancement speed? But Kyoto didn't give that answer. How can you call it fast? This is clearly because I work hard, okay? Lin Mo was never in a hurry, since there was nothing much to do all day and he could just strengthen his skills little by little, which would also help him save points. But since we're heading to the north, we need to be faster. Alright, you work hard. I'll go deliver it now. I'll take you to the north when I get back, don't worry. Zhang Lingyu immediately guessed Lin Mo's idea, and she grabbed her backpack and headed straight for the garrison base. Zhang Lingyu returned in the evening after leaving in the morning. I've arranged everything that needs to be arranged in the north today, and we can take a plane and depart directly at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Of course, you can also choose to take the train, but it will be slower. Lin Mo was somewhat surprised. Can we ride the train? Won't those monsters attack the train? Don't worry, the train route has been changed for many years. There are no monsters near where the train travels, and even if there are, they are only low-level monsters. The professionals on the train will take care of them, so you can rest assured. In a hotel in Fengjing. Boss, when can we come to Fengjing openly? We've wasted so much time on this journey. A boy wearing glasses was holding a computer, and the characters on the screen were constantly changing. Fox Spirit, the time isn't up yet, don't be impatient, the tall, thin man standing in front of the French windows said with a smile. The Fox Spirit shook its head. Time, and more time. It had no idea when it would end. Fox Spirit, we'll listen to the boss. Once we've completed the mission, it won't matter anymore, another man in the room said, twirling a dagger in his hand. That's true, but that's too difficult. It's all about human effort. I believe that with his help, the problem shouldn't be too big. When we meet tomorrow, everyone better behave yourselves and don't use those foreign methods. Don't worry, boss, we know how to handle this. Viper, is everything ready? Ready, and I even brought 4, Viper replied, putting down the dagger in his hand. The man looked out the window. I hope everything goes well. At 9 o'clock the next day, the three arrived at the location of their target and remained silent as they looked at the tightly closed gate. A moment later, the snake broke the silence. Boss, didn't you confirm this? They said this was the place when we contacted each other last time. And what about yesterday? The man scratched his messy hair and said apologetically, I thought I'd come today, so I didn't call. I'll call and check on things. Fox Demon, remember to make sure the line is secure. Don't worry, boss. The Fox Demon took out a tablet and started operating it. It's better to take a plane, it'll take only a moment. Lin Mo stretched and stood up from his seat. The thick snow outside the window reflected the sunlight, making it exceptionally dazzling. But Lin Mo thought it was indeed a beautiful view. We were lucky, we didn't encounter any blizzards. The group of people disembarked from the plane one after another. In addition to the Lingqi squad, Chen Luo's squad also accompanied them this time. As for Fang Yu and Zia Yang's teams, they remained in Fengjing, their mission still being to fight within the domain gate. They are not at all opposed to this kind of task. During this time, Lin Mo upgraded all their jewelry and defensive equipment to plus 50. Now, within the domain gate, let alone encountering an S-rank monster, even if they encounter an SS-rank monster, they can easily escape. As for Lin Mo's safety, they were not worried, as the Northern Territory had the Demon Slayer Army and the Secret Mobile Team. Moreover, these teams that have been here for a long time are more suitable than him to protect Lin Mo in this environment. As I walked out of the airport, 5 SUVs were waiting at the entrance. Sister Zhang, you've made a very thorough arrangement. Of course, I promised you'd have a good time this time, and I have to keep my word. In Zhang Lingyu's opinion, Lin Mo was really too tired. Ever since he became an enhancer, he had been constantly enhancing others. He enhanced more equipment in a year than other enhancers could do in a year. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Mo was involved. Without so much enhanced equipment, Lin Mo's level definitely wouldn't have reached this high. However, after reaching the 7th rank, Lin Mo's leveling speed slowed down instantly. But there's nothing we can do about it, the experience points required are just too high. An hour later, 5 SUVs pulled up in front of a 5-star hotel. Let's rest for a bit first, then we'll go have lunch. Lin Mo, is there anything you'd like to eat? Stewed goose in an iron pot. Okay, let's arrange it this way. While Lin Mo and the others went to eat, the 3 people from Fengjing also boarded a plane and flew towards the northern border. Boss, can we be a little more reliable next time? Why do we always have to go through this kind of thing every time we go out? Viper leaned back in his chair, utterly dejected. This shouldn't have anything to do with me, right? Who knew he would go to such a remote place as the North? The man said helplessly. Boss, let's not talk about this one. Let's talk about the previous missions. Every single one of them involved me finding the people. But I'm the one who always makes the move. You can't beat them even if you try. Lin Mo leaned back comfortably in the chair, his belly round and full from eating. I have to say, this stuff tastes absolutely amazing. After all, it's a local specialty, so of course it's delicious. Ring ring. John Lingyu took out her phone and was somewhat surprised to see the name displayed on it. Didn't they just meet yesterday? You guys eat first, I'm going to take this call. Upon arriving outside the private room, John Lingyu answered the phone. Director Chen, you're in the North now, right? Yes, didn't I tell you yesterday? Okay, it's good that they're here. 3 people will be going to see Lin Mo to handle some matters later. You don't need to worry about these 3 people or listen to them. Let Lin Mo make all the decisions. Zhang Lingyu frowned. Who is this person now? The Silver Wolf was like this last time, and it's like this again this time, and it seems even more powerful than the Silver Wolf. Should we discuss this with Lin Mo beforehand? Otherwise, it doesn't feel right. Chen Junzhen thought for a moment and said, well, let's greet Lin Mo first and tell him that these 3 people are very important. After hanging up the phone, Chen Junzhen frowned. He was at work when he was suddenly summoned to the Council of Elders, where he was told this. He also inquired about the other party's identity, but the elders did not tell him, which indicated that these 3 were extraordinary and directly belonged to the elders. Not only did Zhang Lingyu want to know the other party's identity, but he also wanted to know what the other party's identity was. Lin Mo, 3 people came looking for you tonight. It's probably about strengthening weapons, Zhang Ling said, carefully choosing her words. Ah, you came all the way to the North to find me? Lin Mo was genuinely surprised. Why would someone make a special trip to come all this way? Yes, they went to Fengjing. They didn't expect us to come here. They took the next available flight and are expected to arrive this afternoon. However, they should come to see you tonight. These 3 people have some special identities, and I'm not qualified to know their identities. But don't worry, they're definitely safe. Oh, I'm not afraid of danger. With the traveler's jade pendant, Lin Mo believed that no one could escape faster than him. Before leaving, he was able to deliver a devastating blow to his opponent. Thinking about it this way, it's time to put the refinement of that mask on the agenda. I just don't know if I have enough points. It would be best if it succeeded on the first try, but if it failed, the cost could be huge. Director Chen means that they will offer reasonable compensation. Whether you are willing to accept it or not is up to you. Lin Mo pondered for a moment and said, I'll call Director Chen. He wanted to ask about the identities of these 3 people. However, Lin Mo's phone call was in vain. Even Chen Junzhen didn't know Lin Mo's identity, he only knew that it was a message from above. Lin Mo stroked his chin. Interesting. Let's go back to the hotel and talk about it after this is over. At 7 o'clock in the evening, there was a knock on Lin Mo's door. Zhang Lingyu, Ling Qi, and Chen Luo were all in the room. Zhang Lingyu opened the door, and a handsome young man appeared before her. Hello, I'm the person who came today. You can call me Qinglong. Qinglong looked at Zhang Lingyu with a smile. Ah, please come in, please come in. How could this person be so handsome? Zhang Lingyu's heart was pounding. Behind the azure dragon were a poisonous snake and a fox. When Zhang Lingyu heard what the 2 were saying, she really wanted to leave as soon as possible. Sigh, yet another woman has fallen for him. I always said I couldn't be with the boss. I even suspect that he's ruined all my luck with women. With your current appearance, where would you find any luck with women? The 3 of them didn't say a word after they came in. Ling Qi and Chen Luo were also very perceptive and went straight out of the room with Zhang Lingyu. They have no choice but to leave, they're not qualified. Upon arriving outside, Chen Luo was puzzled. Even Director Chen doesn't know the other party's identity? Well, that's what he said, so he can't be lying to me, right? Zhang Lingyu had a slight doubt in her heart, but there shouldn't be any need to be. Ling Qi couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you laughing? This is the first time that no one else knows this, it's not just me who doesn't know. Listen to these words, they contain so much heartache and tears. I'm so sorry to have disturbed your vacation, Qinglong said apologetically. It's nothing, it's nothing. I'm just a little curious, why can't Chen Junzhen find out about you? He and I are probably of equal rank, and we're also part of a secret unit. Qinglong couldn't help but think back to when he first left, which must have been 40 or 50 years ago. Can I know who you are? Lin Mo knew that the other party must be looking for him to enhance his equipment. He needed to see what the other party was up to before making a decision. If it's like Silver Wolf, the fox spirit and the venomous snake exchanged a glance. Could this thing be spoken? Well, we should be considered an organization that promotes international balance, Xinglong said after thinking for a moment. Hearing their leader's words, the fox demon and the venomous snake were taken aback. But after thinking about it carefully, they didn't see anything wrong with it. Lin Mo's smile froze instantly. Looking at the other person's sincere expression, he couldn't tell whether what the other person was saying was true or false. How come he's never heard of such an organization? Could you please explain this to me? I really don't understand what kind of organization this is. In Lin Mo's mind, these people were already sentenced to death. What was the point of this organization strengthening its equipment? We are the only SSS level wanted organization in the world, Xinglong said truthfully. Thump! Lin Mo slid off the chair. What did he hear? An SSS level wanted organization came to him to upgrade their equipment, just like the one mentioned above. In other words, the number one power is China's, which is simply unbelievable. A country whose strength is not ranked high in the world actually has the world's number one, the only SSS level organization. Are you sure you're not joking? Of course I'm not joking. Our organization is very powerful. To this day, no one knows our name. Of course, I can't tell you the name, Viper quickly added from behind. How could this be fake? I'll take your job. Lin Mo was excited. He saw that wanted poster just 2 days ago, and then he ran into it today. It's like fate. Really? That's great. By the way, we've already prepared the upgrade fee. As for fees, actually, for forbidden artifacts. Upon hearing Xinglong's words, Lin Mo swallowed back what he was about to say and quickly changed his words. Actually, these are enough. The fox spirit pushed up its glasses and whispered to the venomous snake beside it. If I'm not mistaken, Lin Mo probably wanted to say no, but he changed his mind immediately after hearing the words forbidden artifact. I noticed it too, only our boss didn't. Lin Mo's eye twitched. If you're going to whisper, can you at least keep your voices down? This room is so quiet, it's like everyone's ears are deaf. Ignore those two. Whether you want them or not, I will give you these 4 forbidden artifacts. I will even send them to you if I come across any forbidden artifacts in the future. For Xinglong, the forbidden artifacts are not very useful. If there were no cost involved, he might keep using him for a while. Then I'll trouble you. How many weapons do you need to upgrade? For Lin Mo, the forbidden artifacts were extremely useful. They were useful for both practical use and experimentation. If possible, I would like to upgrade the weapons of everyone in our organization. Everyone in the organization? Lin Mo really wanted to flip the table right now. Don't worry, there are only 12 weapons. Our organization only has 12 people. There's no need to overturn the table, I've already made a huge profit this time. No problem, give me 3 days to get everything done for you. Is plus 50 enough? If not, you'll have to wait a while longer. That's enough, that's what we expected. Xinglong wasn't greedy, he could accept even if Lin Mo said it would be enhanced by 30. Then I wish us a pleasant cooperation. I have one last question, what is your level? 10th rank.